nudged at Wu Changhe, and said, "You speak." Wu Changhe was so angry that he turned his head away. I'm not talking to him. He was still upset over what happened earlier. Zhang Ye was really getting confused. What is going on here? What does this turn out all about? Then when he looked closer, he recognized another person amongst the crowd. He pointed at Chen Ying and said, weren't you the person on television for the past few days? Chen Ying's eyes lit up. You know me, Zhang Ye said. Yeah, you were the one beside Yu Yingyi. The one beside. Chen Ying was left speechless for a long time. Dan Donghe said, let me say it. Professor Zhang, I'm the current president of the China Qiyuan and my name is Dan Donghe. Since you can play Go so well, you probably should know me. Zhang Ye blinked and was in a daze as he looked at him. Everyone could tell from this expression that Zhang Ye had clearly never heard of him before. Dan Donghe felt a little embarrassed. He had forgotten that he was facing a complete layperson who even took Xiang Rong 9 Dan for a newbie. All right, it's fine even if you don't know me. Anyway, I still represent the entire China Qiyuan. Then he pointed at the people around him and said, these are all the current top professional players of the Go world in our country. I don't think that you would know them, so I won't bother with introducing them to you one by one. Zhang Ye was baffled. What you are looking for me for? Dan Donghe asked, do you know about the challenge by the artificial intelligence to the Go world? Of course, Zhang Ye said. I've watched it on television. Dan Donghe said, even Xiang Rong 9 Dan has lost. Zhang Ye nodded and said, yeah, and then? We are here for that matter. Dan Donghe spoke seriously. It suddenly dawned on Zhang Ye. Are you all looking for me to help with the advertising? To propagate the message out to the masses over Weibo? To see if there are any Go experts who are willing to stand up to Peter? You all are expecting too much. Even the Go world's top player has lost, so who else can still win against that artificial intelligence? There's no use even if ask me for help with the promotion of that matter. Oh yes, didn't that Xiang Rong 9 Dan already say it? That he was not humanity's last line of defense, and how there was someone else other than him. Why don't you all get him to look for that person instead? Advertise. Wu Changhe was totally exasperated by that reply. Chen Ying opened her mouth and said, yes, Master Xiang is not humanity's last line of defense. Zhang Ye threw his hands up and said, yeah, then you guys should go and look for that person. Why did you all come to my place for? I'm not well liked by people. Even if I advertise, there won't be many people responding to it. Of course, if you insist on me helping with the advertising, I could still give face to Annie and do it for you all. I can also not charge any advertising fees. Since we are all friends. Little Zhang, are you pretending not to understand, or do you really not understand? Li Qinxin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Ye blinked several times. Understand what? He really did not understand. Li Qinxin looked at Zhang Ye and said, that last line of defense that little Xiang was referring to was you. Chapter 1120. For humanity's sake, I am willing to accept the challenge. Chapter 1120. For humanity's sake, I am willing to accept the challenge. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the house, Zhang Ye was dumbfounded by what he heard. The Go world's last line of defense? What? Me? He was tickled at once. Auntie, are you joking? Li Qinxin gave a wry smile and said, I'm not. Zhang Ye pointed to himself and said with a smile, I'm just a layperson to Go and a hick amongst hicks. When did I ever become the last line of defense for the Go world? You are so funny. Chen Ying directly said, Professor Zhang, we need your help. Even though Hu Liang's 7 Dan got crushed by Zhang Ye a few days ago, he knew that he had lost convincingly. He spoke up, Professor Zhang, you are the only person who can help us now. Suhan said, please, help the Go world. Professor Zhang, please come forward and play against the AI. Only you are good enough to beat it. Professor Zhang, we're earnestly asking for your help. The survival of the Go world lies in your hands now. Immediately, all the professional Go players in the house gave him pleading looks. Zhang Ye quickly waved it off. Whoa, can you guys not scare me like that? What is all this about me saving the Go world? Aren't you thinking too highly of me? He found it both a little funny and ridiculous. Don't you all know the level of my play? Why would you come looking for me? My Go skills might be quite all right, but they're only average at best. I-oh, you people are really funny. He immediately looked at Wu Changhe and pointed at him. If you don't believe me, just ask Uncle. I nearly even lost to him, even though he's just a has-been who retired from the game 20 years ago. I just barely managed to play him to a draw. What? A has-been? Who the hell is a has-been? You better get it straight. Wu Changhe became annoyed on the spot. You rascal. Changhe, stick to the topic. He got pulled back by Li Qinqin. This is so infuriating. Wu Changhe could only sit down and sulk. Many of the professional players were feeling very helpless. They were thinking in their minds that Zhang Ye was indeed just like what the rumors said about him. The way he spoke was really too sarcastic. It was little wonder then that this fellow offended so many people in the industry. Zhang Ye pointed at Wu Changhe. See, Uncle agrees to it as well, doesn't he? I really don't have such a high level of accomplishment in Go. You're all professional Go players, right? Any one of you here would be able to thrash me in a game. Thrash you? Any one of us. Chun Ying said bitterly. But the problem now is that everyone who is present here has already been thrashed by you. Zhang Ye was stunned. Ah. Suhan sighed. Almost all of us here have already played against you. Hu Liang said, rather embarrassed. That time, it was us playing against you on our teacher's account. Zhang Ye said in a startled manner. What? It means, Chun Ying said, that our teacher only played you in the first 2 games. We were the ones who played against you for the remainder of the games. All of China Chiyuan's top Go players were defeated by you that day. Wu Changhe was not the one playing. It wasn't him. Zhang Ye immediately recalled the games from that day. It felt like the skill of Wu Changhe had improved with every game that he played, and he had found it rather strange at the time, but did not give much thought to it. He thought that the has-been Go player was experiencing a revival of sorts and had managed to regain part of his past skill. But when he heard what they had to say, Zhang Ye's face turned green with anger. He immediately pointed at Wu Changhe and said angrily, Uncle, you played dirty against me. Wu Changhe's face reddened from embarrassment. Zhang Ye said angrily, so you found helpers to play on your behalf. Aren't you being too evil? That's basically cheating. Cheating. Wu Changhe rolled his eyes. What helpers? I was just testing your skill, understand? Zhang Ye was infuriated. And there I was, thinking that something felt amiss. I was wondering why you were getting stronger and stronger with every game. It was like you on steroids or something. So you had been scamming me all the while. So it wasn't you who played against me. Uncle, how can you behave this way? And you even insisted that I had a questionable character? What the heck? Wu Changhe felt somewhat guilty, but pretended not to have heard him. And so, Zhang Ye looked at the group. But you guys still should not be approaching me for this. That last person I played against was rather good too, and I didn't manage to win that game. Since I couldn't win, how could I be qualified to challenge Peter? Dan Donghe said with a bitter smile. Do you know who you were playing against in that last game that day? Zhang Ye said in a daze. Who? Dan Donghe said. Xiang Rong 9 Dan. Zhang Ye said in surprise. What? So now you understand why we came looking for you. Dan Donghe said. Xiang Rong 9 Dan. The world's #1 Go player? I played against him that day, and we even drew. Zhang Ye could not process this sudden revelation, and his mind went blank. That was because this fellow had always thought that his Go skills were just average. However, now that there was suddenly a group of people who came to inform him that he was actually an expert at Go, who would be able to accept something like that? Holy shit, am I really that awesome? Is this how good I really am? Chun Ying said sincerely. Professor Zhang, you were the first person who managed to accurately research how the AI's data processing and operating principles worked. This shows that you have a greater understanding of the AI than any of us. You also have the Go skills to rival Xiang Rong 9 Dan, so your chances of winning are definitely higher than ours. Now that Master Xiang has lost, we can only approach you for your help. We can't look for anyone else, nor is there anyone who can challenge Peter. You are the only one left. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and said, You guys think too highly of me. Actually, it's useless even if I have a deeper understanding of that AI. What's the use of that? We still won't be able to defeat it. This machine is clearly not as simple as you think. You guys don't understand this, but that machine is not something that can be defeated by humanity. Li Qinqin said, Little Zhang, just give it a try. Zhang Ye wiped his sweat away and said, Auntie, there's no need for that. If even Xiang Rong 9 Dan could not win against it, I wouldn't be able to either. Li Qinqin said, You are different from little Xiang. You're a world-class mathematician who also has an understanding of AI. Your Go skills are not any weaker than little Xiang's, and you're also hailed as the smartest person in the world who only comes along once in 100 years. You are at the top in literature, hosting, crosstalk, mathematics, calligraphy, and music. There's no other person in the entire world who is smarter than you. This is publicly acknowledged by all the professionals and industry insiders. Zhang Ye was overwhelmed. Auntie, you really think too highly of me. If we are on the matter of other subjects, I might still be able to handle it. But I'm really no match for that Peter Go. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to win. No, it should be said that it was basically impossible for him to win. From the beginning, he had not intended to get involved at all. Hu Liang said loudly, "Please help the Go world." Su Han said, "No matter how it turns out, we will still owe you a favor, all right? If you don't accept the challenge, the Go world is really done for. We can only depend on you. Professor Zhang, for the sake of humanity, please accept the challenge. Please accept the challenge. We don't have anywhere else to retreat to. Humanity does not have a place to retreat to either. For humanity's sake? Bullshit. Then what about me? I would only be asking for a thrashing if I stepped forward." Zhang Ye kept waving them off. "I really can't do it. Please find someone else. It's not that I don't have a sense of responsibility, but this is really beyond my abilities." Dan Donghe cried out with a long face. "Professor Zhang." Chun Ying fretted. "You're the only one left that the Go world and humanity can depend on. If you don't accept the challenge, there won't be anyone left to stop Peter." Zhang Ye waved it off firmly. "I really can't do it." Seeing this, everyone started sighing. "We're done for. This is the end for the Go world. What can we do then? There's nothing else that we can do." Wu Changhe suddenly stood up and said, "Kid, come with me." "Ah," Zhang Ye said. Wu Changhe pushed open the first door he came upon. It was Zhang Ye's bedroom. Zhang Ye followed him in. Wu Changhe closed the door behind them. There were only the two of them in here. Zhang Ye quickly said, "Uncle, don't try to persuade me. I really can't do anything about that AI. Kid, if you can defeat that machine, I will allow you to get together with my daughter," interrupted Wu Changhe as he looked Zhang Ye straight in the eye. Zhang Ye was stunned. Then he turned around, opened the door, and walked out of the room. Wu Changhe was dumbfounded. What was the meaning of that? Why did he just walk off like that? But the next second, he nearly fainted on the spot. He heard Zhang Ye saying loudly, "For the sake of the honor of humanity, I will fight it out with that fucking Peter Go bastard." Everyone outside was stunned. Chun Ying exclaimed, "You're willing to help us then?" Hu Liang said excitedly, "That's great. That's really great." Dan Donghe could not hide his excitement either. "Professor Zhang, you will forever be remembered by all of humanity. The Go world will remember you. On behalf of the Go world, we owe you this favor." Zhang Ye waved it off in a serious manner and said righteously, "There's no need for that, President Dan. Aren't you looking down on me a little too much? This is a matter of our honor as humans and concerns our national cause as well. So how can I just stand by and do nothing? How can I possibly not even have the conscientiousness to take up this responsibility? I just wanted to test everyone. I wanted to know how determined the Go world was. Indeed, I wasn't disappointed at all. Everyone has not given up yet. All right then, I'll accept this challenge and play against that Peter." When everyone heard this, they were in awe of him. The way that Chun Ying, Su Han, and the others were looking at Zhang Ye had done a 180. What a good matter of our honor as humans. What a good concerns our national cause. Thank you, Professor Zhang. Thank you so much. Your grace and kindness will not be forgotten. No matter how it turns out, the Go world shall owe you a huge favor. Professor Zhang is the greatest. Kill off that goddamn Peter Go." Everyone responded loudly. Hearing Zhang Ye's barrage of rhetoric, only Wu Changhe was left nearly vomiting a mouthful of blood. Our national cause? A matter of our honor as humans? Your sister. You're obviously doing this just to woo my daughter. Shameless. This kid is way too shameless. Chapter 1121. An uproar at the press conference. Chapter 1121. An uproar at the press conference. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Night had fallen. His parents had just returned. From their stroll, they opened the door and came back into the house. "Why is there still no news?" his father complained. His mother closed the door. "There are so many people in Asia, so there must definitely be someone who can step up to the challenge. Why are you so anxious about it?" His father said angrily. "How can I not be anxious? They're bullying us to our doorsteps." Where's little Yi?" His mother went to look for him. From his room, Zhang Ye's voice sounded out, "I'm in my room." His mother asked, "Did someone come to our house? Why is it so messy?" Zhang Ye said, "Yes, yes." His father asked, "What are you doing?" Zhang Ye said, "I'm busy with something. I'll talk about it later." His father acknowledged, "Then go do whatever you need to do." In Zhang Ye's room, Zhang Ye faced his computer and studied the game records between Peter and Xiang Rong 9 Dan, Xinji 9 Dan, and the others. After China Chiyuan's people left his place, he had been reviewing the game records over and over again. As Sun Tzu said, "If you know your enemy and yourself, you'll find not in fear for 100 battles won." He would definitely have to do his research before stepping into battle. But the more he studied the games, the more he discovered just how powerful Peter was. Every move that Xiang Rong and the others made seemed to have been predicted by the artificial intelligence. Some players could think ahead by 2 or 3 moves, while others could plan ahead by 4 or 5 moves. But it felt like Peter went far beyond that, simply because it was a computer. How could he play against it then? How the fuck was he going to play against it? Zhang Ye was already pessimistic about the Go World's battle against Peter in the first place. He still felt the same way about it now and did not have any confidence in winning. This fellow had never liked fighting an unsure battle, but he could not avoid it this time. For those words that Wu Changhe had said to him, for Wu Ziqing, he had to do it no matter how difficult it was. What should he do then? Perhaps there was only one way to it. Zhang Ye lowered his head and looked at the ring on his left pinky finger. The look in his eyes hardened as he immediately brought up the virtual screen to play the lottery. The last lottery draw hadn't been too ideal after he had drawn 5 Xiangqi skill experience books. Even though they came in handy later, they were not items Zhang Ye needed urgently. For his lottery draw this time, Zhang Ye was hoping the Lucky Halo would work more effectively, as he did not need anything else other than the Go skill experience books. He activated the Lucky Halo, upgraded, then tapped on Lottery Draw 2. He placed the additional stakes. The lottery draw began. Together with the usage of the Lucky Halo, over 100 million reputation points were spent. 2 minutes later, a loud laugh came from Zhang Ye's bedroom. "Ha ha ha. Even the heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me." The prize was drawn. It was the higher level Go skill experience book, a total of 10 of them. Zhang Ye immediately studied them all. "Come on, Peter, go. Let's see how this bro is gonna demolish you." For this lottery draw, Zhang Ye's luck had exploded forth. Meanwhile, something big happened online. Other than Master Xiang, who else is there from the Qiyuan? Just Li E9 Dan. Yeah, only Li E9 Dan is the next highest ranking player. But he's only the world number 4. If even the top 3 ranking players in the world lost, then wouldn't it be more unlikely for the world number 4 to win? What else can they do? Yeah, who else can they send? Surely they can't just admit defeat like that, right? Of course not. They must not admit defeat no matter what. I think Lu Hong 9 Dan can do it. No, they won't be able to. None of those people would be able to go against Peter. Just as everyone was crying with worry, China Chiyuan sent out a breaking news announcement. They unilaterally proposed to challenge Peter. Everyone had been waiting for this news for a long time. When they saw that the Qiyuan had finally made a response, some people got extremely excited while others shook their heads pessimistically. They've responded. The Qiyuan has responded. They've finally said something. Who is it? Who's going to represent them and play? Li 9 Dan. Lu Hong 9 Dan. Why did they not say anything? Quick, they're going to broadcast the press conference live. Which channel is it on? It's simultaneously broadcasting live on Central TV News Channel and Central TV Sports Channel. Quickly turn on your TVs. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Many people went to turn their televisions on. Back at home, Zhang Ye's father slapped his thigh. The Qiyuan has sent someone out as their representative. His mother took notice as well. Turn on the TV. It's on, it's on. His father watched eagerly. His mother said in anticipation, let's see who their so-called last line of defense is going to be. At a villa, Fan Wenli said with a laugh, I heard that someone has accepted to the challenge. Is that so? Chen Guang immediately said, let's have a look. At the Heavenly Queen's house, Ninglan was visiting today. Sister Zhang, are you following that matter regarding the Go world as well? Zhang Yuanqi smiled. Surely I have to pay attention to some news and current affairs, don't I? At a Go club somewhere in Beijing. They're holding a press conference now. Are they going to challenge the AI? The Qiyuan didn't chicken out. Nicely done. Who will they be sending? Li 9 Dan. In Japan, the Chinese have responded? What's the point of that? Yeah, there's no one left. There's no one else from the Go world who can do it. In Korea, the Chinese are still going for a last-ditch attempt. Let's wish them luck. But I don't have high hopes. They're definitely going to send Li 9 Dan to try their luck, right? But then how would they win? At China Qiyuan, the venue of the press conference, the place was so packed to the brim that there weren't enough chairs to seat everyone. The staff added another dozen chairs for the members of the media. Outside the door were some reporters from the smaller newspaper agencies and tabloids that had not been officially invited to attend. They were all stopped outside as the venue was getting too overcrowded. The entire country had its attention on this press conference. Go enthusiasts from all over Asia were watching with wide eyes. Central TV began the live broadcast of the press conference. The live signal was synchronized to the actual event. On the stage, the Americans and members of China Qiyuan had all arrived. A few of the key personnel got seated, and there was a microphone attached to the front of each of their tables. The Qiyuan's president, Dan Dongha, lowered his head slightly to speak into the microphone. Dear members of the media, regarding the furor surrounding the war between humans and machines, I believe that everyone already knows about it. Right now, I would like to officially announce on behalf of the Qiyuan that we will be issuing a challenge to Peter. Immediately, applause sounded from the audience. The American representative chuckled for a bit before saying, "All right, we accept the challenge. We will be returning to our country in 3 days' time since Peter has other, more important research to handle, and we won't be able to stay here indefinitely either. As the results have already proven, Peter's intelligence is much greater than humanity's since it has already won against 3 of the top players in the Go world. We'll still accept the challenge, but this will be the last time that Peter will accept a challenge from the Go world." Dan Dongha looked at him. Peter's intelligence is greater than that of humanity's? Isn't it too early to make such a statement? The American representative said with a laugh. All right then, I'll wait until after the match is over before repeating that. I'm just afraid that you all won't have the chance to say it. Dan Dongha was at war of words with him. That American said, then let's just wait and see. Everyone from the American side was amused. This was because they were extremely confident about Peter and knew that no humans would be able to win against it. The time for the challenge match was set. It would happen tomorrow. The venue would be China Qiyuan. But as for who would be representing the Qiyuan, no one knew. This was the last chance to make a stand, so they really could not afford to lose. So everyone was very concerned about who would be sent into the ring this time. A female reporter asked, "Can we know who you will be sending out as the representative for the match?" A Beijing television reporter asked, "Xiang Rong 9 Dan is the strongest player in the international Go world. Do we really have someone we can send out?" Dan Dongha said, "Of course. Who is it? Yeah, who is it? Which Go master are we talking about?" All the reporters were staring with wide eyes. The television viewers pricked up their ears. Dan Dongha calmly said, "The Americans have developed an AI that they claim surpasses humanity's wisdom and intelligence. Therefore, they used this world's most complex game, Go, to challenge all humans. But as everyone knows, Xiang Rong 9, Dan's Go skill might be very advanced, but he is not the smartest person in the world. Coincidentally, the current smartest person in the world who only comes along once every 100 years lives in China. He even lives in Beijing." The Americans did not understand. But when those words were said, the reporters in the audience reacted like they had their tails stepped on. Many of them reacted there and then with stunned expressions and stood up immediately. The smartest person who only comes along once every 100 years? Could it? Could it? Damn. Surely not, right? Don't tell us it's that fellow. Please don't tell us it's that fellow. Then they heard Dan Dongha loudly announce, "The person we've chosen to represent the Go world and challenge Peter is the world-famous mathematician, Zhang Ye." Zhang Ye? Who? The Americans snorted as they did not know who this person was. However, the reporters in the audience were all greatly shocked. The entire venue fell silent. 1. https://en.wikiquote.org/wiki/sun_su number sign chapter_3%% sign C2% sign B7_strategic_attack. Chapter 1122. The final battle of the war between humans and the machines. Chapter 1122. The final battle of the war between humans and the machines. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Zhang Ye. Which Zhang Ye? Was it that Zhang Ye? After a full 2 seconds of silence, there was a sudden uproar at the press conference venue. Nobody could believe what they had just heard and was shocked by this news. The foreigners might not know who he was, but how could they not know about him? This person was simply too well known to them. In their country, no one had not heard of Zhang Ye's name. But no one could have expected to hear it spoken from the mouth of China Chiyuan's president at such a venue and in such circumstances. Zhang Ye would represent them and play. Have you gone crazy? Or have we gone crazy? In front of the television, his parents were dumbfounded by what they heard. His mother said in a daze, "Old Zhang, who did he say it was?" His father said dumbfounded. He said, "Zhang Ye." Holy shit. His mother nearly jumped up from her seat. It's our son? Little Yi is representing the Go world for the challenge? He was the last line of defense they were talking about. His father was floored. With our son's lousy Go skills, how would he know how to play? At old Yao's house, Yao Mi's mouth was hanging wide open. Did he read the wrong name? Yao Jiankai was so shocked that his jaw almost fell off. He didn't read it wrong. He was really referring to Zhang Ye. Yao Jiansai's wife asked, "Is it someone else with the same name? How many mathematicians are called Zhang Ye?" Yao Mi said, "Besides, to be publicly acknowledged as the smartest person to come along only once 100 years, there's no other person than Teacher Zhang." Damn it. God damn it. Yao Jiankai nearly vomited blood. That guy even knows how to play Go? His wife was also shocked. Could they have gotten it wrong? At the Heavenly Queen's house, Zhang Yuanqi was stunned. Ning Lan was stunned and scared out of her pants. What? Zhang Ye? That fellow is even getting involved with the Go world now? Isn't he on a 2-week break? Why did he appear again? Why does everything have something to do with him? Uft. I really have to take my hat off to him. Teacher Zhang just can't stay idle for too long. Zhang Yuanqi asked, "He can play Go?" "Who knows?" Ning Lan exclaimed. At the Rao house, Rao Aimin was watching the television when she got a surprise. Yangshu was also at her place today. She exclaimed, "It's senior bro," Chen Chen said in a speechless manner. "Aunt, you are going to get busy again." Rao Aimin said, "This little Zhang, why is he always stirring up things for me?" As Zhang Ye's agent, the media was sure to come looking for her. All of the Chinese audience was shocked. It also went crazy online. Did I hear it wrong, or did he say it wrong? You didn't hear wrong. Zhang Ye. Holy motherfucking shit. Why is it him? When did Teacher Zhang become a part of the Go world? As a host and an entertainment celebrity, why would he go and play Go? Does he intend to become a Go celebrity too? The issue here is whether Teacher Zhang can do it or not, since even Xiang Rong 9 Dan lost. Has China Chiyuan gone crazy? Who knows which of their fucking brain circuits got wired wrong? They could have gotten anyone to step up for this challenge, but it never should have been Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang is simply too omnipresent. We've only gone a week without hearing about him, but Teacher Zhang is popping up again and catching our attention. I admit that Teacher Zhang is smart and his ability to learn is strong. He always manages to get to the top of every field that he dabbles in. He's probably the smartest person in the world right now. But this is Go that we're talking about. Does he even know how to play Go? Who knows? The netizens found it totally unacceptable. The citizens from Japan and Korea were also dumbfounded. They basically did not know anything about Zhang Ye, nor did they recognize him at all. But with the internet so advanced, they could easily do an online search and find out everything there was about him. The Japanese. A Chinese superstar? What? It's him. Was he the guy who verbally abused our countrymen at Peking University? Isn't he a celebrity from the entertainment industry? It's that bastard. I've heard about him. Damn, why did they get him to represent them? The Koreans. I know him. He's the person who beat up Li Anson. Right, he's a hooligan of the showbiz industry in China. Are China Chiyuan's people crazy? Why did they get a layman to represent them to play Go? This is the last time that Peter will accept a challenge. It's the last chance for the Go world to turn things around. Yet they're treating such an important match like a child's game. It's over. The Go world is doomed. He definitely has no chance of winning against it. They're sending him to his death. The outside world was causing an uproar. It was the same thing at the press conference venue. During the live broadcast, a reporter immediately raised some doubts. That female reporter raised her hand and asked, "President Dan, did you get it wrong? Why would you ask a layman to play in this important match?" Dan Dongha said, "Believe me, we know very well what we're doing. It's precisely because this is an important match that directly affects the honor of the Go world that we're asking Professor Zhang for his help. We cannot afford to lose, nor can we lose again. We will do our best to take on the AI this time." A male reporter said, "But Zhang Ye is an outsider to Go." Dan Dongha retorted, "Who says that a layman would not know how to play Go? Professor, Zhang is publicly acknowledged as the smartest person to come along only once in a century. As for his achievements in the other fields, I believe everyone already knows about them without needing me to explain further. If everyone doubts his Go skills, then I can assure all of you here that Professor Zhang knows how to play Go. And based on what I know, he learned when he was young." The reporters didn't know how to react. He learned Go when he was young? I, too, fucking learned Go when I was young. Would that be of any use? Would that help with anything? The opponent was an artificial intelligence program that defeated Xiang Rong 9 Dan and Park Yehi 9 Dan. Dan Dongha looked into the audience. "Are there any more questions?" A reporter from Shanghai television raised his hand. "Do we stand a chance of winning?" Dan Dongha said, "That will depend on Professor Zhang. But no matter what the outcome is, we still want to thank him for stepping forward boldly for the Go world. That is because this matter has nothing to do with him. Professor Zhang is already famous and does not lack money or fame. He has no reason to get involved. But for Go and for the honor of humanity, Professor Zhang had chosen to step forward without any hesitation. Therefore, we definitely must be grateful to him." When the Americans heard this, they finally understood who this person was that China Chiyuan had gotten to represent them. A layman? He was not a professional Go player at all. He was not even considered an amateur player. The Americans were extremely tickled. "You Chinese are totally looking down on this artificial intelligence program of ours." At Zhang Ye's parents' house, his mother pulled her son out of his bedroom. Zhang Ye cried out, "What's going on, Mom?" His mother stared at him. "Are you representing the Go world and competing against the AI?" "Yeah. Didn't I tell you to already?" Zhang Ye blinked. His father yelled, "When did you say anything about that?" Zhang Ye said, "I must have been busy and forgot about it. Didn't I say that someone came to our house earlier? They were people from China Chiyuan who came over to ask me to accept the challenge and help the Go world." His father exclaimed, "And you agreed just like that?" Zhang Ye said, "Yeah, I did." His mother was floored. "You accepted the challenge just because they asked you to? You sure are audacious. You only picked up some beginner Go when you were in elementary and middle school, and now you have the courage to compete against the AI?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "I'll just have to give it a try, I guess." His father asked, "The match will take place tomorrow?" Zhang Ye nodded. Ring, ring, ring. His cell phone rang. It was Chen Guang. "Old Chun, what's the matter?" "What do you think is the matter?" "What are you thinking, Director Zhang?" "Huh? You heard about the news already?" "Of course. Are you sure you can do it?" "I have to. I'll try my best and fight them." Then Dong Shanshan called. "Zhang was what was announced at the press conference really true?" "It's true. You're really going to challenge it?" "Yeah, that's right." "When did you learn how to play Go?" "During elementary school. I've always known how to play. I could never have expected that the Go world would invite you. I did not expect this either." The calls came one after another. Zhang Ye's group of friends, including Yu Yingyi, Zhang Xia, Yao Jiankai, Xiaodong, Ning Lan, and Ha Qiqi, were all startled as they called him to confirm the news. The press conference ended. Rao Imin's cell phone exploded with calls from the media. It was the same thing over at China Chiyuan. On Weibo, many experts were starting to openly question the announcement. On the same night, news started spreading everywhere. Zhang Ye to represent Go world to fight the final battle. The fourth Go player to represent humanity is Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye versus Peter. The fourth battle in the war between humans and machines. Zhang Ye steps up. China Chiyuan's shocking decision. Zhang Ye has once again become the talk of the town. Can humanity regain its honor? Just how good is Zhang Ye at Go? Humanity's strongest brain versus the most powerful AI. Who will be the winner? The outlook was very pessimistic. Not even Zhang Ye's fans believed in him, much less the professionals and media. Teacher Zhang, can you stop fooling around? Why don't you do something proper instead? You're even getting involved with the Go world now. But didn't you say you were on a break? I can already picture how Teacher Zhang will look after suffering a miserable defeat. Even though there was doubt and pessimism, one thing was without a doubt. The future of Go? The honor of humans? Now, all that fell onto Zhang Ye's shoulders. Chapter 1123, The Match Begins. Chapter 1123, The Match Begins. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, in the morning, a sea of people formed up outside China Chiyuan. Several thousands of people had gathered around like they were out on a tour. The entire street was blocked off, and the traffic police department had to dispatch emergency manpower to carry out traffic control. Traffic on both sides of the road had to be rerouted to a different location. It's starting soon. Damn, why are there so many people here? This is crazy. Of course, it's Zhang Ye who's going to battle against the machine. It's the final battle of the war between humans and machines. Who wouldn't want to come and watch? Even if we humans lose today, we still want to come and see it for ourselves. Zhang Ye, you can do it. Bring down that Peter Go. I only ask that Teacher Zhang does not lose too badly. There were people all around, grouping into crowds and occupying the entire street. Some of these people lived in the area and had come down to join in the bustle. There were also some people who traveled from afar with placards in their hands to show their support. There were all kinds of slogans written on them, and some were especially funny. Cheering, face-smacking Zhang on. Teacher Zhang, don't mess this up. Teacher Zhang, don't get face-smacked. Zhang Ye, are you sure you can do it? There were also dozens of students from some school carrying a horizontal red satin banner that had the words, warmly celebrating the arrival of Teacher Zhang Ye to the Go world, written on it. The reporters were also here. Some of them had already headed into the building, while others were setting up their equipment outside. A female reporter from the Beijing television sports channel reported, "Hello, everyone. I'm currently at the main entrance of China Chiyuan. In front of us, we can see that the venue is filled with many of our citizens. In another hour at this place, we'll be bringing to everyone the war between humans and machines, where the world's most advanced artificial intelligence program will take on the world's smartest person in a century. Today will be coverage of the first game of Peter versus Professor Zhang's match. As for who will emerge victorious, please stay tuned to the live broadcast brought to you by BTV Sports Channel. Look forward to the coverage." The image on screen cut back to the studio. At the BTV Sports Channel's live studio, the male host said, "All right, thanks for the report by our field reporter, Little He." He then turned to the person next to him and continued, "Teacher Li, what are your views on today's match?" Lin Yan, a famous Go commentator. Lin Yan said, "Today's game is going to be very difficult to play." The male host said, "Yes, Peter has already displayed its extremely strong and advanced Go skills. After Xiang Rong 9, Dan's defeat to it, no one else in the world dared to claim that they would be able to defeat it. However, much to our surprise, China Chiyuan has actually invited Professor Zhang to participate in this match under such circumstances." Lin Yan said, "Yes, I'm curious about that as well. Because up until now, no one has ever seen Zhang Ye play Go before. No one knows how good he is, so it's really impossible for me to estimate his chances of winning. We can only slowly analyze his play during the match itself. I believe that many of us, including me, would especially like to find out just how good Zhang Ye is as the smartest person in the world. Yes, how good Professor Zhang is still a question mark." At China Chiyuan, in the spectator room, Zhang Ye was meeting Xiang Rong 9 Dan in person for the first time. Zhang Ye shook hands with him. "Hello, Teacher Xiang." Xiang Rong said, "Hello, Professor Zhang. Let me give you a simple talk about my understanding of Peter. First, it is really very intelligent, so don't see it as just a computer. I believe you know that better than me. I tried to test it out with a move when I played it and found that it does not respond like a normal AI would. Second, no matter how complex the board layout gets, it will not have much of an effect on it. So if you're going first, I wouldn't suggest that you pick a diagonal opening fight one against it. And then, you must also remember not to let the game drag out for too long. Finish it as quickly as you can, since playing for too long will affect your strength and stamina greatly. That would make you more error-prone, but would not affect Peter at all, as it does not get limited by those factors. That is also its most terrifying advantage. Zhang Ye nodded. I will remember that. Dan Dongha also came up to him. Professor Zhang, you must keep calm. Start the game calmly and get the first advantage. Zhang Ye said, all right, I'll try my best. Wu Chang'e came over at this time as well. Your advantage is that the AI does not have your game data. It doesn't know what your style and standard of play are, so you can use that to your advantage and surprise it. It's almost starting, and you better not mess this up. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I understand, uncle. A female professional Go player brought over a cup of hot tea. Professor Zhang, please have something to drink. Ah, thank you. Zhang Ye took it from her. Li Qinxin asked him in concern, have you had breakfast yet? I've eaten already, Annie, Zhang Ye said. Li Qinxin said, today's game will surely be long. Do pay attention to your energy level. Hu Liang 7 Dan cheered. You can do it. Su Han 8 Dan encouraged. Professor Zhang, you can do it. Chening 7 Dan said, we're depending on you. You must win this. Everyone was shouting their encouragements to him. Zhang Ye said loudly, all right, I'm going then. Everyone anxiously sent Zhang Ye off with their gazes as he walked out. Before he left the room, he walked past Wu Chang'e, only to hear him whisper, if you lose, don't even think about stepping into my house. Hear that? Zhang Ye was floored. Fuck, do you have to be so ruthless? With that, he also became nervous. In the game room, everything was set and ready. The American representative was already here. They were just waiting for the reporters from Central TV Sports Channel to leave the room. When Zhang Ye's old classmate, Yu Yingyi, saw him, she came up to him and greeted, Professor Zhang, hello. The camera also pointed at him. Zhang Ye said, hello, Yingyi. Yu Yingyi said, slightly perturbed, how confident are you today? Zhang Ye smiled and said, I don't know, but I will do my best. Yu Yingyi checked her watch and said, I actually still have many questions for you, but I don't think we have the time for that anymore. I'll be in the commentary room waiting for your good news. The live broadcast signal was cut. Yu Yingyi put down her microphone and said with a bitter smile, you're really here, huh? Did you really have to come just because China Chiyuan invited you? Why didn't I know before that you knew? How to play Go? Zhang Ye was amused. There's still a lot that you don't know about me. Yu Yingyi said, no matter what, please do well. Don't let the machines have a chance to look down on humanity. Don't worry, Zhang Ye replied. Yu Yingyi went off. She still had to partner with Chuning for the commentary portion of the coverage. Zhang Ye slowly made his way to the players' seats and sat down on his side of the table. Beside him, 3 staff members of the American team were doing their last checks on Peter. Soon, everything was ready, and the American representative nodded at them before taking the seat across from Zhang Ye. He would be representing Peter to replicate his moves. The countdown began at 3 minutes. The 2 international Go referees each went to confirm with Zhang Ye and the American representative if they were ready. The American representative nodded his head. Zhang Ye gestured with his hands to indicate that he was ready. Outside, the live broadcast signal was being televised across the country. Even some of Asia's broadcasters were simulcasting the coverage. This match could really be hailed as one that gained worldwide attention. The countdown timer. 3, 2, 1. The game began. 1. https://senseis.xmp.net/question_diagonal Fusiki. Happy Mother's Day. Chapter 1124. Zhang Ye really knows how to play Go. Chapter 1124. Zhang Ye really knows how to play Go. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Watching TV. At Zhang Ye's parents' house. Almost all of Zhang Ye's uncles and aunts, his cousins, and the rest of his family were here today. His third sister said, brother's coming on. His father gasped, it's starting. His aunt said nervously, can little Yi really do it? His mother said, he better not get crushed by that computer the moment he starts playing. That would be so embarrassing for me. Chen Guang's home. Old Chun and Fan Wenli had been waiting and watching the TV for a while. Chen Guang was nursing a beer as he watched the coverage. Do you think he can do it? Fan Wenli didn't know what to say. God only knows. At Hachichi's house, the old colleagues were gathered here today. Zhang's was said, the game is starting, it's starting. Little Wang yelled, Director Zhang will prevail. Get that, Peter. Zhang Ye's friends were all watching the live broadcast of the game. The netizens were also making a big ruckus online. This battle between Zhang Ye and the artificial intelligence had been in the headlines for quite some time. Please don't lose too terribly. Teacher Zhang, you can do it. At the venue, they guessed the stones won to pick who would go first. Zhang Ye was assigned white and would be playing second. Very quickly, Peter played its first move. When the American representative saw the move on the computer screen, he picked up a black stone and placed it at the corresponding position on the go board with a clink. Zhang Ye almost didn't hesitate, as he smiled and picked up a white stone to place on the board. Peter went again with its next move. Zhang Ye thought for a moment and then responded. It was very quiet in the room. Other than a few cameras, there were only the referees and some staff members around. No one made a peep. There was a very large room outside that was used as the spectator room. Many of the executives of China Chiyuan and the reporters, along with the professional Go players, were watching the game from there. It was equipped with a big screen that clearly displayed every move that was made on the Go board. After each move, they would all break into whispers of discussion with one another. Hu Liang said, Peter's opening looks very stable. Suhan said, Professor Zhang too. It's a very conventional start. Dan Dongha nodded and said, Little Zhang used to like to open a game with unconventional moves, but it looks like he has taken our advice this time. He's adopted a different approach. Wu Changhe was staring at the Go board, fully focused, and did not speak at all. Li Qinxin was clenching her fists as she watched nervously. This match could really be called one that concerned the life and death of Go. No one could not care about it. Clink. Zhang Ye placed a stone down, playing his seventh move. A battle for the corner began. In the commentary room, Yu Yingyi said anxiously, Teacher Chen, what's happening on the board? Chen Ying 7 Dan explained. During the opening, Peter went first, so it would certainly have an advantage. Both their opening moves follow a very traditional way of playing and is considered very conservative. But what we're seeing right now is a watershed moment, and the next move they make will be very critical. Yu Yingyi looked at the screen and suddenly said, Peter has made its move. Chen Ying's expression shifted. It played a horizontal stretch. This move by Peter shows a very strong offensive desire. Does it intend to take down the corner for itself? Or was it just a feint? Zhang Ye made his move. It was a knight's move. Yu Yingyi was surprised. Zhang Ye ignored Peter's move? But why? When Chen Ying saw it, she was astounded. Great move. It truly is a great move. Professor Zhang has finally shown his hand. He did so without any hesitation too. He's going for the attack now. Peter has lost the initiative and will have to respond to that move first. Otherwise, Professor Zhang will gain control of the framework over there. Indeed, Peter has responded. Oh, that move was really too wonderful. Professor Zhang has caught up by at least 3 points with that move. If we include the compensation, Professor Zhang has actually gained a slight advantage. Yu Yingyi was stunned. What? Zhang Ye gained an advantage? On BTV Sports Channel, the famous commentator, Lin Yan, had also been stunned. This move is really beautiful. This knight's move is very bold and creative. What we're seeing is Professor Zhang pushing Peter into making reactive moves only. It can only give up on completing that framework in the corner and contend for the territory with Professor Zhang. Zhang Ye made another move. Peter fought back. Zhang Ye made yet another move. These few moves were a dazzling blur to everyone. In the spectator room, everyone broke out into applause. President Dan Dongha was leading the praise. Great. Good one. Very good. Suhan said excitedly. That was great, Professor Zhang. Get it. Pursue and attack. Hu Liang was also getting excited. Awesome. This is so awesome. Professor Zhang is indeed Professor Zhang. He doesn't stick to convention at all. This time, it will be Peter having a headache. Impressive, Professor Zhang. Although the outcome was not decided yet, being able to put Peter on the back foot had given a lot of hope to everyone. However, Xiang Rong continued watching the game indifferently. He did not say anything. He knew that it was still too early to be happy, and that Peter's skills had yet to be truly demonstrated. In the room, Zhang Ye did not take his opponent lightly, although he was pretty confident about himself. If he played to a draw against Xiang Rong, and now that he had gained another 100 million reputation points worth of Go skill experience, he should probably be able to win against him. However, Xiang Rong 9 Dan had probably also not given his best when he played against Zhang Ye that day. As such, it was still an open question as to who would win between the two of them. Zhang Ye considered every one of his moves very carefully. When there was an opportunity to attack, he would not show any mercy. But if there was no chance to do so, he would not attack blindly either. This was because he knew that he mustn't make a mistake. A blunder? A miscalculation? This was the greatest difference between a human and a machine, and also the greatest disadvantage for humans. Clink, clink. Another 3 moves went by. Zhang Ye and Peter were making moves tit for tat, neither of them willing to give up on this territorial contention. The expression on the American representative's face didn't look so good anymore. He was also feeling a little shocked inside. He couldn't have expected that there would still be such a good player around in the Go world. Other than Xiang Rong 9 Dan, Shinji 9 Dan, and some of the other professional players, there was someone who had such good Go skill. But why hadn't he appeared before? Why had he been an unknown all this time in the Go world? After a moment of shock, he forcibly calmed himself down. It would be all right. No matter who came along, it wouldn't matter. That was because he and his team believed in Peter. Peter would never lose. The battle in the corner reached a deadlock. When everyone thought that the fight would have to continue, Zhang Ye suddenly blinked and placed a stone in the middle of the board and very calmly opened up a path right there. Come, let's see what you've got. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes and looked at the computer. This time, there seemed to be no response from it. It went into the longest period of thinking since the start of the match. In the commentary room, Yuingyi said excitedly, Peter still hasn't made its move yet. It's been thinking for a very long time. Chening smiled. Peter is currently crunching the data. This is where it gets rather complicated. Professor Zhang did this on purpose by making a move that created a very open game. But as the middle part of the board is also very intertwined with the corner, if Peter does not consider its options carefully, it might just throw the entire game away. On BTV Sports Channel, Lin Yin exclaimed, Good one. Peter has to make a difficult decision now. That was really clever. I never expected that Professor Zhang would be able to play such a beautiful game of Go. Looking into the camera, he said, Dear viewers, if you are watching the live broadcast and were worried like me about whether Zhang Ye knows how to play Go, then I can confidently say this to everyone. He knows how to play Go. Not only does he know how to play, he's even at the level of a grandmaster. Watching on TV, a lot of people were dumbfounded from watching. Some of the audience who could play Go had already seen the level of Zhang Ye's play and were all very startled by it. For those who did not understand Go, when they heard the explanation from the host and Go commentator, they were also very shocked. The internet exploded. Holy shit, what have I seen? Zhang Ye has the advantage. He's at the level of a grandmaster? God, this fellow really knows how to play Go? The fuck? People from all over the country were stunned to the extreme. One, Taiju Nijirai, to decide who would play as the Black Stones. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Guessing the Stones. Chapter 1125, Capturing Race. Chapter 1125, Capturing Race. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. Everyone knew that Zhang Ye was smart. Everyone knew that Zhang Ye was capable. But in Go, no one had ever seen him play the game before. That was why before this, no one had any idea at all about how good Zhang Ye was at Go. They only knew that he could probably play, but definitely did not know how well he could play. Thus, everyone had a pessimistic view of things after the press conference the other day. They didn't think that there was a chance of winning at all. But now they knew. Through the words of the host and the commentator, they realized that Zhang Ye's skills were definitely able to match the artificial intelligence program for this war between humans and machines. Further, he had even gained a slight advantage at the start of the match. His eldest younger sister exclaimed, Our brother is so amazing. Zhang Ye's mother said with wide eyes, Didn't little Ye only attend a few Go classes during elementary and middle school? His father smacked his thigh in realization. So this was why China Chiyuan got him to represent them. Elsewhere, Fan Winley was dumbfounded. Director Zhang really can play. Chen Guang said, Damn, and I was wondering why he dared to accept the challenge. At the Yao household, Yao Jinkai said in a speechless manner, That little Zhang, how does he know everything? Yao Mi exclaimed excitedly, Teacher Zhang, you can do it. Defeat that machine. Defeat it. This final battle between humans and machines was also broadcast live on the online Go server. The platform's commentator was shocked as he shouted, Look, Peter Go is getting pressed back. It's been thinking for 20 minutes without making a move. This is incredible. Face-smacking Zhang is so incredible. He has once again shown his amazing talents to all of Asia. He has given humanity a glimmer of hope in beating an AI. Those moves on the Go board are indeed at the level of a professional. With this, face-smacking Zhang has announced to the world that he truly lives up to the title of the smartest person to appear in a century. He is definitely the person with the highest IQ in the world. No one else even comes close. As a mathematician, his Go skill would undoubtedly not be bad. But at most, it should only be not bad. For him to be able to play the game to the highest level was practically impossible. This is because Go requires a large amount of time and practice to accumulate skill and experience, and requires a person to fully invest their heart and mind into the game. So what was happening right now was something that was not explainable by Zhang Ye's status as a renowned mathematician. There was only one way to explain it. Zhang Ye was just too smart. It would have to be that innate talent and intelligence of his. This match was definitely worthy of being known as the battle between humans and machines. The netizens who had doubted whether Zhang Ye could really represent humanity and play in this match were all keeping quiet now. He was absolutely qualified to do so. In the room, more than 20 minutes had passed. Finally, Peter stirred and made a move in response. Seeing this move it made, Zhang Ye frowned. For the first time today, he was set deep into thought. Peter's reply was not actually very strong. It could even be said that it was just a normal move. But on second glance, one would discover that the position its black stone was played on was actually a very critical one and extremely difficult to deal with. If Zhang Ye were to apply pressure and go up against it, he might be opening himself up to getting exploited, and the corner of the board would then be put into danger. But if he were to leave it alone, he would definitely start getting restricted from his next move onwards. For now, the only better option available to Zhang Ye was a position on the first line from the right. It would be more secure to play his move here. But just as he was about to raise his hand to place the stone, he suddenly hesitated and felt that something was wrong. A trap? Yes, it was a trap. After thinking 4 moves ahead, he could deduce it immediately. What a good move. This move has really left me in a dilemma. Zhang Ye once again turned silent as he started thinking about it. This was truly to be expected from an artificial intelligence. He had witnessed the true strength of his opponent now. Moreover, as the game progressed and the situation on the board got even more complicated, the AI's ability to calculate its options to a greater degree of precision would give it a greater advantage. In the current situation, Zhang Ye had entered into attrition warfare against Peter Go. In the commentary room, Yu Yingyi asked curiously, "Has Professor Zhang encountered a difficult choice for his next move?" Chening 7 Dan was also very puzzled. "If it were me, I would definitely play my move at right 5. Yeah, there's a possible point over there. Even a hobbyist like Yu Yingyi could see it." Chening 7 Dan said, "So I don't know what Professor Zhang is considering." Wait a second. There seems to be something more to that move by Peter. In the spectator room, many of the professional players were pointing at the screen and discussing. A lot of them could not understand why Zhang Ye had fallen silent, thinking that this should not be happening. Only Wu Changhe spoke up. "Right? 5 is not an option." Xiang Rong 9 Dan looked at the board and nodded in agreement. "Why? Even if right 5 is not a good position, he could play it right 6, right?" Wu Changhe shook his head. "It's a trap." He picked up a laser pointer and pointed it at the screen to explain to everyone. "If he plays right 5, the machine will make its move over here. Then, that Zhang kid will only be able to play a horizontal stretch. When the machine makes its move here, he would have to follow up again. Once the machine extends here, he'll have no options left. He'll have lost the initiative at the territory in the corner immediately. So this is a trap." A lot of people suddenly realized this as well. Hu Liang 7 Dan said in worry, "What if Professor Zhang falls for it?" "Yeah," a professional 5th Dan female player said anxiously. "What if he falls for it?" Xiang Rong answered, "He wouldn't fall for it." Wu Changhe nodded in agreement to Xiang Rong's statement. Although he didn't think much of Zhang Ye and disliked him very much, he still recognized Zhang Ye's skill as a professional Go player. Otherwise, why would China Chiyuan approach an outsider like him and specially go to his house to persuade him rather than sending a professional player from within their own ranks? It was precisely because the people here could not even recognize this trap that they were sitting in this room, while Zhang Ye was the one who represented them and played in the challenge match. Zhang Ye's go skill was much better than theirs. Suddenly, Zhang Ye played his stone on the board. He made a cut one that no one had expected was coming. Wu Changhe nodded approvingly. Xiang Rong 9 Dan sighed. He didn't fall for it, but he has lost his advantage. Wu Changhe said, "There's nothing he can do. His opponent is being too difficult." This response is already very good. Zhang Ye was playing very conservatively. Actually, he had several strategies that he could use, but he chose to go ahead with the safest style of playing, even though it would lead to him losing an advantage of 2 or 3 points. The main issue here was that his opponent had played a really clever move, and Zhang Ye did not have that good of a way to deal with it. The machine was indeed very strong. So strong that Zhang Ye could feel himself getting mentally drained. Qining frowned. Why did he play that move? He could have. Oh, I know. The point at right. 5 was a trap. It might have looked like a cake, but it must never be eaten. She immediately brought up a virtual screen to demonstrate to the audience for their understanding. Over here, the stones will lose their initiative if this happens. So Professor Zhang has no other options. Oh, Peter has made another move again. This move looks really familiar. It's a push-through at this position. This is a move that Xiang Rong 9 Dan uses commonly and is his playstyle. With those 2 moves, Professor Zhang will find it difficult to continue from here. Peter has caught back up on its disadvantage and points. The television viewers and Go players watching experienced a sinking feeling in their hearts. Things had been turned around too quickly, but then again, that was exactly where the charm of Go lay. It was all quiet in the game room. Even the international referees were nervously watching the game. Zhang Ye's eyes narrowed as he played a stretch 2. Peter made a reach-around 3 move. Zhang Ye played a stand. Peter went for a horizontal stretch. In the following moves, neither party could get an advantage over each other. A stone of Zhang Ye's was captured. Very quickly, Peter also had a stone captured by Zhang Ye. The situation on the board was stuck in a stalemate as both players played really wonderful moves. The exchange made many of the professional Go players and amateurs watch in shock and surprise. Capturing race. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Capturing race. 1 Dun Kiri. A cut is a move preventing a connection or an existing situation where stones are prevented from connecting. Usually the term applies to stones which are in direct contact. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Cut. 2 Chang, Xing/Nobi. A play directly next to another stone of the same color to create a line of at least 2 stones. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Stretch different from horizontal stretch/narabi, which is a specific type of stretch. 3 Bon/Hain. A move which reaches around 1 or more of the opponent's stones. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Chapter 1126, Zhang Ye's Divine Move. Chapter 1126, Zhang Ye's Divine Move. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Both sides were out to kill. It was a game that became a heated confrontation. The game had entered into the middle game, and almost half of the board was filled with stones. Hu Liang 7 Dan shouted, "Come on, Professor Zhang." A 5th Dan Pro cheered, "Destroy Peter. Go. Bring it down." Suhan 8 Dan roared. Even Wu Changhe could not help but yell, "Go on. Attack." Although they knew that Zhang Ye could not hear them, the spectator room was still filled with loud cheers of support. They all knew that at this point in time, the battle had entered into the most critical stage. Zhang Ye made a diagonal move. Peter played a stand. Zhang Ye followed with a bump. Peter made a bamboo joint 1 with his stones. Zhang Ye played an approach. Chuning 7 Dan remarked, "This is so intense." Both sides are locked in an intense struggle. Professor Zhang was the second to play and is at a slight disadvantage. But in terms of momentum, he's no worse than the AI. The flames of war have shifted back to the corner. I wonder who can grab the initiative this time. Who can surround the other and take the territory? Oh, Peter has made its move. It went in for a strong attack. If it grabs hold of the corner territory, there wouldn't be much hope left for Professor Zhang in this game. Will Professor Zhang allow it to succeed? Look at that. Professor Zhang is fighting back. What a good horizontal stretch. Professor Zhang's horizontal stretch has forced Peter into the most awkward of positions. Is he going to be able to seize the initiative? The television viewers could feel their blood boiling. Zhang Ye's father stood up. "Come on, son." His mother shouted, "Little Yi, attack, attack, attack." His third sister was also shouting Zhang Ye's name. Countless people were feeling extremely pumped up. Every one of them was shouting Zhang Ye's name. There's a chance of winning. We really have a chance of winning. Teacher Zhang, kill it. Don't be afraid. Get that Peter go. Victory shall belong to humanity. Face smacking Zhang, bring out your true abilities. Show them what you can do, like how you've always done to your peers in the past. On the go board, Peter responded with its move. Zhang Ye's expression did not change as he calmly placed his next stone down. Peter attacked again. The white stones were at a disadvantage, but Zhang Ye still remained indifferent. He gracefully picked up a white stone and tapped it down onto the board with a very nice and crisp clink. Yi said worriedly, "Has White's initiative been taken away?" Chuning's 7 Dan explained, "Professor Zhang just lost a little bit of the advantage, but that's okay. There are still chances to regain it later on. In fact, Professor Zhang might have made this move on purpose." "On purpose?" Yi said in surprise. Chuning's 7 Dan nodded and said, "Yes, Professor Zhang might have laid a trap for Peter by deliberately opening up a weak point over there. We see this very often in matches between top Pro Go players. It's a very advanced type of opening that only masters would dare attempt. I wonder if our viewers have noticed Professor Zhang's expression? He looks very relaxed and calm." Yi glanced at him and found that it was true. The television viewers became more confident when they saw how he acted. Indeed, Zhang Ye was serene. He did not look like someone who had just lost the advantage. On the contrary, he seemed to be exuding a feeling like he had everything under control. Yi said very excitedly, "So that's how it is." Chuning's 7 Dan said, "Now, the situation on the board has entered into the final stage. I have a feeling that Professor Zhang is setting up for a very big move in this game. Look, the white stones have been forced into a corner again by black. They've been surrounded all around. But similarly, the black stone's hold on the board is now very weak, so it has to relinquish its control. This could be the situation that Professor Zhang had been waiting for. That opening he set up earlier might just have been waiting for this moment to arrive." In the spectator room, Li 9, Dan's fists were clenched. "Little Zhang is on the counterattack," Hu Liang said. "He's been waiting so long for this." Su Han said in anticipation, "What kind of big move will Professor Zhang be coming up with next? Is he going to turn defeat into victory?" Someone said in disbelief. A female Go player said, "Can that happen? Is there a chance for that?" A male Go player pointed at the screen and said, "Look at Professor Zhang's expression. He looks like he still has a big move planned that he hasn't brought out yet. I know about the things that he has done in the past, and everyone should probably know about it too. He's the type of person who would never bring out his trump card until the very last moment. There have been so many of his peers that had their faces smacked swollen in this way in the past. That's right. Can he win? My heart can't take this." Xiang Rong 9 Dan, Wu Changhe, Dan Donghe, and the others were all staring with wide eyes at the screen. The outcome of the game was almost decided. They were at the final showdown of the battle. None of them dared to blink as they were afraid they would miss the epic moment. Do it. Hurry up and do it. What was the meaning of that opening strategy and the show of weakness just now for? Let us witness it. Let the machine witness it. And let the entire population of Asia witness it. The viewers watching on TV were also staring wide-eyed. Some of them stood up. Some of them got excited. Some of them were waiting in anticipation. At this moment on their screens, Zhang Ye's hand reached into the Go bowl too. The American representative looked at the terribly calm Zhang Ye across from him and suddenly felt a sense of panic as, "Well, you're holding something back? What are you planning on doing? Where will you place this next stone?" For a moment, he could feel himself sweating nervously. He kept looking all over the Go board for a position where Zhang Ye might still have a chance of survival. Where was it? Just where could it be? Which position had Peter neglected to take into account? Chuning's 7 Dan also stood up excitedly. She ignored the reminder from the earpiece that the director gave and said loudly, "It's coming. Professor Zhang has picked up his white stone. He's going to make a move now." Today, Professor Zhang has shown his standard and played to a very high level that showcased the grandeur of humanity. If he wins, he'll immediately become the hero of the Go world. He'll be the hero of all humanity. Watch this. Professor Zhang has raised his white stone and is ready to place it down. I believe that he has been waiting for this chance for a very long time. He wants to decide the outcome now and let the AI know who the true overlord of the world is. Where will Professor Zhang place this decisive stone? This stone is a matter regarding the honor of humanity. Which lethal point will it strike the AI? The people watching the live broadcast from Japan were buzzing with excitement. The viewers from Korea were stirring as well. At this moment, countless sets of eyes from all over Asia were staring fixedly at Zhang Ye's hand. It was as though it was the hand of God. Chun Ing Seven Dan said loudly, "We're going to witness a miracle at the next moment. Let us watch together as the moment arrives." He's making the move. Teacher Zhang is making his move. Where will this white stone land? Where will this white stone that deals a fatal blow to Peter land? He's still not placing it down on anywhere yet. He's pulling his hand back. Instantly, it felt as though the entire world had gone quiet. Everyone in the room fell silent. Zhang Ye looked at the international referee and beckoned to him. He said in an embarrassed manner, I resign. The American representative fainted. Yu Yingyi fainted. Chen Ing fainted. Wu Changhe fainted. Li Qinxin fainted. The Japanese and Korean viewers fainted. Everyone throughout Asia very nearly breathed their last breaths at that moment. God damn it, you motherfucking bastard. Where was the motherfucking big move that you promised us? Where was the agreed-on divine move that you were talking about? But as it turned out, he actually had nothing up his sleeves. Divine move. https://senseis.xmp.net/question mark. Kemino at https://www.youtube.com/watch v =5 ifinujijokyu. One song, shuang/takefu. The name, like the knuckle on a stick of bamboo, comes from the strength of the connection. It is normally impossible to cut through it. https://senseis.xmp.net/question mark bamboo joint. 2. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/go_equipment #sign Chapter 1127. Face-smacking Zhang gets serious. Chapter 1127. Face-smacking Zhang gets serious. Translator. Leg editor. Leg. At the competition venue, the international referees came forward to verify the match. Then, the thinner of the two referees announced, the first game goes to Peter. The competition was based on a best of 3. If Peter won the next game, the challenge would end immediately. The American representative smiled as he wiped the nervous sweat off his forehead and cursed himself for overthinking things. He did not shake hands with Zhang Ye and headed straight to the place the press conference would soon be held. Zhang Ye did not pay attention to him. He gave a final look at that ugly computer before turning and leaving the room and headed for the spectator room. In the spectator room, when this fellow returned, he was immediately surrounded by a bunch of top Go players. Wu Changhe stared at him and said, "Where was the big move?" Zhang Ye said in surprise, "What big move?" Wu Changhe impatiently said, "Didn't you have a big move up your sleeve?" Zhang Ye wore a look of confusion. "What big move did I have up my sleeve?" Suhan 8 Dan said in a dumbfounded manner. "Didn't you purposely set a trap for Peter?" What are you all talking about? Zhang Ye could not understand a word they were saying. A trap? Big move? Where am I supposed to pull that out from for you all? This AI is too powerful. I already said that I wouldn't be able to win against it. But you all insisted on making me play against it. Hi, I'm so embarrassed now. Zhang Ye was also feeling very dejected. This fellow had always been called face-smacking Zhang by others, and he had always been the one who slapped others' faces. But who could have expected that he would be the one getting smacked in the face this time? I knew it. I knew that even if I had drawn a few more skill experience books from the lottery draw, it would still be useless. As expected, this was totally not a matter of skill. Chun Ing 7 Dan returned from the commentary booth. When she stepped in, embarrassment was written all across her face. Sorry. I went overboard during the live broadcast. The group of pro players were beyond speechless. All of them had been impassioned by Chun Ying's commentary and thought that Zhang Ye really had some big move left to play. But as it stood, he could not even muster up a fart. Li Qinxin sighed and said, Little Zhang, you've worked hard. Zhang Ye said with a sardonic chuckle. Auntie, how have I worked hard? I didn't even win the game, so I feel pretty bad. Xiang Rong Nine Dan looked at him and said, You've already done great. At the least, I think that you did much better than me. If we had gotten someone else to play, they could not have played as well as you. No matter what, whether you win or lose, we're very grateful to you for standing up for the Go world. At this, everyone else came to realize it too. Professor Zhang had accepted the challenge for their sake. Even if he lost, they shouldn't be blaming him. It was never his problem to begin with in the first place. Professor Zhang, you did a fine job. It's fine even though you lost. Right? It's not the first time that we've lost anyway. Hi. Your opening was brilliant. Yeah, no one's been able to make Peter go so passive. You were the first one to manage it, and this was also the closest that we humans have come to achieving victory. There's still another game tomorrow. Right, there's still a chance. The professional players all spoke one after another. Dan Dongha was silent all this while. There's still a chance. Even though they said that, which one of them really believed what they were saying? They could all see that Professor Zhang had given his best, but still lost to Peter. For tomorrow's game, would there be any difference whether they played or not? Based on today's performance, they knew that they would not be able to win tomorrow. They could see too many things in today's game. This was the limit of how well humanity could perform, but was there even a limit to how far Peter Go could go? They could not see. Yes, there were just no limits. Li Qinshin consoled. Don't be too pressured and just play as you would for tomorrow's game. Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. He thought about how every one of them was placing their hopes on him, and how so many of the common folk were looking at him. So how could there be no pressure on him? The pressure was simply too great. What if I don't win tomorrow? Then, what? Would I no longer be able to face everyone? Would I not be able to marry Old Wu anymore? Motherfucker, this goddamned Peter Go. Who the fuck designed this bastard of a thing? On Weibo, the netizens were all wailing. That commentator is such a scammer. Yeah, she said it so seriously that I took her word for it. And in the end, when Teacher Zhang said, I resign, I nearly fell to my knees. It's useless to say anything now. We've lost again. Even Teacher Zhang could not win against it. Zhang Ye was just a layman to begin with, so why would you guys expect him to win? I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's game as well. It's going to just be a formality, though. I can see it already. This Peter Go is really too fucking pro. Is there really no one who can beat it? Not even a single game. Go is done for. In 100 years from now, this game probably won't exist. The atmosphere was getting extremely pessimistic. Or rather, it had already become extremely hopeless. No one thought that humanity would stand a chance of making a comeback. Later that afternoon, back at home, the game had lasted for several hours, and it was almost past lunchtime. When Zhang Ye got home, all of his relatives rushed to him. Brother, you're amazing, his third sister said, giving him a look of adoration. Zhang Ye smiled bitterly. I lost and you're saying I'm amazing. His eldest younger sister said, but your opponent is an AI that even defeated Xiang Rong Nine Dan. It's already heaven-defying enough that you could fight it that well. It's still a loss. Zhang Ye wasn't feeling great about it. His father came over. Prepare yourself for tomorrow's game. His mother said, Yes, demolish it tomorrow. Demolish it? I would love to do that. But how could I possibly achieve it? His first aunt said, Don't lose heart, you'll be fine. His third uncle said, Right, you've only lost one game. There are still 2 games left. Zhang Ye forced a smile. After playing Go for the entire morning, I'm feeling a little tired. I'm going to lie down for a bit. His mother said, Quickly get some rest then. Zhang Ye went into his bedroom and laid down on the bed immediately after closing the door. Hearing the chatter of his relatives outside every now and then, he felt really helpless and depressed about the game. It wasn't that this fellow could not stand to lose, nor was he someone who could not withstand a blow. Ever since he debuted in the entertainment industry, he had stumbled many times as he went through a lot of difficulties along the way. But he had never lost heart before. Besides, Zhang Ye still hasn't lost yet. They were only 1 game into the best of 3. But what made Zhang Ye feel very helpless was that he had no idea how to deal with Peter Go. He knew that even if he were to play tomorrow, he would still not be able to win. This was the most frustrating thing of all, which was why he could not raise his spirits. Damn, why doesn't this bro use his hacking skills to bring it down? and let that bastard of a thing go up in smoke. Fuck, wouldn't that be a little too mean? Besides, the Americans would surely have the most secure and latest technologies to protect it against such attacks. He might not necessarily have a chance to hack into it. Should he try the lottery again? But it wouldn't work no matter how many times he played the lottery. Patergo's dataset was just too large. During today's game against Zhang Ye, Peter Go had played moves in the styles of Xiang Rong 9 Dan, Xinji 9 Dan, Li 9 Dan, and anyone else who had played against it. The large dataset it had could also enable it to correctly predict Zhang Ye's every move. This was no longer a difference in skills, but the difference between a human brain and a machine. On this aspect, the machine had a crushing advantage over humans. Combined with the two brains that gave Peter Go its analytical power, the Americans were actually correct in their claims. This artificial intelligence could really be said to be thinking from a different perspective. The amount of information he had was not as much as the opponent had. His speed of calculation was not as fast either, and the precision of his calculations could not be compared either. Then why the hell was he still competing? How could he compete? In the public, a lot of experts were analyzing this war between humans and machines. A Go commentator. Zhang Ye excels at the game, but is still lacking by too much when compared to the machine. A scientist. Humanity is doomed to fail in this war. A former national master Go player from Japan, not optimistic about tomorrow's chances. Ring, ring, ring. A call from Wu Zicheng came in. When Zhang Ye saw the caller ID, he hesitated for a moment before rejecting it. But his cell phone rang again the next second. Zhang Ye bit the bullet and answered. Hello. Why didn't you take my call? Hi. I can't face anyone right now. You only lost one game, and you've become like this? The issue is that I'm not confident for tomorrow either. You can win. I believe in you. Even I don't believe in me. But I do. Zhang Ye was taken aback. He heard Wu Zicheng say, I watched today's game, and I feel that you had a problem while playing. At Go, I'm not anywhere close to as good as you all. But when we were at my place, I watched many of the games you played. I felt that you held back a lot today, and were trying to play too carefully throughout the entire game. It was totally different from the carefree style you had while you were playing at my place. Zhang Ye said helplessly, my opponent was too strong. I had to play more conservatively against it. What's more, I was playing under pressure from my opponent for most of the game. Old Wu said, I always believe that playing Go should be approached as how one lives their lives. Whatever type of person you are, you should be that way and play according to your style. You can't change it. Play conservatively, playing carefully, and taking a steady approach, building up your base with every step. That's not who you are at all. It's not in your nature to play that way. That's why you might have held yourself back by doing so. I still find you cooler when you played the way you did against my dad, China Chiyuan, and Xiang Rong 9 Dan while we were at my place. At your place? I didn't even know that I was not facing your dad at that time. If this bro knew that my opponents had all been 9 Dan players and were among the top 20 players in the world, I would have pissed my pants. How could I have played as carefreely as I did? Zhang Ye said, will that really work? Just give it a try. Old Wu replied. Zhang Ye nodded. All right, I'll take your advice then. Old Wu said. As for the other factors, you can only depend on yourself to figure them out. I can't help with that. After hanging up, Zhang Ye gave it some thought for quite a while. Old Wu had indeed made a very reasonable argument. He had been too nervous today and was only thinking about not making any mistakes and errors. He just did not want to lose. As a result, he couldn't open up a path on the board for himself. He would probably give a try during tomorrow's game. But even that was still not enough. It was not enough to ensure a victory. He still couldn't overcome the critical issue. He still hadn't found the key to deal with Peter Go. There had to be a way. There must be. But what was it? Where did Patergo's weakness lie? All of a sudden, he heard the sound of the television come in from the living room. It was the earlier press conference at China Chiyuan. Zhang Ye had left the premises right after the match and did not take any interviews. He did not join the press conference either, but the American representative had taken part in it. He could hear what the American was saying. The smartest person to come along in a century? And that was all he could do? Then I shall look forward to the second game of the match between Peter and him. All he could do? That was all he could do. Zhang Ye chuckled. You want to posture with me? The thought of marrying old Wu if he could win the match. The thought of fighting for the honor of humanity. The thought of fighting for the honor of the Go world. Zhang Ye shoved all those thoughts to the back of his mind. Sure, this bro will take it to the bitter end with you. I'll show you bunch of foreigners, just why they all call me face-smacking Zhang. Chapter 1128. Found its weakness. Chapter 1128. Found its weakness. Translator, leg editor, leg. At night. The Americans are too arrogant. Damn, you even claimed that that was all Teacher Zhang could do. That's because you people haven't witnessed how awesome he can be when he's in form. When Teacher Zhang was out there slaughtering everyone, was he not better than you? You only scored a victory over Teacher Zhang in Go. What's so great about that? Do you have to get this arrogant? If you're so great, why don't we compete in other categories? Teacher Zhang was not a pro Go player to begin with anyway. That's right. Do you dare compete in math? Do you dare compete in calligraphy? Do you dare compete in piloting a plane? Face-smacking Zhang would be able to demolish you people in any other aspect. Fuck. There was a heated discussion about this topic and all kinds of noisy chatter in the news. Some of the people who were angered by the foreigners gradually started cheering for Zhang Ye. Others were still as pessimistic as before regarding the match. Whatever reason there was now, it could not erase the fact that Zhang Ye had indeed lost the first game. At home, Zhang Ye ate 3 bowls of rice in one sitting for dinner. His father said, "Eat more to replenish your stamina." His mother said, "Right? You still have to fight it out with Peter tomorrow." His eldest younger sister scooped some food for him. "Brother, have more meat." "Thanks." Zhang Ye did not refuse whatever they offered. His fighting spirit had been reignited. Wasn't it just a lousy computer? He always believed that this was just something that was created by humans. No matter how good it was, it wouldn't possibly have the same wisdom as humans did. Even if it was better in many aspects and possessed a computational and analytical ability that humans could never reach, it would definitely still have a weakness somewhere. So all he had to do was find out what Patergo's weakness was and score a victory in tomorrow's game. He could not afford to lose and had to at least even the score tomorrow so that he would stand a chance of winning. Weakness? What was it? What was the weakness? After dinner, he received a few calls from his friends. Yao Jinkai. Zhang finish off that Peter. Zhang Ye, I will. Yao Jinkai. You can do it. We're all standing behind you. There were also some friends who tried to persuade him to throw in the towel. They told him that since he was not a part of the world of Go, it was nothing disgraceful even if he had lost the game. It was already a very great result that he could play against Peter Go as well as he did. But Zhang Ye did not say anything. Throw in the towel? There was no such phrase as throw in the towel in his vocabulary. Back in his bedroom, Zhang Ye turned on his computer and again studied the day's game against the artificial intelligence. He recreated the entire game 3 times over. From the looks of it, there were indeed some inaccuracies in his moves that ought to have much better alternatives to handle Peter's play. Of course, it was useless to say all this in retrospect since whatever mentioned wouldn't change anything. It was impossible for humans to have a foolproof plan while playing under such intense circumstances. Besides, there was no such thing as a foolproof plan in Go since the game was just too complicated. There would be times when you think that a move would be great after taking everything into consideration. But a dozen moves later, it might turn out to be a bad one. Conversely, you might have played a bad move earlier which would turn out to be a good move by the middle game when you suddenly realized that it had a decisive effect on the overall board state. All of it was possible due to the complexity of Go. He studied the game for a full 2 hours. The more he analyzed it, the more he could not find any weakness in Peter's game. It seemed like every move it made was done to restrict Zhang Ye's play. It always held a slight advantage over him across the whole board and was always a step ahead of Zhang Ye, with the exception of one move made early in the game, which was the only time that Zhang Ye had managed to restrict Patergo's play. Hence, Zhang Ye focused on this move for a very long time. Why did I go into the lead at this move? Why couldn't Peter predict this move? The more that Zhang Ye thought about it, the more he wondered why. Logically, it shouldn't have happened. The AI's computational power was so strong and could predict so many moves ahead. Shouldn't it be able to predict that move of his as well? Zhang Ye's keen sense of awareness told him that the breakthrough might lie right here. After some thought, Zhang Ye called Wu Chang's house. It was Li Qinxin who answered the call. "Hello. Auntie, it's little Zhang." Zhang Ye said, "Is uncle home?" Li Qinxin said, "He's around. Let me get him." A moment later, Wu Chang's voice sounded. "What do you want?" Zhang Ye immediately said, "Uncle, there's something I need to discuss with you." I was analyzing the knight's move. I played against Peter in the corner during the opening. Do you remember it? When Wu Changhe heard that it was about proper business, he said with a rare showing of patience, I remember that. It was your only move that allowed you to gain an advantage in the game. Even Peter could not predict that. Zhang Ye asked. Why wasn't Peter able to see it? Why? Wu Changhe was a little taken aback. Actually, none of us could predict those moves of yours during the opening, as they were all very unorthodox. It was only after you made that knight's move that we realized the intention of your opening sequence. But we've never seen anyone use that Jozeki one before. That was probably why Peter fell for it, since it was unable to predict that you would make such a move. You could basically consider that a surprise move. No one has used it before. Yeah, that's right. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. I've played Go for many years. A non-standard Jozeki? How is that possible? After hanging up, Zhang Ye immediately went through a lot of game records online. Indeed, he really could not find any similar Josekis to the one he had played. As everyone knows, Go has many types of Josekis and sayings too. There are so many kinds of them that they had long been agreed on and analyzed thoroughly by everyone. When Wu Changhe told Zhang Ye that no one has seen that Jozeki before, it surprised him greatly. That was because this Jozeki was a very standard way of playing and was commonly seen in games played in Zhang Ye's previous world. If he did not remember wrong, it should have been first played by a Go master sometime during the 90s. After many years of trial and error, as well as being played in many different matches, a fixed pattern of play had been formed. But in this world, no one had seen it before. Due to the lack of such data, Peter Go couldn't calculate and predict the moves. After being stunned for a few seconds, Zhang Ye banged his desk and stood up. I got it. I know what Peter's weakness is. Zhang Ye laughed. Ha ha ha. His mother opened the bedroom door and went in. What's the matter? Have you gone crazy? Zhang Ye immediately put on his clothes and said, Mom, I can't talk now. I need to go out for a while. Zhang Ye went out to his car and drove straight to China Chiyuan. Why did he head there? Why did he head there? Because this place kept the most complete information on Go. At China Chiyuan, it was past 9 p.m. Compared to the crowd during the day, it was a little quiet at the Chiyuan at night. Most of the lights were already off. When Zhang Ye arrived, there were only a few employees working in the Chiyuan. Seeing that it was Zhang Ye, they opened the door and let him in. He quickly went to the Go Association and pushed the door open. There were still some people in there. They were Chun Ing 7 Dan, Suhan 8 Dan, and 5 other professional players. They were grouped together and looked like they were discussing the day's match between Zhang Ye and Peter. Suhan, it's really too strong. Chening, how can we beat it? When they heard the noise behind them, they turned around. Professor Zhang, what are you doing here? The several of them were stunned. Zhang Ye immediately yelled out. Quick, give me a hand. I need all the Pro Go players' past game record information and Josekis of this world. Suhan was stunned. All the matches. All the Josekis. Chuning said in a daze, why do you need them? A 5th Dan player said, all the matches? That would be more than several 100,000 or millions of games. I need to learn them. Quick, give me a hand. Zhang Ye looked around and asked, where's the library? Hurry up, bros. We don't have much time. The several of them got even more shocked. Learn them? Learn them right now? Damn, it is already too late. The second game of the match will begin tomorrow. Even if anyone were to give a last-minute push, they would not do it as last-minute as you are doing now. 1. https://senseis.xmp.net/?Jose 2. https://senseis.xmp.net/?Go Proverbs. Chapter 1129. The Go Masters from a Different World. Chapter 1129. The Go Masters from a Different World. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The library was bustling with activity immediately. Some of the information in this place had been entered into the computer, and those that had not been were available on paper. Suhan said, are you serious about this? Zhang Ye ordered. As long as there's a possibility that Peter has the data, I want them all. Chuning gasped and said, that would be over 1 million records. Even if there are over 10 million records, I want them. Zhang Ye said. Suhan gave a bitter smile as he powered on a computer. Part of the information you need is on here. Have a look at them. Zhang Ye instantly sat down. Suhan had opened up a document on the computer that was titled 1980 to 2000 International Go Tournaments, Classified Information. Zhang Ye only said, I want all the records from before 1980 and after 2002. Along with the international tournaments, I want records of all the games played in our country, Japan, and Korea. He then whipped back to looking at the screen as he continued going through the game records page by page. The speed at which he went through them was astounding. On each page, the games were recorded with details of the players' names, the exact date it was played, and the endgame state. The order of each move was notated by a number written at the grid location of the game, record 1. 1 page, 10 pages, 20 pages. Within 10 seconds, Zhang Ye had finished going through the game records. Then he continued reading without a reduction in his browsing speed. The professional players were dumbfounded at seeing this. A sixth Dan player said, What can you learn by looking at the game records like this? You won't be able to remember anything that way, Suhan said, dabbing at his sweat. None of them could understand what Zhang Ye was trying to do. When she saw Zhang Ye keeping quiet, Chening grit her teeth and said, Let's get the information for Professor Zhang. He definitely has his reasons for doing so. We have to put up a last stand since we're at the point of no return. Do we have any other choice? We can only trust Professor Zhang's judgment. Try to look for as much info as you can. She immediately headed off to search for more information. But, fine. The several of them got down to business. Soon after, stacks and stacks of documents were placed in front of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye said as he browsed through them, This is not enough. Bring me more. Zhang Ye then bought numerous memory search capsules from the merchant shop through his game ring. Then he closed his eyes and used the memory search capsules to imprint all of the information that he went through earlier into his memory. This was his fastest way of memorizing things and something that no one else in this world could do except him. It was already 11 p.m. Quick, hurry up. Zhang Ye was not willing to waste even a second of his time as he focused all his effort here. As he was in a race against time, he had to try to remember as much information as he could. Suhan's hands were getting tired as he carried a big stack of documents over. There's still all of these. Is it enough? It's still not enough. Zhang Ye said. Suhan said, There's still not enough? Chening stared into Zhang Ye's eyes and said, Have you really thought of a plan? Zhang Ye looked at them and said in a serious tone, Trust me, I found a way to defeat it. Everyone was stunned. What? Really? Are you serious, Professor Zhang? Zhang Ye said, What I need now is information. The more the better. Chening got excited. All right. Just focus on reading. Leave the rest to us. She quickly picked up her cell phone and made a call. Hello, Hu Liang. Quickly come down to the Qiyuan to help out. You're sleeping? Stop sleeping. Get up and inform the others as well. Hurry up. Suhan hesitated for a long time before stomping his foot. Damn, I won't be leaving today either. As long as you can beat Peter Go, I will do anything that you tell me to. The several of them started calling for reinforcements. Hello, Old He. Quickly come to the Qiyuan. Little Chun, stop sleeping. Come to the Qiyuan. Come quickly, Professor Zhang has found a way. Before long, several cars drove into the Qiyuan's compound. 10 people, 20 people. More and more people were arriving. What's the matter? What exactly is going on? It's this late. What are you all trying to do? Don't ask. Help gather information. In the end, even President Dan Donghe and Wu Changhe were alarmed. They also hurriedly drove back to the Qiyuan in the middle of the night. When they heard that Zhang Ye had found a way to defeat Peter, the two of them were in disbelief. He found a way to beat it? And he's doing some last-minute studying? Why did it sound so unreliable no matter how they heard it? Wu Changhe said in a speechless manner, Little Zhang, are you sure you can do it? Zhang Ye didn't open his shut eyes and ignored him. Wu Changhe said angrily, Hey, this kid. Dan Donghe was silent for a moment. Then he looked up and suddenly said, Everyone, please put in some overtime and listen closely to Professor Zhang's instructions. Give him whatever he needs. Whatever he needs. A deputy chairman objected. But by doing this, I will take responsibility if anything happens, interrupted Dan Donghe. He took out a key and passed it to an employee beside him. There's still some information available in my office. Bring it out for Professor Zhang. Yes. That employee slowly turned around. Dan Donghe shouted, Get moving. Ah, yes. Then the employee sprinted away. Dan Dongha glanced in Zhang Ye's direction as he muttered to himself, I really hope that you have found a way. The Qiyuan's lights were all switched on. The atmosphere turned unknowingly tense. Throughout the night, a lot of people were running about trying to fetch more information for Zhang Ye. After he finished reading some of it, they would take it away and bring over a fresh batch of documents. No one believed that Zhang Ye could really finish reading them all and learn everything within a night. What was Go? It was an extremely time-consuming sport. For most who wished to step out from under the wings of their teachers, they would require at least a few years of learning. Even for those several genius Master Go players who existed in the history of Go, it was unheard of that they could become invincible after just a night of learning. From experience, this was not something that would work out. Logically, this was also impossible to achieve. But everyone unconditionally carried out Zhang Ye's requests, because they no longer had a place to retreat to. In this moment, they would rather believe in a miracle, that the smartest person of the century would be able to bring about a miracle in the Go world. Time was ticking away. Actually, they did not know that Zhang Ye was not actually learning, but eliminating. He was not trying to learn from all these game records and josekis. He just wanted to know which to avoid using. Patergo's analytical ability and decision-making were actually based on the massive amount of accumulated information and dataset that it had. It kept a record of all the world's top Go players, professional Go players, games, and josekis, and could play any of Xiang. Rong 9. Dan's special moves at any time or easily resolve Shinji 9. Dan's commonly used moves. It was only because of its massive trove of information that Peter obtained its superb Go skills. This was actually the strongest aspect of the artificial intelligence that humans could not hope to achieve. But at the same time, this was also the AI's Achilles heel. Right now, Zhang Ye has discovered it. The Go josekis of this world, the Go techniques of this world, I'll just not use any of them. Xiang Rong, Shinji, Park Yi, Li Yi, Lu Hong, Chening, I'll just not use any of their techniques. I'll avoid all the josekis and playstyles that everyone has used before. This bro will use those moves and josekis that do not belong to this world to play against you. Do you know Guli? Do you know Nia Weiping? Do you know Li Changgao? Oh, that's right. All of you definitely do not know Kujia. 1. https://senseis.xmp.net/?Kifu. Chapter 1130. The Second Game of the War Between Humans and Machines. Chapter 1130. The Second Game of the War Between Humans and Machines. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next morning, it was getting closer and closer to the start of the game. On the Central TV Sports Channel, the focus on the war between humans and machines has reached an unprecedented level of attention after yesterday's game. This match has had the most attention, trendiness, and viewership rating in the history of Go. In another hour, our station will continue the live broadcast of the second game of the match between famous math professor Zhang Ye versus the artificial intelligence program Peter. Will Peter continue to be victorious and win the final game, or will Professor Zhang turn defeat into victory and even the score to bring us to a third game? We'll see you at 9 a.m. on Central TV Sports. On Weibo, a number of people were showing their support for Zhang Ye. Famous A-list movie star Ning Lan posted on Weibo early in the morning, Zhang, you can do it. Central TV documentary channel's Ha Chi-Chi. Director Zhang, show them how awesome you are. Crosstalk actor Yao Jinkai. Everyone, let's cheer for Zhang Ye. Singer Liao Yiqi, Spinach, we must definitely show our support for Teacher Zhang's match. A lot of people were waiting and watching TV. Although the live broadcast had not started yet, some commentators and experts were analyzing yesterday's game in the live broadcast studio. An expert. We can see that Zhang Ye was always on the back foot. The host. Then does that mean it will be very difficult for him to win today as well? The expert. It looks to be that way. But I'll still support Zhang Ye. He is the Go world's last line of defense. We can't lose. The host. Then let's cheer for Professor Zhang, for Go, and for humanity. The public was heatedly discussing this as well. Reporters had surrounded China Qiyuan. Some of the citizens even organized a spontaneous cheerleading squad and were screaming loudly outside the Qiyuan. However, it was pretty quiet within the Qiyuan, and the atmosphere inside could only be described as gloomy. Dan Dongha asked, "What time is it?" "It's 8 o'clock," Chening said tiredly. Hu Liang asked. Should we wake Professor Zhang up? Li Qin, who had just arrived, said, let him sleep a while longer. You guys too. I heard that you were busy all night. Go home and rest. We're not tired, ma'am, Su Han said as he paced up and down. Zhang Ye had studied the information until 6 in the morning before going off to get some rest. As the game was slated to begin at 9 a.m., he had to reserve 3 hours of rest to recharge himself and replenish his stamina and mental fitness. As for the professional Go players and Shiyuan staff who had assisted Zhang Ye throughout the night, they did not yet leave to go home. All of them stayed behind and nervously stood around with wide eyes. Today's game was extremely important to them. A while later, someone suddenly shouted, Professor Zhang is up. Zhang Ye yawned as he walked in. Good morning, everyone. How did you sleep? Li Qin asked anxiously. Zhang Ye smiled and said, quite well. Dan Dongha said, you only slept for 2 hours. You should sleep a bit longer. No need. 2 hours is enough for me. Zhang Ye's mental state was great. His constitution was different from most ordinary people, as he could recover after resting for just a little. Wu Changhe had also gone to catch some Z's at one of the Qiyuan's rest areas. As the game was about to start, he fast walked over. You in good shape? Think you can win? Zhang Ye laughed and said, I'll give it a try. He had done all that he needed to do. Although Zhang Ye did not have the time to memorize all the game records, a majority of the crucial games were photocopied into his mind. He had said that he would give it a try yesterday as well, but still lost in the end. When they asked him again today, he was still saying that he would give it a try? Everyone looked at him with pessimism. Dan Dongha patted his shoulder and said, just do your best. Li Qin added, don't be too pressured. It's all right even if you lose. Zhang Ye said, okay. Dan Dongha looked at his watch, then turned around to the staff and said, let the reporters in. The reporters were allowed in. The Americans were already in the Qiyuan. The American representative said to his assistant, have you booked the plane tickets? His assistant said, they've been booked. The tickets are for tonight's flight, but the match is still. The American representative laughed and said, we'll be done today. Do you guys think that Zhang Ye can take a game? At this, the Americans laughed and eased into a very relaxed mood. Our product has become famous. If we can sweep the Go world with a perfect record, more people will be asking to cooperate with us. Quite a few companies have already contacted us. In fact, the American representative nodded. Very good. A perfect record? It will definitely be a perfect record. Peter will not lose even one game, nor will it be allowed to lose. We will create a legend. The pre-game interview began. Numerous reporters surrounded the American team. The Xinhua news agency. I heard that your plane tickets have been booked for a flight for tonight. The American representative glanced at him and did not dodge the question. Yes. From the Beijing Times. If Professor Zhang wins today, then the third game. That won't happen, interrupted the American representative. A female reporter said, you sound very confident of that. That's right. The American representative said, the match is as good as decided because Peter is the most advanced AI ever. Its analytical and thinking abilities are not things humans can possibly compete with. The entire world should have noticed Peter's strength by now. I can assuredly tell you that in the entire world of Go, nobody can win against Peter, whether it's today or in the future. The only thing that could beat Peter would be a similar kind of AI. A male reporter probed. What kind of projects will Peter take part in the future? A young reporter asked. Will Peter continue to challenge the intelligence of humans? A lot of the reporters were following the American representative closely and asking all sorts of questions. Whereas not too many people went to interview Zhang Ye. It could be seen that even though a lot of people were cheering for Zhang Ye, they were doing so because they stood on humanity's side. But with respect to the outcome of the match, not too many were optimistic about Zhang Ye's chances. Zhang Ye and the Qiyuan's people overheard the Americans' conversation. Yu Yingyi and some of the reporters from the Beijing Times were interviewing Zhang Ye. Yu Yingyi raised her microphone and asked, is there anything you would like to say? Zhang Ye answered with a chuckle. Yingyi, help me to pass a message to the Americans. What message? Yu Yingyi said in surprise. Tell them to change their flight date. Then Zhang Ye slowly made his way to the game area and went up to the 2 international referees. He pointed at the computer and said, I want to play directly against this thing. The 2 referees were stunned. What do you mean? Zhang Ye said. I want to play directly against it. There's no need for a middleman to help place the stones. There was no need for the stones and a go board. You want to play directly against the computer? Zhang Ye's request immediately attracted a lot of astonished looks. The international referees went to seek the Americans' consent. The Americans could not understand what the opponent was thinking. Didn't you members of the Go world always like playing Go using real stones and a Go board? Weren't you all accustomed to the touch of the stones? The American representative glanced at Zhang Ye. We have no objections. Wu Changhe stopped Zhang Ye. What are you trying to do? Xiang Rong Nine Dan also came over. Why do that? Zhang Ye smiled. I like to play against my opponents face to face. The machine that Peter resided in was a very normal computer equipped with a mouse and keyboard. However, Zhang Ye did not know whether there was any more advanced technology inside of it. He went over to take a seat as he looked up and stared at Peter's screen for a long time. A tense feeling descended upon the venue. Somehow, the stakes had been raised. An employee said, "Interviews will end now. Can we please have the reporters leave?" The reporters looked back with every step as they departed. The people from China Chiyuan also gave a final look to Zhang Ye before they headed out to the spectator room next door. From here, they watched the big screen with all kinds of expressions on their faces. The live broadcast had already begun. There were still 2 minutes to the start of the game. The Chiyuan went quiet. The netizens went quiet. Zhang Ye's father clenched his fists and said, "Son." His mother stared at the television and said, "Come on, you can do it." Zhang Yuanqi was alone at home. She was drinking wine as she was caught the live broadcast on TV. Dean Pan Yang of Peking University's School of Mathematical Sciences. "Little Zhang, it's all on you." Yao Jinkai. "It's all over if you lose again." Fan Wenli. "Will he win?" Chen Guang. "I feel that Zhang Yi is a little different today." Wu Ziqing reached her workplace. When she entered the office, she said to Secretary Bai, "I have work to do in the morning. If anyone looks for me, schedule them for the afternoon." Then she turned on the online Go server's live broadcast and waited quietly with arms folded. Every citizen in the country was watching television at this moment. Many Japanese and Korean citizens were also focused on this game. Counting down. 3, 2, 1. The international referees started the game timer. The second game of the match began. Zhang Yi was all smiles today. He was feeling completely different from yesterday's cautiousness and seriousness. "Come on. I'll let you witness the fruits of this bro's overnight labor. I'll let you witness the special techniques of the 9 Dango players from this bro's previous world." Chapter 1131. A strange opening that dumbfounds everyone. Chapter 1131. A strange opening that dumbfounds everyone. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. During the live broadcast, Central TV Sports Channel's host, Yu Yingyi, announced loudly, "The match has begun. Professor Zhang is going to play first as the Black Stones while Peter takes white. Now then, let me introduce our guest commentator for today, the currently highest-ranked female Go player in the world, Chen Ying 7 Dan. Let's welcome her." Chen Ying said, "Hello, everyone." Yu Yingyi said, "For today's game, do you, Teacher Chen, have any predictions on how it'll turn out?" Chen Ying said, "It's hard to predict, but this is a do-or-die battle for Professor Zhang." Yu Yingyi looked at the screen curiously. We can see that even though Professor Zhang is playing as black, he has not made his first move yet. No one knows what he's thinking about right now. Teacher Chen, does Professor Zhang have a strategy in place for today's game? Chen Ying said, "I don't know what Professor Zhang's strategy is, but according to our earlier analysis, he should mainly be adopting a careful and steady approach. After all, his opponent is a machine and its computational power is too strong. It doesn't allow us any room for mistakes. If we want to win the game, we'll first have to make sure that every one of our moves can stand up to scrutiny. Otherwise, at this moment, Zhang Yi took control of the mouse and clicked on the Go board on the computer screen with a smile. Yu Yingyi said, "Professor Zhang has made his move." When Chen Ying saw it, she exclaimed, "What?" The Americans were stunned. Those in the spectator room were also stunned. Wu Changhe nearly cursed out loud. "What the heck is he doing?" This. Li E9 Dan gasped. Hu Liang was close to tears. "What kind of a blunder is that?" Suhan panicked. "Isn't Professor Zhang messing around this way? What in the world is this?" A female pro player shrieked. "Is Professor Zhang not fully awake yet? How could he make a move like that? Even Xiang Rong 9 Dan was stunned. The home viewers who knew how to play Go were all scared out of their wits. In the focus of the live broadcast camera, Yu Ingyi exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher Chun, haven't I seen an opening like this before? What kind of playstyle is this? What kind of strategy does he have?" Chuning nearly fell out of her chair. She was thinking to herself how it was not only Yu Ingyi who hadn't seen this before. Even she herself had never fucking come across something like it either. For this opening, we'll have to watch and see how it goes from here. From the looks of it, Professor Zhang did not make a mistake with that move. But as for what kind of opening one this is, I do not know. In the entire development of Go Up until now, there shouldn't be anything left to talk about when it comes to openings. The conventional ways of playing and board shapes have been generalized. For anything that falls outside of those, we just call them unconventional openings. But I can confirm that there isn't this type of opening in the consolidated list of unconventional openings either. Professor Zhang's first move was played slightly above the board side star point at 11-5. This is just too unexpected. Yu Ingyi said, "Look, Peter is also clearly wondering about that move. It still hasn't responded with a move yet." Zhang Ye's first move had shocked everyone. However, he didn't seem like he was aware. Instead, he crossed his legs and wiggled his toes carefreely. He was even tapping his finger rhythmically without a care in the world against the mouse in his hand. It didn't feel like this was a critical match that would decide the life and death of the Go world. It was as though he was playing the game from home or something. The Americans started laughing mockingly after the sense of shock faded. What a layman. He is totally such a layman. Do you even know how to play Go? Making a move in that position for your opening? What kind of playstyle is this? Are you trying out a suicidal opening? Huh. Soon, Peter replied with a move. Yu Ingyi quickly said, "Peter has made its move." Chuning 7 Dan explained, "Peter has made a move at the bottom of the board. This is a very good response. If Professor Zhang does not take defensive action, he'll immediately fall very far behind right from the start of the game. I still don't understand why his first move was placed there. But what I know for sure is that Black's second move definitely won't repeat the same." Before she finished, Zhang Ye lightly clicked the mouse and placed another stone. Chuning was dumbstruck. This, a 6-4 point? What kind of playstyle is this? Some of the Go players on the internet were going crazy. Holy shit, is this even a coherent opening? This has got to be a fucking suicidal opening. What is Professor Zhang thinking? He's making blunders right at the start? This opening of his is just too goddamn unconventional. It's the fucking most unconventional opening. Of unconventional openings there are. What on earth is he trying to do? I'm gonna cry. This is just too unconventional. He's going to lose this game as well. If Peter grabs hold of the position, it'll be over. If even the amateur Go players could see it, then the pro players understood even better. Wu Changhe was ready to curse. Did this kid forget to take his medicine? Li Qinqin said. Who knows if little Zhang might have a purpose? Lu Hong 9 Dan said. What purpose could he possibly have? He's walking on a knife's edge. Besides, there has never been such a way of playing ever before in the many centuries of Go. Hu Liang paled. Peter has played its stone. It's over. It really played at that position as expected. Professor Zhang has been forced into passive play. But when they looked at Zhang Ye, they noticed that he did not have an expression that looked like he had made the wrong moves. Instead, he was grinning. Almost without needing to think, he played his third stone. The Americans were smirking and sneering, but those smirks quickly froze. Wait, what is going on here? Chuning didn't know how to react either. Professor Zhang has played another 6-4 point move? This way of playing has really never been seen before. If that's what it is, then wait a second, why does this opening look a little familiar? She suddenly froze, then cried out. Isn't this the 3 star points in a row 2 opening? But he pushed the 3 star points up and in by 2 coordinate points. She suddenly got excited. Professor Zhang is not playing randomly. He is definitely not playing randomly for this game's opening. Peter has to stop him. If Professor Zhang can join up the 3 star points in a row, the upper side of the board will be his to take. Xiang Rong's expression suddenly changed. He said, he did that on purpose for his opening. Dan Donghe pointed at the screen. Look at that, little Zhang is. After just a few moves, everyone suddenly realized that this opening was much too fearsome. It could even be described as devious. Peter also realized this and immediately went back to stop it. But it was already too late. Zhang Ye placed down his stone for Black's fourth move. In order to wreck its opponent's plan, Peter's fourth move had to be placed at the 5 to 4 point in the upper right corner. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye thought for a moment, then quickly placed his fifth move at the 6 to 4 point in the lower right corner of the board. Peter's fifth move came in with a piercing attack. Zhang Ye smiled and turned it aside. Peter immediately ran out of steam. The audience was shell-shocked. Yue was stunned. This play, no one had expected it to be this way. The present array of stones on the Go board dumbfounded them all. Chuning became so excited that she could feel her blood coursing through her veins. This is brilliant. Brilliant, she explained to the viewers, after White's Knight's move on move 4. If Black had continued to occupy and join up with the upper right corner's 6 to 4 point to form a fighting shape in response, White would have just had to make a large Knight's move to cut him off for its fifth move, and the Black stones in that area would have been snubbed. Instead, Professor Zhang turned his attention to taking the 6 to 4 point at the lower right side. He seems to be intending to construct another 3 stars in a row at the bottom of the board. After White's fifth move attack, Black did not immediately take a position on the side of the board because he wanted to leave the opponent with a dilemma. If Peter chose to play on the sides of the board, which are not efficient for scoring, in order to break Professor Zhang's setup, then so be it. Professor Zhang could always continue to build up in the upper right corner and take all 3 corners under his control. If Peter is not willing to take this loss, then Professor Zhang would be able to form the shape that he desires. If Professor Zhang really manages to connect the desired shape that he wants, and which we still have no idea of what exactly it is, even if we haven't come to that part of the game yet, I would still imagine it to be absolutely terrifying. It went quiet. The entire Qiyuan was silent. Chuning stared fixedly at the screen and said, "How will Peter choose to proceed? What will Peter do now?" 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes passed. Peter made a compromise. It could only compromise as it did not dare to take the risk. Sunken expressions were on the faces of the Americans. Many of the professional Go players in the spectator room cheered at this moment. It was as though they had finally released all of the pent-up stress from these recent days. Xiang Rong 9 Dan cheered. Great play. Wu Changhe couldn't conceal his excitement either. Good. All right. Great. This is so awesome. Professor Zhang, that was a good one. I've got the goosebumps. My heavens. Professor Zhang is so awesome. Chun Ying continued saying loudly inside the commentary booth. Peter is now at a disadvantage. It has been taken advantage of by Professor Zhang greatly in less than a dozen moves at the start of the game. This is a really unconventional opening that has never been seen before. What an unconventional opening. What kind of playstyle is this? What on earth is it? Zhang Ye's mother said, dumbfounded. Little Yi is in the lead? His father shouted. That computer program has been tricked by our son. Chun Guang said, what the? Yao Jinkai laughed heartily. Ha! You're really something, kid. The same boisterous reactions were seen online. He's in the lead. Teacher Zhang has gained the initiative. Fuck, Peter has been tricked in less than a dozen moves. What kind of playstyle is that? Teacher Zhang really is a fucking goddamn genius. Don't get happy too soon. The game isn't over. Yet, right? Let's continue to watch. Don't fucking tell me that Teacher Zhang might really be able to win against that AI? A playstyle that no one had ever seen before. An opening that no one had ever witnessed before. There were also many others who were wondering what in the world they had seen. Even Xiang Rong, Wu Changhe, Li Yi, and the others were confused by it. If Zhang Ye could hear the commentary outside the game room, and if he could see all the heated discussions by the netizens, he would surely answer them with one line. This is what you call the Apollo Opening 3. It was a famous and old unconventional opening from his previous world. Naturally, the people of this world would never have come across it before. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Strange openings. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/fusekey. 2. Sanrenci, a variation of https://tinyurl.com/y99qll. 3. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Gonsiong. Chapter 1132, An Inconceivable Way of Playing, the Cosmic Style. Chapter 1132, An Inconceivable Way of Playing, the Cosmic Style. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In Japan and Korea, some of the Go websites were holding a simulcast of the game. Nanny, quick, come and see this. This opening is super godly. The Chinese have shown their might. The AI is losing really badly now. That's impossible. Didn't that guy called Zhang Ye suffer a miserable defeat yesterday? Just watch and you'll understand. Shortly after the game started, and in less than a dozen moves, Peter had been forced into a compromise and had to give up several points just like that. What did this mean? Anyone who knew a bit of Go would most definitely be astonished. In all the centuries of recorded Go history, and even further back, in its development until the modern times, all the different types of strategies had already been analyzed and studied thoroughly. All the different playstyles had already been seen before as well. Unless it was a game between a pro Go player and an amateur one, there wasn't much likelihood that a large disparity would grow between the two sides within just a dozen moves. Even if there was, it wouldn't be so clear-cut. It would only start showing itself gradually as the match progressed. If such a great disparity really showed up within just a dozen moves, it would go without saying that it was sure to be a game between an expert and a beginner. But Peter was clearly not a beginner. Much to the contrary, it had defeated the top 3 Go players of the world, so that made it even more astonishing to everyone. It didn't even take a dozen moves. Zhang Ye had done it in less than 10 moves. This upset a lot of people's understanding of Go. Some people even thought, if anyone could successfully learn this playstyle of Zhang Ye's, then wouldn't they become invincible in terms of the opening of a Go game? But little did they know they had misjudged it. The Apollo opening won. Even in his previous world, this opening was not that popular. In fact, hardly anyone still used it. It was almost never played anymore because this type of opening had been researched and analyzed by many people. All of its variations and ways to fight it had been thoroughly explored. Moreover, the Apollo opening had several fatal flaws. It was never seen as a mature or stable opening. But why did Zhang Ye dare to use it? Because this world has never seen it before. Therefore, they wouldn't know how to crack it. Zhang Ye was harassing Peter like this specifically because it had no records of this opening. Indeed, this strange opening had allowed him to gain an advantage right at the start of the game. Zhang Ye followed up in hot pursuit as he immediately made an attack next. Peter defended against the move. Zhang Ye took the chance to occupy a position. Peter could only bump in response. However, he did not manage to complete the Apollo opening. Because of Peter's compromise, he did not manage to get to the final killing move. But Peter's compromise had created an opportunity for Zhang Ye. In the commentary booth, Yu Yingyi said excitedly, Professor Zhang still has an utter advantage. Chuning 7 Dan had been feeling quite tired as she had not slept for the entire night. But with this game's opening, she was injected with energy, as if given an adrenaline shot. She yelled, yes. After another 5 moves from both sides, Professor Zhang is still pressing Peter with his play. Peter is in a very passive state. It has no way to deal with this for the time being. Yu Yingyi said, so if they continue to play, will he win? Chening replied, you can't put it that way. Peter's standard of play has already been witnessed by everyone. It once reversed a disadvantage on the board and emerged victorious. Also, we're only in the opening. What'll happen later is difficult to predict. There's also something that we ought to pay attention to. See, Peter might have lost quite a few points over here and here in the opening, but this opening by Professor Zhang is not that good either. We still have to see how it develops from here. Black's 5th move, there, is still very vulnerable to being attacked. Then, less than 2 moves later, Zhang Ye suddenly hesitated. He tapped the table as he considered his options for a while before playing. In response, Peter made a good move by extending one of its frameworks. It helped Peter counterattack and was a very clever move. It was so clever that even many of the Go players watching TV could not help but praise it. Chun Ying's expression shifted. Good move. Peter's absolute strength can be seen in this move alone. It was no fluke that it could defeat so many of the world's top Go players. Now that Professor Zhang's attack has been defended against, Peter is unleashing a counterattack. It is Professor Zhang who will be finding it difficult from here on out. The American representative heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. The atmosphere turned tense once again. Zhang Ye clicked his tongue. It looked like he wouldn't be able to finish off Peter Go with just the opening. That would be too unrealistic. Zhang Ye had to counter with a stand. Then, Peter played its next move in the corner. Chuning said with a sinking voice. It's Peter's turn to play its opening. After this position here has been occupied, Professor Zhang's position over there is not going to be easy to expand. Although Professor Zhang is still ahead in the scoring, his opponent is catching up in the momentum. If he doesn't handle the situation well, he might just throw away that lead. Both sides played their stones. It could be seen that Peter no longer needed the long thinking time that it took to consider its moves during the opening. It was playing fluidly now and had entered into the part of the game it was good at and most familiar with. Peter did not need much processing time as it rapidly made its moves. All of them were quite strong plays that caused a lot of trouble for Zhang Ye. Wu Changhe said, "This is bad." Dan Donghe said anxiously, "The momentum has swung the wrong way." Xiang Rong Nine Dan said, "Let's see how he's going to deal with this." We're now headed into the critical part of the game. Hu Liang yelled, "Come on." Yes, it had come to yet another critical juncture. Zhang Ye's choice here was going to be very important. If he chose to fight Peter in the corner, he was bound to lose badly as his opponent had finished setting up its opening. But if he were to avoid fighting in this corner, it would be very difficult to play later on. Zhang Ye's opening was not exactly that good, and its weaknesses were already starting to show. Everyone at the venue was waiting in anticipation. The home viewers were also waiting. How would he play from here? Where would Zhang Ye play his next move? Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. If he took Peter head-on, things would not be any better than it was yesterday. In this case, considering that Peter's Go play was at the peak and how it could process far more variations than humans, he would inevitably lose to Peter's data if he played on like this. It might start playing some of those moves by Xiang Rong 9 Dan or the like, then predict Zhang Ye's playstyle with big data analytics on his moves. Zhang Ye couldn't get dragged along by Peter Go anymore. This bro will not give in and play those moves you're familiar with. Okay, let's do this then. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Zhang Ye gripped the mouse, then chuckled as he played his move. This stone was actually played on the upper side, at a high position too. Peter was probably stunned. It made a knight's move in return. Zhang Ye calmly clicked the left mouse button and placed another stone on the Go board at a position that no one could understand. For a moment, countless people were once again dumbfounded. Wu Changhe cried out, "Damn it! What is he trying to do this time?" Suhan stared dumbstruck. What kind of move is this? What kind of playstyle is this? Hu Liang asked as he looked to Xiang Rong 9 Dan. Xiang Rong looked at the screen as he shook his head while smiling wryly. "I've never come across a move like this either." Chen Ying explained in surprise. "What is this?" The choices that Professor Zhang made are beyond everyone's expectations. Those two stones seemed to be played with the intent of controlling the center of the board. Even Yi could see that something was wrong. Why didn't he fight for the corner? The fellow Go players watching TV were floored. Fuck, what sort of a strategy is that? What kind of a new fucking playstyle is that? This has absolutely got to be a blunder. You don't intend to fight for the corner? What's the point of fighting for the center? Seeking death style? Incoherent style? Why do you keep playing moves that are so illogical? Zhang Ye's mother was also getting anxious. What's going on with little Yi? Are his moves no good? His father said. Those couple of moves were impossible to understand. His mom was starting to get nervous about the board state. No one could understand it. The fellow Go players could not understand it. And probably the rest of the professional Go players around the world could not understand it either. In Go, practical benefits are largely focused upon in play. That is to say, the mainstream way of playing would be to start off on the third line for the opening so that territory could be built up at the sides of the board and the corners. Everyone usually played this way. Most victories were usually decided upon by the fight for territory at the sides and corners where the most hotly contested divisions on the Go board were. This was the most researched and studied area in Go. As a result, these couple of moves by Zhang Ye had simply left everyone feeling incredulous. An opening that focused on surrounding the center? Ignoring the corners? Aren't you an oddball for playing these moves? What are you doing? Do you mean to give up? Then why don't you just resign? Why do you have to? No one could sense the danger, not even Peter. There was no such playstyle in its dataset. This was something that no one had ever seen before. Peter was still playing its moves according to the usual logical process. Zhang Ye calmly placed a stone at another high position. This high position stone was actually not fighting for the corner territory. In fact, it had nothing to do with it at all. It was still surrounding the framework in the center of the board. Or perhaps, Zhang Ye was trying to surround the entire Go board. This time, Peter hesitated for 2 minutes before playing its next move. Zhang Ye smiled. Then he placed another stone at yet another high position without even thinking. I know that you must have never come across such a playstyle. Now that my opening is complete, let's have a good game. Chen was unable to give any further commentary. She could not at all understand what was going on. To many of the top professional Go players in the spectator room, they could only look at the screen in confusion. Seeing the stones being played move after move, they were all puzzled. Peter countered with an extension. Zhang Ye played at yet another high position. Peter bumped. Zhang Ye pushed on with his high position. A 3-star points in a row was joined up. After several dozen more moves, there was suddenly no reaction from Peter. At this moment, a lot of people finally realized that something was wrong. Yi said in surprise, what is going on? Chen was so astonished that she had broken out into a sweat. Why has Peter been pinned down? What is happening? Just what is happening in the center? She was dumbfounded and couldn't understand what had happened. Meanwhile, Peter seemed to have been relegated to a passive state. Hu Liang exclaimed, "Heavens above!" Su Han stared with wide eyes. How did it turn out this way? Many pro players were stunned. The netizens also started crying out. Holy fuck, my titanium dog eyes have been blinded. What am I seeing here? Is this some kind of sorcery? What kind of spell did Zhang Ye cast? He has regained the lead. Zhang Ye has Peter Go pinned down again. Before this, they had thought that those careless moves of Zhang Ye's would definitely have thrown his entire opening into disarray. They felt that he would definitely suffer a crushing defeat to Peter. Because in their opinion, as long as Peter firmly occupied the corner frameworks, there should have been no surprise to this game. In the dozens of moves played so far, they had seen for themselves just how messy Zhang Ye's opening had become and could not see a proper style to it. But at some point in time, and after one of his moves, they discovered to their sudden horror that the one who was forced into a dead end turned out to be Peter. They didn't know how or when, but more than half of Peter's stones were suddenly surrounded by a big net that Zhang Ye had cast over the board. The other half of its stones were also blocked out by Zhang Ye. Peter's framework and territory in the corner were gradually surrounded by Zhang Ye instead. This big net was simply terrifying. It could encircle the inside, and it could also defend the outside. And if Peter tried to invade, Zhang Ye would be able to kill off its approaches immediately. For the rest of the time, Zhang Ye wouldn't even need to fight against Peter. He could just spend his moves on weaving an even tighter net. 2 stars in a row, 3 stars in a row, 4 stars in a row. This never-before-seen playing style had shocked everyone. 1. https://senseis.xmp.net/?Ganciang. 2. Fourth line on the Go board is referred to as high. https://senseis.xmp.net/?? Know your lines. Chapter 1133. Peter gets dealt a blow. Chapter 1133. Peter gets dealt a blow. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Fellow Japanese and Korean Go players were going crazy. What have I witnessed? Go can even be played like this? How amazing. The Chinese are incredible. Just what kind of genius would it take to be able to think of playing this way? I've never seen it before. I've really never seen something like that before. I have a hunch that this method is going to create a new style of playing. How can there be someone so strong? He's really not a pro Go player. On the live broadcast, Chuning 7 Dan exclaimed, I've got it. Yi quickly asked, so how'd he do it? Chun-Ing quickly turned to operate the computer in front of her. Switch the view and have a look over here. Let's go back a few moves, a little further back. Okay, right here. This was the critical juncture that we talked about earlier where everyone was waiting for Professor Zhang to make his move. If it were any other player, they would definitely have chosen to attack this corner here. Or if not, they would play at this position here. But Professor Zhang did not choose either of those moves. Look at this, everyone. He played his stone over here, and then another one over here. Yi could not understand. What does that mean? Chen said. Professor Zhang was setting up his frameworks. Ever since this move here, Peter stepped into the maze that is Professor Zhang's frameworks. All of us had been taken in by Professor Zhang as well. It wasn't until this move that we finally saw that Peter had seemingly realized something. But it was already too late. Professor Zhang had already completed his setup. All of the later moves were centered around the black stones from earlier. Every move he made seemed quite casual and not carefully considered, but they were actually all very well thought out moves. For example, Black's 23rd move could only be placed in this position. There's no room for deviation at all. Yu asked, but what's behind Professor Zhang's decisions to play those stones at those places? Influence, Chen said. Yu was taken aback. Influence. Chen was finding it hard to believe too, but it was right before her eyes. To play high approach moves, using strong attacks that are supported by the balance of the board situation, that's the essence of Professor Zhang's playstyle. Li Qinqin praised. How did he think of that? Wu Changhe said excitedly. Good. That was a good one, kid. Li E9 Dan said in shock. This way of playing is amazing. Dan Donghe remarked. He's really a genius. This is what a true genius is. When Tian Weiwei saw this, he kept quiet. He was once hailed as the genius who would succeed Xiang Rong in the Go world. The public had very high expectations of him and often extolled him as well. So much so that even Tian Weiwei himself felt that he was really a Go genius. But as Tian Weiwei witnessed today's game, he realized that he was probably nothing. In the face of Zhang Ye, no one could claim they were a genius. So this was Zhang Ye? This was who the smartest person in today's world was? In the past, Tian Weiwei only had two idols. One of them was Wu Changhe, the other was Xiang Rong. But today, he added another person to that list of people he idolized. Having seen this game, no one could not be moved. Li Yi, Lu Hong, Su Han. Many Pro Go players were asking themselves what they would do if they were sitting across from Zhang Ye. If this game had been between Zhang Ye and them, they would definitely have resigned by this point in the game. Back to the game. Peters went deep in the tank. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. There was no sign of activity from it. The Americans looked surly and sullen. Damn it. How could this be happening? Don't worry. Believe in Peter. Yeah, Peter will definitely have a way to deal with this. On the other hand, Zhang Ye looked carefree. He knew that his playstyle had stunned Peter. This playstyle had a very cool name, the Cosmic Style, and was pioneered by Takemiya Masaki. Of course, Takemiya Masaki preferred to refer to it as the natural style, but everyone was accustomed to calling it by the former name. The Cosmic Style was very famous in Zhang Ye's previous world and was different from the Apollo opening. It was a more perfected style of play and had made great contributions to the Go world. This way of playing was highly popular at one time and was even used later by quite a few top players in key international tournaments. As for the people of this world, they naturally would not have seen it before. This style was extremely difficult to play and would require more than just a high approach in the opening to work. It was also very demanding of the player and could even be considered harsh on them, as it would require a player to have a very strong awareness of the overall board state and be skilled at setting up an opening. Of course, due to the strong attacks made in the game's opening, Zhang Ye's cosmic style of play was not in perfect shape, and there were still some weaknesses in it. But this was how Go was. No one could play perfectly. As long as he could deal Peter a blow, Zhang Ye would accomplish his goal. Yu said, Peter has still not made its move. Chen said loudly. That's because it's discovered just how fearsome this style is. It needs to fight back. Although it might not look like the much difference in their scores, Peter is losing to Professor Zhang by too much in terms of influence. Beijing television. The Go commentator cried out. The scale of victory has tipped toward us. This is amazing. Professor Zhang is incredible today. On the online Go server, the commentator was howling. Peter Go has been stunned. It has been sorely beaten by Professor Zhang. I can already see that the dawn of victory is upon us. This is the closest that humanity has come to victory in the war between humans and machines. I don't know how to describe what I'm feeling. Professor Zhang, you can do it. On a Korean webcast, a Korean 8th Dan Go player was explaining. Peter has met with unprecedented trouble. This is the first time it's getting pushed to such an extreme by humanity. The game timer was ticking. Half an hour had gone by. Since half an hour ago, Peter hadn't shown any signs of activity. This time, It was Peter that was faced with an extremely important decision to make. Zhang Ye yawned. Looking at how there was no response from the computer, he was starting to get impatient. He even forgot that he was currently on a national broadcast. He settled his hands onto the keyboard and sent a message. Everyone was startled. Yuingyi stared at him. What is he doing? Chuning blinked and said, Professor Zhang is typing something? Yuingyi quickly said, let's switch to the feed in the game room. Everyone who was watching the broadcast on TV saw what Zhang Ye typed. Zhang Ye, what are you doing? The flowers are wilting as I wait. Everyone was floored. The host was floored. The Americans looked angry. The eyebrows of the American representative jumped. The two international referees had an impulse to vomit blood. The two of them looked at one another and did not know if they should stop Zhang Ye. For good reason. There are rules in a Go tournament that prevent a player from affecting their opponents. But it was a different case here as the opponent was just a computer. It was impossible to affect it at all. Zhang Ye typed another message. Hurry up, did you fall asleep? Bro, give up and resign if you can't do anything. Don't force yourself. We're all waiting. Did you crash? Why don't you try restarting? Everyone who saw didn't know how to react. Resign? Restart? Why were you arguing with a computer? Chapter 1134. Zhang Ye's Hand of God. Chapter 1134. Zhang Ye's Hand of God. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. There was laughter all around Weibo. Uft. This is cracking me up. Why is Zhang Ye always spouting nonsense like that? Ha 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 ha. Hasn't he always been this way? His Go skills are really just like him. Full of rubbish and not adhering to convention. Only he could have a mouth like that. Why are you arguing with a computer? This guy is really too annoying. But today, we must support him. We have no choice. Go for it. We can't afford to lose anymore. Yeah, if we lose this game, it's over for us. It all rests on Zhang Ye. As long as we win, I'll be his brain-dead fan forever. I am already turning from just a passerby to a fan. He's playing amazingly. Fuck, is Zhang Ye on steroids today? Why is he playing so well? Yeah, he's like a completely different person from yesterday. It's like he gained a great empowerment overnight. Just what kind of weird moves are these? In the game room, the Americans finally blew up. Their representative lodged a stern protest to the international referees, accusing Zhang Ye of interfering with Peter's play. The international referees considered it for a moment before deciding to give Zhang Ye a warning. Zhang Ye put up his hands to express his innocence. Peter was still considering its next move. Those on humanity's side were getting excited and enthusiastic. On the live broadcast, Yuingyi said excitedly, today's Zhang Ye is totally different from yesterday's. Chuning 7 Dan suddenly said, now, I can reveal a secret to everyone who is watching on our live broadcast. Just last night, Professor Zhang suddenly came to the Chiyuan to search for some information. Some of us helped him find all the game records of top players in recent years from both national and international matches. Professor Zhang ended up looking through all of them for the entire night. Yuingyi said in shock, Teacher Chun, do you mean that Professor Zhang only used one night's of research to improve his Go skill to the point where he seems like a totally different person from yesterday? Chuning reflected, then said, I don't know. That doesn't make sense. Yuingyi was in disbelief. When home viewers heard that, they were stunned speechless. Chuning thought for a bit before giving a wry smile. Perhaps that's the difference between a genius and a normal person. Peter has completely underestimated humanity. It probably never thought that there would be a person like Professor Zhang who exists amongst us humans. Her tone changed as she remembered the lesson from yesterday. But Peter has not lost yet. I think it might still have a chance. The next move it makes will be an extremely crucial one. Let's see how it's going to respond. The clock was ticking. Zhang Ye still had plenty of time on the clock, while Peter had already used up much of its allocated time. In this war between humans and machines, the game rules followed the Chinese rules 1 of Go, with a compensation of 7.5 points being used. Each player would be given 2 hours of game time, as well as 3 60-second blocks, with any player automatically given a loss if they exceeded the time limit too. Zhang Ye had used just over 30 minutes in total for his thinking time, while Peter had already used up 1 hour and 20 minutes. Zhang Ye astutely realized that Peter had yet another weakness. It had an advantage in data processing and analytical power as a computer, and it did those at a meticulous level that humans would never be able to achieve. But when it was faced with a complex board state, this became a burden on the artificial intelligence. The precision of the program seemingly did not allow it to commit any errors, so a slightly more complex board state would immediately cause it to enter into a long state of processing. This state had happened several times, and Peter would only make its move after having considered all possible scenarios. Of course, the American developer of Peter would have set some rules for Peter's time allocation function. But even so, between itself committing errors and the choice of time usage, the artificial intelligence would never be able to have the same determination and judgment as a human player. Finally, Peter made its move. On the computer screen, Peter's stone was played. Chuning said loudly, "Oh, Peter has played its move. This is a very profound choice. The position that it played on is actually right within the net that Professor Zhang has cast." Zhang Ye took a look and responded with a move of his own. This time, Peter did not hesitate. Horizontal stretch. Zhang Ye forcefully attacked. Peter bumped. Zhang Ye smiled. "That was a good one. That was a really good one." It was well worth it to use that long period to think through all the variations, even though it paid for it with time. It looked like Peter has seen some of the mysteries behind Zhang Ye's cosmic style. As the opening sequence was not played in the cosmic style, this had become the weak point in Zhang Ye's net. And it was precisely here that Peter came attacking, with the fight imminent the moment it made that move. Peter had successfully forced Zhang Ye into a direct confrontation. He could no longer peacefully build up his frameworks. Zhang Ye responded with a move. Peter played a pincer 3 move. Zhang Ye played an approach. Peter forced an Atari. Zhang Ye thought for a bit and decided to let go of the black stone. Peter captured it. With that, the board state immediately changed. Yuingyi exclaimed, "This is bad. His stone has been captured." Chinning also said, "That's not good. The board state seems rather bad now. With that black stone captured, the entire framework has been messed up. If Peter wins the battle on this side, the entire corner will be surrounded. If it chooses to use that as a base to attack down the middle, even with the 2 sides that Professor Zhang has, it'll be very difficult to predict who wins." Professor Zhang was the first to move, so he has to deduct 7.5 points for the compensation. It's really difficult to say how the board state will swing. The board state developed tension yet again. Peter used its powerful analytical functions to fight its way out. The Americans were all applauding this internally. As expected, they knew that Peter would not lose. "All right, well done. Finish him. Don't give him any more chances. Attack him down the middle." Zhang Ye blocked. Peter continued pushing in. Zhang Ye played a counter pincer 4. Peter approached on the right side. The people in the spectator room felt discouraged and downhearted. They felt like they were falling from heaven to hell. Hu Liang cried out. "The corner has been taken by Peter," Su Han said in disbelief. "The framework in the middle has been invaded too. It's over. This time it's really over. Professor Zhang should never have allowed that black stone to be captured," a professional 5 Dango player shouted. But Li E9 Dan said he had to allow it. He had no choice. Lu Hong 9 Dan facepalmed and expressed in frustration. "Professor Zhang's structure has been broken through." On the 2 sides at the bottom of the board, Peter's stones were actually not dead yet. Zhang Ye's stones hadn't fully surrounded the white stones and only held a large influence over the area by spreading out across the board. But if play went on like this, once Zhang Ye lost to Peter at the top of the board, the center would be broken through as well. Then territory at the bottom would, as a result, have its influence stripped away. This was what was often called a domino effect in Go. Right now, Zhang Ye was faced with a very dangerous board state. The netizens were getting anxious. Are we going to lose? We were still unable to do it after all. Damn it. The structure has been broken. Teacher Zhang, you must do something. Hold on. Keep holding on. Teacher Zhang, you must not cave in. Although it was only the middle game, victory would be decided within these few moves. Zhang Ye suddenly fell silent. In the spectator room, a lot of the pro players started giving advice even though Zhang Ye could not hear them. A pro 7th Dan player said, "Cut off White's 67th move." Hu Liang replied, "That won't work. He would be forced to his death over there." Su Han shouted, "There's still the center left to play for." Li Yi said, "There's nothing there. The group's effectively dead." Lu Hong clenched his teeth and said, Little Zhang has no other options left. Wu Changhe glared at the screen. He had no ideas left either. Little Xiang. Dan Donghe said anxiously. But Xiang Rong 9, Dan did not say a word. Dan Donghe knew from this non-response that it was bad. Zhang Ye no longer had the initiative. Peter had managed to make a desperate reversal. What could they do? Just what could they do? Were they really unable to win? Was humanity really going to fall to the artificial intelligence? The Americans showed smiles. They knew they were going to win. They were going to win this game for sure. No matter where Zhang Ye played, the center would be broken through within 10 moves. At that time, Zhang Ye would definitely not be able to turn things around. Chen Ying was explaining the board state to the viewers. If Professor Zhang attacks, this area will have to be given up. If, after explaining 8 or so different scenarios that Zhang Ye could take against the opponent, Chen Ying paled. She now realized that no matter where Zhang Ye played, there would be no way of turning things around. There was no way. Truly no way. Watching TV, his mother roared, What are you doing, son? Weren't you about to win? His father said with a dark expression, Things have reversed. Some Go players turned off their televisions. Dad, why did you switch it off? I'm not watching anymore. But why? It's the critical moment. Zhang Ye can't win. With the board state as it was, no one believed that Zhang Ye could make a comeback. Even the gods would be powerless in this situation. The atmosphere was depressing. Through their TVs, countless people were watching Zhang Ye, who had fallen silent. But all of a sudden, everyone was baffled when they saw a smile break out on Zhang Ye's face. Smiling? What are you smiling about? Chen Ying was taken aback. The Americans were startled. Wu Changhe, Dan Donghe, and the others were also dumbfounded. No one knew why Zhang Ye could break into a smile at such a time. Following, everyone saw Zhang Ye pick up a black stone from the Go bowl. Chen Ying said, Professor Zhang is going to place his stone. Everyone was staring fixedly at him. Everyone was holding their breath. Zhang Ye was still smiling. He felt that this was really too terrible of a coincidence. He almost could not contain his joy. The position in the corner looked exceedingly familiar. So while he looked like he had fallen silent just now, Zhang Ye had actually taken a memory search capsule secretly to search through his memory for the Go game records that he had read in his previous world. There was almost no such thing as an identical Go game in the world. This was because there were too many possible games 5 that could exist. But there could be similarities in parts of a formation in a game. Like this. Losing position. Even Zhang Ye could see that he was losing. He did not think that he could turn things around. Peter Go was really too strong. But right at this moment, a game record suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was from a game Guli 6 played at the peak of his career. Zhang Ye felt that he had seen the formation in the corner of the Go board somewhere before. Now that he had a detailed look at the game record, it was not just familiar looking anymore. It turned out to be almost the exact same thing. At the time the game was played, Guli was playing as black too. Guli had been forced into this same unplayable corner as well. It was the same board state. It was the same choice. Then, Pete Guli placed a stone on the Go board. It was this stone that shocked countless people, and it was this stone that everyone hailed as the most magnificent move 7. Zhang Ye picked up a black stone and gently raised his hand before placing it at that position. Chen Ying exclaimed, He has played his stone. Professor Zhang has played his stone. Over here. Why did he play it there? If he played it here, then should Peter attack it, it would. After this move was played, everyone was puzzled. No one had expected that Zhang Ye would play it there, that he would put it at such an improper position. In this short time, no one could see what Zhang Ye's intent was. Chen Ying said in disappointment, It's over. This move definitely cannot be called a good one. Professor Zhang has probably been forced into a corner and has no way to fight back. But all of a sudden, Chen Ying was dumbfounded. She seemed to have realized something, so she took another look at the board. With that examination, Chen Ying froze up. She was so surprised, she nearly leaped out of her seat. This, oh my God, Yu Yingyi said with a stunned voice. What's going on? Chen Ying got so excited that she almost went crazy. A magnificent move. Professor Zhang has actually played a magnificent move. No, it's not a magnificent move. This is the hand of God. 1. https://senseis.xmp.net/? Chinese rules. 2. https://senseis.xmp.net/question mark bioiomi https://in.wikipedia.org/wiki/go_board_game #time_control 3 ja/hazami tsuk. In a corner opening, in response to the approach move of W1, B2 or a nearby move is a pincer because it pincers the approaching stone from the other side. The Japanese term hazami means scissors. https://senseis.xmp.net/?pincer 4 fanja/hazami keishi https://senseis.xmp.net/?counterpincer 5 https://senseis.xmp.net/?number of possible Go games 6 https://senseis.xmp.net/?guli 7 Mousego https://senseis.xmp.net/? Excellent move. Chapter 1135 Victory. Chapter 1135 Victory. Translator, leg editor, leg. It was too sudden. Zhang Ye's move came like a bolt from the blue. Just when everyone thought that Zhang Ye was at his wit's end and had lost the match, he suddenly placed his stone on the board. And then, countless people in front of their televisions saw Chuaning jump to her feet and heard her scream, "Hand of God! What hand of God?" Everyone was shocked silly. Did you get it wrong? Hasn't it already ended? Didn't Zhang Ye lose? The viewers were confused, and even those who truly understood Go did not get what they were looking at immediately. They were nowhere near as skilled. But the professional Go players were making an uproar. Hu Liang said in a daze, "What?" Su Han said, "Is this a possible move?" Everyone stared fixedly at the screen in utter disbelief at what they were seeing. All of a sudden, Wu Changhe roared, "It's possible." Dan Donghe also cried out, "It's really possible. It's really possible. Heavens! The hand of God. Fuck! This was truly the hand of God." After a moment's shock, screams suddenly sounded from the spectator room. "Ah! Heavens! Holy shit! Professor Zhang has. Is he on steroids or something? Holy motherfucking hell! Good. Alright. 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 Great. My God. What have I seen? This is a fucking earth-shakingly magnificent move." Everyone went crazy. It really felt like they had gone crazy. Afterwards, many of them looked to Xiang Rong. Master Xiang. Master Xiang, this game. Xiang Rong Nine Dan finally spoke. No one noticed that he had clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were cutting into the flesh. Professor Zhang is about to turn things around. A female player's eyes abruptly reddened. A few other players were also brimming with tears. Faced with this magnificent move, they were no longer able to control their emotions. Li Qinqin said in a stunned tone, "Changhe." Wu Changhe grabbed his wife's hand excitedly and said, "We are going to win." The Americans were dumbfounded. How could there be a move like this? How could there still be a chance of survival for Zhang Ye? Beijing television. The Go commentator shouted, "Unbelievable. This is simply unbelievable." The online Go server. The commentator exclaimed, "It's the hand of God. Professor Zhang has broken out. He could play the hand of God in such a hopeless situation. It's such a beautiful move. It's so elegant." Friends, please remember this moment. Please be sure to remember this moment. This game will enter the annals of Go. This will be the greatest game of Go this year. This will be the greatest game in the entire history of Go. Thousands of years later, people will probably have forgotten Xiang Rong's and Shinji 9, Dan's name, but they will never forget about Zhang Ye's hand of God that saved the Go world. History will remember it. This will be the greatest victory for humanity. In Korea, the official commentator screamed until his voice cracked. "It's possible. It's been confirmed as a possible move. The Chinese have played the hand of God. Incredible. Unbelievable." In Japan, the corner position has been brought back to life. Even though it clearly looked like a deadlock, the Chinese have brought it back to life. The corner territory has made a comeback. Even the center has been brought back to life. That Chinese player is amazing. Peter is done for. He really is the smartest person in the world. How did he think of such a move? With some of the commentators' analysis and shocked expressions of the hosts, Everyone gradually realized the beauty of Zhang Ye's play. It could even be called a stroke of genius. He had barged his way out of a deadlock. A lot of people got the goosebumps from watching TV. His parents stood up. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli stood up. Yao Jiankai and Yao Mi stood up. A lot of people couldn't help themselves and stood up from their chairs and sofas. Chenning Seven Dan was giving rousing commentary. Just how will it end? Just how will Peter handle this move? Faced with Professor Zhang's hand of God that came out of the blue, what can Peter do? Can it turn things around like it did earlier? Can it maintain its unbeaten record? Everything went quiet. Everyone fell silent. It was all quiet online. The people watching in front of their televisions also went quiet. Everyone was waiting for the outcome. The Americans still believed that Peter would not lose, even though Zhang Ye's hand of God had shocked them. The American representative was screaming loudly in his head, "Go on. Finish him. You have to have something. You're a computer. You're the most advanced AI in the world." However, they could not see the internal processing going on inside Peter right now. Peter was stunned. It was stunned yet again by Zhang Ye's move. Knight's move. Win percent, unknown. Horizontal stretch. Win percent, 2%. Cut. Win percent, 6%. 5 minutes. Peter was silent for a full 5 minutes. Zhang Ye was looking at the screen with a smile on his face. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen. Peter has resigned from the game 1. The Americans blanched. Everyone else erupted when they saw this. Yu Ying yelled, "He has won. Peter has resigned." Chun Ing 7. Dan's tears were almost falling as she shouted. Faced with Professor Zhang's hand of God, Peter had no way to turn the tables. "We've won. We've won." Hu Liang threw the things in his hands into the air and screamed, "We've won." Suhan was so emotional that he could not say anything. He pointed at the screen with trembling lips. It hadn't been easy. It really hadn't been easy. Shinji 9 Dan had lost. Park Yu-hee had lost. Xiang Rong had lost as well. This was the final battle of the war between humans and machines, and the final stand of humanity at the edge of a cliff. No one had expected that Professor Zhang would actually even the score after losing the first game, forcing Peter to resign in the middle game. Professor Zhang had turned things around in a game that no one was optimistic about. An unexpected opening, an inconceivable way of playing, coupled with the final strike, that was the hand of God. It was wonderful. He had won beautifully. The international referees were also shocked at the sight. The hand of God that was just played made the two of them break out in a cold sweat. They came forward to confirm the results after assessing the board state. The game had finished. In the second game of the final battle between humans and machines, Zhang Ye won. The score was 1-1. Everyone dispersed from the venue. Zhang Ye smiled as he stood up and left. The American representative yelled with a dark look, "Change the flight date." His assistant softly replied, "Okay." They had booked their flight for tonight. But now it was obvious that they had to change their flight date. Zhang Ye left the game room before he raised his arms and stretched. Then he discovered that a lot of people were rushing out from the spectator room across the way. Wu Changhe, Hu Liang, Su Han, Dan Donghe. Everyone came running out. "Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang, well done. You're the best. Beautifully done, Professor Zhang. Thank you. Thank you. We've won. We've really won." Some were laughing loudly. Some were clapping with all their heart. Some were shouting Zhang Ye's name. Some were even laughing and crying at the same time. Chapter 1136. The Press Conference. Chapter 1136. The Press Conference. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At home, his father shouted, "He won." His mother exclaimed, "Little Yi won the game." There was a knock at the door. When his mother went to answer it, over 20 neighbors came rushing into the house. Every one of them looked even more excited than Zhang Ye's parents. "Congratulations, old Zhang, old Chao. The two of you have brought up a good son. Little Yi won so beautifully. I don't even know what to say. I was sweating just watching it. It was so thrilling and wonderful. Little Yi has done everyone proud. I knew he could do it." Who asked the Americans to look down on Little Yi? Who asked them to look down on humans? Ha! They have encountered a god this time. Those idiots. How face-smacking. Ha! I can already feel the pain on those idiots' faces. At the Rao household, Chin yelled, "Zhang Ye won. He's stolen the thunder again." Rao pursed her lips and said, That kid has got some dog's hit luck. What do you mean by dog's hit luck? Yangshu did not like hearing that at all. My senior bro has really got go skills. Grimaced. He's always doing things unconventionally. Why won't he just stay at home and be good? Why did he have to go off to the Go world and steal their thunder? Do you know who has to handle the reporters when they come looking for him? At the SARFT, in old Wu's office, Wu Ziqing smiled as she picked up the phone and called Secretary Bai. Hello, it's me. Let the relevant offices know to give an additional push for the positive promotion of today's war between humans and machines. Then, she called her mother. The call connected. It sounded very chaotic over there with all the screaming and shouting. Mom, how are things? Little Zhang is wonderful. He's brilliant. Has my dad's impression of him changed for the better? Your dad is so excited that he can't even say a thing. You just didn't see it. But when Peter lost, your dad was shouting the loudest. Hey, why are you grabbing at my phone? Wu Chang's voice came through. My daughter, don't listen to your mom's nonsense. It's just a draw with the score tied at 1-1. That kid hasn't won yet. Wu Ziqing laughed and said, Sure. After he wins tomorrow's game, I'll officially bring him back home as my boyfriend for a meal. Wu Chang has said, We'll talk about it again if he really wins. On TV, the live broadcast was still going on. Quite a few experts were analyzing the game that had just been played. Professor Zhang played with the spirit of humanity today. From the first stone that he played in the opening, he was leading Peter by the nose. The brand new and highly creative playstyle at the end even stumped Peter greatly. This is the biggest difference between humans and computers, and also the biggest reason why Professor Zhang could defeat it. This is because humans can get extremely creative under pressure, while machines can only passively learn their craft. Today is a memorable day because Professor Zhang gave a valuable lesson to the Americans, as well as the AI that was claimed to be smarter than humans. At another television station, the commentator said, Let's take another look at the final move by Professor Zhang. It was really the work of a genius and so beautiful that no words can describe it. We're all clueless as to how Professor Zhang could have thought of a move like that at that moment. But this stone that descended from the heavens has saved the Go world. Without a doubt, this is clearly the most valuable of moves in the history of Go. This is truly deserving of being called the hand of God. The press conference has started, so let's switch to that. It looks like Professor Zhang has made an exception and accepted today's post-game interview. At China Chiyuan, the venue of the press conference, the American representative sat on stage as usual. Zhang Ye and several people from China Chiyuan were seated beside him. The reporters lifted their cameras and microphones as they asked questions to the American representative. May we know the reason for Peter's loss today? Didn't you all say that your company's AI wouldn't lose to humans? Are you all still confident about tomorrow's game? The American representative answered all of their questions in a single breath. No one knew if he was putting on a front since he had looked very sullen in the game room. But right now, he had a very calm expression as he said, We took an unexpected loss today. Perhaps it was because we did not tune the AI properly and that there were some bugs in the programming. As for the actual reason, we'll go back and check thoroughly. We'll definitely get it fixed before tomorrow's game. Peter will not lose to humans in Go, and I still stand by my word. About tomorrow's game, we're very confident that Peter will definitely win after it has been tuned and configured properly. A female reporter from Beijing television asked, In your previous interview, you mentioned that your plane tickets were booked for tonight's flight. I wonder if... The American representative's assistant said with a dark look, We've already changed our flight and will give our best for tomorrow's game. A reporter from a newspaper firm asked, May we know your evaluation of Professor Zhang? The American representative glanced at Zhang Ye and said, We do admit that there are indeed some geniuses in this world, but I still think the same as before. It will be the era of artificial intelligence from now on. After dragging things out for a long time, they refused to admit to their defeat. In the end, the reporters no longer wanted to ask him any more questions. They directed all their attention to Zhang Ye. The reporter from Beijing Times smiled and asked, Professor Zhang, didn't you say that you wouldn't accept any interviews after yesterday's game? Zhang Ye got closer to the microphone and said, That's right. Then why are you here today? Asked the reporter from the Beijing Times. Zhang Ye candidly replied, Because I won today. The reporters burst out laughing. Then, Quite a few people started applauding. Zhang Ye was indeed Zhang Ye. He would never beat around the bush whenever he spoke. If he lost, he would not accept any interviews. But since he had won, of course he would make an appearance and show off a little. Wasn't this normal? Dan Dongha smiled and felt that Zhang Ye was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. A female reporter asked, "How do you feel after coming out on top in today's game?" Zhang Ye chuckled, "I feel great." Everyone laughed again. The Americans wore solemn looks. Yu Yingyi came forward and asked, "Professor Zhang, do you have anything you would like to say?" Zhang Yi smiled and answered, "I would like to say this. The most advanced AI in history?" That was all it could do. These were the words that the American representative had said in yesterday's press conference. Zhang Yi returned the favor. The reporters applauded. "Nice. Well said." As they were all humans, they would naturally take Zhang Ye's side. Moreover, the Americans were far too arrogant and disrespectful in recent days, disgusting everyone with their behavior. However, Peter had won every one of its games, even defeating Xiang Rong 9 Dan, the #1 in Go. So there was really nothing they could argue about. It wasn't until today when Zhang Yi evened the score that a lot of the reporters could finally release all their pin-up anger. Sure enough, face-smacking Zhang was the better player between the two of them. Although this fellow was usually annoying, had a sharp tongue, and offended many people, he had never been soft or disappointed anyone when it mattered most. Zhang Yi had many foes, and some people present had once been offended by him. A lot of people felt that he was too difficult to handle as he always stirred up trouble and often smacked people's faces. More importantly, no one had yet to teach him a lesson. This fellow was just too fearsome and notorious a troublemaker in the country. But today, as everyone united with Zhang Yi, they suddenly realized that face-smacking Zhang was a very reliable guy. Seeing how he was face-smacking the Americans and the artificial intelligence, the satisfaction they got felt amazingly good. Online, Fan Winley posted on Weibo, "Congratulations to Director Zhang for taking this game. Xiaodong, how exhilarating. That was so exhilarating. Yao Jiankai, Zhang you're blasting out of the universe." Li Xiaoxian, wishing teacher Zhang success in taking the next game as well. Zhang Xia, by winning today's game, little Zhang has finally saved face for humanity. I hope that everyone can criticize him less from now on. It hasn't been easy for little Zhang either, her. The press conference ended. A while later, Zhang Yi walked out of the Qiyuan. However, there were huge crowds of people who had surrounded the entire main entrance. Hundreds of people. No, it was thousands of people. A dense crowd of people were holding up banners and chanting Zhang Ye's name. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. The crowd was very excited. Everyone felt impassioned. Chapter 1137, New Tactics? Chapter 1137, New Tactics? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon. Zhang Yi returned home for lunch. Downstairs of his family's apartment, he saw his old neighbors lining the streets to welcome him. An old uncle in the neighborhood even brought out 2 strings of firecrackers that were meant to be used for his child's wedding tomorrow. The moment Zhang Yi arrived, the crackling of the firecrackers made him feel rather touched. "Little Yi, well done. Show the Americans how great you are. Thrash that Peter, go. We'll cheer you all the way. You have to win tomorrow's game too." At home, when he entered the house, the aroma of cooked food attacked his nose. He looked at the dishes on the table and exclaimed, "This much food." His father said excitedly, "Son, eat. Eat your fill. You still have a lot to do tomorrow. Mom wants to reward you. So sit down quickly and have something to eat." His mother was grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Yi said, "Thanks." His mother turned on the television with a smile. The news reports were all about her son. The news of Zhang Ye's victory over the artificial intelligence had spread throughout the country. Even in Asia, a lot of the Japanese and Korean Go players who paid attention to the developments of the event were shocked by what had happened. No one had expected that someone could still represent the Go world as its flag bearer and battle against Peter after the losses suffered by Shinji, Park Yi-hee, and Xiang Rong. Most importantly, the person was not even a professional Go player or a member of the Go world, but a celebrity from the entertainment industry. In any case, this victory was so timely that it had given an invaluable boost to the Go world. Everyone was looking forward to tomorrow's game with much anticipation. Tomorrow would be the final game of the match between Zhang Yi and Peter, and someone had created a poll to vote for the winner on Weibo. 8%, 20%, 40%. Those who voted that Zhang Ye would win kept increasing. Of course, there were also quite a few people who felt that Peter would win. Zhang Ye will prevail. Face-smacking Zhang is almighty. That might not be the case. Why? Zhang Ye got lucky winning today's game. If not for the hand of God at the end that suddenly turned things around, he would have lost for sure. He can't possibly guarantee that he'll be in today's top shape for every game. Besides, Peter has already figured out a solution to deal with the playstyle that Zhang Ye calls the cosmic style. After inputting it into the program, if Zhang Ye uses that style again tomorrow, he might not even be able to play his opening since they'll already be prepared for it. Yeah, Zhang Ye only won today, because he took Peter by surprise with his odd play. We don't know what could happen tomorrow. Then what can be done about it? Unless Zhang Ye can come up with another new playstyle tomorrow. New playstyle? How can it be that easy? That's right, the cosmic style and that entirely new opening are amazing enough. It probably took Zhang Ye quite a while to think of them. So how could he come up with so many new styles? And isn't everyone overestimating Teacher Zhang a little too much? Did you guys forget something? Teacher Zhang isn't a pro Go player. That's true. A lot of people started worrying. When they realized this, everyone lost some of their excitement. Although they had won today, the score was still tied at 1-1. If they lost again tomorrow, everything would have been in vain. No one knew if Zhang Ye had any plans left for tomorrow. If there were none, then wouldn't he lose miserably just like he had in the first game? After lunch, the phone rang. It was a call from the landline of Wu Ziqing's parents' home. Zhang Ye answered, "Hello." Wu Chang's voice came through. "Do you need any more game records and information? If you need them, I'll get someone to send them to your place." Zhang Ye said with a laugh, "There's no need for that, uncle. I saw enough yesterday." Wu Chang has said in a lukewarm tone. "Do you need anything else then? Quickly bring it up to me if there's anything." Zhang Ye said, "Thanks, uncle. I don't need anything for the time being. Aren't you going to prepare for tomorrow's game?" "I am." "What do you think your chances of winning are?" "No idea." Are you sure you'll manage?" "I really don't know, but I'll definitely give my best anyway." "It wouldn't do if you did not give your best. Remember what I said regarding my daughter, understand? If you lose tomorrow, don't ever think about stepping into our house again." Damn, are you burning bridges already? Didn't you just put your arm around my shoulders and praise me this morning? Did I? Yes, you did. Stop messing with me. In any case, I'm telling you that you better give your very best for tomorrow's game. Thrash that machine. Send it to its death. Yes, sir. After hanging up, Zhang Ye smiled. He no longer disliked Wu Changhe and felt that this old comrade was actually quite lovable. At least he cared a lot about Go and the Go world. Perhaps this was a passion that grew from deep down inside. Zhang Ye could sense that even though Wu Changhe and Dan Donghe's generation had retired, and their Go skills no longer compared to any of the active top pro players who could easily defeat them, the sentiments they held for Go were still as strong as before. In fact, it had even become stronger. Zhang Ye could never understand this sort of feeling because he did not really like Go that much. But this did not stop Zhang Ye from stepping forward for them. "Uncle, don't worry. I will help you to protect the dignity of the Go world that you want to safeguard. I will help you to regain the honor that the Go world has lost. Not for anything, but only because if I lose, you won't let old Wu to marry me." After informing his parents, Zhang Ye went back to his room. He naturally would not waste any of the time he had today. In fact, he was already running out of time. Zhang Ye made a hasty last-minute effort yesterday as he practically went through most of the games in this world and memorized them. He was not learning from them, but rather eliminating possibilities. All of that was just to find out what kind of data Peter was missing in its dataset. But today, Zhang Ye needed to organize from the beginning some of the best plays magnificent moves, hand of God moves, and complex josekis that he had seen before from the games between the Go masters of his previous world. Thankfully, even though Zhang Ye was not very interested in Go back then, he had been forced to go through a lot of game records by his teacher. He also watched quite a few games played in tournaments on television, so the information he had was still enormous. Come, let's do this. He bought a lot of memory search capsules in one go. Then Zhang Ye closed his eyes and fell into a long sleep. Zhang Ye already had a rough plan in place for the morrow's game. It was obvious that he could no longer use the Apollo opening or the cosmic style. The Americans were not stupid and would obviously input that information into the AI. Furthermore, he heard that Peter also had the ability to learn and would reinforce its knowledge through the games that it played. Therefore, Zhang Ye needed to find some new entry points to play against Peter in the third game. Fortunately, he had discovered a few new weaknesses in Peter during today's game. For example, he could make something out of the error tolerance levels of the AI itself, but he wouldn't know how effective it would be, since this was something that he could only find out after he tested it against Peter tomorrow. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The discussions in the public were reaching an intense level. News of the game was also appearing all over the place. But Zhang Ye was oblivious to all of it as he immersed himself in the sea of Go. 1. A Shojin/Tsuji is a clever play, the best play in a local position, a skillful move, a special tactic. Tsujis come in all forms and shapes. Some are more known than others. Chapter 1138. Zhang Ye plays the first of the 3 most complex josekis. Chapter 1138. Zhang Ye plays the first of the 3 most complex josekis. Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, in the morning, the final game of the battle was looming. It was the third and deciding game of the match between Zhang Ye and Peter. There was still an hour to go before the game would begin. Countless Go players were watching TV, and even many of those who did not know how to play the game were also watching the live broadcast nervously. However, everyone who was waiting received some bad news first. In the pre-game interview, the Americans suddenly made an announcement. The American representative faced the camera and said with a smile, "After an entire night of tuning by our technical team, the related bug has been fixed. Furthermore, I have some news that I can reveal to everyone. Our AI has received another round of upgrades, or rather, Peter has always had this function built into it. But due to certain considerations that we had, we did not activate the complex operations mode. After yesterday's game, we admit that we probably did underestimate Professor Zhang. But it won't happen again today as we have configured Peter with a brand new approach to the game. That hand of God move from yesterday also won't be unpredictable to Peter. To put it simply, Peter's calculations, analysis, and prediction functions have been raised by around 15% with this new mode activated." A reporter asked in surprise, "What are Peter's chances of winning today?" The American representative said, "We have done some test comparisons of the current version of Peter with its previous one and found that the upgraded Peter has a winning rate of 99.99%. Everyone burst into an uproar. Upgrade? What? What the fuck? It can still be upgraded. And its level was raised by this much? All this just to deal with Zhang Ye. That's so evil. Why didn't they make this announcement yesterday? They're only saying this just as the game is about to start. Are they trying to catch Professor Zhang off guard? Is this for real? Then won't we lose for sure? Yeah, Zhang Ye only won that game yesterday with some luck." The internet was abuzz. The Chiyuan's people were panicking as well. Immediately, the news reports on TV were filled with talk of Peter's upgrade. At China Chiyuan, Dan Donghe, Wu Changhe, and the others went looking for Zhang Ye. Hu Liang said anxiously, "Professor Zhang, have you seen the news?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I did." Dan Donghe said with a sunken expression, "About the upgrade, what do they exactly mean by that?" They were not in this field, so they did not understand how it worked. To put it plainly, they've just delimited a part of Peter's functionality. Zhang Ye explained to them, "It's just like a computer where the performance of a processor is usually not pushed to the extreme. The designers will deliberately limit its functionality to ensure that it can last longer while maintaining a reasonable performance. To surpass that limit, they can choose to overclock it, which is what the Americans are doing right now. Although it is much more complicated for an AI to be overclocked, the principle is essentially the same." Wu Changhe asked in annoyance, "Would its performance really be raised by 15%? Probably so, but who knows if it's the truth or not since it's the Americans talking." Zhang Ye shrugged and continued, "They might be trying to scare me, but it could easily be true." "Scare you? How could that be possible?" No one believed this to be the reason as they understood things. Even if the Americans were not familiar with you, they would surely have researched you online, no? Did you think that they wouldn't go around to find out about you? They could have easily pulled anyone in the whole of China aside and still managed to find out that you Teacher Zhang, have never been afraid of anything. Piloting a plane, beating up an executive, scolding the SARFT. Which of those affairs did not involve you? Li E9 Dan said loudly. We have to treat it as a serious claim. Yeah. Chening came over. We can't underestimate our opponent, Professor Zhang. Wu Changhe tugged at him. If it's really as the Americans claim, and that P-whatever thingy's performance was indeed raised by 15%, then how sure are you of beating it? Zhang Ye laughed. I'll find out when I play it. Suhan didn't know how to react. Aren't you being too carefree? Hu Liang said. Yeah, Professor Zhang. You have to at least give me some assurance. Zhang Ye spread his hands up and said, It's not that I don't want to commit to an answer. The issue is that I don't even which area of Peter's functionality has been overclocked. Did they increase its analysis speed? Or did they increase the analysis power? Without playing against it, how am I supposed to answer you? So let me play against it first. Lu Hong 9 Dan said nervously. You can do it. Yeah, you can do it. Professor Zhang, show us the elegance you displayed yesterday. The honor of the Go world is in your hands. Everyone was shouting encouragement to him. Only Wu Changhe knew what was really going on. What honor of the Go world? What dignity of humanity? All of that is just bullshit. This rascal is only doing this for my daughter. So Wu Changhe looked at Zhang Ye and said, Kid, if you win this game, I'll organize a celebratory feast for you at my house tonight. At that, Zhang Ye became more spirited. All right, Li Qinqin had a better way with words. Even if you lose, you can come over. Zhang Ye was just about to say okay. But Wu Changhe grunted. What's the point of coming over if he loses? Dan Donghe did not know of the deal between Zhang Ye and the Wu family, so he said in a speechless manner, Brother Wu, why are you such a snob? You won't even treat him? If you're not treating, then I'll do it. He turned to Zhang Ye and said, Professor Zhang, no matter what the result is, I'll hold a feast for you tonight. Don't bother with going over to his place. Zhang Ye smiled, but did not say anything. Wu Changhe rolled his eyes. Don't go to my place and go to yours. You'd need to have a daughter as pretty as mine first. It was almost time. Chening had already headed into the commentary booth. Zhang Ye exhaled and stepped forward to graciously enter the battle. He had rejected the pre-game interview today, so he only entered the game room after the media had left. He knew that there was no point in making any extravagant claims for this game. They'd have to decide things with their actions to determine who would win and lose. The referees were standing by. The Americans watched as Zhang Ye entered the room and showed a hint of fear at his arrival. Admittedly, they had been boasting a little about Peter in the interview. All they said about Peter's upgrade or his chances of victory were just empty talk for now. When faced with the only person that had won against Peter, they had to be very careful. He was the reason why they had made an exception and taken the risk to upgrade Peter. That was also their affirmation for the smartest person in the world. They no longer had that unshakable confidence from before and were afraid that Peter would lose again. Zhang Ye sat down again today in front of the computer as he took control of the mouse. The broadcast cut to the live commentary coverage. Yu Yingyi was dressed fully in red today, with a very joyous and celebratory feel. It was as though she was openly making known her hopes of humanity winning today's game. Yu Yingyi had become very popular recently due to this important event in the world of Go. The originally niche strategy board game TV show had started to gain a following from all over Asia. This went on until China Qiyuan announced that Zhang Ye would be representing humanity to challenge the AI, which caused the show to blow up even more. Even Yu Yingyi, who was just a sports host, had her value rise along with the attention gained. A lot of people had only gotten to know her through this war between humans and machines. Then they also found out that she was an old classmate of Zhang Ye's from college. With Zhang Ye being so popular and famous these days, everyone in the entire country know him. Perhaps it was just a case of love me, love my dog, but Zhang Ye's fans were very supportive of Yu Yingyi. With that, her career officially went on the rise as well. Yu Yingyi smiled. Hello, everyone. Chuning looked perturbed as she forced a smile and said, Hello, everyone. Yu Yingyi said, In another 5 minutes, the third game of the war between humans and machines will begin. Yesterday's game was wonderful to watch. That hand of God is probably still replaying in many of our minds, and a lot of people are pinning their hopes on Professor Zhang's performance today. But before the game was scheduled to begin, we received news that Peter received an upgrade to its functionality. The Americans claim that Peter's functionality has been raised to the max that will allow its thought process to work in a more encompassing way. Chening took over and said, "Yes, and that's one of the highlights of today's game." Earlier, in the waiting room, I asked Professor Zhang what this upgrade really meant. Professor Zhang used the term overclocking to describe it to me. She made a simple explanation before going on to say, as for how much Peter has improved as a result of its upgrade, we do not know yet. We can only analyze it slowly as the game progresses. Then, for the second highlight of this game, it'll be whether Professor Zhang is going to come up with yet another new playstyle. In yesterday's game, Professor Zhang surprised everyone by playing the self-named Apollo opening and the cosmic style to achieve an effective result. It fired up those of us watching. I wonder if Professor Zhang can reproduce that blitzing form again today. 3, 2, 1. The international referee gestured. Ye said loudly, "We can see now that the game has started. Peter is playing black today and will go first." Chening said in worry, "Professor Zhang is playing as white and going second. In the opening, there's a chance that he might be pulled into Peter's rhythm, so it will be very difficult to play in the manner he did yesterday." Ye stared at the screen and said, "Peter made a move very quickly." Zhang Ye responded very quickly as well. After 4 moves, an opening had formed on the board. Chening explained, "Peter is playing very steadily. This is one of the conventional openings for black and also one that has the highest rate of winning. Its attacking game is very strong and belongs to one of the more aggressive openings. It looks like Peter is planning to end this quickly. How will Professor?" Zhang replied. Hearing this, the home viewers became even more worried. Today's viewership rating on Central TV Sports Channel was heaven-defying. After yesterday's victory, today's viewership rating nearly doubled. It wasn't only Zhang Ye's close friends and relatives, but also those who played Go who tuned in to watch. Even the crosstalk actor, Tang Dezhong, and Zhang Ye's other longtime foes could not help but watch the live broadcast. All the Go clubs in the country were packed to the brim with people. Millions and millions of people turned their attention to this remarkable battle. At the venue, both sides had already played 6 moves each. Things were not too intense yet, nor did the board state become complex. It would be considered a very normal opening. However, that was where the normality stopped. Zhang Ye looked at the board and thought for a time. Then he grinned. "Upgraded version? Just what was being upgraded in you? I'll test you out." He clicked the mouse and immediately created a large knight's move enclosure 1 with his stone. Chening was slightly startled. "You don't see this move too often." Ye was taken aback. "Was that not a good move?" Chening stared at it for a very long time. "It's not that it's not good, but there doesn't seem to be a very clear intent to have a large knight's move enclosure over there. I'm not sure what Professor Zhang is considering." The board state in the bottom corner suddenly turned complex. "Hey, white stone on the 5-3 point. A black stone on 4-3 for a corner approach. The white stones that created a large knight's move enclosure? Although there were only 3 stones, there was something odd about it." In the spectator room, everyone was watching in shock and surprise. Hu Liang asked, "Why did he make that move?" Suhan blinked and said, "What is Professor Zhang planning now? Who knows what he's thinking?" Wu Changhe was not happy with the move. He clearly could have gone for a better Jozeki than that. Why didn't he choose to use the 3-1 Jozeki or a knight's move approach? Xiang Rong 9 Dan suddenly said, "He seems to be testing the computer." "Testing? Professor Zhang, don't play with fire again." Why am I trembling so much just from watching this? What is Professor Zhang trying to do?" Many people could not understand Zhang Ye's move. It couldn't be called bad, but neither was it that good. Everyone felt that Zhang Ye's large knight's move enclosure was very strange. However, Zhang Ye was still beaming. At the next second, countless people watching the game on TV and those from the Qiyuan all froze. Peter had actually fallen silent. It did not respond even after a very long time. Chening 7 Dan asked curiously, What's with Peter?" Dan Dongha said, "What's going on?" A professional 5th Dan player asked, "Why is it not playing?" Li Qinxin did not quite understand either. Is that move so difficult to handle? The Americans were also taken aback. Zhang Ye looked at the computer screen as his eyes narrowed. Peter's silence had given Zhang Ye a sort of answer. It was indeed very strong. So it did sense that something was wrong. Her. You must not have seen this way of playing before, right? Let me tell you what this is called then. It's called the Great Slant Joseki 2. In my previous world, this was one of the 3 most complex josekis to play. Chapter 1139. The Astonishing Variations of the Great Slant Joseki. Chapter 1139. The Astonishing Variations of the Great Slant Joseki. Translator, leg editor, leg. 10 minutes went by, but Peter was still not making any moves. With both parties allocated 2 hours of game time, Peter only had an hour and 45 minutes left on its timer. A precious dozen minutes had been wasted on just this one move. The 2 referees gave each other baffled looks. The Americans were unable to sit still any longer. They kept looking in the direction of the machine, afraid that there was some bug with the code that led to Peter freezing up. But when they checked the machine's status lights, they found nothing wrong with it, nor was there an error. This showed that Peter was working normally and that it was just thinking. Further, it was deep in the tank. Why? What the hell was going on? Why did it just stop making moves? No one could understand what Peter's hesitation was. Perhaps only Zhang Ye knew. This joseki was known as one of the 3 most complex josekis in his previous world because it was one of the hardest to play. That was because the Great Slant Joseki had too many variations. To say that it was infinite would be an exaggeration, but it was definitely not as easy to resolve as others would think. There were just too many ways to play it. Furthermore, with every new play made, there would be many more choices of play appearing. If one was not careful, the entire game would be lost. It could be used to kill the opponent, or it could kill oneself. This was what the Great Slant Joseki was, an extremely dangerous joseki to play. Even in Zhang Ye's previous world, where most of this joseki's variations were studied in depth, the top players in the Go world would not freely resort to playing it during a critical tournament. If they were careless with just one move in the sequence, they might even end up hurting themselves rather than the opponent. This was not something that hadn't happened before. And today, Zhang Ye had to take this risk. He had to test out this weakness of Peter's that he found out about yesterday. Yi said in a speechless manner, "Peter seems to have slowed down. Didn't they say that it was given an upgrade? Why does it seem like it was even better before the upgrade happened?" Qining was not willing to draw a quick conclusion. Perhaps there's something more to the move? Something more to it? Yi asked. Qining said, "I don't understand it either, but since Professor Zhang played that move, there should be some kind of deeper meaning to it. Besides, Peter taking so long to process this move and not play should also prove that this move is not that simple." She was a little dismayed and felt that her Go skill was still lacking by too much. It had been like this since yesterday's game. For this battle between these 2 grandmasters, she could barely understand any of the moves with her skill level. So she said, "I'm not skilled enough, but it seems like this position is another crucial point. Is there a producer around? Can we check if we can invite teacher Xiang Rong to join us?" Soon after, Xiang Rong 9 Dan actually came over. Yi said, "Hello, teacher Xiang." Xiang Rong nodded in greeting and sat down. Qining immediately asked, "Master Xiang, I really don't understand this move of Professor Zhang's. Can you please explain it to our viewers?" Xiang Rong nodded. Qining sighed. But Xiang Rong went on to say, "Then let me say this that I actually don't understand this move either." Qining was floored. Yi fainted. The home viewers were also floored. The atmosphere turned really awkward. But then, Peter stirred. "It's made its move," Yi shouted. Peter cut across the large knight's move enclosure. When Zhang Ye saw this, he smiled and responded instantly. Afterwards, Peter went silent again. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that Peter played another move. But Zhang Ye did not even stop to think and replied with a bump. Peter pondered and went deep in the tank a 3rd time. A cut across. An open battle? All right then, I'll play along with you. Zhang Ye looked utterly relaxed. By now, if the Pro Go players still could not tell what was going on, then they shouldn't be pros. Xiang Rong was the first to look surprised. What a large slant that is. Qining was also dumbfounded. How fearsome. This is too fearsome. Yi could not understand. Just what is happening? Qining was so astonished she was sweating. I had thought that Peter's cut-across move was a very good one at first since it could advance or retreat from there. But from the looks of it, that move has dragged Peter down into the quagmire. Professor Zhang's follow-up has forced Peter with no choice but to fight it out. What's more, the variations increase with every move. If Peter responds with a horizontal stretch, Professor Zhang can counter it. It's impossible to make any predictions after that, as they are all variables. But if Peter gets into the corner and Professor Zhang chooses to forcefully attack, he would gain the KO threat too after another 3 moves. With so many variables, it's impossible to see who will gain the upper hand. Besides, even if one side gains the initiative, the variables over here will still exist. There will still be a chance for the other to counter that. There is simply a myriad of variations. Yuingyi said, dumbfounded. Peter made a wrong move? Chuning said, it shouldn't have cut across the large knight's move enclosure. If it had played a horizontal stretch. Peter did not play wrong, Xiang Rong interrupted. Chuning looked at him. Xiang Rong laughed and said, when the stone that led to Professor Zhang's large knight's move enclosure being formed was played, the setup was complete. I only understood just now why Peter had been thinking for so long. Come and look at this. He grabbed a laptop and replayed the moves on it. If Peter plays a horizontal stretch here, the outcome will still be the same. Professor Zhang could have played over here, and things would still be as dangerous as it is now. Chuning said in surprise. Then what about a diagonal move? Xiang Rong said, it could do that. But Professor Zhang would follow up, and Peter would play over here with Professor Zhang fighting back in response. If we did an even more detailed analysis of the board state, it would get even more complex. Or an underneath attachment 3 over here would also be a way to cope with that move. If it were played this way, then followed by this move, Professor Zhang would probably end up playing over here before Peter counters it. The variation, in this case, would not be that great anymore, and it would also be a simple way of avoiding the Joziki. But if the setup gets broken, Peter would probably have to take a 2 or 3 point loss and be down in the score. I believe that with Peter's upgraded computational power, it would definitely not choose that outcome. Between an uncertain outcome and a bad outcome, it would definitely not choose the latter. Taking a pause, he then added, perhaps there might also be a better way to avoid this problem? But as the board state is too complex, it would require a long time to analyze it before we can determine how to best play the moves. It would take much effort to work out all the different possible variations. I'm afraid that it would take more than a year to do that. A year? Yuingyi was stunned on the spot. Chuning gasped. Xiang Rong said in admiration, Professor Zhang is indeed a genius. This is definitely a new type of complex Joziki. Every new step in the sequence brings along a frightening amount of variations. Chuning suddenly asked, but why does Professor Zhang seem like he does not need to think through his moves? Look, every move and response is played after an instantaneous judgment. He does not hesitate at all. Xiang Rong gave a wry smile. I don't know. Yes, he really did not know why. At the other side, the Qiyuan's people were also astonished. Hu Liang's mouth was agape as he said, a new Joziki? This is too complex. Damn, I'm going to go crazy watching. This is way too messy. There are too many ways to play this Joziki, but most of them would lead to a dead group for forming. Once a wrong choice has been made, they will be doomed. How did Professor Zhang come up with this Joziki? Holy shit, Professor Zhang has played some miraculous moves again. Why does he not need to think it through? Oh, you're right. How does he do that? With every branch of variations, there ought to be several hundred to thousands of moves possible. Even the goddamn computer has been confused by it. Even an upgraded AI was made to think for a long fucking time. So why does Professor Zhang not even need to think? Moreover, he can just play any move, and it leaves Peter with several dozen choices of moves to make. Could he be more computerized than the computer is? No one knew how Zhang Ye did it. Logically, such a fearsome Joziki that even managed to confuse Peter should also befuddle Zhang Ye a bit. He should also have a headache over how to play it. If Peter could talk, he would probably be cursing right now. Why? There was no why actually. If Peter's brain contained all the records of this world's Go games, then Zhang Ye's brain also contained many of the games from his previous world. No one in this world knew or researched the Great Slant Joziki, one of the 3 most complex Josikis that have been studied extensively in his previous world. Some of the key variations of the Joziki were already imprinted into Zhang Ye's mind. So why would he need any time to consider his moves? You can depend on data? So can I. 1. Adon quad dun / Tsukoshi cuts by striking across the knight's move away from the supporting black stones. https://senseis.xmp.net/???Tsukoshi. 2. Jietse, GCI/codate. Co-threat may refer either to one of the moves in a KO fight, or to a move which will only be valuable if played during a KO fight. https://senseis.xmp.net/???co. 3. Tuwa/Shitazuk. https://senseis.xmp.net/???underneath attachment. 4. Zishi, CQ/Shini. https://senseis.xmp.net/???dead. Chapter 1140. Zhang Ye plays the second of the three most complex Joseikis. Chapter 1140. Zhang Ye plays the second of the three most complex Joseikis. Translator, leg editor, leg. Things were in full swing online. Zhang Ye's great slant Joseiki had dumbfounded countless people. Beautiful. That was so godly of teacher Zhang. This fellow has managed to pull something off again. Ha ha ha. Peter can't react anymore. This Joseiki probably has more than several thousand variations. Peter is still thinking. Adding the time it took for its earlier moves, it has already used up half an hour of its clock. This strange Joseiki must not be in its database of game records. Zhang Ye is amazing. Take the game in one fell swoop. Teacher Zhang. Who was it that said yesterday that Teacher Zhang would not be able to come up with another style? Any casual move by Zhang Ye is an earth-shattering move. In terms of face smacking, I have to give it to Zhang Ye. Yeah, that guy's brain is totally more computerized than the computer. There was exhilaration all around. Everyone could again see hope in winning a game. Finally, Peter played. It was a very strong move. Zhang Ye thought for 2 minutes before responding. Peter slipped back into thinking mode again and played its stone after another 4 or so minutes. Zhang Ye bumped on his turn. Peter thought again for a minute before playing its stone. A lot of people watching TV had been dazzled. It was wonderful. Commentator Chen Ying said. The corner of the board is seeing a heated confrontation between the two players. Neither of them can pull back now. It's just do or die from here. The number of possible variations is increasing as well. We can't figure out who has the upper hand. But if we judge by the time left on each player's clock, it's clear that Professor Zhang has used up less time. Meanwhile, Peter has spent longer thinking and has already used up a quarter of its allocated time. Xiang Rong Nine Dan said. If Peter does not quickly break the structure apart, it will have an even harder fight waiting. It has been mired here for too long by Professor Zhang. Chening said. Peter has stopped again. Let's see what kind of reply I can come up with this time. Oh, Peter has played. This is a very beautiful move. Peter bumped. Just this move alone caused Zhang Ye to be relegated into a passive state. Zhang Ye replied. Peter attacked again. Zhang Ye played a cut. Peter called an Atari. After another 8 moves have been exchanged, the board state in the bottom left corner drastically changed. Xiang Rong said stonily. Peter has broken through the structure. Chening looked disgusted. Yuingyi said in surprise, broke through? Chening gasped and said, not only has it broken through, Peter has practically surrounded the territory in this corner of the board. Professor Zhang's stones are all dead. What? Yuingyi said in shock. Xiangrong said, this is the worst possible scenario. In localized battle, Peter has already showcased its extraordinary computational power. Today's upgraded version of Peter is obviously far superior, with many of the localized territories being handled very well and reinforcing their attacks as well. Professor Zhang has clearly suffered a huge loss over here. He had actually been trying to drag Peter into a battle, but the outcome turned out for the worst. Not only did Peter manage to get away, it even gained an advantage of more than a dozen points. It won't be easy at all for the White Stones. Professor Zhang's Joseiki play is very strong, but Peter's computational ability is even better. Over a dozen points? Gaining an advantage of 2 or 3 points in the opening was already considered very advantageous and rare. But in just a short time, he was already behind by over a dozen points. All of the white stones in the corner were as good as dead. The Chiyuan's people all looked as pale as sheets. Hu Liang cried out, we're done for. Su Han said bitterly, the gap has opened up. How can he still play? Like this? Li Nine Dan was sweating in worry for Zhang Ye. Wu Changhe said angrily. I said that we couldn't let the kid try out those tricks of his, but he still didn't pay heed to my advice. What do we do now? He's behind by too much. How can he catch up? An upgraded Peter is really this strong? If it were before, even if it could manage to break through the structure, it would not be possible for it to grab an advantage of over a dozen points in such a complex board state. When the Americans saw that state of the board, they heaved a sigh of relief and looked relieved. Although it had taken some time, which was not to their expectations, the end result was something they were willing to accept. Peter had gained an absolute advantage, and it was still just the opening. The American representative looked over to Zhang Ye, who was seated not too far away, and thought to himself, now you know just how strong Peter is after getting an upgrade? No matter what moves you try today, no matter what kind of new playstyles you come up with, Peter can analyze all of them and not get led by the nose. It would only get simpler from here. All they had to do was not let up on the attack. The Americans were confident that victory was in their hands. The Chiyuan's people were all feeling extremely nervous. The television viewers were also getting jittery. Only Zhang Ye's expression was different from theirs. The camera at the venue suddenly zoomed in on Zhang Ye and discovered that he was actually smiling. It was as though he did not mind that he had fallen behind by more than a dozen points. He was simply indifferent to it all. Qining said, "We can see that Professor Zhang looks calm and composed." Xiang Rong narrowed his eyes. He should still have other ideas. But the Americans did not think that Zhang Ye would be able to make a comeback. In their opinion, the remainder of the game would only serve to become Peter's killing field. In the game room, Zhang Ye was indeed calm and composed. This was something he expected. He knew that the great slant Jozeki couldn't contain Peter and force it into committing any errors. On the contrary, playing this Jozeki was more disadvantageous for himself as he did not have the computational power that Peter had. He knew that he wasn't a match for Peter in any localized battles. Even if he had all that research information about the great slant Jozeki from his previous world, it was only meant to aid him to a certain extent. With Peter seeing all of the moves that were advantageous to him, there was hardly anything that Zhang Ye could do about it. He was using the opportunity to test it out, and he found out what he wanted to. The artificial intelligence had really been given an upgrade, so it had its computational depth increased and its analytical power fine-tuned to be more precise. The magnificent move and new opening that were played yesterday had really sent the Americans panicking. So they had to increase Peter's computational depth in this area as they wanted it to crack any of Zhang Ye's new playstyles. They wanted to be able to predict every of Zhang Ye's moves. Like the great slant Jozeki, it was probably cracked due to the increase in computational depth, wasn't it? Thinking of this, Zhang Ye smiled again. It looks like you people have done this in vain. This upgrade is probably going to be the biggest mistake on your part. They wanted to predict all the possible solutions. It's possible that your machine might really be able to achieve that. But have you forgotten that there's a price to pay for that? And that price is time. He looked at his own clock, and then had a look at Peter's clock. It had already used up 40 minutes? Very good. Then come and give this next one a try too. Qining said. Oh, Professor Zhang has made his move. Xiang Rong was taken aback. Upper left? Qining added. Professor Zhang has given up on the lower left and played his next move in the upper left. Peter did not take any time to think and immediately responded. But Zhang Ye placed his next stone down with a smile. Then Peter went deep in the tank once again. Xiang Rong was surprised at this. Qining was also stunned. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Peter didn't budge an inch. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye was beaming and crossed his legs. He looked as relaxed as could be. The Americans were enraged. The television viewers blew up. The pro-Go players of China Chiyuan were floored. Again. What is it this time? Holy shit. How is it yet another goddamn complex Jozeki? What the hell is this? Goddamn it. How did he come up with yet another one? This is too complicated. I feel like vomiting blood just seeing it. Fuck. If it were me going up against Professor Zhang, I would have flipped the table already. He's too sly. After that large slant, he has come up with yet another one. What is this one called? Who knows? I've never even seen it before. Dan Donghe looked at Wu Changhe in shock. Have you seen this before? Wu Changhe gave a wry smile and shook his head. I've never ever seen it before, but this is really too complex. At first glance, I can already see that there are over a dozen variations to play. This is Li Yi said angrily. Isn't little Zhang asking for it? He suffered such a crushing defeat. So why doesn't he learn? Why is he still trying those tricks of his? Dan Dongha suddenly said, that might not be it. Look, the one having trouble dealing with it is definitely Peter. Peter was still silent. 15 minutes had already passed. The Americans glared at Zhang Ye. They really wished to go up to him at this moment and finish him off. Are you done or what? You're still not finished yet? What the fuck is this kind of playstyle? Are you doing this on purpose? Yes, in fact, Zhang Ye was doing this on purpose. The magic sword Joseki 1. The second of the three most complex Josekis from Zhang Ye's previous world. 1. https://senseis.xmp.net/?magic sword. Chapter 1141. Playing all three of the most complex Josekis. Chapter 1141. Playing all three of the most complex Josekis. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. With the magic sword out, the board state became a quagmire. Online, many Go players felt as though their heads were about to explode. Holy shit, I can't look at this anymore. This is too confusing. My brain fucking hurts. How on earth do you solve something like this? Where does Zhang Ye get so many weird moves from? If I were Peter, I would definitely fucking want to kill him. The Great Slant Joseki had exhausted countless people as they tried to make out its depth. Those endless possibilities and variations would perhaps even confound top players like Xiang Rong, Li Yi, and others. In the end, Peter had a hard time climbing out of it before immediately coming face to face with the magic sword Joseki. Just what kind of an experience was this? What was for sure was that this was definitely a fuck my life kind of moment. It was fortunate that Zhang Ye was facing a machine with no emotions. Otherwise, if a human were sitting across from him at this time, that person would probably fight him physically after the game, regardless of whether they won or lost. This was too fucking mean. The magic sword Joseki, one of the three most complex Josekis to play and go back in Zhang Ye's previous world. Compared to the other 3 to 4-point Josekis 1, the magic sword Joseki was the most complex and difficult one to play against. After Zhang Ye's large knight's move, Peter became unresponsive. Chuning said in surprise, Peter has gone into the tank again. It has already been 15 minutes, and no move has been made yet. Is this Professor Zhang's strategy? Will it really work? Xiang Rong was also a little speechless. What a strange game this is. Chuning agreed. Yes, this Joseki might not look like anything much at first glance as there are only 4 stones in the corner, but it is similar to the large slant from earlier. On a more detailed look, it seems like there's no solution to it. With this Joseki played, it is truly time for these 2 players to have their skills tested. We simply can't predict how this will end. The time left on Peter's clock was dwindling. Its clock displayed just over an hour. The Americans were getting anxious. They were all screaming inside their heads. Get him. Fuck him up. Increase your advantage. Everyone was waiting. They were waiting for Peter to make a choice and respond to the move. But as they could not see any expression, nor was there any expression to show, no one really knew the status of Peter. However, they could all see Zhang Ye's expression. He looked very comfortable even though he was behind by more than a dozen points. He was looking unexpectedly calm. The Americans clenched their teeth. But everyone else was feeling reassured. Zhang Ye's calmness had given them a lot of confidence. Li Qinxin said, Can he make a comeback? Hu Liang said, Professor Zhang seems confident of it. Su Han gave a wry smile and said, We must think of it that way. Everyone wanted to see how this Joseki would be played out. As it was too complex, many of them had already given up on analyzing it, so they quietly waited as they watched. Peter had 58 minutes of left on the clock. Finally, it made its move. Peter cut across Zhang Ye's large knight's move and began open battle. Zhang Ye smiled and placed his stone, playing a reach around on the outer side. Peter went silent once again. 5 minutes later, Peter played a stretch above Zhang Ye's stone. Zhang Ye didn't even think and went straight for a corner position. Peter went deep in the tank again. Chuning applauded and said, How wonderful. Yuing Yi was dizzy. I can't understand anything that's going on. Xiang Rong explained, Professor Zhang has more of the initiative. Although it might look like he did not think much before playing his moves, all of his moves are quite beautiful. It seems like he is coming up with the best responses to every move that his opponent is making in the complexity of this Joseki. He's truly a strong player, Chen Ying said worriedly. But the board state that's about to unfold looks like it's going to be a matter of choices. And the choice to be made here is very important. So, I wonder how Peter is going to handle it. Peter moved again. Zhang Ye blinked and replied. Chen Ying cheered. Good move. Professor Zhang, what a good move. But Xiang Rong said, that's a Joseki trap too. Chen Ying was startled. A Joseki trap? Xiang Rong nodded. After a slight analysis, Chen Ying broke out in a cold sweat. It's really a Joseki trap. Professor Zhang is trying to lure Peter in. She thought to herself how he could be so crafty. However, Peter did not fall for it. It played an extension. Zhang Ye bumped. This time, Peter was obviously faster in processing and retreated with its move, purposely staying away from it. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. He went for a push-through move against Peter's expectations. They were engaged in a closely fought battle. It was thrilling. This was not a real battle, and there was no smoke and fire. But on this small Go board, it felt like two grandmasters were crossing swords and spilling blood. Xiang Rong said, Peter has no way out. It can only face the fight. It's even more so for Professor Zhang. But this should be what he wants, and probably why he played that Joseki in the first place. The circumstances are the same as the large slant Joseki from earlier. Only one can survive, so unless the other falls, no one can get out. The only thing is we don't know who will remain standing at the end. In the spectator room, people were shouting and cheering. You can do it. Charge. Professor Zhang, go for it. But very quickly, their expressions changed. Just as Zhang Ye's white stones were bashing his opponent, Peter played a wonderfully magnificent move. After 3 minutes of thinking, Peter applied pressure in the corner and cut off Zhang Ye's momentum straight down the middle. Zhang Ye frowned. His expression of helplessness was captured by the cameras. The Americans applauded Peter's move. All right. Beautiful. That was very well executed. Meanwhile, those who were siding with Zhang Ye could only sigh in unison. Zhang Ye made his next move. Peter attacked again. Zhang Ye played a horizontal stretch. Peter chased after him. When Zhang Ye knew that nothing would come out of this, he gave up and got out of the entanglement. Xiang Rong sighed. Peter has broken through again. Yu Yingyi asked anxiously. How is Professor Zhang doing then? Chen Ying answered. Professor Zhang has suffered another great loss. The series of exchange in the upper corner has led him to lose at least another 10 or more points. Then, there is another group of 5 or 6 stones that have been surrounded and are dead. Dead? Another group was dead? Yu Yingyi despaired. When the television viewers heard that, they also lost all hope. They had been down by over a dozen points. And now, they were down by yet another dozen points? Adding them together, wouldn't they be at around a 30-point deficit? What else was there left to play for? They were going to lose? There shouldn't be a way to play on, right? Chen Ying's 7 Dan said sadly. Professor Zhang is very much so in danger. Although I'm also rooting for him to win. Based on the board state, there's almost no hope. Xiang Rong also felt the same. If it were me, I would have resigned by now. Resign? That would mean conceding the game. Even Xiang Rong was saying this, so it could be seen just how hopeless things was for Zhang Ye. However, Zhang Ye did not do so. Not only did he not concede, Zhang Ye still looked as calm as ever as he continued playing. This time, he played his move right in the third corner where there were already some stones set up. Peter immediately replied with a cut. Zhang Ye pushed deeper. Peter did not allow it. Zhang Ye forced his way in. Peter pushed him back. With the magic sword Joseki cracked, the remaining computation for the moves weren't that difficult for Peter. It was starting to play efficiently again and almost did not waste any time. Every move was completed within a minute, while it was Zhang Ye's turn to be deep in the tank. The board state proceeded to the middle game. The two sides exchanged another 8 moves in that corner. Although Zhang Ye was still fighting, everyone else thought he was just trying to hold on. The Americans were confident of their victory. Some of them had already looked away from the play. They didn't think that there was any need to watch as the result had been determined. The great slant Joseki? The magic sword. Joseki? Peter cracked them one after the other and showcased how strong its go skills were. They believed, in fact, everyone believed, that Zhang Ye was at a dead end. They didn't think that he had any moves left to play. But right when Peter played a move at what everyone thought was a great position, Zhang Ye suddenly laughed. It finally happened. I knew that you would play this move. Without any hesitation, Zhang Ye pushed. At the beginning, no one saw anything particular about it. But when Peter went deep in the tank again after the great slant Joseki and the magic sword Joseki, everyone suddenly felt that something was wrong. A bad premonition hit them. Xiang Ron was startled as he shouted, "It's here again. Professor Zhang is doing it again." Chuning looked dumbfounded as she just stared in shock at the board. What in the world? Again? You're doing it again? Hu Liang's legs wobbled. Su Han was floored again. Wu Changhe and Dan Donghe were speechless. When they noticed the fearsomeness and shamelessness of Zhang Ye's move, everyone silently put that bastard Zhang Ye onto their blacklists. They knew that they would never want to play against him in the future. They would absolutely not do something like that. If they played him, they would probably end up vomiting so much blood that they would die of blood loss. What kind of move was this? What kind of playstyle was this? Americans were only average at Go and were barely seen in international tournaments. Even if there were any, they would have Chinese or Korean ethnicity. But that did not mean that Americans did not know Go. Since the team members could issue a challenge to all humanity on behalf of Peter, they definitely understood Go. When they saw that move by Zhang Ye and Peter going deep in the tank yet again, the reactions of the Americans could only be described as, "What the fuck?" In their heads, they were cursing at all 18 generations of Zhang Ye's ancestors. Why don't you just die? Are you finished yet? Fuck. After the first one, you still had a second? After the second one, you're now playing a third? What is this? Just what the hell is this? All of the American team members were raging, but Zhang Ye maintained his calm. The Avalanche Joseki 3, the third of the three most complex Josekis from Zhang Ye's previous world. 1. https://senseis.xmp.net/?? 3. 4-point Josekis https://senseis.xmp.net/?? Hoseki AlphaGo's analysis of this Joseki https://www.facebook.com/photo.php FBID =163598327 6436237 and set PCB.1635990279768 870 and type =3 in theater. 2. King Jul, Pin Zhao/Hamid. Referring to a trap in Joseki, typically a tricky but incorrect play that requires skill to refute. https://senseis.xmp.net/?? Hame. 3. https://senseis.xmp.net/?? Nadar Chapter 1142. You're done here, it's my turn. Chapter 1142. You're done here, it's my turn. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The Go players were all stunned. The netizens were jumping for joy. I'm dying of laughter. Uft. Requesting to view Peter's phobias stats. Did Peter Go crash? How does Zhang Ye come up with such complex Josekis at the snap of a finger? It's already the third one. This is already the fucking third one. Just how many does he have left? Who knows? Could he possibly make a comeback? There shouldn't be anything left to play for in this game, right? Is Teacher Zhang spiting the Americans on purpose? 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. Peter seemed to have crashed. Zhang Ye smiled and looked at the screen. Ever since the start of the game, he had not shown any trace or acceptance of a loss. He was either just very calm or wore a smile on his face that no one could understand. No one knew what Zhang Ye intended to do and felt that he was just trying to mess up the board state on purpose. But they all had to admit that Zhang Ye really knew how to make trouble for Peter. Just with those 3 extremely complex Josekis that no one had ever seen before nor replicable by anyone in the Go world, Zhang Ye had done something to Peter that no one before him could manage. Let alone being able to make Peter vomit blood. They could not even cause it any trouble. Further, Zhang Ye had won yesterday's game fair and square. Wu Changhe sighed. This kid, what's the point of constantly playing those Josekis? Even after taking all that trouble to play them, he was still killed off by that P whatever its name was. Thingy, does he even know the difference in scores? He can't catch up. Hu Liang thought so too. He yelled at the screen. Professor Zhang, why don't you at least try to catch up? This kind of Joseki is too complex. You might find yourself getting entangled in it. Is he going to lose? I'm dying from the anxiety. Professor Zhang, show your might. Do something like that hand of God you played yesterday. With this avalanche Jozeki played, everyone felt like they were breaking down. But there was nothing that they could do since he had played it. Zhang Ye could understand why they felt that way. He had brought out all three of his previous world's most complex Josekis, all of them within just one game. This was not even seen before in his previous world at any of the official tournaments, and it was practically impossible for something like this to happen. How would most professional Go players react when they saw the Magic Sword Jozeki, the Avalanche Jozeki, the Great Slant Jozeki? They would all be pissing their pants already. It was certainly not something that they would play, and if any one of these complex Josekis made an appearance in a game, it would be a feat. So for three of them to appear within one game, that would surely be the death of them. If that was how a world with these three Josekis already in existence would react, then it wasn't necessary to speak of just how a world that had not seen them before would react. The three complex Josekis have all been played. This was a fucking hell game. There shouldn't be another Go game as complicated as this one, ever. Of course, the appearance of these three Josekis was a result of Zhang Ye's deliberate guidance. It was easier to accept that the Magic Sword and Great Slant Josekis had been played as the conditions to form the patterns were simpler. But the Avalanche Jozeki was much more complicated and would rarely appear due to being much more conditional than the other two. After Zhang Ye's failure with the Magic Sword Jozeki, he had to purposely bring the game over to the structure in the other corner. Relying on a bit of experience and luck, as well as his slight understanding of Peter's cognitive principles, Zhang Ye was finally able to lead Peter into the trap. Come on, have a taste of this. The time left on Peter's clock was slowly dwindling. The live broadcast camera zoomed in on the digits of the clock as they counted down. There weren't even 30 minutes of left on its clock. Only 26 minutes were showing on the clock. Even though they were in the middle game, and though Peter was leading by quite a bit, it had very little time left on the clock. In contrast, Zhang Ye still had an hour and 30 minutes left. When there were just 25 minutes left on Peter's clock, it made a move. Peter played a push one. Zhang Ye went with the flow and fought it. Peter countered. Zhang Ye called an Atari. Peter gave up on the stone. Zhang Ye captured a black stone. 2 moves later, Peter called an Atari on the side of the board. Zhang Ye did not allow it. Peter thought for a good 5 minutes before placing a stone, which was a crucial move. Qining could not help but say, "Beautiful." Yuingyi said, "Peter seems to be playing much faster." Xiangrong said, "Yes, compared to earlier, it's much faster." Zhang Ye did not have a good way to deal with this move yet, so he had to retreat from there. But Peter pressed on. That resulted in Zhang Ye countering with an Atari on his next move. This move of his was welcomed by applause and cheers from those in the commentary booth, as well as everyone else who was watching the match. Qining said, "Good. Great." Xiangrong was taken aback as he realized that Zhang Ye did not suffer a loss this time. Not only did he not suffer a loss, he even captured a stone and regained a few points against all odds. The Qiyuan's people were astonished. This was the first time that Zhang Ye had made Peter taste defeat in a fight in the corners. But whatever this meant, they were not in the mood to think about it. Neither did their attention deviate to that, as the battle on the board was so intense that no one was considering other things. Only Zhang Ye's eyes shifted as he kept smiling. Perhaps due to its earlier mistake, Peter went deep in the tank for another 4 minutes before playing its next move, then thought for another 3 minutes for its next move. Zhang Ye did not seem to need to think and played spontaneously. Peter played a horizontal stretch. Zhang Ye preemptively grabbed a position. Peter hesitated for a moment before rushing to fight for it. Zhang Ye then played a very unusual ghost move too. Peter considered its moves for another 3 minutes. Qining suddenly said, "Peter is about to break the Jozeki." Xiangrong did not say anything. Sure enough, Peter's next move attacked straight in. With that, the deadlocked battle in the corner came a temporary end, and Peter successfully escaped. But unlike the previous 2 times, perhaps due to its internal configuration for time rules, many of its moves were hastily played without much thought at all. This led to Peter escaping the fight in the corner only after taking a loss of 4 or 5 points. Yuingyi quickly asked, "How are things?" Qining smiled and said, "This time, Professor Zhang has played the Joziki successfully. What? Yue was pleasantly surprised. That's great. Xiang Rong continued and immediately poured cold water on that by saying, but Peter still has an advantage in the other territories. There's also still a 26-point difference in the score. Yue fell silent. 25 to 26 points? The game was entering the latter half. Qining sighed. It won't be easy to catch up. It's almost impossible. The mood dipped a little. This corner fight might have been won, but it was unable to affect the entire battle. Professor Zhang might have played splendidly here, but it did not affect the overall board state much. The Americans heaved a sigh of relief. They finally won. A loss of 4 or 5 points. That was fine. It was totally acceptable. As long as they could break the Joziki, it was all fine, and they would definitely be able to take this game. Subtracting the compensation, they still led by 25 to 26 points. There was still more than half the game left to be played, so it would be very difficult for them to throw the game. Their advantage was clear as day. The Americans' representative smiled as he looked at Zhang Ye. Come, what other moves do you have left? Huh, what do you have left? However, one of the Caucasians in the group got startled. He looked shocked as he tugged at the representative and pointed at the computer in a fluster. Qining also realized it. She shouted, something's wrong. Something's off. Yue was taken aback. What is it? Qining excitedly pointed at Peter's clock. Take a look at that. Look at Peter's remaining time. Yue exclaimed. 2 minutes and 22 seconds? Xiang Rong's eyes lit up. Peter only has 2 minutes left. The Americans could feel their hearts dropping. This was bad. Meanwhile, the Chiyuan's people blew up. Li Qinxin said in shock. 2 minutes. 2 minutes more, and the main time will end. Every move after that will have to be played within 1 minute. Peter is out of time. Hu Liang said. Even 2 hours are not enough? Dan. Donghe exulted. It was all spent on dealing with Professor Zhang's 3 Josikis. Suhan gasped. What is Professor Zhang trying to do? Everyone looked at one another and could see the shock in one another's eyes. The 3 Josikis were played, but Zhang Ye's plan was not to use them to win the game. It was not so that he could fight against Peter. His objective since the start was to make Peter run out of time. But would that still be possible? With such a great deficit of points, could he catch up? What moves did Zhang Ye have left? In an instant, the atmosphere chilled. The home viewers were also looking at their television screens in shock. The American representative panicked, but quickly forced himself to calm down. Impossible. He couldn't catch up. Even if Peter did not have much main thinking time left and could only use 1 minute for the overtime after the main time was over, it could still control the overall board state. Besides, with 2 of the corners already lost, how can you play on? It was too late for that. A comeback? Not even God could achieve that. Chen Ying's voice was getting very loud. The board is in a very delicate state. Peter has the advantage and is almost in a winning position, but it has used up most of its main time. It won't be able to make any more in-depth decisions. Is there a way to play on? Can Professor Zhang turn things around? Has this been what he was waiting for all along? What killer moves does he have left that he hasn't shown us? Right now, the entire pride of the Go world is in his hands. That's right. Zhang Ye had been waiting for this moment. He looked at the computer and smiled. We Chinese have a traditional saying called, "You're done here. It's my turn." After hogging the limelight for so long, I guess you should be done here? It's my turn. This bro will give you a lesson today. I'll show you another famous playstyle from my previous world. 1. Ya/ashi https://senseis.xmp.net/?push. 2. https://senseis.xmp.net/?blood vomiting game. Chapter 1143. Go can be played this way? Chapter 1143. Go can be played this way? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the Zuanwoman Go Club for the Elderly. A group of elderly people was getting impatient. He has fallen behind by too much. Yeah, so what if he has more time? I'd rather he exchange some of that time for points. He's behind by 25, 26 points as we enter the middle game. Even a miracle can't save him. Agreed. It will be very difficult to continue playing. Back at home, his father was getting very anxious. What should he do? What should he do now? His mother said loudly. Io, keep quiet and sit down. Keep watching. His father said, how can I stay seated? He's losing by so much. At old Rao's house, Yang Shu said eagerly. Why isn't senior bro getting anxious? Rao glanced at the television. Him? He's just trying to act cool and mysterious. Chen asked. Aunt, will Zhang Ye win? How can he win? Rao pursed her lips. Although that was what she said, old Rao's eyes were still glued to the game on the television. The state of the board was approaching the most crucial period. The board was also in a most dangerous state. China Chiyuan's people were all waiting to see just what Zhang Ye was planning. Some of them were clutching their chests with racing hearts. They were simply unable to watch any further. A professional 5th Dan female Go player covered her eyes. Can't watch. A 6th Dan youth player next to her turned his back to the screen, moaning as he did, as if it would help to ease the tension. But in the end, it wasn't useful at all. So he stuck both his index fingers into his ears, afraid that he would hear Zhang Ye suddenly resign. Come on, Professor Zhang, you can do it. Come on. May God bless you. Heavenly Father, please let us win. I beg of you. The people at the Chiyuan started shouting. This might well be their final cries. At present, whether it be the Americans, the Chiyuan's people, or the home viewers, nobody believed that Zhang Ye stood any chance of winning. But none of these people knew that they were about to witness a sensational game. On the live broadcast, Zhang Ye smiled and made a move. He placed a white stone in the corner which Peter had taken with a move after he had played the magic sword Joziki. This move was very surprising. So surprising that even Xiang Rong was taken aback. Xiang Rong 9 Dan said, what? Chen Ying even shouted, oh my God, what is Professor Zhang trying to do? Yu Yingyi did not dare to speak. She just stared blankly at the screen. Chen Ying felt incredulous. She could not understand Zhang Ye's intent. This corner was where that fight took place. Professor Zhang has clearly lost the area, with his stones mostly surrounded by Peter's black stones. Not too many of Professor Zhang's white stones are still alive. But we're seeing Professor Zhang's white stone has once again rushed in for an attack. What's the meaning of this? Suicide? A sacrifice? Or has he made a mistake? A mistake? Everyone paled. He was behind by so much, and he made a mistake? Peter probably did not expect that Zhang Ye would venture an attack here. Perhaps due to a lack of time, Peter played its move at the very next second. Peter played a stand against the attack. Zhang Ye bumped. Peter called an Atari. Zhang Ye did not allow it. Then Peter went with a horizontal stretch. Chen Ying was despairing. The white stones are sinking deeper and deeper. Professor Zhang is also falling further and further behind in points. That mistake was a fatal one and has put him in a worse state than before. Wu Changhe lambasted. What the heck is he doing? Li Qinxin said in surprise. That isn't like little Zhang. Su Han remarked. What is he doing? Why'd he go for that corner? Hu Liang shouted. Those white stones are practically dead. How can he prevent it? At this point, Peter had run out of main time, his clock reaching 0. Zhang Ye played a cut. Peter's overtime period began. In these types of competitions, one wouldn't lose after their main time was used up. Instead, the game would enter into play that was similar to blitz. This meant that every move Peter played would have to be made within 1 minute. Otherwise, if it exceeded this duration and used up the 3 allocated 1-minute overtime periods, the referee would automatically give Peter the loss based on the rules. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds. Peter hurriedly played a reinforcing move. Zhang Ye played a descent. Chen Ying said loudly, why is he still attacking over there? Yu Yingyi said sadly, he's basically giving away his stones for nothing. This was where Peter had marked out its territory, and though Zhang Ye's stones hadn't been fully captured, they weren't far from it. But now, Zhang Ye was playing more and more stones at this location, sacrificing them with every move he made. This was something that even a laywoman like Yu Yingyi could understand, but why did it seem like Zhang Ye could not? The home viewers were also appalled. We're done for. This time, we're utterly done for. Teacher Zhang has lost it. Damn, he's almost 40 points behind now, isn't he? Zhang Ye was seemingly unaware of it all, and after thinking for 5 minutes, he played again. He still had time left, so much time that he could play. At ease, Peter played its next move with 3 seconds left in its overtime period. The Americans looked at one another with smiles on their faces. The 2 international referees were somewhat speechless. But a miracle happened at the very next second. Without any warning, Zhang Ye suddenly countered with a white stone that landed on a position no one had expected. Things instantly became tense. Peter was stunned. The timer counted up very quickly. Peter was forced to play. Zhang Ye smiled as he lightly clicked the mouse. Atari. With that, many people looked shocked. Xiang Rong cried out. He's pressing to capture those live stones with a ladder 1. Qining looked like she had seen a ghost. The Qiyuan's people and Go players watching the TV were also dumbfounded. Forcefully trying to capture the live stones through a ladder? This was too crazy. This was too overbearing. As it turned out, Zhang Ye's earlier series of blunders were all made to kill off this black stone of Peter's. In their eyes, this was something only a madman would attempt. The price to pay was too great. If anything went wrong, it would lead to doom. It would lead to a very bad end. Peter couldn't do anything but give up on that stone. Zhang Ye captured it. Then Peter played. Zhang Ye attacked from the outside. Peter was taken aback and hurriedly retreated. Then the most critical stone landed on the board. Zhang Ye smiled as he clicked the mouse again and called for Atari once more. The magic sword Jiziki that had almost been surrounded by Peter's white stones had now been used by Zhang Ye against the AI. This took Peter by complete surprise. The Americans were stunned. Qining was dumbfounded. Everyone watching the game was shocked. Zhang Ye captured yet another stone. Normally, the loss of this stone should have been acceptable since Peter was so far ahead. It shouldn't have mattered much at all. But that was not the case this time. This stone was different from the others. When Zhang Ye took that second black stone for himself, even the international referees were shocked to the point that their jaws dropped. They stared fixedly at Zhang Ye as though he was a god of some sort. Hu Liang exclaimed, "Holy shit!" Su Han shouted, "What the fuck?" Wu Changhe was shocked. Dan Donghe looked astounded. They had all witnessed an unbelievable sight. The stones came alive. Zhang Ye's dead group in the corner had been revived. Countless people were looking at the Go board, but none of them could believe what they were seeing. Sacrificing stones, suiciding them, forcefully trying to capture live stones using a ladder, and the dead group got revived. This was a divine miracle. This was pure sorcery. They were all overwhelmed by Zhang Ye's offbeat playstyle. Even many of the top pros were seeing this for the first time. It could be played this way. Go can even be played this way. 1. Zheng Zheng/Shicho. A ladder is a technique for capturing stones. At each step, the attacker reduces the defender's liberties from 2 to 1. https://senseis.xmp.net/?ladder. Chapter 1144. Humanity Wins. Chapter 1144. Humanity Wins. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The living group, 1 died, and the dead group got revived. This was the famous zombie style from Zhang Ye's previous world. The playstyle was the claim to fame of the representative figure of the Go world, Li Sidol 2. There was no such playstyle in this world, and no one has ever seen something like it before. So you could imagine the shock they received when they saw Zhang Ye's dead group get revived. The zombie style was a very different playstyle and strategy that players would resort to in times of adversity. This sort of strategy required a higher standard of play than the cosmic style. It not only required the player to have an awareness of the overall board state and ability to force an attack, but also required a strong understanding of dead groups, a strong concept of thickness and thinness, as well as have good control of the pace of the game. A player would need to be exceptional in all of those areas to be able to play the zombie style. This sort of extraordinary playstyle was also practically unwieldable even by those top players who had studied the zombie style. Qining could feel herself going crazy. He has captured 2 living stones with a strong ladder. Professor Zhang's white stones in the corner have come back to life. Oh my god, this is truly a stroke of genius, Xiang Rong said excitedly. That was quite beautiful. Qining shouted. Peter did not foresee this move. It didn't see it coming at all. Yuingyi asked, what's their score difference now? Xiang Rong did a quick calculation. Including the compensation, he's only behind by about 17 or 18 points. After Xiang Rong spoke, Qining remarked, this is a miracle. It's truly a miracle. From a difference of over 30 points, he had caught up to just being slightly behind by a little over a dozen points. Calling it a miracle was quite right, as this was truly unbelievable. The Americans were panicking. Why? Why hadn't Peter prevented that? This shouldn't have been the case. It was impossible. Peter was running on an upgraded version of the program. There shouldn't have been anything that it couldn't predict. Suddenly, the American representative glanced at Peter's clock. He blanched and understood what was going on. Peter was out of time. It didn't have any time to do an in-depth analysis before playing its moves. Shit, they'd been had. The Americans only understood at this moment how important time was for Peter. They only just realized that they had all fallen for Zhang Ye's trickery right from the start. Ever since the great slant Jozeki appeared, they had slowly been walking into Zhang Ye's trap. Zhang Ye had been waiting for just this moment. The three Josekis he played had only one objective: to make Peter use up its time. Watching from home, many viewers stood up. China Chiyuan's people were also shouting in excitement after being surprised. Li Qinxin said anxiously in a loud voice, "Can he catch up? Can he really do it?" Wu Changhe said, "I don't know. I just don't know." Dan Donghe was staring hard at the screen while his palms were sweating profusely. Hu Liang's heart was pounding. Just about a dozen more points. There are only about a dozen points left to catch up on. Keep going. Go, Professor Zhang. You can do it. Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. Get after it. Quick. There's almost no time left. Some professional Go players were even shouting at the top of their lungs. Peter went deep in thought again. 2, 3. At the last second, Peter played a move straight down the center. Zhang Ye replied with a checking extension. Peter retreated. Zhang Ye did not let up and continued attacking with his next move. Then Peter played a good move. A stone was placed squarely at a critical position and helped the black stones gain a lot of influence in the center of the board where it could advance or retreat easily. But Zhang Ye did not bother responding to that move and instead played a move near the bottom left corner. He set his sights back on the almost dead great slant Jozeki. The American representative shot to his feet. "Hold it off. Peter, you have to hold it off." Chuning immediately yelled, "It's back." Yuingyi felt fired up just watching. Professor Zhang has started another fight. Will there be another miracle? Chen Ying's voice was getting louder and louder. Can it happen again? We can see here that Professor Zhang has begun a siege. What is he planning? Peter ignored him and continued taking control of the center. But Zhang Ye's next stone penetrated behind the enemy lines. Peter was taken aback and rushed back to cut. Then Zhang Ye cast a stone away by placing it inside the dead group. Chen was surprised. What? Yuingyi was panicking badly. Why did he do that? Peter did not hesitate and captured Zhang Ye's white stone. The Americans cheered on the inside. All right, well done. However, Zhang Ye just smiled and calmly played on. Peter played a strong horizontal stretch. Zhang Ye played a descent. This descent shocked a lot of people. The Americans broke out in cold sweats. Peter retreated. Zhang Ye went for the kill. Although he had one of his stones captured, little did anyone know that Zhang Ye's objective was not in that position at all. It was a Jozeki trap played to open up a position elsewhere. Besides, Zhang Ye only had one objective in mind: to force the living stones into a ladder 3. He wanted to swallow all of the black stones over here. By the time Peter reacted, it was too late. Zhang Ye called an Atari and captured a stone first. Peter counterattacked. Zhang Ye brushed it aside and played a hard bump. Peter reinforced the empty positions. Zhang Ye called an Atari again and took another stone. A lot of people could feel their blood racing as they watched. The Chiyuan's people were shouting in shock and surprise. Good. Well played. Heavens. Very beautiful. Professor Zhang, attack. They would enter to the endgame soon. The Go board was getting very crowded as the positions to play on lessened. Peter wildly counterattacked around the perimeter, seemingly without any considerations. Zhang Ye blocked. Peter struggled and went all out with its next move. Zhang Ye smiled as Peter played a hard attachment 4 from above. Right after, Zhang Ye countered with an Atari. If Peter were a living person, it would surely look wan and pale. When Peter's third stone in the Great Slant area was captured, those at the venue and watching on TV were so shocked they could not speak. They came back to life. About 7 white stones came back to life within the dead group. On the online Go server, the online commentator was dumbfounded. Incredible. What an incredible way of playing. What beautiful captures. Professor Zhang has captured 3 black stones in a row with ladders. These captures have allowed a portion of the white stones to be revived. Oh my god. This playstyle has to be described as a fantasy. It's literally unheard of. Beijing television. The host said in shock, "What's the difference now?" The commentator looked even more shocked than the host, due to the fact that he was a pro Go player. This situation unfolding before him felt impossible. "There's no difference anymore." The host was taken aback. "No difference?" The commentator gasped and said, "There isn't a difference anymore. Zhang Ye is only down by a point or two." The host was stunned. "What?" A female Go player screamed. "Ah!" Wu Changhe exclaimed. "He is caught up? He's really caught up." Dan Dongha's shouts were even littered with curses. "Great showing. That was a fucking great showing. Professor Zhang." Hu Liang roared. Li Yi shouted. "We're nearly there." Lu Hongnan Dan said. "You're only 2 points behind. Only 2 points. Catch up." Su Han led the cheering. "Let's go." Everyone responded with cheers. "Let's go. Let's go. Catch up. Professor Zhang, make a comeback." Li Qinchin's eyes were reddening. Could he do it? Could little Zhang really do it? In the game room, the game was in its closing stages. Without making any sense, after Zhang Ye revived that small area of white stones, he no longer battled over there. Instead, he went for the center and attacked right away. Peter played a push-through. Zhang Ye forcefully attacked. Peter reinforced its structure. Zhang Ye attacked again. Chening stood up. She could no longer sit still. Xiang Rong's breathing was getting more rapid. The Americans were staring straight at the board with wide eyes. It was almost ending. It was going to finish soon. Peter made use of its advantageous opening framework in the center to surround 2 of Zhang Ye's white stones. Zhang Ye neither panicked nor rushed as he started fighting back from the inside. Peter played a stone to reinforce its attack. However, Zhang Ye bumped it back. Next, he played a knight's move, and the zombie style reappeared. It had unexpectedly revived 3 white stones in the right corner this time, as he continued his attack from the opposite direction. Peter's reinforcing play was too late. Zhang Ye continued attacking as the revived white stones started to surround the black ones. Peter fell silent. It was too quick. It was way too quick. Chening finally reacted after 3 seconds as she looked at the Go board in shock. All of a sudden, tears flooded down her cheeks, and she could not stop herself from crying. Yuanyi got frightened. "What's the matter?" "Teacher Chen, what is it?" Xiang Rong's hands were trembling. Yuanyi said in panic, "Teacher Xiang? Teacher Chen? What's happening?" Chening sobbed. "We've won." Yuanyi was startled. "What?" Chening cried. "We won." Yuanyi froze. 1. https://senseis.xmp.net/?alive. 2. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/li_setol. 3. Zheng/Shicho. A ladder is a technique for capturing stones. At each step, the attacker reduces the defender's liberties from 2 to 1. https://senseis.xmp.net/?ladder. Etymology on this page should be ignored. 4. Pong. PNG/Tsuk. The contact play or attachment is a move which is played in immediate contact with, that is, directly next to, a stone of the opponent, without being in such a relationship with a friendly stone. https://senseis.xmp.net/?attach. Chapter 1145. A Hero is Born. Chapter 1145. A Hero is Born. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. We won. We really won. When they heard that on the Central TV Sports Channel live broadcast, all of the television viewers sprang up from their seats and stared at the screen in shock, watching as Zhang Ye and Peter played out the endgame 1. It wasn't over yet, and many people were still unsure whether Chening's 7. Dan's claims were true. 1 stone, 5 stones, 10 stones. Zhang Ye kept smiling. But Peter's moves were getting more and more pathetic as it started making more and more mistakes. The moment the match ended, the 2 international referees fast walked over to verify the game. The Americans were pale as a sheet of paper. The room fell eerily silent. Japan. The game's over. It's ended. How was it? Who won? Korea. What are things like? How did it go? Hurry up and announce the result already. Over in China, people were even more interested. Has he won? Quickly announce the result. Damn, what exactly is the result? In the game room, as this was a very crucial match, The international referees had to verify the game several times before finally giving each other a look. The older referee of the two gave a slight smile. The camera focused on him. Thousands and thousands of people were watching him on their televisions. They heard the older referee announce, "In this game, Zhang Ye is victorious. 2-1. Zhang Ye had won. Humanity won. And he even won by more than 20 points. In the end game, Zhang Ye took an overwhelming victory by making a comeback from more than 30 points down to win the game by over 20 points. It was truly a miracle." Yuingyi shouted, "We've won. We've won." Chen Ying was still sobbing. "Congratulations, Professor Zhang. This is a historic victory for the Go world. Professor Zhang has helped the Go world safeguard the honor of humanity. He is amazing. Professor Zhang was amazing today. This has got to be the highest level of Go achieved by humans. This has got to be the most unforgettable match of the entire international world of Go." After 3 days of competition, Professor Zhang has defeated the AI by a score of 2-1. Professor Zhang has used the most practical of actions to show machines and those arrogant Americans that humans are unbeatable in Go. Arrogant Americans? The director quickly cautioned Chen Ying through her earpiece. But Chen Ying was already feeling so fired up that she could no longer contain herself. How could she be bothered with using the proper courtesy? She could only use shouting to express herself. At the Zuanwoman Go Club for the elderly, a middle-aged man threw the game record in his hands into the air. An old man looked at the screen all a tremble. He was crying. "We've won. Zhang Ye has won. Victory is ours. It's ours." At home, his mother let out an excited shout. His father couldn't contain his excitement either. "My son won. Little Yi defeated the computer." At old Rao's house, Yang Shu shouted so loudly that the entire apartment complex could hear her. "Senior bro won." Rao rolled her eyes. "That kid really won." At the SARFD, Wu Ziqing called Secretary Bai over with a smile. "Chief Wu, I'll be treating everyone for lunch." "Ah, all right." At old Yao's house, Yao Mi yelled. He snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. "Oh my god," Yao Jiansai's wife said. "Little Zhang really did it. He's ascending." Yao Jiansai's jaw dropped. The live broadcast was still filming. Chaos reigned at the venue. The moment the result was announced, someone pushed open the door to the game room from outside. Then China Chiyuan's people started streaming in. Wu Changhe, Li Qinqin, Dan Donghe, Li Yi, and Lu Hong were all looking pleasantly surprised. Zhang Ye stood up and waved at everyone. He was instantly surrounded by the group of excited people. Wu Changhe asked loudly, "What are those josikis called?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "They're the Great Slant, Magic Sword, and Avalanche josikis." Dan Donghe asked, "What about that playstyle at the end?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "It's called the zombie style." "What a great zombie style. What a great zombie style." Wu Changhe's voice was trembling with excitement. No one could stop laughing. "Ha ha ha ha." Li Qinqin said, "Little Zhang, you're the best." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "It was quite a close call. I nearly lost the game. Fortunately, I did not disgrace everyone." All of a sudden, in the focus of the live broadcast camera, Hu Liang took a step forward and grabbed Zhang Ye. Suhan swiftly followed. Tian Weiwei also rushed over. Over a dozen young people lifted Zhang Ye up at once. No one knew if they had discussed this beforehand or thought of it spontaneously. Zhang Ye was startled by this. Hey, take it easy. Take it easy." But they ignored him and suddenly tossed him high. Zhang Ye was scared out of his wits, but everyone was cheering. "Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye." They threw him into the air. Then they caught him. Then they threw him into the air again. Many of the pro players expressed their excitement in their own way. "We've won. We've really won." A few female players off to the side were wiping their tears away as they cried with joy. They felt too emotional and did not know how to describe their feelings. Perhaps only by crying could they show their most sincerest of feelings. It was probably also the most direct response they could muster. A lot of people were crying. Even Dan Donghe couldn't help but tear up a little when he saw this. No one could control their emotions. Because it was so incredible. They couldn't control themselves. Shinji 9 Dan, Park Yuhi, Xiang Rong, all of the top Go players had fallen to this artificial intelligence. Just as humanity was staring at a crushing defeat, Zhang Ye stepped forward and single-handedly saved the Go world after much difficulty. Witnessing this scene, not only did the blood of those in the Go world race, even the television viewers felt fired up and passionate. The netizens started flooding the servers with their comments. The flood of comments was so great that it could even turn the heavens upside down. This is so awesome. Zhang Ye, you're so cool. Damn, I didn't like him that much in the past, but today, I've turned from passerby into fan. I'm even going to be a diehard fan. Face-smacking Zhang has shown his prowess again. I knew he wouldn't be pushed around so easily. Who is Zhang Ye? When has this fellow ever been at a disadvantage? An AI? And it's even an upgraded version? So what if it has been upgraded? Didn't it still get its face smacked swollen by face-smacking Zhang all the same? Look at the faces of those Americans. This release feels so good. This is so fun. No one else could do something like this. Zhang Ye is amazing. There hasn't been anyone like Zhang Ye in showbiz for the past 500 years, nor will there be another person like him in the next 500 years. Face-smacking Zhang has left Peter in tears in China. Zhang Ye is indeed the better of the two. My idol. Zhang Ye is definitely going to be my idol for life. I want to learn Go. Me too. I'm suddenly very interested in it. Although I don't know how to play Go, tears were inexplicably rolling down my cheeks from watching the game and listening to the commentary on TV. It was so exciting. Teacher Zhang is a real blessing to mankind. Everyone, please don't criticize him in the future. Otherwise, if we encounter this kind of situation again in the future, who would want to step forward for us? Who could turn things around like Teacher Zhang has done? Other than him, no one's capable of doing so. Don't you guys agree? Agreed. Well spoken. There's nothing wrong with it. Right? Let's not criticize him in the future. Just based on this war between humans and machines, I will support all of Zhang Ye's future works. Teacher Zhang was really fucking cool today. Today, Zhang Ye is the hero of the Go world. 1. https://senseis.xmp.net/?endgame. Chapter 1146. How Lonely It Is to Be Invincible. Chapter 1146. How Lonely It Is to Be Invincible. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Outside the Chiyuan, firecrackers popped. Nobody knew who had lit them, but several strings of firecrackers went off one after another. It sounded like the new year had come again. Faint shouts could also be heard. Face-smacking Zhang is almighty. Face-smacking Zhang is almighty. Face-smacking Zhang is almighty. Go back home, you Americans. Ha 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 ha. The crowd waiting at the entrance were in a celebratory mood. Inside, Zhang Ye's phone was blowing up with calls. His eldest younger sister's call. Brother, you were so awesome. Haha, that's of course. I would like to learn Go too. Teach me. Man, you don't have the talent, so you should forget about it. B-list singer Xiaodong's call. You were incredible. Haha, I guess I wasn't too bad. Damn, who could have thought that you would really win against the AI? The group of us were all watching the live broadcast. Amy, Xiaoxian, and I were dumbfounded from watching. He received over a dozen calls. His friends and relatives each took turns to bombard his phone with calls. After hanging up on the last call, Zhang Ye was feeling quite happy. He was suddenly overcome with emotion and sang, "How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it feels to be invincible." Standing alone at the summit, the cold wind continues to blow past. Who can understand my loneliness? The more he sang, the more excited he became. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it feels to be invincible. She who hides beyond the horizon. Can you hear what I have to relate? My loneliness. Endless loneliness. Zhang Ye did not even notice that there were still some reporters and cameras nearby. He just sang a song from his previous world called Invincible One. The reporters were dumbfounded by what they heard. A cameraman nearly burst out laughing. How arrogant. This fellow was too good at putting on a show. A middle-aged reporter suddenly looked to the cameraman and asked loudly, "Did you get that? Did you record the singing?" That cameraman was stunned and quickly checked the camera. Oh, it was recorded. That's great. The reporters were all excited. No matter what conduct that was, it was still Zhang Ye's new song. At the press conference venue, everyone had arrived. Zhang Ye was led over together with the Chiyuan's people, as well as the American team members. The press conference was about to begin, and it was the largest one held over the span of the 3 games. Almost all of the media outlets that could attend were present. The mainstream Chinese media, television stations, and quite a number of Japanese and Korean reporters, along with some Caucasian reporters from either Europe or America, were all gathered here. The sea of reporters took to their seats and stared in anticipation as they waited to ask their questions. Some of the reporters could not wait anymore and shot off a barrage of questions. Dan Dongha pressed both hands down to quiet the crowd. "Can you please ask one by one?" An assistant from the Chiyuan pointed at a reporter whose hand was raised. That person stood up and asked the American team, "Peter has lost, so the AI you claimed would surpass the wisdom and intelligence of humans couldn't win in the end. So then, will your side admit that the AI is inferior to the wisdom and intelligence of humanity? Or do you all still insist you are right?" The American representative said, "I firmly believe that it will be the era of AIs from now on. Today's loss was just a minor setback to the long road ahead. It's not that big a deal at all. We're also very grateful to Professor Zhang for showing us that humans are that skilled. We hadn't believed it was possible. Moving on, we will continue to work on and develop our research on Peter's artificial intelligence. Peter will only get stronger and stronger from here on out." Another reporter asked, "Will you all try to challenge Professor Zhang again?" The American representative said with a sunken expression, "Yes, we will certainly challenge him again. For example, we are currently developing Peter's Xiangqi functionalities and believe that it won't be too long before everyone gets to see it. Compared to Go, Xiangqi is also a rather difficult type of strategy board game. If Peter can defeat humanity in that, then..." He no longer mentioned anything about Go. The Americans had changed the subject to Xiangqi. The reporters were surprised by this. Just as they were about to continue questioning, Zhang Ye spoke up. Zhang Ye undoubtedly lived up to his nickname of face-smacking Zhang. He interrupted with a laugh. "Sure, I can actually play Xiangqi too." The American representative almost fainted. Several of the American team members nearly vomited blood. "Fuck your second uncle. How the fuck do you know everything? Why don't you just die? Why don't you just go and die?" The Americans were left speechless in the end. They no longer mentioned anything about Xiangqi. The reporters burst out laughing in their heads. Yu Yingyi was amused in the audience. Li Qinqin and the others were also in stitches. There was really no one else like Professor Zhang. But there was indeed nothing wrong with what he said. Everyone had witnessed Zhang Ye's Xiangqi skill before, and it was really quite advanced. In the cheerful and light-hearted atmosphere of the venue, a female reporter stood up. "Hello, I'm a reporter from Xinhua News. Teacher Zhang, you have represented the Go world today and protected its honor by unwaveringly playing out a wonderful game to turn defeat into victory. It left a lot of people covered in cold sweat from watching, but everyone is happy for you. You are indeed worthy of being called the smartest person in the world now." Zhang Ye smiled. "Thank you, but you think too highly of me." A female reporter asked, "What do you think of everyone proclaiming you as a hero?" Zhang Ye immediately waved it off and kept his smile. He said, "I'm not a hero. I'm really not one. There are many heroes in the Go world, some you can see and others that you don't know about. Everyone here has a dream and has a sincere passion for Go. It's a feeling that most people probably wouldn't understand. I couldn't understand it either in the past, but after being around the Chiyuan's people over the past few days, I've gained a deeper insight." He looked at the Go players from the Chiyuan and said, "There are some people here who retired many years ago, but still have the Go world's considerations at heart. They would step forward the moment the Go world faced any trouble. Some of the young players here even studied game records at the Chiyuan until 1 a.m. Some of them have had glorious pasts, while others have stayed unknown to those outside the world of Go. But it is these people who have supported the Go world to this stage step by step. So if there are any heroes to speak of, it should be them." Many of the reporters were stunned. Zhang Ye pointed to a man, Dan Dongha. He made his debut at age 16 and became a world champion in 1984 at the International Go tournament. Applause thundered. Dan Dongha teared up as he stood and bowed. Zhang Ye pointed at a second person. Wu Changhe, once the world #1 in Go, led the national team to achieve a historic first in claiming 3 successive championships. He retired in 1995. Wu Changhe gave a soft sigh as he stood up and bowed. All of the audience was applauding. Zhang Ye said, "Zhao Hui, an 8th Dan Go player. With his teammates seriously sick and absent from an international match, he took it upon himself to step up and face the Japanese team and won the match decider. He retired in 1998. Zhao Hui was starting to cry, but he held back his tears and stood up ramrod straight. Zhang Ye said, Li Qi, a 7th Dan player, previously ranked in the top 20 of the world, and retired in 2005. After his divorce, he volunteered to assist in training the national team for over a decade. In that time, he trained many batches of Pro Go players who have gone on to excel in the world stage from behind the scenes. Even now, he has not remarried. Li Qi slowly stood up with pride. The audience kept applauding. Li Qi's ex-wife cried as she watched the television. Li Qi's daughter was choking back her tears. Dad, Li Yi, Xiangrong, Chening. Zhang Ye introduced them one by one. The reporters were moved. All of them stood up and gave their loudest round of applause. There were many names they had never heard, nor did they know who those people were. But when they listened to Zhang Ye introduce each of their stories, none of the reporters interrupted him nor showed any signs of impatience. They were all very touched, and a few young reporters felt fired up as their emotions surged. There were even 2 female reporters who could not help but wipe the tears from the corners of their eyes. Their hearts were filled to the brim with emotion. After he finished introducing them, Zhang Ye smiled and said, I'm only a layman who has played 3 games, so I'm really nothing much in comparison. They are the true heroes of the Go world. Please give them a round of applause. The reporters gave another thunderous round of applause. When the viewers watching TV saw, they were all moved. Well said, that was really well said. They are the heroes. No, all of you are the heroes. 1. Invincible. https://youtube.be/-igz0tjbsqi. Chapter 1147. The Eternal Line of Defense for Humanity's Wisdom. Chapter 1147. The Eternal Line of Defense for Humanity's Wisdom. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Half an hour later, Zhang Ye's speech ended. With that, the press conference was also done. The press conference this time felt more like Zhang Ye's oratory ceremony. The reporters had only asked him one question, but what followed was a long talk by Zhang Ye. He knew what to say and knew what the reporters wanted to know, so he just said everything in a single breath. After all, he and the media had been in such regular contact that they understood each other perfectly. Sometimes, there was even a tacit understanding of a common enemy, such as right now. Applause was sounding for the umpteenth time. Not counting those domestic reporters, even China Chiyuan's people and the foreign reporters were standing up to applaud Zhang Ye. Chening was feeling some admiration for him. Dan Donghe was very pleased. Yuingyi learned quite a lot from Zhang Ye's speech. Everyone was pretty convinced by Zhang Ye. They knew that it wasn't accidental that he could arrive at where he was today and could sense it from the speech that he had just given. On the contrary, they rather disliked the American team who spoke pompous words and had a condescending attitude toward the wisdom of humanity and Zhang Ye, insisting on their belief that Peter would win for sure. However, even after the results were confirmed, they still seemed like they were not accepting their defeat. Not being able to compete in Go, they shifted their talk to taking on the Xiangqi world instead and tried to justify why Peter had lost during the entire press conference. Compared to Zhang Ye's speech, it was really on a different level. Zhang Ye had not spoken about himself at all and never once took credit for the outcome. Instead, he talked about the veterans and novices of the Go world, as well as the staff working behind the scenes, hailing them as the true heroes. He was good at speaking. His emotional quotient was high. That was absolutely untrue. The foreign reporters might not know him well, but which Chinese reporter did not understand what kind of person Zhang Ye was? Who would dare to claim that Zhang Ye had a high emotional quotient? If anyone did, they would be the first to get spat on by the others. Zhang Ye's emotional quotient was definitely not high, but the words he spoke all came from his heart. In these days, he had really taken a liking to these lovely people who gave their heart and soul to Go. Humans were emotional beings. This was unlike machines, and perhaps the reason Zhang Ye could win against Peter. And on this point, even if the artificial intelligence were to get developed further and have its computational ability increased and sped up, it would still not be able to learn a thing like emotions. Everyone dispersed. The media gradually left to head back to their office to quickly prepare for the news release. Dan Donghe brought along some people from the Chiyuan and found Zhang Ye. Professor Zhang, thank you. Zhang Ye smiled. It's what I should do. Don't be so courteous. Dan Dongha tried for the umpteenth time to invite Zhang Ye. Are you interested in taking up Go? From today onward, your World Go ranking should be #1. Hu Liang 7 Dan said. Come join us, Professor Zhang. Suhan said, yeah. Xiang Rong 9 Dan also sincerely invited him. I've been thinking of retiring for some time now too. I'm already getting old and starting to lose focus whenever I play. But our country's young players are not fully mature yet. Tian Weiwei still lacks experience, and his playstyle is not stable yet. He can't stand up on his own yet, so I must hold the fort for now. If you do join us, I'll be able to take a step back at last. Yeah, Professor Zhang. You are so skilled at Go, it would such a pity if you don't join the national team. Chuning said with a laugh. If you join us, our national team would dominate everyone else for the next 10 years at least. This was not drivel. In fact, dominating for just 10 years was at the lower end of the estimates. If Zhang Ye were to lead the national Go team, together with Xiang Rong and Li E9 Dan, there probably wouldn't be any opponents who could match them, be it Japan or Korean, be it Shinji 9 Dan, Park Yu-hee, or anyone else. Even if Xiang Rong 9 Dan were to retire suddenly, Zhang Ye alone could carry the team and not let them fall. Zhang Ye quickly waved it off. I'll pass, but if Peter makes a comeback in the future, just give me a ring. I'll come right over. Everyone was disappointed. A Go genius who only came along once a century, the only person who was capable of taking over Xiang Rong 9 Dan's position, had actually turned out to be an amateur? He wasn't even considered a professional Go player. This made them all feel a little frustrated. Comparisons really were torturous, and this was certainly the first ever such case in the history of Go. Dan Dongha knew that Zhang Ye's heart was in a different place, so he didn't try to persuade him any further. He said, wherever you might end up in the future, you will always be part of our Qiyuan. If there's anything you need, just let us know. Zhang Ye laughed, sure. Let's go to my place for a meal then. Dan Dongha still remembered what he promised earlier. Zhang Ye grunted and did not know how to reject his invitation. As a result, Wu Changhe, who had been silent all this while, suddenly rolled his eyes and said, Old Dan, what do you mean by going to your place for a meal? Dan Dongha said, didn't we already agree on that? Who agreed with you? Wu Changhe harumphed. This kid is coming with me. I still have something to settle with him afterwards. Dan Dongha was having none of it. I said it first. I asked him to come over first. Wu Changhe said, who said that you asked him first? I arranged it with him 800 years ago. Dan Dongha said, were you even born 800 years ago? Why do you care when I was born? Wu Changhe bickered. I was born before you, in any case. The two of them started arguing. Everyone else didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They hurriedly tried to calm them down. In the end, it was Li Qinqin who took Zhang Ye by his hand with a smile. Let's go, little Zhang. Come to Andy's place for a meal. Then she looked at Dan Dongha and said, Old Dan, I already made food at home. All right then, sister-in-law, Dan Dongha had to agree. Professor Zhang, I'll treat you to a meal another day then. Sure. Zhang Ye did not say anything else. I'll be heading off then. Hu Liang said, let's play a practice game some other day. Zhang Ye said, no problem. Xiang Rong said, let's have an exchange sometime. We never finished the game we started. Zhang Ye smiled, sure, at a later date. Take care, Professor Zhang. You did a great job. Thank you. If you need any favors in the future, just let us know. Everyone waved goodbye to Zhang Ye. Having spent time together over the past few days, Zhang Ye had taken a liking to this group of people who loved Go so deeply, so how could they not change their opinion of him? The rumors regarding Zhang Ye had painted him in a bad light, as someone with a bad temper and a vile person who liked scolding people. So they had initially stayed a distance from him even though they respected him. At times, they would even feel uneasy in his presence. But the short time they had together allowed them to understand Zhang Ye better and realize that those rumors were just that, rumors. To those he considered his own, Zhang Ye always treated them very nicely and with a good temper. As a superstar, he never put on any airs around them and could also play Go very well. This made them unable to feel jealous even if they wanted to be jealous of him. They thought of Zhang Ye as a friend now. On the way to Old Wu's parents' place, the newspapers and news reports were starting to appear all over the place. Zhang Ye trashes Peter. In the war between humans and machines, humans have prevailed. The ultimate explosion of humanity's wisdom. AI still inferior to wisdom of humanity. Zhang Ye proves the point once again. The savior of the Go world, Zhang Ye. The American team has been sent packing. Zhang Ye's press conference speech. The unsung heroes of the Go world. Zhang Ye says, I know how to play Xiangqi too. Peter will suffer from a phobia of Zhang Ye from here on out. We have reason to believe that as long as Zhang Ye is around, the last line of humanity's wisdom will never be broken through. We should be grateful that a genius like Zhang Ye exists in our world. Zhang Ye was once again on fire. Just a short half a month. After King of Masked Singers, Zhang Ye's popularity was once again off the charts. There were only cheers in the media. The citizens were also full of praise. How awesome. This is face-smacking Zhang. Hey, Americans, I just want to ask if you have conceded defeat yet? Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye was so godly today. I just like the absurdity of Zhang Ye. Yeah, Teacher Zhang's talent and intelligence are really too fucking absurd. If I were those Americans, I would be crying myself home. And I probably won't ever be returning back here ever again. Chapter 1148. Love Comes to Fruition. Chapter 1148. Love Comes to Fruition. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that afternoon, at a courtyard house in Zuanwoman. When they entered the northern building, Li Qinxin asked him warmly, Little Zhang, what would you like to drink? Anything is fine, Auntie. Zhang Ye smiled and said. Li Qinxin said, Please don't say that. We have all kinds of drinks here at home that you can choose from. Zhang Ye replied, I'm really fine with anything. Wu Changhe glanced at his wife. Just get him a cup of hot water. Li Qinxin stared at him. How can we serve him hot water? She then turned to Zhang Ye and said with a smile, That's right. We actually do have some good tea at home. I heard that just a single gram of it can fetch a price of 10,000 yuan. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's what everyone is saying. Besides, you can't get this tea from anywhere. My daughter brought it back some time ago for us to have a taste. Why don't you have some? Wu Changhe put out his hand to stop her. Hey, that Dahong Pao is for us. Li Qinxin rolled her eyes at him. You've almost finished all of it already, so why don't you let little Zhang have a taste? Wu Changhe's eyes twitched. We still have some superior Longjing around. Use that. Li Qinxin did not listen to him. I'll just make tea with Dahong Pao. Wu Changhe reminded her. Don't use too many tea leaves. We don't have much left. What? Dahong Pao? Zhang Ye was a little taken aback, but did not say anything. Li Qinxin went off to brew the tea, leaving Zhang Ye and Wu Changhe to stare at each other in awkward silence. Zhang Ye tried to strike up a conversation. Uncle, is this courtyard house part of your family's property? When they were at the Qiyuan, Wu Changhe acted rather chummy with Zhang Ye after he had won the game. But after they returned home, he went back to his uncaring attitude, probably because he still bore a grudge from when he was utterly demolished by Zhang Ye in Online Go. He said, Who else could it belong to if not my family? Li Qinxin said as she boiled the water. Changhe earned some money back when he was playing Go competitively. The value of money at that time was much better and property prices were not expensive, so we bought this courtyard house, as well as a few apartments, some antiques, and calligraphy works. Your uncle is very interested in collecting things like antiques and the such. In recent years, with antiques and property prices rising, we've managed to make quite a bit of money. We're actually just your average family. Wu Changhe asked, Is our daughter not back yet? I called her already. Li Qinxin said. She said that she would knock off earlier today, so she should be back soon. Since you two have some free time, why don't you play a game of Go? Zhang Ye was fine with that. Sure. But Wu Changhe said in a speechless manner, Who wants to play him? Li Qinxin laughed and said, Are you afraid of losing? Me? Afraid of losing? Wu Changhe let out a furious laugh. I'm telling you, Li Qinxin. It's just that I'm getting on in years. Thinking back to when I, Wu Changhe, was dominating the world of Go for over 10 years. Was there anyone who dared to challenge me? It's not that I'm bragging, but even I myself would be afraid to face the Go skill that I had at my peak. If I were to return to that era, would a mere AI be a threat to me? Who knows who would win and who would lose? Li Qinxin pursed her lips. Say what you like. What do you mean? Then Wu Changhe looked at Zhang Ye and said, You just haven't witnessed how good I was back then, you know? Zhang Ye hemmed and hawed as he listened to the boasting. At this moment, the door in the courtyard creaked and footfalls rang out. Wu Changhe smiled and said, "My daughter is back." Zhang Ye stood up and turned around. Wu Ziqing, who was dressed in a skirt, stepped lightly into the house. She looked at Zhang Ye and smiled. "How about it? I said that you could do it, right? You won today's game beautifully. It was even better than yesterday's game." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I had to." Wu Ziqing asked in concern, "Have you eaten lunch yet?" "Not yet. The interview got dragged on into lunchtime," Zhang Ye said. Wu Ziqing said, "Let's eat now, I'll cook." Then she pointed at Zhang Ye's attire and said with a smile, "Don't wear such light-colored clothes when you go on camera next time. It doesn't look good on screen. You'd look better dressed in black." Zhang Ye nodded. "All right." Wu Changhe fumed at that. "Daughter, you didn't even say a word to me or your mother after stepping into the house. Is this kid your world?" Wu Ziqing smiled. She was holding something in her hand and waved it around to her father. "How can that be? I bought edible bird's nest for you and Mom. I got someone to help me bring it over from Indonesia by air. That's more like it." Wu Changhe took it from her. Li Qinxin walked up, taking short strides. "Come, the tea is ready. Come and have a taste." Wu Ziqing asked, "What type of tea?" Wu Changhe said angrily, "Your mother is such a wasteful woman. She brewed tea using the Dahong Pao tea leaves that you gave me that time." "Whoa, didn't I say not to use so many tea leaves? Are you crazy? Why did you put in so many tea leaves? Isn't that a little too much?" Li Qinxin pouted and said to her daughter, "Look at how stingy your dad is. He wouldn't allow others to touch his tea leaves. When I said that I wanted to let little Zhang try some, he became unhappy. But it's so expensive," Wu Changhe said in distress. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Auntie, I can just have some other tea." Li Qinxin wouldn't allow it. "That won't do. You definitely have not tried this before. Try it. It's a really good tea. I heard that even those CEOs and celebrities couldn't get their hands on it. This tea is even more valuable than gold." Wu Ziqing laughed helplessly and said, "Mom, how can he not have tasted it before?" Li Qinxin was taken aback. "Did you give some of it to little Zhang too?" Wu Ziqing smiled gently and said, "I didn't give him any. In fact, he was the one who gave me the tea leaves. Those Dahong Pao parent trees on Huaishan are all his private property. You can only find 2 types of Dahong Pao in the market at the moment, and they are either fake or gifted by little Yi." Wu Changhe was stunned. "What?" Li Qinxin was stunned too. "Those tea trees belong to little Zhang," Zhang Yi said in embarrassment. "I bought them while I was on vacation there a while ago. And I was even showing off in front of little Zhang." Li Qinxin was amused. "So these are his tea leaves. It's really a very good tea. Your dad could never bear to drink it." Wu Ziqing said, "If you like the tea, get little Yi to bring some more over." Li Qinxin waved her off and said, "That's not necessary. This tea is too expensive. It's just like drinking gold." But Wu Changhe looked at Zhang Yi as his eyes lit up. "Why would we not want it? Bring a few more caddies one over. He can't drink all that by himself anyway, so don't let it go to waste." Zhang Yi was speechless. Li Qinxin smiled and said, "Why are you so rude?" Wu Changhe got angry at the very mention. "My daughter has already been duped by him, so why do I have to be polite with him? Even if we uproot his Dahong Pao parent trees and plant them in our yard, it still wouldn't be enough to appease my anger." Zhang Yi cleared his throat. "Uncle, what do you mean by dupe? You are a dupe. How have I duped her? In any case, just bring a few caddies over." "A few caddies? A few caddies? Even I don't have that much of it." "I don't care. I'll bring you half a caddy. 2 caddies, 300 grams. 1.5 caddies, 350 grams at the most." The two of them started bickering again. Wu Ziqing and Li Qinxin were smiling off to the side. Even though they were arguing, things felt completely different from the first time Zhang Yi came to their house. It was obvious that Wu Changhe had silently approved of the relationship between Zhang Yi and Wu Ziqing from the way he spoke, even though he wasn't exactly willing to accept it. An hour later, lunch was ready. As they were eating, Wu Ziqing tested the waters by asking with a smile, "The two of you already know about little Yi and I. So then, I guess that's how it is." Wu Changhe groaned as he ate lunch without saying a word. But Li Qinxin was very happy. "Little Zhang is quite good. I rather like him." Wu Ziqing said, "That's great then." Li Qinxin probed further. "When are you two getting married? Have you decided on a date yet?" "Not yet. Aren't we seeking both your opinions right now? I haven't visited little Ye's family either. I think I'll have to make a trip there soon, Wu Ziqing said. Li Qinxin said happily. You aren't young anymore and have been single for so many years. Your dad and I are also pretty anxious about you. You two can just decide on a date. There's no need to seek our opinions. Your dad and I will not have any objections. Wu Changhe rolled his eyes. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, Dad, you don't have any objections either? Wu Changhe said angrily. Of course I have objections. But would that matter to you? Then that means there are no objections. Wu Ziqing nodded and said, All right, I understand. I will discuss this later with little Yi. Zhang Ye was overcome with happiness. It had not been easy. It really had not been easy. The love between this bro and old Wu has finally come to fruition. 1. 1 caddy equals 500 grams, half a kilo. Chapter 1149. The Celebrity Rankings Index is updated. Chapter 1149. The Celebrity Rankings Index is updated. Translator, leg editor, leg. After lunch, Zhang Ye insisted on clearing the dishes. Little Zhang, take a break. Auntie, let me do it. Just leave it there, I'll clear them. No, leave it to me. Why are you being like that? Where's the sink? There's one in the house and another in the yard. All right, you can go rest for a bit. Leave it to me. He stood in the yard and did the dishes. Zhang Ye was not one to usually do chores at home, as his mother handled all of that. Old Wu also did not let him touch any pots and pans when he was at her place. But now that he was visiting old Wu's parents' place for the first time as Wu Ziqing's official boyfriend, Zhang Ye definitely had to impress them a little. It didn't matter if he could clean them properly or not. It was the least he could do to show his sincerity and bearing. He was slow at washing the dishes, but he did it very seriously. Li Qinxin nodded slightly in approval beside him. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Auntie, in the future, if you need any chores done or have anything you need, just give me a call. I'll be at your service immediately. Li Qinxin smiled and said, Okay. Suddenly, the wind outside picked up. Li Qinxin looked up. It's going to rain soon. Let's get inside. Zhang Ye quickly finished washing the dishes. Okay. Back in the house, Wu Changhe and Wu Ziqing were chatting as they watched the news. Wu Ziqing said, This turned out to be a blessing in disguise for the Go world. Wu Changhe said, Yes, what a close call. It was almost like we were caught between life and death at that moment. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, It was really quite dangerous. If the AI had won, Go would start going downhill as a sport. But the Americans clearly never thought that there would really be a person in this world who could face the AI. After little Ye's win, it's likely that Go will start thriving and get better from here. The news just reported that Go classes for children have been filled up for summer break. This is the start of something new. Wu Changhe grunted. That kid has at least done something human for once. Even Wu Changhe had to admit that it was Zhang Ye who saved the Go world this time. On the TV, they were replaying Zhang Ye's win against Peter. Suddenly, it switched to a different scene and a song came on. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it feels to be invincible. Wu Ziqing was startled. Wu Changhe and Li Qinxin were startled as well. Uft, what kind of song was that? Zhang Ye said dumbfounded. Damn, when did they record this? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, Did you sing it? Zhang Ye was floored and replied, I was just singing it at the Qiyuan after winning the game. Why did they record that? And they're even broadcasting it on TV now. This song made a lot of people laugh hard. Everyone was rolling on the floor, laughing on the internet. Teacher Zhang released a new song. Quickly watch TV. Ha ha ha. What lousy song is this? I can't take it. How lonely it is to be invincible. What a great song. Buffed. This song is indeed Teacher Zhang's style. What a jokester. He's so cocky. What's the title of this song? I've been brainwashed by it. Requesting review of the Americans' phobia. Teacher Zhang is indeed invincible. Who can understand him? Now that Zhang Ye is at this level, it really does get a little lonely. She who hides beyond the horizon? Who is she? Yeah, who was Teacher Zhang singing the song for? When the video clip was released, it got forwarded countless times. Invincible went viral and became an instant hit. The lyrics that went, She who hides beyond the horizon, also got discussed by countless people. Everyone was trying to guess who she was. Watching the television, Wu Changhe grunted, What a show-off. Go is not a game that is particular about employing masterful moves, but focuses on the strategy, stability, and intense discipline of one's behavior. That was why Wu Changhe and many of the Qiyuan's people couldn't understand why a rash and showy person like Zhang Ye could play the game so well. That in itself didn't make any sense. But Wu Changhe did not seem to realize that his own temper was not any better. Wu Ziqing chuckled. I don't think it's a bad thing. When it's time to keep a low profile, he keeps a low profile. But when it's time to let loose, he does so. Zhang Ye liked what he heard. Old Wu knows me so well. Li Qinqin looked at him and said, Little Zhang, what's your popularity ranking now? I didn't pay attention to it. Zhang Ye said, I've been so busy playing Go for the past few days that I forgot to check. Li Qinqin laughed and said, Since you won the game today, there'll definitely be a large increase in your popularity. Zhang Ye immediately checked the celebrity rankings index. He still found himself in third place on the A-list rankings, sitting close behind Ning Lan, who was in second place. Although there were no changes in the rankings, Zhang Ye's popularity score was almost even with Ning Lan's. He had almost caught up to her. Needless to say, there was a boost to his popularity yesterday after he won against Peter in the second game of the final battle between humans and machines. And today, Zhang Ye won again to defeat Peter by a score of 2-1. No one knew if there would be any more changes to the popularity ranking. Thinking of that, Zhang Ye started to greatly anticipate how it would turn out. His original intent was only to help the Go world, and also to gain the acknowledgement of the Wu family regarding his relationship with Wu Ziqing. The matter of how much his popularity could increase by was not even on his mind, as Go was just a niche sport, while Go players were only considered small-time celebrities. For example, Xiang Rongnine Dan, the Go world's #1 who was also a public figure to speak of. He should be the most glamorous celebrity in the Go world at the moment, but was only an E-list celebrity in the popularity rankings. As for the rest of the professional Go players, they were even less popular and famous. They probably wouldn't even rank among the E-list celebrities. But Zhang Ye was clearly an exception. Just a single victory in Go had brought him such a massive increase in popularity. That was because many people paid attention to the war between humans and machines. Would his popularity soar again? This was really such a pleasant surprise. At night, the moment he reached home, it started raining. His mother greeted him. Son, did you get caught in the rain? No. Zhang Ye smiled. His father strode out from the bedroom. Little Yi, you played well. You played really well in today's game. Zhang Ye said with a laugh. I guess so. Whoa, did someone come over? Why is it so messy? His mother said. It was our neighbors. They came over in the evening, and everyone was praising you. They said that you were going to get popular again and might even overtake Ning Lan this time. Zhang Ye shrugged. Who knows? His mother asked. Are they refreshing the rankings at midnight? Yes. Okay, I will wait for it then. Hey, you better hurry off to bed. It's late. I'm so happy today that I can't sleep. Ring, ring, ring. Speak of the devil, and he will call. It was Ning Lan. Zhang Ye answered. Ning Lan immediately said when the call connected. Hey, Teacher Zhang, you didn't play fair. Zhang Ye asked. What's up? Ning Lan laughed and said, just look at your popularity score. You claimed you were going on a 2-week break. How did I fall for your lie? All of us have been slogging so hard every day and night, yet our popularity only creeps up by a little bit. But when it comes to you, you have it so good. You take a 2-week break from work and your popularity is still going up every other day. The way it is increasing really makes no sense at all. I'm about to be overtaken by you. Zhang Ye laughed and said, that might not necessarily happen. Today's rankings haven't been updated, but I think it will be difficult for my popularity score to increase by much. Ning Lan said sadly, I've been cast in 3 movies this year, but my gained popularity is not even close to what you've gained by playing Go in the past 3 days. You are really doing things differently, huh? I can only take my hat off to you. Do you know what the people in the industry are saying about you? They say that your luck is so good that you can get popular even without doing anything. Zhang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do they mean by without doing anything? It's just that you don't know this, but I was nearly annihilated by that Peter. I was this close to losing. Ning Lan said. I will congratulate you first then, although I'm still clenching my teeth in hatred, haha. Zhang Ye quickly said, don't congratulate me yet. It might not increase by much. Don't worry, You will definitely overtake me, Ning Lan said. That same night, there were also reports in the foreign news. The Japanese media, Chinese genius defeats an AI. The Korean media, the Go world could be welcoming 100 years of glory. The American media, the most advanced AI in history was dealt a shocking blow by humanity. On Weibo, a lot of netizens were waiting. It's almost midnight. Are the rankings updated yet? Not yet. Teacher Zhang's popularity has gone up way too fast. King of Mass Singers only just ended and his popularity is soaring again? I wonder how much his popularity will increase this time. Well, Teacher Zhang is truly very capable after all. Being invincible is indeed lonely. People were waiting to find out. Zhang Ye's close friends and relatives were waiting to find out. Everyone in the entertainment industry was also waiting to find out. Everyone was concerned about how much Zhang Ye's popularity would rise by. This was because it was the first time in history that someone could gain popularity from such a niche activity like Go. For show business, this was rather refreshing. So the industry insiders wanted to see if they could learn a thing or two from Zhang Ye's success. Since they were all in the same industry, everyone had to keep learning from one another. But many of them also knew that Zhang Ye's success model was not replicable. Midnight arrived. The celebrity rankings index was updated. The netizens got excited. It's here. It's time. Has it been updated yet? Quickly, is it out yet? Did Zhang Ye overtake Ning Lan? After a delay of 2 minutes, the rankings were suddenly updated. When they saw the A-list celebrity rankings, everyone online suddenly became silent. The netizens were astonished. The industry insiders were tongue-tied. Even Zhang Ye and his parents couldn't react. His popularity score had shot past Ning Lan's score. Not only that, Zhang Ye even overtook and replaced that A-list celebrity who used to be in first. The first and third places might only be 2 spots apart, but it was an entirely different concept altogether. Even the treatment of each one's status was an earth-shattering difference. The top A-list celebrity. This was the result that Zhang Ye had achieved in the Go world over the past 3 days. A lot of industry insiders were greatly shocked by how insane Zhang Ye's achievement was. This is Go we're talking about. This is only a fucking game of Go. How does this make any fucking sense at all? Chapter 1150. A global mathematical conjecture proved. Chapter 1150. A global mathematical conjecture proved. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, early in the morning, in the Goof group, Xiaodong Amy. Teacher Zhang has reached number 1 in the A-list rankings already? Holy shit. Li Xiaoxian, we just saw. Did something so serious happen in the night? Chen Guang. Yeah, Zhang Ye's popularity score has shot him into first place. Hua. Dongfang. Her. I learned of it during the night. A director. Congratulations, little Zhang. A famous male actor. Outside of the S-list, Zhang Ye has reached the top. Ning Lan also appeared, clenching her teeth in hatred. Zhang Ye, hurry up and show yourself. Stop sleeping. Only a red packet can appease my broken heart. Xiaodong. Hee, Sister Ning has been overtaken. There were red packets in this world too. However, they only became popular in recent months. Although the specific interface and functions were a little different from Zhang Ye's previous world, the concept was essentially the same. When Zhang Ye woke up, he saw the messages in the chat group. He smiled and immediately sent out some red packets. Wow, here come the red packets. Snatch them. The chat group stirred with activity. Ning Lan has received your red packet. Xiaodong has received your red packet. Zhang Yuanqi has received your red packet. So Zhang Yuanqi had been lurking all this while. In just a few seconds, all the red packets were snapped up by them. Then everyone was furious. Zhang Yuanqi, your sister. Ning Lan, your sister. Xiaodong, your sister. Hua Dongfang, your sister. Amy called out. How can there be such a stingy person? Li Xiaoxian, my data. I've suffered a loss this time. Everyone received a red packet of only 1 cent. A smile on his face, Zhang Yi typed, thanks, everyone. Zhang Yuanqi said, you're at the top of A-list rankings. And you're still unwilling to give out generous red packets? You're not going to have a bright future. Her. Ning Lan, finish him off and get back your spot. Xiaodong. Sister Ning, finish him off. Amy. Sister Ning, finish him off. Hua Dongfang. Sister Ning, finish him off. They copy-pasted the same message as they thought that Zhang Ye was way too stingy. After bantering a bit with them, Zhang Ye was in a rather good mood. These past 3 months had brought the largest ever boost to his popularity. When he had first entered the A-list celebrity rankings, he struggled to stay in them before finally settling near the bottom of the rankings. Then, he suddenly shot up the charts to reach the front spots after revealing his identity on King of Masked Singers. And now, after playing 3 games of Go, he suddenly found himself at the top of the A-list celebrity rankings. It was a very surreal experience for him. Initially, he had only set a target to get into the A-list rankings at the beginning of the year. Who could have expected that he could achieve this terrific a result? From the looks of it, it seemed like he was only a step away from the S-list rankings. But of course, that was just what it looked like. This next step up was really going to require a great effort to achieve. Zhang Ye was still too far away from the coveted throne of the S-list. It was different from the A-list rankings and was a whole different world and battleground. For example, Ning Lan, who had once reached the top spot of the A-list rankings, only managed to hold on to that position for 3 months. She couldn't maintain her ranking or take another step forward. That was because even though it might seem like it was only a step away, this step was actually way too big. It was as though a cliff were separating these 2 ranking lists. There was once someone who remained stuck in the first place of the A-list rankings for several years. But in the end, that person was unable to advance forward. Now that Zhang Ye was in this position as well, it would probably be the same for him too. He was still too far away from the S-list. Zhang Ye might not even be able to hold on to his first place in the A-list rankings during the next few days. The previous first-place celebrity of the A-list rankings was now in second place and was going to overtake him soon. Zhang Ye barely passed him with a microscopic difference in the popularity scores. He could probably catch back up with just a song, half a movie, or 2 Weibo posts. His mother had made breakfast. His father had bought a stack of newspapers home. Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner, "Why did you buy so many copies?" His father placed the newspapers on the table. "All these newspapers wrote about you." His mother said smugly, "My son is at the top of the A-list celebrity rankings. Which newspapers would dare not report about him? They'd have to dedicate the front page to our son." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "How could I possibly get on the front page? It would already be quite good if I managed to get on the headlines of the entertainment sections." Almost all of the entertainment section headlines belonged to Zhang Ye today. Other than one newspaper firm that was probably not on good terms with him and had deliberately pushed his news further down, all the other newspapers published Zhang Ye's picture in full color, along with a distinct headline on the first page of the entertainment section. Zhang Ye reaches top of A-list rankings. Does Zhang Ye have any hope of breaking into the S-list within the next 2 years? Zhang Ye takes unusual path on his journey of popularity. Invincible storms into major music charts, getting to the top of the A-list rankings. Perhaps this might be a short-lived high. The family ate breakfast together while flipping through the newspapers. When his mother finished reading the final copy of the newspapers, she seethed, "What do they mean by a short-lived high?" Zhang Ye explained, "The person behind me has almost caught up. The gap between us is shrinking very quickly." His mother said anxiously, "Then you'll have to come up with some new works quickly." Zhang Ye said, "I'll just see how it goes. You can't force new works out because of something like that, and neither can it be rushed. Getting to this level of popularity has already surpassed my expectations." His father gave a deep nod. "Our son is right. He can't just mess around for the sake of increasing his popularity." His mother said, "But what if they catch up to you?" "If they catch up, so be it. At most, I'll just have to catch back up again in the future." Zhang Ye smiled. These days, Zhang Ye was battle-hardened after going through so many ups and downs in the entertainment industry. He had grown from a newcomer into a veteran of sorts. Having seen so much and gone through so many experiences, he was now more composed than ever, although he would still let fly a curse or 2 at times and go into a rage. But that was something which was impossible to change since it was ingrained in his character. His temper had become much better as well. At the very least, he was no longer as impatient as before in the way he did and said some things. There were some issues he definitely would not back off on, but there were also some things that could not be rushed. However, the more he wasn't anxious about it, the more things developed in that direction. As Zhang Ye finished eating breakfast, his phone started ringing. On the caller ID, the dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences, Pan Yang. Zhang Ye answered. Hello, Dean Pan. You're looking for me? Dean Pan sounded a little excited. Yes, that's right. What happened? Zhang Ye said in surprise. When his parents heard that, they looked over. Dean Pan said loudly, It's a great piece of news. Zhang Ye, oh, Professor Zhang, I now represent the Dale's conjecture verification team to officially inform you that the proof you wrote has been fully validated after a year of checks by many of our world-class mathematicians. Dean Pan was so excited that his voice went hoarse. Dale's conjecture has been solved by you. It has been solved by a Chinese mathematician. You're not just a world-class mathematician anymore. You can now be considered one of the smartest world-class mathematicians. You're just too fantastic. Professor Zhang, you've brought glory to us. It had been proven? The verification was finally complete? Zhang Ye could not sit still. I'll be right over. Okay. We are all waiting for you, Dean Pan said. We've already notified both the foreign and local media that we will be holding an official press conference this afternoon. Zhang Ye had waited for this day for too long. Peking University had also waited for this day for too long, and so had China. One of the most difficult mathematical conjectures in the world had been proven by Zhang Ye, a mathematician from China. It was an extremely meaningful day for the global mathematics world. And to Zhang Ye, this would definitely be one of the most memorable events in his life as well. Before Dale's conjecture had been verified and proven, he was approached to be a recipient of an international math award. That would mean to say that even if there were any mistakes found during the verification process that would displace the entire proof, they were still willing to give him the award. From that, it could be seen just how highly regarded and difficult Dale's conjecture was to the global mathematics world. But after a year of work by an international team made up of dozens of mathematicians, the proof was finally validated. This contributed to a major increase in Zhang Ye's popularity and reputation. A world-class mathematician had now become a preeminent world-class mathematician, just by adding the word preeminent. The difference in meaning between the two titles immediately became poles apart. All of those preeminent mathematicians of the world, and those who came before, were considered treasures of humanity too. They were all historical legends. And today, Zhang Ye had also stepped up to that most glorious throne of the mathematics world. He was now coronated with honor. 1. http://blog.wechat.com/016/27/we-chat-5-red-packets-we-chat-5-red-payments. 2. Similar to https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/living_human_treasure. Chapter 1151. Can you be a little bit more mindful? Chapter 1151. Can you be a little bit more mindful? Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. At 9 in the morning. On Central TV News Channel, Beijing Television News Channel, Jinshe Morning News Broadcast, and a dozen other television stations. Every one of them simultaneously announced an important piece of news. We interrupt this broadcast with a news update. Our station's reporters have just received news about the proof to one of the famous math problems that had caused quite a sensation throughout the field of mathematics. There has now been a major breakthrough, with an update coming from the World Mathematics Association's Dale's conjecture verification team. A press conference will be held later today at 1 p.m. Beijing time in Peking University. Our station's reporters will be following up with details when the event begins and update our viewers on the latest developments. They did not say everything in full, nor was it thoroughly explained. But that announcement alone was more than enough. The common folk were not stupid. How could they not know what this was about? Then, Zhang Ye's army swept across Weibo. Heavens! Oh my God! Zhang Ye's proof has been validated? It's been confirmed? That's really awesome. Teacher Zhang has really freaking become a preeminent world-class mathematician. Has there ever been a preeminent world-class mathematician who hailed from China? There have only been a handful of world-class mathematicians, right? And most of them are dead now. I don't know. There wasn't any classification like this in the past, so there was no such label as a preeminent world-class mathematician. After it was implemented, China has only had Zhang Ye who has been labeled as such. But nowadays, as long as a mathematician can solve a major math conjecture or make an important contribution to the global field of mathematics, they are conferred the title of preeminent world-class mathematician. That title is definitely in the bag for Zhang Ye. There shouldn't be more than 40 people in the entire world who have obtained the title, while those who have this title and are still alive shouldn't number more than 20. How exciting! Yeah, our country's mathematics world shall have a major figure from now on. Teacher Zhang is going to be on fire again. Ha ha. He was already barely holding on to the first place on the A-list celebrity rankings and was almost going to be surpassed. In the end, everything just worked out nicely, and Teacher Zhang is finally going to be able to gain a foothold in his ranking. This time, he is definitely going to gain a lot of popularity again. I just wonder if it would allow him to start breaking into the international celebrities' popularity ranking list. Let's wait for the press conference then. It's all only guesses for now. What do you mean it's all guesses? Even a fool can see what's going on. Yeah, why else would they hold a press conference for? Congratulations, Zhang Ye. This is really Zhang Ye's year, isn't it? Huh. Peking University. The students were already on vacation, so there shouldn't have been much people around at the school. But when Zhang Ye drove over, he saw a crowd of cheering people the moment he reached the school gates. There were some people in the crowd that he knew and some that he didn't. When they saw the car arriving, everyone rushed forward and surrounded it. When Zhang Ye stepped out of the car, Dean Pan immediately gave him a bear hug. It was an extremely tight hug as he patted Zhang Ye on the back thumpingly. It was obvious that old Pan was extremely happy today. Pan Yang said, "Congratulations." Zhang Ye nodded. "Thank you." Han Henian also came forward to give Zhang Ye a hug. "Congratulations, Professor Zhang." This was Zhang Ye's former love rival, but that was already a thing of the past. "Thank you, Teacher Han." Xianya, old Wu's best friend, also came up to him. "I won't be hugging you, but congratulations anyway." "Same to you," Zhang Ye said with a smile. Xianya said in a smiling way, "What has it got to do with me? You're from Peking University, while I'm from Tsinghua University." Zhang Ye said amused. "Professor Xian, why are you still so narrow-minded about things?" Xianya rolled her eyes. "You just can't say anything good, can you? Can't you see that I'm just making a joke? Now that you have reached the pinnacle, it has given an invaluable boost to our Chinese mathematics world. Who wouldn't be happy for you?" Zhang Ye said. "Thank you." Over there, a British female mathematician named Jennifer came forward with a smile. She gave him a hug and said, "Congratulations, my Chinese friend." Zhang Ye said, "Thanks, my British friend." Wang Yiming, fellow one of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a young German mathematician, a French mathematician that Zhang Ye knew from before, and so on and so forth. There were too many of them, and they were all present here today to applaud Zhang Ye. "Zhang, you are really awesome. I welcome you to visit Germany and be our guest. My friend, you're a great mathematician. Congratulations. I knew that your proof would definitely be proven right." Many reporters have also gathered around, and the number was only getting more and more. A lot of them rushed over to the school immediately after receiving news about this and had wanted to get first-hand information about the matter. There were even many foreign faces within the reporters, including the Japanese and Americans. However, Zhang Ye did not take any interviews. The press conference was scheduled for the afternoon, so of course he could not talk about it right now. Therefore, he followed Dean Pan and the others into Peking University and left the reporters waiting outside. On the way in, Xianya said, "In this past year, we've all really been tired out badly. It's not too bad for us since we're stationed in Beijing, but for those in the verification team who are from other countries, they keep having to fly around. They would head back to their own countries for a few days before coming back here to continue on the verification work again. Don't even think of not giving a treat today. You have to make it up to us for our suffering." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "That's of course, it has been hard for everyone." That French mathematician smiled and said in English, "Zhang, I hear that you're a big star in China. My wife likes Miss Zhang Yuanqi a lot, and her movies are really very popular back in my country too. Can you help me to get an autograph from her? I think my wife would definitely be very happy if you could." Zhang Ye smiled and patted him on the shoulders. "No problème." The French mathematician was dumbfounded. "What problème?" Xianya was left speechless by that. She translated for them and said, "He just means no problem." A Russian mathematician who was a burly man laughed when he heard that. Zhang, you better not speak in English. Your English standard is really too atrocious. Everyone laughed. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Don't talk about me. You're not any better yourself. The Russian mathematician laughed heartily. At this moment, fellow Wan found him. Professor Zhang, are you interested to join us at the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Zhang Ye was taken aback for a bit. Someone has already asked me that before. I know. Fellow Wan said sincerely. I heard that you rejected the offer, so I'm here to invite you again. Zhang Ye thought about it for a moment before saying with a wry smile, let me think about it again. Fellow Wan could only say, all right, I'll be waiting for your news then. As there were a lot of people here, Fellow Wan did not speak further about this. The Chinese Academy of Sciences was an academic institution. It was different from those companies or television stations which could use money to attract people to join them. To be able to get admitted into the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the most important prerequisite was ability. The second thing would be that one would have to join willingly. This was not something that could be forced. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The press conference started on time. A dense crowd of Chinese and foreign reporters had already filled up the entire venue. There were a lot of video cameras set up for a live broadcast, as countless cameras flashed clickingly across the floor. Zhang Ye sat down at the middle of the stage. Fellow Wan, Dean Pan, Xianya, and those mathematicians of the verification team were all gathered beside him. In front of the television, the viewers were already unable to wait. How many press conferences has Zhang Ye attended in these past few days already? He has been hogging all the news headlines across the country in recent days. That's so impressive. Quickly announce it. Yeah, we're all waiting. Zhang Ye's parents were watching in anticipation. His relatives were also waiting excitedly in front of their televisions. Then, there was also Ning Lan, Xiaodong, Li Xiaoxian, Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, Yao Jinkai, Zhang Yuanqi, Wu Changhe, Li Qinqin, Rao Aimin, Yang Shu. Although they could already guess what it was about. Although there was already no suspense to it. But for some reason, everyone was still waiting eagerly. In front of their televisions, just so that they could see and hear it for themselves. Fellow One adjusted the microphone before announcing loudly. This morning, we have finally wrapped up the validation work for Dale's conjecture. I hereby officially announce on behalf of the verification team that Zhang Ye's proposed proof has been fully validated without any errors. In an instant, the sound of applause broke out. The Chinese reporters were applauding with everything they had. The foreign reporters also gave a round of enthusiastic applause. The clapping went on for a very long time. It lasted for a full minute before gradually stopping. Many of the foreign mathematicians were even standing up and giving Zhang Ye the thumbs up. For the past year, Zhang Ye had barely taken part in the verification process as he was the one who had originally proposed the proof, so it wasn't proper for him to get personally involved in it. But at the very least, he would still spend some time to go down to verify some key parts of the proof. After such a long period of contact, these foreign mathematicians had generally gotten to know Zhang Ye better. Even the two American mathematicians who had had a conflict with Zhang Ye before were already having a very harmonious relationship with him. As such, they spared no effort in sending him their blessings and congratulations. It was time for the Q&A session. A female American reporter raised her hand. Pan Yang, who was chairing the conference, pointed at her. This lady here. The female reporter asked, Mr. David, can you tell us why the verification process for the proof to Dale's conjecture has taken so long to complete? Why did it drag on for a year? A translator repeated the question in Mandarin. The American mathematician, David, clearly knew this reporter. Miss Denise, you might not be familiar with the verification process for a mathematical conjecture. It is very tedious work and requires a lot of meticulous going through. What's more, Dale's conjecture is different from the other mathematical conjectures in that it is one of the major math problems of the mathematics world. As such, the workload would definitely be much greater. Luckily, Zhang has provided us with very clear formulas and detailed notes about it. That has greatly cut down the amount of time that we needed to validate the proof. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer to complete. Zhang Ye is really very great. He looked at Zhang Ye, then said, he is one of the youngest, most talented and greatest mathematicians that I have ever seen. Zhang Ye smiled and nodded at him to express his thanks. Comrade David was indeed nice. Then, a barrage of the reporters' hands shot up again. Pan Yang pointed out at a French reporter. The French reporter said, Professor Zhang, there are people who say that the validation of the proof to Dale's conjecture is a very historical moment in mathematics. They also claim that you're the hero who saved the Chinese mathematics world by allowing the Chinese mathematicians to have a renewed chance of being seen by the world again. According to what I know, there are already 5 to 6 mathematics organizations who have actively sought out Chinese mathematicians to join their new projects or research in the past year. All of that was undoubtedly to your credit. I interviewed a young mathematician earlier, and he said that you were the mathematics world's hero. What do you have to say to that? That was indeed the truth. In recent international mathematics projects around the world, there has really been quite a number of Chinese mathematicians taking part in them. If anyone claimed that this wasn't because of Zhang Ye, even a fool would not believe that. Fellow one looked towards Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye did not even think it through and directly answered, I'm not a hero. I'm really not one. There are many heroes in the mathematics world, some of whom you can see and others that you don't know about. Everyone here harbors a dream and has a sincere passion for mathematics. Speaking about the past, there have been countless mathematicians in China who have done a lot. In the future, there will also be many young mathematicians appearing who will lead the world forward. It was our predecessors who have supported the mathematics world up to this stage step by step, and it will be down to the future generation to lead the Chinese mathematics world forward step by step. Who am I in all of these? I'm not anyone at all. If there are any heroes to speak of, it should be them instead. His words were concurrently translated. When the French reporter heard that, he immediately stood up in awe and started clapping. The German reporter beside also clapped hard. Those other foreign reporters who heard it were also praising it inside their hearts. But the bunch of Chinese reporters nearly fainted onto the ground. Fellow Wan. $% caret and asterisk. Pan Yang felt like vomiting blood. Xine Ya also very nearly fell off from her chair. The viewers in front of the televisions were left looking confused. Those words. Why did those words sound so goddamn familiar, huh? Fuck. Didn't you say something similar to this during yesterday's press conference for the war between humans and the machines? And it even fucking sounded like the original speech from then. Everyone had to take their hats off to him. They were really left kneeling to him. Just what kind of an occasion did you think this was? This was a press conference that was going to be broadcasted to the entire world. Can you be a little bit more mindful? Can you fucking be a little bit more mindful? Chapter 1152. The only dual faculty professor in Peking University. Chapter 1152. The only dual faculty professor in Peking University. Translator, leg editor, leg. The netizens nearly pissed themselves laughing. There were all kinds of bashing on Weibo. That Zhang Ye. How could he still joke around at a setting like that? Puffed. How can he be so funny? Ha 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 ha. That shameless behavior is what I like most about him. Oh, how amusing. Teacher Zhang is such an oddball. Yeah, if it were anyone else, who wouldn't speak mindfully on such an occasion, who wouldn't get nervous and speak cautiously. But just look at him. He even dares talk that much bull in front of the whole world. Didn't he say the exact same thing at the press conference yesterday, after the war between humans and machines? Weren't those words what he said about the Go world too? He really isn't afraid that the global mathematics world would get pissed and strip him of his title. I'm already trembling just from hearing it. Only Zhang Ye could do something like this. Hi, this isn't even anything serious. It's not like Zhang Ye has not done anything more ridiculous than this before. Haha, that's just how he is, and I've got used to it. If Teacher Zhang were to start behaving seriously, then that would be too uninteresting. I like him. Teacher Zhang has brought glory to our country, so don't pick on him over such minor things. When has a live broadcast involving Zhang Ye not ended up with him causing a big incident? When has he not scolded others? He did not even write a poem or scold anyone this time. So let's just be content. Teacher Zhang has toned it down a lot. Uffed. I'm actually unable to refute the previous poster. There were all kinds of reactions to the speech. But overall, everyone was able to accept what happened. If it were any other celebrity or mathematician who said something like that, they would definitely be cursed to death or get doubted by countless people. However, since it was Zhang Ye who did this, everyone realized that they had already gotten used to it and weren't the least bit surprised. Those who face-bombed or vomited blood due to what happened all ended up laughing at it in the end. Half an hour. The live broadcast of the press conference had concluded. The press conference was broadcast live across the country. At the same time, it was also relayed very quickly throughout Asia and the international scene. For such huge news like Dale's conjecture being proven by a Chinese mathematician, it was impossible that it would not get reported at the international level. There was only the issue of how much coverage each country would give to it. Everyone dispersed. Zhang Ye pulled Zhang Ye aside as she rolled her eyes at him and said, "Can you be a little more mindful of that lousy mouth of yours?" Zhang Ye was stunned. What's the matter?" Dean Pan also came up to him. "What do you think is the matter?" Wang Yiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "We really have to give it you." "What about me?" Zhang Ye was confused. Zhang Ye stared at him and said, "Didn't you realize that when you answered the first reporter's question, your answer sounded somewhat familiar?" When Zhang Ye thought about it, it dawned on him. Yes, it really does feel a little familiar. Han Hinian gave a wry smile and reminded him. At the Go press conference yesterday. Only then did Zhang Ye realize it. He face-bombed and exclaimed, I think I already used that speech yesterday. No wonder it felt so familiar. I was wondering why I was speaking so fluidly. He really did not do it on purpose. This fellow had been too busy recently, and everything was coming together at once. With so many reporters questioning and interviewing him, he would even sometimes forget what he had just answered with. Hi. Great wits have short memories. Who would refer to themselves as a great wit? Never mind, it's already been broadcast. Let's just leave it as is. Yeah, your reputation stinks anyway, so no one will care. Many of the local mathematicians present started talking about this among themselves. Zhang Ye could not keep listening and cleared his throat. Why would my reputation stink? That reporter asked me if I was a hero. Surely, I can't say that I am one and ask them to quickly kowtow to me, right? Everyone laughed in derision. Who would want to kowtow to you? Dean Pan laughed and said, All right, stop with the bantering already, Professor Zhang. I still have some proper business that I need to speak to you about. What is it? Zhang Ye asked. Dean Pan gave a hearty laugh. It's about something. Good. Zhang Ye nodded and said, If it's something good, I'm all ears. Dean Pan said, All right then, come with me. After everyone else left, Dean Pan and some heads of the math department headed back to their faculty. They went into someone's office where Pan Yang looked around in a drawer before taking something out of it. Then he handed a document to Zhang Ye and said with a smile, Have a look at this. When Zhang Ye took a look, he was startled. An application for a promotion to professor? Dean Pan nodded. That's right. This professorship was unlike the previous professorship. Zhang Ye was already an associate professor in Peking University's math department. But this application was a recommendation to promote Zhang Ye to a full professorship in the math department. There really was a big difference between being an associate professor and a full professor. Be it the pay, qualification, or status in the profession, these two positions couldn't be lumped together. Furthermore, this was a full professorship at the math department of Peking University. How many full professors were there in the entire School of Mathematical Sciences? There was practically none who were younger than 45. Zhang Ye was feeling a little embarrassed. Hey, is this appropriate? Dean Pan said, If you think you're ready, I'll submit the application. I'm not sure if it'll get approved, but this was unanimously decided by us at the School of Mathematical Sciences after we had a meeting. Zhang Ye smiled and said, My associate professorship at that time was also a one-off exception, wasn't it? I've only assumed that position for a year, but I'm up for another promotion to full professor? Won't the others gossip about this? I'm only 25 years old. Which university has a 25-year-old associate professor in their ranks? Not to mention a 25-year-old full professor at Peking University. Dean Pan simply said, If you think that it's not appropriate, let's just drop it. Don't mind me. Zhang Ye panicked. Old Pan, since you've already brought out the application form, how can you just take it back like this? Submit it. Of course you must submit it. Would I be afraid of people gossiping about this? If I was bothered about people talking bad about me, I would have died 200 times in the past few years. This statement was actually quite true. Old Pan. Dean Pan rolled his eyes. Zhang Ye joyfully said, Then it's set. Dean Pan said, We still have to see if the higher-ups agree to it or not. You are such a reputable person, so how won't the heads of the school agree to it? Zhang Ye felt that Old Pan was quite loyal, and would think of him if something good came up. The title of a full professor was going to be more practical and useful than anything else. Later that afternoon, at Zhang Ye's parents' house, the moment he reached home, his mother stopped him and chided him. She even wished she could pull him by the ear. Why weren't you more mindful of your words at such an important occasion? You can even copy your own thank you speech. Are you intending to drive me to my grave? Zhang Ye said, It just slipped my mind, all right? His mother pointed at the computer. Look at the people online. They're all ridiculing you, and several experts have already criticized your actions. They said that your attitude toward academia is not correct and that you were just fooling around. Zhang Ye smiled and shrugged. I have so many enemies. If I don't get criticized by 80 to 100 people each day, I might even think that the sun rose from the west. If they want to criticize me, then just let them do it. Why should we care about them? By the way, Mom, Dad. He looked at his parents and announced to them. They're looking to promote me to a full professor at Peking University. His parents exclaimed in astonishment. His father said excitedly, Has it been confirmed yet? His mother stared and her jaw dropped. Are you serious? Zhang Ye smiled and said, Yes, but it hasn't been given yet. I assume that there shouldn't be any problems. His mother said anxiously, Don't assume things like that. This is an important matter. So has it been confirmed or not yet? Don't make me and your dad happy for nothing. I'm quite certain it'll be given, Zhang Ye said. His mother instantly beamed with pride. Good, good. That's great. I must quickly tell your grandpa and grandma about it. As she spoke, she went over to the telephone and picked it up and made a call. Hello, Mom. AI, have you seen the news? That's right. The conjecture has been proven. Little Yi is now a preeminent international mathematician. Also, inform Dad and the others that Little Yi is going to get promoted to full professor at Peking University. It's true. Why would I lie to you? In the media, there were already some news reports that were gathered from the grapevine. Over here in China, no news could stay hidden for long. Everything was linked and the complex web of relationships was just too intertwined. There would always be some people who were just very well informed about things. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Peking University finally made a public announcement. Zhang Ye has been appointed as a full professor at Peking University's School of Mathematical Sciences. But to everyone's surprise, that was not the end of it. Peking University, Zhang Ye has been appointed as an associate professor at Peking University's Chinese department. After being part of the Chinese department for 2 years, he had also been promoted to an associate professor from his lecturer role, a full professor of the math department, an associate professor at the Chinese department. He had now become Peking University's only dual department professor. Chapter 1153, sitting firmly at the top of the A-list. Chapter 1153, sitting firmly at the top of the A-list. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. News of Zhang Ye was once again carpet bombarding the country. This was happening for the umpteenth time over the past few days. Zhang Ye gets promoted to full professor. China's youngest full professor. The youngest math professor in history emerges. Peking University's astonishing act. Peking University's Chinese department confers the title of associate professor to Zhang Ye, the first dual department professor in Peking University's history. An unprecedented occurrence. A 25-year-old becomes a full professor. At press time, Peking University has yet to issue a statement. A glowing honor has been bestowed onto Zhang Ye. Together with his title of visiting associate professor at Media College, Zhang Ye is perhaps the person with the most professorships in the country. The goof group blew up. Ninglan. Professor Zhang. Time to come out and distribute red packets. Xiaodong. Professor Zhang. Time to come out and distribute red packets. Huadongfang. Professor Zhang. Time to come out and distribute red packets. Zhang Ye did not send a 1-cent red packet this time, instead giving out a big one. Amy was the quickest to claim hers and got the highest amount as well. Wow, thank you, boss. Zhang Ye sent a smiley face. Ninglan. Haha. Thank you, Professor. Xiaodong, we're rich. Congratulations, Professor Zhang. Huadongfang. I've lost count of how many times I've congratulated you these past 2 days. If we include you being a visiting associate. Professor at Media College, this is your 3rd professorship title. Not to mention showbiz. Even in the academic and education fields, there isn't anyone who has more professorships than you do. Zhang Ye sent an embarrassed emoticon and said, "Thanks, everyone." Xiaodong said in a depressed way. What's important here is that teacher Zhang doesn't even conduct any lessons. Li Xiaoxian, that's indeed so, Xiaodong said wryly. This is what makes me so speechless. A teacher who doesn't even conduct lessons was actually promoted to a full professor in the math department and an associate professor in the Chinese department. I don't even know what to say anymore. Thinking back to when I had just graduated, I was thinking of becoming a graduate student, but I didn't manage to make it. But in comparison, Fan Wenli, congratulations. Chen Guang, treat us. Online. The netizens also found this to be ironic and ridiculous. A full professorship? Impressive. Peking University has really made an exception for him. I feel that teacher Zhang deserves the full professorship at the math department since it was he who solved Dale's conjecture. But as for the associate professorship over in the Chinese department, what's with that? Has this guy even been giving any lessons? I think he hasn't been there for a year already. That's right. In any case, congratulations to Professor Zhang. Face-smacking Zhang has gained another few titles for his list. If this goes on, no one will be able to stop him in the future. Yeah, teacher Zhang's qualifications are almost surpassing the heavens. He's adding on to his titles and protective charms one after another. But what can we say about that? He is really that capable after all. This calls for a celebration. Rejoice and spread the word. At home. Very soon, Zhang Ye received a call from Chang Kaiga. Chang Kaiga, the dean of Peking University's Chinese department. Dean Chang, Zhang Ye quickly asked. What's this about my appointment? Chang Kaiga said with a laugh. Are you talking about the title? Zhang Ye said. Yes, I didn't even receive any news about that, and I've suddenly become an associate professor? Chang Kaiga said. Everyone already knows about your contributions to the cultural world. How many good pieces of work have you come up with over the years? I heard that the textbooks are going through a review and update. Who knows if your essays and poetry might also be included in them this time? So what's the big deal with conferring you the title of associate professor in the Chinese department? Is that too much for you? Zhang Ye said, feeling rather awkward. The important thing here is that I've never really conducted any lessons. Giving lessons is not a measure of how knowledgeable one is. Chang Kaiga said supportively. We've long been thinking of appointing you as an associate professor, but the pressure at that time was too great. When you were still around at Peking University, that scolding incident involving the foreign dignitaries had a great effect and caused a lot of anxiety for everyone. So they suppressed and downplayed the incident at that time. But now that you've already been restored to your duties at Peking University, and with the momentum brought along by your proof of Dale's conjecture, the Chinese department went ahead with the application for you to be appointed as an associate professor. We submitted the application together with Old Pan, and to our surprise, the school heads handled this matter specially and approved of it right away. Zhang Ye blinked. The school heads. Chang Kaiga knew what he was thinking. He advised, that affair happened so long ago. They suspended you from duty because they had no choice. So you should understand how it is by now. Other than a few people, whether they are the school heads, teachers, or students, they all see you as one of our own. Therefore, don't feel so bad about it anymore. If you're free, come back often to have a look around and teach some classes. Besides, I believe that the school heads approved of your appointment to associate professor mainly because they also wanted to make it up to you for that time. That decision back then to suspend Zhang Ye had caused a very great difference of opinions. Some teachers thought that Peking University had handled it well and that a teacher who led students to scold others should definitely be suspended. Some teachers felt that it wasn't the right thing to do as Zhang Ye had contributed a lot to Peking University after all. Besides, he had done it for the students while the Japanese dignitaries had also behaved quite idiotically. They were at fault in the first place. After Zhang Ye's departure, this incident died down gradually. It wasn't until the incident at the previous student recruitment exercise that everyone was reminded of Zhang Ye's good side again. If it weren't for him, those college entrance exam scholars would all have been taken away by Tsinghua University. It was Zhang Ye who came charging and smashing cars, snatching the students back while bearing the brunt of the scolding. At that moment, a lot of the teachers and school heads who did not used to like Zhang Ye no longer had any reason to speak ill of him. The way he handled that incident was very generous and chivalrous. He was dedicated to Peking University. Zhang Ye immediately said, Dean Chang, please don't say that. That incident was down to my personal behavior, and I know that I didn't act in the right way. But I've said what I've said, and even if it happens again, I would still scold them all over again. I've never spoken badly about our Peking University in any situation before, so why would I want to blame them for anything then? Am I such a petty person? Chang Kaiga nodded in agreement. Then I have no worries. Zhang Ye smiled and said, in any case, thank you. There's no need to thank me. I didn't do much at all. Chang Kaiga said, Teacher Su and old Zhang are always talking about you. Find a day when you're free and let's meet up someday. Zhang Ye said, let's not wait for someday. We should go with the flow rather than try to force things. Let me treat everyone tonight. Chang Kaiga replied. All right, then we must definitely have something good since you're treating. No problem. Zhang Ye said happily. I'll invite Dean Pan and the others as well then. Chang Kaiga said, you're the boss. We'll show up as long as you invite us. Zhang Ye said, sure. For such a happy occasion, Zhang Ye definitely had to treat everyone. He immediately made some calls and invited several teachers from the math department and other departments of Peking University that he knew. Whether it was Su Na or Professor Zhang, he hadn't seen them all in a very long time. Now that he could meet them again, they definitely had to enjoy a good meal together. On the same night, at midnight, the celebrity rankings index was updated. Zhang Ye's name was still clearly at the #1 spot of the A-list rankings. He did not budge from it at all, while the gap between second place was slowly widening. The validation of the proof to the mathematical conjecture had really come at the right time. It allowed Zhang Ye to gain a proper foothold on his shaky popularity and helped him sit firmly at the #1 spot. It seemed like it would be very difficult for him to fall off from there in the short term unless Ning Lan and the other person were to experience a similar explosion in popularity like Zhang Ye had today. But how many Zhang Yes were there in the entertainment industry? What he had done was not something that just anyone could replicate. Chapter 1154, Zhang Ye's Asian Popularity Ranking. Chapter 1154, Zhang Ye's Asian Popularity Ranking. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Ye was so busy with treating all of his friends, bringing them around to enjoy a good meal, that he didn't go back home at all. In recent days, he had caused quite a big stir. First, he prevailed over Peter Go. Then, his proof of Dale's conjecture was finally validated. On top of that, he was appointed as a full professor at Peking University. He also secured his foothold of the #1 spot on the A-list celebrity rankings. With all that coming together and adding in the previously accumulated events, the results could finally be seen now. The entire country's media outlets were making mention of Zhang Ye's name without stop for a few days. This pushed his popularity up by quite a lot, which led to many celebratory feasts. For example, with China Chiyuan. For example, with his extended family. For example, with friends like Yao Jiankai, Chen Guang, and the others. For example, with his colleagues from Peking University. And for example, with Rao Imin, Yang Shu, and Chen Chen. How many meals was that already? Later on, Dong Shanshan, Yu Yingyi, and the group of his old classmates also arranged to have a meal together with Zhang Ye to throw him a party. But as Zhang Ye was really unable to squeeze any time out from his schedule, they settled for having breakfast together. At Dong Shanshan's villa, his old classmates were all seated around the dining table and staring at the fried dough sticks and soy milk on the table, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Ye said, Eat. Eat. Don't stand on ceremony with me. I just bought them, so have it while they're still hot. Dong Shanshan laughed and said, Why would we stand on ceremony with you for over some lousy breakfast? Yu Yingyi rolled her eyes. This is the first time I'm seeing someone treat others in this way. Wang He also said in a speechless manner, Zhang aren't you playing us for fools like this? Ma Shufei fumed while glaring. I object. I strongly object to this. He Kuei laughed from beside them. Hi. I really haven't had much time recently, and you guys are also going to be busy with your own work next week, so we could only decide on this morning to gather together like this. I have other appointments planned for this afternoon and tonight. Since we're all old classmates and know each other quite well, what's there to be so formal about? Don't dismiss breakfast as not fitting of a feast. Soy milk and fried dough sticks are really expensive too, Zhang Ye explained as he rubbed his temples. He had been drinking so much these past few days that his brain was hurting. Yuingyi sighed. All right, we'll just have to make do. Squeezing a meal out of Professor Zhang is already an achievement. He's indeed quite busy these days, and I can testify to that. Zhang Ye laughed. Right. Hikue rolled his eyes. You two are singing the same tune now, eh? Yuingyi said happily. That's right. Just doing the commentary work for those 3 games that Zhang Ye played helped me gain quite a lot of popularity. Although this girl might not be comparable to classmate Shanshan yet. But amongst the country's sports hosts, I'm considered as one of the more popular ones, haha. In the future, if there are any sports events that you all would like to attend, just let me know. Big Sis will help to get the tickets for you guys. It's not that I'm trying to brag, but with just a phone call from me, everyone is pretty much willing to give face to me. Hikue said enviously. Right now, it seems like only the 3 of you are doing well. Zhang Ye, Dong Shanshan, and Yuingyi were the 3 referred to, of course. Yuingyi said, compared to Zhang Ye, who dares say that they're doing well? Zhang Ye quickly said, huh, don't you guys tread on me like this. Dong Shanshan drank some soy milk and gave him a look. You're at the top of the A-list. Another step forward and you'll be in the S-list rankings. What plans do you have? Hi. Zhang Ye shook his head. I've not thought of any yet. Dong Shanshan blinked several times. You're probably going to get into the international rankings, right? Zhang Ye spread his hands. I'm not even popular on the international stage, so I can't climb onto that list for sure. I don't even have any works that are known on the international scene, so I'll just take it step by step. S-list. Asia. International. There was still a long road ahead. Meanwhile, the news of Dale's conjecture being proven was gradually spreading across Asia. The Japanese netizens. What? Why does this name sound so familiar? Zhang Ye? Isn't that the man who played Go? Oh yes, it's that guy from the war between humans and machines. No wonder. So he's really a mathematician. The Korean netizens. Dale's conjecture has been solved. When did it happen? Long ago? So it was him who solved it. Why is this guy so good? Is he really the smartest person in the world? That night, a major incident happened again in the Chinese entertainment industry. Almost without warning, and to everyone's surprise, when the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index was updated, Zhang Ye's name appeared on the Asian C-list rankings. The Asian Celebrity Rankings Index. This was not a celebrity ranking list under the jurisdiction of China and the SARFD. It was overseen by a different authority and was a list of rankings that one wouldn't be able to get into if they did not have a certain level of influence around Asia. Every person that was in the rankings were well-known stars in the Asian countries, and the index was segmented into 4 grades. They were respectively Asian S-list rankings, Asian A-list rankings, Asian B-list rankings, Asian C-list rankings. The statistics used in the rankings were not based solely on the number of fans that one had. Otherwise, with the population of China being so large, any random B-list celebrity would easily be qualified to be called a big shot around Asia. This rankings index was not that superficial. The number of fans one had was still the main statistical data. That was definitely necessary, of course. But there was also the status of whether their works won any awards, their qualifications, as well as how large their influence around the Asian region was. Combining all of those statistics, it would make it very difficult for someone to gain a place in the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index. This was especially true for celebrities from China and Japan. Currently, the celebrities in the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index were mainly Koreans. For example, Korean star Lee Anson, who was sent flying by a kick from Zhang Ye, was in the rankings. He was in the Asian C-list rankings. Lee Anson was actually very popular back then in China, although he was sent packing afterwards due to that incident. However, the base of his popularity was still there, coupled with him doing quite well back home in Korea for the past 2 years and having many fans. In Japan and other Asian countries who loved him, those statistics made him a big shot as an Asian C-list celebrity. In contrast, although Zhang Ye was very well known by everyone back in China and enjoyed a high level of popularity, he was still relatively unknown in Asia. He had never released any major works that were propagated into the Asian region, so his influence in the region was much more limited. But this time, Zhang Ye had suddenly made it into the rankings. And it wasn't just at the bottom of the Asian C-list rankings. He had appeared in the middle of the rankings. There was a celebration across Weibo. Zhang Ye's fans cheered. Damn, he has made it to the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index. He's finally there. Teacher Zhang has blown up. It was definitely due to the Go incident and the mathematical conjecture being proven. Yeah, I was wondering why with Teacher Zhang's popularity in the country, he still hadn't made it onto this index. Look at Ning Lan and Xiaodong of Spring Garden. They've been in the Asian rankings all this time. So why was there nothing from Teacher Zhang? And now, I see that he has finally started his chapter in Asia. Haha, congratulations. Teacher Zhang's been having a year to remember since a few days ago. Teacher Zhang can finally become more popular outside of the country. This is worth being happy and congratulated for. Asian C-list rankings? Isn't that a little low? It is a little low. Ning Lan is behind Zhang Ye by a little within China, but she's already a B-lister in Asia. But we can't really put it that way since Sister Ning's movies have always done very well in Asia. Along with being screened domestically, the box office earnings throughout Asia are also quite good. So of course, she has an advantage there. As for Teacher Zhang's works, they're basically only known within the country, so there aren't too many people from the other Asian countries who know about him. You still call that popularity of his low? Don't forget that Teacher Zhang has beaten up a Korean celebrity and scolded those Japanese dignitaries. Don't you remember the stir it caused back then? Just how badly had he been boycotted by those two main countries in Asia at that time? The Asian media was basically unwilling to report any news about him at all. So now that he has made it into the Asian C-list rankings, you should know just how heaven-defying Teacher Zhang has been. He's totally unstoppable. He's truly awesome. Tossing flowers in celebration. This is going to be an extremely important step for him. Starting today, Zhang Ye is an Asian star. The fans sent in their congratulatory messages. The media outlets were fighting to get their first reports out. Zhang Ye's friends and family also called to congratulate him. He had been getting so many such calls these days that he lost count of how many times he had been congratulated. It felt like everyone was constantly congratulating him one after another every other day. Chapter 1155, Establishing Zhang Ye's Studio. Chapter 1155, Establishing Zhang Ye's Studio. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Several days later, Zhang Ye finally had some free time. The news couldn't possibly revolve around him every day. After a few days of hype by the media, everything returned to normal. That was because an even more important event was approaching, the Beijing Olympics. There were a little more than 2 weeks to go before the Olympic Games began. This was going to be the single largest event in recent times for China. The media outlets had been reporting this for the past few days. They reported on things like who would be the invited guests for the opening ceremony, who would make up the contingent for Team China in the Games, which sports stars could not participate due to injuries, and so on and so forth. The Olympics atmosphere was getting hyped up. Although there was still some time until the start of the Olympics, one could clearly sense that there were more and more foreigners around the streets. There were people of all nationalities around. In all of China, Zhang Ye was perhaps the last one who knew about this. This fellow had only happened to catch a glimpse of the news this morning before finding out about it with a shock. Zhang Ye wore an exaggerated expression of surprise. Beijing Olympics? His father looked at him and asked, "What's the matter?" Zhang Ye said, "They're holding it in Beijing this year." "Yeah." His mother said, "Didn't they bid for the rights many years ago?" Zhang Ye simply nodded when he remembered that this was no longer his previous world. Too many things had changed over here, like the bidding rights for the Olympics and the year that it would be held. Back in his previous world, the bid to be the host country had since long been won, and the Beijing Olympics had been successfully held. His mother asked, "Oh, don't you have a classmate working at the Central TV Sports Channel?" "Yeah, Yuingyi," Zhang Yi said. His mother smiled and said, "See if she can get us some tickets for the events." Zhang Yi said, "I'll ask her. You're interested in going and watching?" His mother said, "Of course we have to go and watch." It was not easy to win a bid to organize the Olympic Games. Since it's being held in our country, shouldn't we go and give our support? "Aren't you going?" Zhang Yi threw up his hands. "Why would I go and watch it? It's not like you don't know about the relationship between me and the sports world." His mother smacked her lips and said, "That's true. Which industries have you not offended?" After the table tennis interview incident, and the resulting scolding battle and skit that called upon the rejection of prostitution, gambling, and table tennis, the fight between Zhang Yi and the sports world reached a fever pitch. Many of the sports world's executives, coaches, and athletes gnashed their teeth in hatred of Zhang Ye. This was well known to everyone. Zhang Ye sat on the sofa and watched the news for a while. After he had a look at some of the famous athletes of this world, he stopped paying attention to the news. He did not really know most of them anyway. He turned to thinking about what he should be doing next. Zhang Ye was feeling a little overwhelmed after his popularity had soared so quickly in recent times, making him the top A-list celebrity in the country, as well as breaking into the Asian C-list rankings. However, he knew that he would have to take it step by step from here. This little bit of achievement was really incomparable to what his target was. The road ahead was a very long one, and he was still too far away from becoming an international celebrity. What should he do next? Which direction should he work towards? Zhang Ye was still undecided. As such, he drove to Rao Imin's place after he finished eating breakfast. He wanted to ask old Rao if there was anyone who wanted to work with him recently. At old Rao's place, the moment Zhang Ye stepped into the house, he was given a tongue lashing. Rao Imin pointed at him and said, "I'm telling you, kid, I'm quitting as your agent. Go find someone else who wants this shitty job. Are you trying to tire me out? You're just staying at home with nothing to do and idling around as you like. Meanwhile, I have to take calls for you even when I go to the bathroom. Do you want to die?" Qinshan walked in. "Zhang Ye, you've angered my aunt." Zhang Ye said nervously, "What's going on?" Rao Imin slid her cell phone to him. "Just look at how many calls I've taken in these past few days." Zhang Ye had a look at it and also thought that it was a little too much. There were more than 100 calls. He quickly put on a placating smile and said, "Big sis Rao, I know it was hard on you. Can't you see that I'm here now because I care about you? Here, take this brain gold supplement regularly." He placed the brain gold on her coffee table and said, "Oh yes, has there been any suitable work for me recently?" Rao Imin said, "Yes." Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. "What kind of work?" Rao Imin pointed at the bathroom. "The toilet broke, get it fixed." Zhang Ye was speechless. At this moment, Yang Shu opened the bathroom door. "AI, senior bro, you're here?" She wiped her hands clean and said, "Master Rao, the toilet has been fixed." Qinshan gave her a thumbs up. "Old Yang, well done." Rao Imin said, "Look at little Yang, and then look at yourself. Other than posturing for the media every day, what do you know? If you keep stirring up all that commotion, who is going to handle the fallout for you? Won't they just come calling me for answers? You're pretty habitual in giving out my number to whoever you like." Zhang Ye lamented, "But you're my agent. Just hire someone better qualified already," Rao Imin said. Zhang Ye said, "Please endure it a little. I know it's been hard on you." Yang Shu immediately said, "That's right, Master Rao. It isn't easy for Senior Bro either, so please help him out." At all times, Yang Shu was on his side. Rao Imin exclaimed, "Then do you think it's easy for me?" Zhang Ye said, "How about I give you a higher percentage of the earnings?" Rao Imin howled, "Have you ever taken any commercial appearances? How much money can you earn in a year? Depend on your earnings? Then I'd have starved to death ages ago." Zhang Ye gave a wry smile and said, "If you quit now, where on earth am I going to find an agent? I don't know that many people, and I don't trust them either." Rao Imin said, "In any case, I've already got too much on my hands." Suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was a call from Ha Chi-Chi. "Director Zhang. AI Sister Ha, where are you? I'm at a friend's place. What's the matter?" "Everyone has quit their jobs and plans to go join up with you." "Ah, will you take us in? What happened? Come over first." 20 minutes later, a group of people gradually arrived at Rao Imin's house. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, Little Wang, Wu Yi, Tong Fu, and some others were all from Zhang Ye's old team. The longest-serving member had worked together with him on The Voice, while the more recent ones worked on A Bite of China and the documentary on air pollution in China together with him. This was the best program team in the TV show industry. Zhang Ye wondered, why did everyone quit? Zhang Zhua replied, "Old Ha and I did not renew our contracts after it ran out, so we were considered to have left by ourselves." Little Wang was sacked over a minor matter. The higher-ups skipped over Director Yan's authority and got her fired. Little Wang said angrily, "I only rebuked someone from Central TV Department 1. Wu Yi said, "I resigned out of anger." Zhang Ye looked at the others. Tong Fu said, "Since everyone left, I followed suit." Little He added, "I prefer working with Director Zhang, so I resigned too." Director Zhang, We'll listen to your plan. Yeah, we'll all listen to you. There's no way we can continue working there. All of us used to be on your team, so the higher-ups are always picking on us. They kept making things difficult for us and treated us with a bad attitude. Who would want to tolerate their behavior? Everyone started complaining. Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner, but you all are the industry's best program team. How can they just let you guys leave like that? Ha Chi said bitterly. Director Zhang, not many people know about us, even though we are the industry's best program team. To put it bluntly, how can we still claim to be number one if you're not on the team? Zhang Ye waved it off. Take a seat and tell me more. Chen waved to them. Old Ha, old Zhang, old Wu. Zhang's was smiled and said, if it isn't our little leader. Little Wang said joyfully. Ah, Chen has grown taller. Chen replied. I guess I did. Zhang Ye introduced everyone to his assistants. Some of you might have seen them before, and some have not. This is Rao my agent. This is Yang Shu, my bodyguard. Then he introduced Ha Chi and the rest of the others one by one to Rao and Yang Shu. When you weren't around for those 6 months, I had some trouble juggling my show's production work and taking care of the child. At that time, I brought Chen with me to Central TV, where everyone helped take care of her. They all treated Chen quite well. Rao acknowledged him and said lightly, stay for the afternoon. I'll make lunch. Ha Chi quickly said, Sister Rao, there's no need to trouble you. However, Zhang Ye said, don't stand on ceremony with her. Old Rao is a very good cook. You'll all regret it if we don't stay for lunch. We? Did I say that I want you to stay for lunch? Rao said. Zhang Ye pretended not to have heard her. He turned to ask Tong Fu, how did Huang Dandan's surgery go? Tong Fu smiled and said, she's recovering quite well. She even kept saying that she wanted to come and join you, but I stopped her. Zhang Ye said, that's good. She should rest up for now, so don't let her get back to work yet. Little Wang said fervently, Director Zhang, let's pull off another big one this time. Whoa, Zhang Ye said in amusement, are you planning on robbing a bank? Little Wang coughed and said, we can do something on a smaller scale too. We're jobless anyway. If you don't take care of us, we won't have anywhere left to go. Zhang Ye laughed and said, didn't I say this before? If you all don't have anywhere to go in the future, just come look for me, and we can plan something. I was so looking forward to you all coming and join me. It's not easy to build another team that has such a deep bond and understanding. It's Central TV's loss that they did not keep all of you in the company. Let me do a head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a total of 13 people. Good, so almost the entire team is here. Ha Chi laughed and said, basically everyone on the old team is here. Tong Fu raised his hand. And some from the new team. Zhang Ye decided. All right, I'll take everyone who wants to join me. Ha Chi asked. Then what are we looking at doing? Zhang Zui asked. Yeah, what should we do? They all knew Zhang Ye well. There was a very strong friendship and trust after working together for such a long time. This was not purely about tapping on the interests that each one of them could offer. The reason why everyone came to Zhang Ye the moment they left the Central TV documentary channel was not because they had nowhere to go. There were endless people in the industry trying to poach them, yet they were all here because they still wanted to work with Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was quite happy that his old team that had swept through the entertainment industry was now reunited. When he thought about Rao I's earlier complaints of being too busy, Zhang Ye suddenly had an idea. This idea was probably one that he had in mind since a very long time ago. Zhang Ye suggested something astonishing. Let's set up a studio. Ha Chi was taken aback. A studio? Zhang's was said in surprise. That is a good idea. Right? All the A-list celebrities have their own studios. Wu Yi said. Little Wang clapped her hands and said, I'll join. Me too. Count me in. Haha, and me too. Follow Director Zhang's lead, and he'll give you meal to eat. A studio is a great idea. I've been waiting for a long time for this day. Chapter 1156. Hiring a bodyguard for the studio? Chapter 1156. Hiring a bodyguard for the studio? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Owning a studio was a sure sign of being an A-list celebrity. Some of the top B-list celebrities would also set up their own personal studios as long as they could afford to maintain one. This was equivalent to a small talent agency that would handle artist-related affairs like promotions and PR work. For those slightly larger celebrity studios, They would even incorporate production and distribution functions. The only difference was that an agency was responsible for multiple artists, whereas a celebrity studio usually serviced a single celebrity. This was the main difference between the two. Zhang Ye asked Rao Imean, "Big sis Rao, what do you think?" Rao Imean spoke like a layman. "What's the use of opening a studio?" "It would be of great use," Zhang Ye quickly replied. Rao Imean asked, "What sort of great use?" "The great use is, of course." Zhang Ye paused and turned to Hachichi. What sort of great use?" He was unable to explain what it was good for. Hachichi, Zhang Zhua, and the others were floored. "How could you not know when you were the one who suggested it? You're an Asian celebrity, but why are you still so ignorant?" Little Wang was perceptive of the situation and immediately explained, "Big sis Rao, the idea of opening a studio is so that everyone would be working around director Zhang to support him. We would all be working towards the same goal. As for the kind of work it handles, it may include things like being the contact point for people who are interested in having director Zhang make a commercial appearance, or having specialized personnel discuss and come up with solutions in the event of emergency PR. There would also be people handling requests for media interviews and other similar activities, so you wouldn't be required to take on such tasks in the future. Since you're Director Zhang's agent, you'd only be required to handle the important issues at hand. All the other minor details and work can be delegated to us to handle. As for who would handle which areas of work, we'll discuss that at a later time." Zhang Ye repeatedly agreed. That's right. In any case, you won't have to do much in the future. There won't be anyone chasing or calling you up every other day." Rao Imean sneered. "Why should I believe you?" Zhang Ye said helplessly. "That's really how it is. Why would I lie to you? I'm already been tricked into it by you once," Rao Imean said. Zhang Zhua also persuaded, "Sister Rao, with us sharing the workload, our efficiency will be much higher." Tong Fu said, "Actually, Director Zhang should have already set up a studio long ago. In all of show business, he's the only A-list celebrity who does not have an agency or studio." Wu Yi nodded and said, "Yeah. Once he has a team to support him, Director Zhang would no longer need to personally handle any emergency PR or issue any public statements himself. He is an Asian celebrity now, so if he still doesn't have a studio to deal with his affairs, he won't be able to cope once the workload gets heavier. If some foreign projects come along or the foreign media approaches him, he wouldn't be able to handle them with that English of his. It would be for the best if we could have a dedicated translator to handle all of this. Of course, it would take some time for the team to slowly improve." Zhang Yi said to Yang Shu, "Little Yang, what about you?" Yang Shu said without thinking, "Wherever Senior Bro goes, I go." "Good." Zhang Yi nodded. "Then that's that. An agent, a bodyguard, a chauffeur, an assistant, a videographer, a secretary, a director, a technical director, business operations." Counting all that, a team had practically been fully assembled. His old group of team members were all very skilled and were basically a complete team that transferred straight over from the television station. They were not missing any roles that a complete program team would have. After they transferred over to the studio, there shouldn't be any drastic changes to their roles. At the very least, their job functions in the team would still be unique. Since this was the same team that produced, promoted, and did the public relations for The Voice and A Bite of China, they did not need to waste any time to get to know each other. They were already quite familiar with one another. Since everything clicked, the matter was settled. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Since we've decided to establish a new studio, I'm not sure about how we should get things rolling. If anyone has any suggestions, please bring it up." Hachichi asked, "Where will the studio be located?" "Yeah, we have to rent a place for the office and get the business registration done as soon as possible," Zhang Zhua said. "But the rental prices for office space these days are not cheap." Zhang Ye's eyes fell upon Rao Imean. Rao Imean gave him a look. "What are you looking at me for?" Zhang Ye asked. "Old Rao, do you have any spare apartments?" Rao Imean pursed her lips and said, "No, that can't be." Zhang Ye pointed out knowingly. "Isn't that duplex not rented out yet? The one on the top floor with over 200 square meters of floor space." Little Wang exclaimed, "There's such a big place?" Wu Yi said in surprise, "Sister Rao owns another apartment?" Zhang Yi laughed and said, "All the units in this apartment building belong to her." This is quite a good place as the units are dual-purpose apartments that we can use to register as our company's address. Rao immediately said, "Dream on, kid. How much are you going to pay me?" Zhang Ye said, "Don't mention money. That could hurt our friendship." Rao rebutted, "Don't mention friendship. That would hurt my money." Zhang Ye was left with no choice. Seeing that she was not willing to give in, he could only say, "All right then, will it do if I rent it from you at the market rate? I've never come across someone as stingy as you. You should have said so earlier." Rao looked around and found a key. She threw it to him. "Take proper care of the place. Don't damage my apartment." Zhang Ye and the others headed upstairs to view the unit. When they opened the door, they astonished by what they saw. Although the unit was not considered big, there were 2 floors of around 100 square meters each. It was renovated very well and had a little bit of European-style furnishing in it. All of the furniture was also new. Once the beds and cabinets in the bedrooms were cleared and replaced with desks, the office would almost be fully equipped without needing any further renovations. Since their studio would only be operating with about a dozen employees for the time being, they did not require too big an office, like those housed in an office building. Little Wang praised, "This place is good. This place is good." Hachichi also liked it a lot. "There's more than enough space." Zhang's was smiled and said, "Then let's go ahead with the plan. Starting from today, our company's name will be known as Zhang Ye's Studio." Zhang Ye said, "Yes." Hachichi asked, "Do we still need to hire any more staff? What roles do we need?" Zhang Ye asked. Tong Fu coughed. "We still require bodyguards, don't we?" Yang Shu said, "Aren't I the bodyguard?" Tong Fu said, I'm afraid that one bodyguard is not be enough for Director Zhang. He has offended too many people, after all. Now that he has gotten this popular, if he were to meet with any trouble while participating in public activities, or if the fans get too passionate, or if he gets surrounded by too many reporters, something could easily happen to him." Hachichi nodded. "Right. So should we hire another 2 bodyguards?" Yang Shu didn't like the sound of that. She frowned and said, "With me around, who could get near my senior bro?" Little Wang blinked. "Sister Yang, don't tell me you know Kung Fu?" Yang Shu gave a slight smile. "I know a bit of Taiji fist." Little Wang said in amazement, "Really? Like the one in the movies?" Yang Shu scoffed. "The Taiji fist that you see in the movies are all fake. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. I'm giving lessons daily in the neighborhood below our apartment. Do you want to come? It's free to join." Taiji fist is a superior type of martial arts. Not only can it strengthen the body, it also can. She rattled on and on. She launched into a sales pitch on Taiji fist like what she had been saying to the elderly in the neighborhood every day. Little Wang said, "You're that awesome?" Yang Shu smiled and said, "My senior bro is even more awesome." It was obvious no one understood what she meant. Wu Yi asked curiously, "Senior bro?" This form of address. Zhang's would guessed. "You graduated from Media College too? Are you Director Zhang's junior at school?" When did Media College start giving martial arts lessons?" "I've never heard about that." Yang Shu said, "Huh? What junior at school?" Zhang Ye interrupted. "All right, there's no need to recruit any more bodyguards. She's enough." Everyone gave Yang Shu a skeptical look, but did not say anything more. What could such a small woman possibly do? None of them knew how strong Yang Shu was at this point in time. Unbeknownst to them, now that Zhang Ye's studio had been established, the role of bodyguards was going to be the least of their concerns. With Zhang Ye, Yang Shu, and Rao around, would there be any in this world who would dare barge in? Even if a martial arts grandmaster were to come attacking, they would arrive standing but leave the place on a stretcher. Zhang Ye's studio was a much safer place than the Huashan sect, Shaolin Monastery, and all other large sections. Be it the name of Rao or Zhang Ye, they were both fearsome existences in the martial arts world who would send anyone running. Chapter 1157. The studio officially opens. Chapter 1157. The studio officially opens. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Several days passed. Zhang Ye's studio was officially registered and opened for business. Although the place was not big and there were not a lot of employees yet, with Zhang Ye's reputation staked on it, the company immediately became one of the biggest celebrity studios the moment it started operating. Zhang Ye's parents came to visit. Little Wang served them tea and hot water. "Auntie, uncle, have a seat." His mother looked around. Good, very good. His father commented. Yup, it's a pretty nice place. Where's my son? His mother asked. Ha Chi-Chi smiled and said, Director Zhang went out to pick someone up. I'll show you around. His mother nodded. All right, let's go have a look around. Zhang Ye asked. By the way, Auntie, shall we light some firecrackers? So that there'll be a more festive air for the opening. His mother waved him off. There's no need. Little Yi doesn't like it so boisterous, so it's fine as is. Grandpa, Grandma. Chin-Chin skipped over. Ai, my little Chin-Chin. Did you miss Grandma? Zhang Ye's mother took Chin-Chin by her hand with a wide smile. Come upstairs with Grandpa and Grandma, and have a look. The first floor was the reception area. There was a sofa, a television, a kitchen where meals could be made, and even a rather large bar. Behind it, the wine cabinet was stocked to the brim with liquor bottles. This cabinet was newly installed by them, and the entire place was dazzling. There was also a small conference room that had been modified from an existing guest room and was separated from the rest of the area. On the second floor, there were a few standalone office spaces. Everyone would be working from here in the future. The phone and internet connection networks had also all been wired in. Most worth mentioning was the balcony on the second floor. In the entire apartment complex, only the duplex on the top floor had this feature. The balcony was over 10 square meters, so it wasn't small at all. It was resurfaced with a fresh lawn, and they had ordered some customized swings that were installed just this morning. Long rattan benches were placed out on the balcony as well. Looking out from the balcony, one could see the city down below and the endless sky hanging overhead. It wouldn't be a problem if they were to hold an occasional gathering out here. The view from here was gorgeous. Soon after, Zhang Ye returned with Yao Jiankai beside him. Little Wang quickly said, Teacher Yao, hello. Teacher Yao. Teacher Yao is here. Yao Jiankai laughed and said, Hello, everyone. Little Wang said, Director Zhang, Auntie, and Uncle are both here. They're out on the balcony upstairs. Okay, I got it. Zhang Ye was all smiles. Old Yao, how's my place? It's pretty awesome, Yao Jiankai said. It's quite cozy here and much better than my agency, that's for sure. He then turned to the bar. Whoa, you've got this much alcohol here. Shall we open a bottle? Zhang Ye pointed at the drinks. Just have whatever you like, don't stand on ceremony with me. Little Wang was still employed as the office assistant in the studio. Which bottle should I open? The cheapest one, Zhang Ye said. Yao Jiankai was speechless. At this moment, another group arrived outside. Dong Shanshan and Yu Yingyi came in with a laugh. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Yo, we have distinguished guests. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, You didn't even invite us to your studio's opening? Hi. I hadn't planned on inviting anyone at all. I only sent a message to all my friends to inform them about it. Zhang Ye laughed and said, I didn't expect that you'd come. Yu Yingyi said in amusement, Since we know about it, of course we'd have to come over to congratulate you. Dong Shanshan said to the delivery person outside, Just place the flower basket outside the door. Yes, that's it, thank you. There were 2 flower baskets, one each from Dong Shanshan and Yu Yingyi. Yao Jiankai stretched out his hand and said, Teacher Shanshan. Teacher Yao, it's been a while. Dong Shanshan smiled and shook hands with him. This is... Yao Jiankai had seen the sports commentator before, but couldn't remember her name. Zhang Ye introduced. This is a classmate of mine and Shanshan's. Gorgeous beauty, Yu Yingyi. Yu Yingyi smiled and said, I dare not call myself gorgeous. Dong Shanshan said amused. But you are fine with beauty? Of course. Only then did Yu Yingyi finally shake hands with Yao Jiankai. It's our first time meeting, Teacher Yao. Nice to meet you. I've watched all of yours and Zhanger's crosstalks no less than 5 times. I still laugh every time I watch them. The 2 of you are definitely the best crosstalk partners in the industry. Yao Jiankai chuckled. You're too nice. Little Zhang and I only went to take part in the crosstalk competition after we were forced into a dead end. Suddenly, even more people arrived. Is it here? The trio of Xiaodong, Li Xiaoxian, and Amy came in wondering if they got the right place. Zhang Ye immediately went up to greet them. Whoa, you're all here. Xiaodong smiled and said, Teacher Zhang, congratulations. Zhang Ye gave them a fist and palm salute. You too, you too. Amy said, Our flower basket has been placed outside the door. All right, Zhang Ye said, just leave it there. Xiaodong pointed behind herself and got someone to carry in a box of items. I brought you a box of red wine. Amy giggled and said, Sister Xiaodong has collected all that for many years. She's not even willing to open a bottle for herself. Xiaodong waved it off. It's a gift for Director Zhang. I must be willing to give it out. Zhang Ye smiled and said, You're this generous? Thank you. Li Xiaoxian covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Xiaodong means to say that since you have your own studio now, we'll be coming over often to have a drink. So she might as well store the wine here. Zhang Ye said, So you're taking this place to be a storage place for your wine now? I get it. Feel free to come over anytime. I'll certainly welcome you. Treat this place as your own from now on. Yao Jinkai said, All right, I'll come over to have a drink every day then. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. I wasn't talking to you. Everyone laughed. Chun Guang and Fan Wenli were both overseas, so they specially called to offer their congratulations. Even though they were not here, they sent over some gifts that were pretty heavy. Then, there was also Grandma Zhang Xia. She couldn't find time to come over today, so she purposely got her son to send over a flower basket. There was even calligraphy that was written by Grandma Zhang herself. And Ning Lan, the skit actress Ci Xiufang, Central TV documentary channels Yin Tianfei, Beijing Television's Hu Fei, China Chiyuan, and so on and so forth. In the end, there was even a flower basket sent by the heavenly queen, Zhang Yuanqi. The official Weibo of Zhang Yuanqi's studio also posted a message. Congratulations on the establishment of Zhang Ye's studio. Zhang Ye's studio also set up its own Weibo and got a verification tag for the account. For some other industry insiders who were not that close or well acquainted with Zhang Ye, they also offered their congratulations online. At Zhang Ye Studio. Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. Wishing your company's business success and scaling new heights. Hoping you flourish and expand throughout the world. Rich blessings for a smooth sailing business. There were a few of these messages, while the rest were all replies and likes by the netizens. All of Zhang Ye's good friends in the industry that could be seen had been seen. It might seem like there were a lot of them, but it was really only those few people. He didn't really have any friends in the entertainment industry. NEC or D-list celebrity probably had a much better social network than he did. Whenever someone's company was established, or whenever someone got married, they could easily invite over half of the entertainment industry to attend. But this sort of turnout could never happen to a fellow like Zhang Ye. Oh, actually, it shouldn't be put that way. Zhang Ye felt that if he were to die someday, he could almost definitely attract the entire entertainment industry to turn out for his funeral, and the number of wreaths that he would receive would probably line all the way from his house to Tiananmen Square. Chapter 1158, The First Big Project. Chapter 1158, The First Big Project. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. That night, Zhang Ye was laying down on the balcony outside the studio and stargazing. He poured himself a glass of red wine. There was a cool light breeze blowing. But there were just too many mosquitoes. With a team of his own now, Zhang Ye no longer had to worry about how a lot of things were run. He felt relaxed and at ease now, but had one small regret. He had spent too much. The rental, the renovations, the equipment, the utilities, and the payroll. Zhang Ye had to pay for all that out of his own pocket. With such a large family to support now, he would surely have to improve further from here. He could only bring everyone together and slowly move forward now. What should he do next? After resting for so many days, it was time to start work again. The window opened and Qinshin's head popped out. Zhang Ye, I'm going to bed. Go on then, Zhang Ye said. Tell me a bedtime story, Qinshin said. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Go get Yang Shu to tell one to you. Qinshin pouted. Zhang Ye, you're so lazy. Then she turned around and went off. Ha Qiqi also poked her head out and said with a bitter smile, Director Zhang, why are you still lying around? We're almost dying from being so busy. Zhang Ye sat up. Hey, I thought that you all had already knocked off. What are you guys still doing here? Ha Qiqi said, Our studio has just opened for business, so there are a lot of people trying to contact us. They're looking for you to collab on movies, TV series, or are trying to ask you for a song, or accept some commercial appearances. We received so many calls that we lost count. But so far, there has been nothing that caught our eye. There was an offer to play the second male lead with a pay of 10 million renminbi, but we're totally uninterested in that. Zhang Zhua also stuck his head out the window. Director Zhang, at least give us some direction. Just what kind of projects are you looking to work on? Zhang Ye said, a big project. What would you call a big project? Zhang Zhou questioned. Zhang Ye smiled and said, the bigger the better, of course. At his level, he could already be considered one of the top few celebrities in the country. Although he still couldn't compare to those heavenly kings and queens, he was at the level where he could choose which projects he wanted to take. In the industry, there were those who picked their jobs based on the amount of money offered and would work for whomever paid them more. Then, there were those who picked their jobs based on relationships. If they had a good relationship with the crew, they'd help out over there. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye mainly based his decisions on whatever would bring him more popularity. Whichever project was bigger, whichever one that would allow him to gain more popularity, he would definitely prefer those over the others. Suddenly, he heard little Wang shouting, Director Zhang. Director Zhang. Ha Chi-Chi was startled. What's the matter? What is it? Little Wang came running over. There's a big project. It's a huge project, Zhang Ye said, feeling rather interested. Do tell. Little Wang panted. Someone has asked you for a song. Zhang Ye immediately lost interest. He shrugged and said, didn't I say that I don't casually write songs for others unless I have a really good relationship with them? Little Wang said anxiously. This one's different. Ha Chi-Chi looked at her. How much are they offering? Little Wang said, I don't think they're paying anything. Zhang Zhou didn't know how to react. They're not paying and want Director Zhang to write them a free song? Do you know how much one song of Director Zhang's can fetch? Even if it were Sister Zhang, she wouldn't ask Director Zhang to write her a song for free. However, Little Wang's next words shocked everyone. Little Wang said loudly, it's the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games one that is asking for the song. It's for the Olympic theme song. They said that it would be used during the opening ceremony of the Olympics. What? What did you just say? The Olympic theme song? Holy shit. That's really a big project. Fucking hell. Io, did they really approach us? Little Wang said, yes, really. Everyone became very excited. It was for the Olympics. It was for the Olympics that was held once every 4 years. The Olympics that would be broadcast live all over the world. Wu Yi said loudly. Director Zhang, you must take this job. Even if they aren't paying, you must take the job. This will greatly affect your popularity. Ha Chi-Chi said excitedly. It's going to add very good credentials to your sum. If you take this project, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. I could never have expected that we would be approached with such a huge project so soon after our opening. How many people are competing to get on the Olympic opening ceremony? And still, they wouldn't get a chance at something like that. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected that the organizing committee would come looking for him. He raised some doubts about the offer. We're slightly less than 2 weeks away from the opening ceremony of the Olympics, aren't we? Hadn't everything already been planned long ago for the opening ceremony? They can't possibly be starting to prepare for it at the last minute. How many years ago was it since they won the Olympic bid? How can they possibly be thrown off balance in their planning at a time like this? Zhang Zhou was startled. Yeah, the rehearsals are already about to begin. Little Wang said, I don't know about that. I didn't ask. Zhang Ye asked again. Did they only mention that they wanted me to write a song? Yes, Little Wang replied. Zhang Ye said, they didn't mention anything about me singing it? Little Wang said, I don't think they did. Zhang Ye nodded. Are you sure that the call was from the organizing committee for the Olympic Games? I've already verified it with them. The caller was the head of the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games, Little Wang said. Zhang Ye said, all right. Then let them know that since this is not a small matter, I will need some time to consider it. Little Wang was dumbfounded. Consider? Wu Yi nearly fainted. You still need to consider for an offer like that? Director Zhang. This is too good an opportunity to be missed. Zhang Zhou was also nearly driven mad. This is the Olympics we're talking about. The opening theme song for the Olympics. What is there still left to consider? If you miss this chance, it would really be a big loss. Our country is probably only able to host one Olympic Games in the near future. This is the only chance where we can showcase ourselves to the entire world. Io, just what are you thinking? But Zhang Ye said, Little Wang, just tell them that. Okay. Little Wang could only helplessly obey the orders. She left to make the call. Then, Zhang Ye said to everyone, it's not that I don't wish to take on the project. For a huge project like this, even if I have to suffer a big loss, I would still take it on. But think about it for a moment. It doesn't mean that I would get to sing the song even if I wrote it. If I were to promise them so quickly, then when I finish writing the song for them and don't get to sing it during the opening ceremony, who will I go to for answers? Zhang Ye analyzed. Surely not, right? Since they came looking for you, that would mean that they want you to sing it too, isn't that so? Zhang Ye waved his hands and said, "There's nothing impossible about that. After being in the industry for so long and coming across all kinds of people, you can see from the news that I have always been getting into fights over such incidents. How many people have I scolded? For things like this, I am more experienced than any of you. We can't make any promises in a hurry, so just drag it out a little for now. I believe that something has cropped up over on their side, so they needed to change the song at the last minute. Otherwise, based on my relationship with those from the sports world, do you think they would lower their heads and come to me for help? There's definitely something going on here." Hachichi was convinced. Director Zhang has a valid point there. Wu Yi said anxiously, "But what if?" Zhang's was said. "Yeah, don't let the opportunity slip away." Zhang Yi said calmly. "Just wait a little and see how it goes. If it's really ours, this chance will never get away." But coming back to the point, if there's really no song to be sung at the Olympics, even if they don't want me to sing it, I would still write one for them. This is a matter of national affairs, and this bro is not such a narrow-minded person. It wasn't easy for China to organize an Olympic Games. The next time it happens again would probably be decades to a century later. We can't allow it to fail in the hands of our generation. He would still fight for what was needed. He still had to do what was necessary. This had always been how Zhang Ye handled things. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "All right, it's time to knock off. Everyone has worked hard today." After everyone left, Zhang Ye stayed around. He laid down outside on the balcony and flipped on a colored lamp. Then he picked up a score and twisted the felt-tip pen in his hand before writing down a few words. "You and me too. Eid Mubarak, everyone. And all the best to your World Cup teams. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/beijing_committee_for_the_Olympic_games. 2. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/u_me_Olympic_song. Chapter 1159. Zhang Ye is going to the Olympic opening ceremony. Chapter 1159. Zhang Ye is going to the Olympic opening ceremony. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, there were already stories in the news. At Xiamen East, Zhang Ye's studio, little Wang was holding several copies of newspapers in her hands and shouting, "Here are today's papers." Everyone gathered around her, while Zhang Ye also came over to have a look. Olympic opening ceremony rehearsal delayed. A major problem might have befallen the Olympic opening ceremony. Last-minute change of singers and theme song for opening ceremony. Zhang Hanwei not destined to perform opening theme song. Who will land the Olympic opening theme song? On the internet, the netizens were also extremely surprised by the news. How did something like this happen? It's already so close to the start of the Olympics. The foreign Olympic contingents are already gradually arriving to Beijing. Why did the theme song suddenly get changed? What was wrong with the previous one? I thought that they had already confirmed that it would be performed by Jiang Hanwei and Xu Han. Damn, wouldn't old Jiang and sister Xu have worked in vain then? I wonder what's going on. They're changing the lineup and song so suddenly? Is there still time for that? Then who's going to take over? This is going to be a very lucrative job. There's definitely going to be a lot of people eyeing this chance. Yeah, heads will probably roll when everyone contends for the song. The citizens were very concerned. After all, this was the first time that China was hosting the Olympics. It would be the only time in history that this was happening, so who wouldn't want it to be carried out flawlessly? The entertainment industry's artists were also very concerned. Who could take the stage to sing the one and only opening ceremony theme song for the Olympics? This was incredibly important for an artist, especially those who harbored thoughts of stepping into the international stage. The lure was too enticing. At the studio, Hachichi exclaimed, "So something really did happen." The moment she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Little Wang went to answer it. Then, she got a shock. This was because there were 7 or 8 people standing outside the door in suits. At a single glance, it was clear that they were officials. She didn't know most of them, But there was one person in the group she recognized immediately. This person was very famous. Li Ke. He was one of the most famous film and television directors in China. This, one of, did not refer to being one in dozens, but one in only 4 people. When mentioning Chinese film directors, he would definitely rank within the top 3. Even on the international stage, Li Ke's works had pretty good results. Right now, the post he held was the executive director of the Olympic opening ceremony. Is this Zhang Ye's studio? Yes. We're from the organizing committee for the Olympic Games. Ah, please come in. Little Wang led the group of people inside. Zhang Ye also walked up to them slowly. Li Ke smiled and stretched out his hand. Director Zhang, I've been looking forward to meeting you. Zhang Ye shook hands with him. I wouldn't dare to call myself a director in front of you, Director Li. Li Ke was also in the celebrity goof group. He occasionally joined in the conversations, and the two of them had chatted as well. Although they hadn't met, they were not exactly strangers either. Then, Zhang Ye noticed that the famous lyricist and composer, Wang Jueshu, was also part of the group. Old Wang. Wang Jueshu and Zhang Ye had known each other through King of Masked Singers, and their relationship was considered all right. Wang. Jueshu gave a wry smile. Teacher Zhang, you're really something. Zhang Ye played dumb. What about me? Wang Jueshu said helplessly. Let me make some introductions first. This is Qi Yihai, the vice president of the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games. Qi Yihai smiled and said, Teacher Zhang, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Zhang Ye smiled back. If I knew that President Qi was visiting today, I would have gone downstairs to welcome you. Li Ke joked. So you wouldn't have gone to welcome us if it was just me? Haha, of course I would have. Of course I would have, Zhang Ye laughed. Afterwards, the rest of the people were introduced. Other than one person who did not seem too friendly, probably because he was from the sports world, the others all greeted Zhang Ye politely. If it were just a normal celebrity, there wouldn't be a need to be so polite. However, as they had come to Zhang Ye for a favor, and with his status different from other normal celebrities since he held 3 professorships from 2 universities, everyone had to politely greet him as Professor Zhang or Teacher Zhang. They wouldn't address him as Little Zhang or directly by his full name. After a simple exchange of a few words, Zhang Ye got the studio employees to move upstairs, leaving Ha Qiqi, Zhang Zhuo, and Little Wang behind with him. Ha Qiqi was now in charge of external communications for Zhang Ye's studio, while Zhang Zhuo was in charge of the internal communications. Meanwhile, the reason for Little Wang staying behind with them was because she had to serve drinks to the guests. Everyone got seated. Wang Jueshu said, Director Zhang, have you reached a decision yet? Zhang Ye blinked. What decision? Oh, I remember. You mean about the song? Wang Jueshu rolled his eyes. Zhang Ye said, May I ask why you all approached me? The vice president of the organizing committee looked at him. Teacher Zhang, I won't hide this from you. There were some problems with the theme song for the opening ceremony. There's a problem with the personnel, as well as with the song. I won't go into detail, but suffice it to say that all the songs that were previously lined up have been rejected. We feel that the lyrics and the melody were completely unsuitable for performing at this sort of an international stage. Like for one of the songs, Chinese elements were too heavily emphasized. This should have been a good thing since it would showcase the charms of our country. But then, it kind of felt unsuitable for the Olympics. After much deliberation, our organizing committee feels that we should have something that is a little more international sounding. But there has been nothing suitable so far, and we have already dragged this on for too long. Wang Jueshu added, I wasn't able to help either. I've already written 7 or 8 drafts for proposal, and so have some of our country's other musicians. A song that is more international sounding is what's making this so difficult. The score for the music is not easy to create, so that's where the problem lies. We were all out of ideas. Then, later, when Director Li mentioned you, I suddenly remembered that writing songs is a specialty of yours. So Director Li and I recommended you to the organizing committee. Is writing songs my only specialty? Zhang Ye smiled and said, I can sing well too. His words carried a double meaning. Wang Jueshu simply nodded. Li Ke smiled but did not say anything. An executive from the sports world frowned. But it was Qi Yihai who spoke. I know that. My daughter is a fan of your singing. She likes you so much that she doesn't even listen to me anymore. Hi. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Did I just get implicated in something that I don't know about? However, Qi Yihai said, I don't like her chasing after celebrities and idols, but you're an exception. I've always admired Teacher Zhang's principles concerning major issues. Zhang Ye did not know how to respond to that. So he listened to Qi Yihai continue. We're getting closer and closer to the day of the opening ceremony. There isn't much time left. Director Li and Teacher Wang told me that if anyone could come up with a new song in a short period of time, then it would only be you, Teacher Zhang. I agree with what they said, so that's why we came over today to pay you a visit. We wanted to know if you can come up with a song for us. Our requirements for the song is that it has to sound like it was written for the international stage in mind, has to have a nice melody, be able to spread positive energy, and also showcases the bearing of our country. Zhang Ye smiled and said, your requirements are not simple. Qi Yihai said, that's why we came looking for you. Wang Zhuishu asked, Director Zhang, do you think you can do it? It's really urgent. Zhang Ye thought about it and told Little Wang, Little Wang, go to my office and take out the document from the first drawer on the right. Bring that to me. Okay. Little Wang very quickly returned with what he wanted. Zhang Ye gripped the score and placed it on the table. Everyone, please have a look at this song. What? There's already a song? Damn, isn't that too fast? We know that you're the quickest draw around, but isn't that still way too fast? Are you a machine gun or something? Everyone was very surprised. Even Ha Chi-Chi and Zhang Zhu did not know about it. You and me? Wang Zhuishu took the score and immediately started humming. Qi Yihai, Li Ku, and the others watched and listened to him very seriously. 10 minutes later, everyone was stunned. Li Ku laughed. Good. It's really good. An organizing committee official praised. This is great. Wang Zhuishu banged the table. This is it. This totally sounds like a theme song that was tailored for the Beijing Olympics. Zhang Ye said, well, I did write it specifically for the Olympics. Wang Zhuishu had no reply. Zhang Ye asked with a smile, President Qi, what do you think? Qi Yihai gave him a thumbs up. It's impeccable. Teacher Zhang is really as good as everyone says. Zhang Ye said, that's good then. Qi Yihai was also a smart person. He looked at him and said, Teacher Zhang, we definitely want this song. You won't have written this in vain. Just tell us what requests you might have. Zhang Ye said, I only have 2 requests. No, I shouldn't say that they're requests since this is a national affair. I only have 2 wishes. The first one is that I hope to be the one to sing this song since I believe that I should be the one to sing my own song. I could perform it to the best that way. Second, I hope that I am allowed to pick the partner for the part of the female duet. The person from the sports world immediately said, no way. Zhang Ye looked at him and vaguely remembered from the introduction earlier that his surname was Qian. He was a chief of some bureau, it seemed. Chief Qian said, the song performers have already been decided. It will definitely be performed by Jiang Hanwei and Xu Han. The 2 of them rehearsed the opening theme song for a very long time. Zhang Ye said, but hasn't the song been switched now? Chief Qian looked at him. We still have to consider the 2 teachers' feelings. Zhang Ye asked in return, if you wish to be considerate of the teachers, I can understand that. You can handle that however you deem fit, but don't use my song to do it. You sound like you're taking things for granted from the way you speak. Did I ever say anything like that? Chief Qian was also getting annoyed. These Olympics are a matter of national importance. It's a diplomatic mission, so can't you just write a song for someone to sing? Can't you even make a small sacrifice for the country? Zhang Ye said, I can make sacrifices for sure. For my country and its people, I can do a lot of things. Furthermore, it won't just be paying lip service like what you're doing. Everyone knows how much I have done in the past, so don't resort to using moral coercion to pressure me. Why do I have to be the one to do everything and still be the one making sacrifices? Why is it that some people do not have to do anything and still get to bask in the glory of others? In the end, I still have to be insulted like I did something wrong. Chief Qian raged. You. Ha Chi-Chi quickly held Zhang Ye back. Director Zhang. All of a sudden, they started arguing. This had always been Zhang Ye's style. No one present found this to be odd. They all knew just how ill-tempered Zhang Ye could get, and there was nothing they could do about it. Qi Yihai looked at the 2 of them helplessly. I also know about the disagreements between Teacher Zhang and the sports world from back then. So it's still going on? Her. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I suppose it's not over yet. Please forgive me, President Qi. I don't mean any harm, but it's just that I'm rather blunt and offend people easily. Chi Yihai thought to himself. Was that being blunt? It sounded more like every word was cutting. However, Chi Yihai's impression of Zhang Ye was still pretty good. He wasn't a member of the sports world and had been assigned here to lead the committee. He also knew about the cold relations between the sports world and Zhang Ye. But that was none of his business, and he wasn't bothered by it either. What he needed to do was just to ensure that the Olympics would be properly organized and that the opening ceremony could be carried out without a hitch. That was all. Li Ku was on Zhang Ye's side regarding this matter. Director Zhang's singing is much better than old Zhang's, and he's also more popular than old Jiang. Chief Qian reiterated. But in terms of international popularity, Teacher Jiang is much more well-known, and his movies are also quite influential overseas. This is an international stage, so we have to consider all these factors. And his partner for the song, Shu Han, will definitely. He started gesturing. Li Ku did not like hearing that. Chief Qian, I think I'm the executive director here. After getting snubbed, Chief Qian flushed red with embarrassment. Zhang Ye also spoke at this moment. President Qi, you can make the decision? Of course I can, Qi Yihai said. Zhang Ye nodded. If the organizing committee is really against it and doesn't find me suitable to represent our country on stage, that is fine. Just take the song, and we'll carry on with our lives as they were. It's all fine. This is my country's Olympic Games. So long as I can make a contribution, I won't ask for anything more than that. Chief Qian said. President Qi. Another person on the organizing committee said, President Qi, we. Qi Yihai gave Zhang Ye a look and suddenly said with a smile, all right then. Just by those words of yours, I will fulfill your 2 wishes. Director Li, what do you think? Li Ku said, I don't have any objections. Qi Yihai said, all right. I will let the higher-ups know about this, so it's settled. Zhang Ye stood up and put out his hand. Let's work well together. Qi Yihai laughed heartily and shook his hand. He said, you'll have to start making preparations immediately. With the time extension, we're only 3 days away from the rehearsal for the opening ceremony. Chief Qian looked annoyed. The other organizing committee members looked at one another. Let Zhang Ye sing the Olympics opening theme song? Isn't that as good as slapping the face of the sports world? Who didn't know that Zhang Ye had scolded a large number of coaches and athletes of the sports world? He even deliberately used a skit to insult them. But now, he was going to represent the sports world and perform on stage? Would that work out? Hi, whatever. Since President Qi had decided, it was all set. They just had to make the opening ceremony happen, and everything would be decided in the best interests of the country. Meanwhile, those people from Zhang Ye's studio nearly screamed from the excitement. He had done it. He had really done it. Director Zhang was going to represent the country and take to the stage for the Olympic opening ceremony. Chapter 1160, International Superstar Lillian. Chapter 1160, International Superstar Lillian. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the same day, the news was leaked. Olympic opening ceremony song confirmed. Zhang Ye to open the games with a rendition of the theme song. The organizing committee for the Olympic Games unanimously agrees to use Zhang Ye's song. Zhang Ye joins the opening ceremony to replace Jiang Hanwei and Shu Han. The organizing committee for the Olympic Games has verified the authenticity of this news. When the netizens saw these headlines, all of them expressed their disbelief. Teacher Zhang. Damn, surely not right. How can it possibly be him? I don't believe this. I don't believe it either. It can't be him. I have a friend working with the organizing committee. I heard that this matter has been confirmed, and their management already held a meeting to approve Teacher Zhang's song. He'll be the one performing it as well. Uffed. But don't they know about his relationship with the sports world? Yeah, Zhang Ye is going to open the games with his performance? Can it get any more ironic than that? Would those people from the sports world agree to this? I was thinking earlier how this slice of pie could land in anyone's plate but Zhang Ye's. After that fearsome war of words with the sports world during the new year, there hasn't been much of such large-scale scolding battles in showbiz. Goddamn it. What kind of song could Teacher Zhang have come up with to make the organizing committee decide this? Who knows? This is going to be really interesting. Yeah, we'll have a good show to watch again, haha. I feel that Zhang Ye is quite a suitable candidate for this. Why? Because Go can also be generally considered as a form of sports? Teacher Zhang is the greatest Go player in the world right now, and he can also sing well, so it's very normal for him to get chosen. There's a point to that. Did Professor Zhang turn on the hogging the headlines mode again? Immediately, some of those athletes who were involved in the scolding battle against Zhang Ye a while back started protesting. The head coach of the table tennis team angrily expressed on Weibo, "How can they use someone who is so disrespectful to sports as the singer of the opening theme song? I simply cannot understand this." A table tennis player. Unacceptable. A badminton player. Zhang Ye is representing the country and singing? This must be a mistake. But afterwards, the table tennis team's head coach deleted that Weibo post, perhaps because the organizing committee had talked to him? Actually, they couldn't be blamed for feeling so shocked. Even Zhang Ye's friends and relatives were finding it hard to believe. A phone call from his mother came chasing after him for answers. "Little Ye, Mom, did you get asked to perform the Olympics opening theme song?" Yes. "Has it been confirmed?" "Of course." "Oh, that's great. You're my good son. So I'll be quite busy during this time, and probably won't be home for a while." "That's fine. No problem. Just do what you need to and quickly finish the song. You'll need to practice too, so please don't come home until everything is done. You must sing well at the opening ceremony. It's on the world stage." "I understand." Ninglan also called him in shock. "Sister Ning. Zhang, are you serious? The Olympics theme song, you mean?" "It's true. How did you do it?" "They didn't have a song, so they came to look for me to write one." "Will you be performing it as well?" "Yes, probably because they were moved by my charm, huh?" "What charm do you have? By the way, my new movie will be screening soon. Do help me to advertise it a little on your Weibo when the time comes." "No problem." Chen Guang's call. "Just what song do you have?" "Haha, it's a secret." "You're really too fearsome. I suppose Zhang Hanwei must hate you to the bone now." "You say it like he didn't hate me before this." "I am just in shock. How could it be you?" The calls kept coming in from his friends, while everyone was in disbelief. At the news, they were also very happy for him. That was because everyone knew it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be able to perform a song for the Olympic opening ceremony in their own nation. There likely wouldn't be another such chance in several decades. Even the heavenly kings and queens did not get selected. Even a veteran like Zhang Hanwei, whose social network spanned far and wide in the industry, was not chosen. All of that showed just how fierce the competition was to perform the theme song. This was not something that could be achieved with just popularity and social ties. Sometimes, it also needed some luck, and Zhang Ye happened to get the role. The Go battle. The mathematical conjecture. King of masked singers. There was no doubt that those 3 battles had led Zhang Ye to where he was right now. If Zhang Ye did not know how to compose songs, if he did not use his astonishing singing skills to become the champion of King of masked singers, if he didn't make an appearance during the war between humans and machines, if there wasn't an announcement that Dale's conjecture had been proven by Zhang Ye and spread his name across the world a little, then it could probably be said that this chance to sing the theme song at the opening ceremony would not have come his way. None of those factors could be missing from the equation. It was all down to Zhang Ye slowly building up his popularity and fame that helped the organizing committee to decide to use him. In the end, this was perhaps what luck was about. This was also the result of Zhang Ye's hard work all this time. The Olympic opening ceremony. There was without a doubt the largest platform that Zhang Ye would ever perform on so far. Although it was only one song, it was enough. This was the best chance to show himself to the entire world. Later that afternoon, in the studio, Zhang Ye was alone in his office browsing through some information. He was currently trying to choose a partner to sing with, someone who would be sharing the Olympic stage and performing the song alongside him. Back in his previous world, that version of You and Me One performed by Lu Huan and Sarah Brightman was simply too amazing. Zhang Ye's singing style was quite different from teacher Lu Huan's style, but he was also quite inclined to finding a foreign female singer to perform with. Only then would the charm of this song be brought out. But the problem was that Zhang Ye did not know anyone. He did not know who he could look for. Joss, Molly. These were the more well-known female singers of this world. But thinking about them, Zhang Ye could only shake his head and strike them off his list of choices. These 2 people did not have a clear attitude towards the Chinese. One of them was less mainstream and was rumored to be hard to get along with, so he would surely have to avoid getting such international celebrities. Zhang Ye would not dare to invite them no matter how popular they were. He had to play it safe first and foremost. His ideal choice would be someone who liked the Chinese, followed by their popularity and singing skills. But it wasn't easy to find international celebrities who were friendly towards the Chinese these days. Who should he look for? Who would be the most suitable? After browsing for a long time, a name finally appeared in front of Zhang Ye's eyes. The office door opened. Ha Chi-Chi said anxiously. Director Zhang, the organizing committee is rushing us again. Zhang's was stood up and said, they called 3 times and were asking if you had anyone in mind. The day of the rehearsal is almost here, and it's a race against time. Zhang Ye smiled. I've picked someone. Ha Chi-Chi blinked. Who? Everyone looked over. Zhang Ye calmly answered, Lillian. Everyone was shocked. Huh? What? Who did you say? Zhang Ye repeated, I said Lillian. Ha Chi-Chi gave a dry laugh and said, Director Zhang, are you joking with us? Zhang Ye said slightly irked, I'm not joking. Zhang Ze was dumbfounded. Which Lillian? The most famous Lillian in the world, of course. Zhang Ye said. Everyone was speechless. Zhang Ye smiled and said, What's the matter? Is there a problem? Little Wang wiped her sweat away. Would we even be able to invite her? Wu Yi said, This woman you're talking about is too much of a big shot. Zhang Ze was said with a forced smile, She's not only too much of a big shot. She's simply too this. Woman you're talking about ranks in the top 20 of the international superstars. Everyone thought that Director Zhang was being too bold, but what Zhang Ye said next left them unable to rebuke him. It's not like we're the ones who will need to spend money to invite her, right? We have the organizing committee for that. Let them invite her, let them spend the money. What do we have to worry about? Everyone was floored. Zhang Ye smiled and said, It's settled then. Make the call. Ha Chi-Chi had to acknowledge him. She turned around to make a call to the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games. As expected, when the person over at the organizing committee heard it, they reacted in exactly the same way as them. The person from the organizing committee said, Who did you say? Ha Chi-Chi replied, Director Zhang says he would like to invite Lillian. The person from the organizing committee nearly vomited blood. Lillian? What the heck? Are you trying to bankrupt us? 1. https://u2.be/03FIOS4WMMK. Some might like it, some might think it's pretty normal, some might not like it. But this is it. I prefer the next one, smiley face. Chapter 1161. Beijing Welcomes You makes its debut. Chapter 1161. Beijing Welcomes You makes its debut. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Not long after, a call from the organizing committee arrived. Vice President Qi Yihai immediately said, Teacher Zhang, pick someone else. Zhang Ye said, Lillian is the most suitable person. This person you picked is too difficult to get. Qi Yihai kept shaking his head. We don't have the budget for that. It's really difficult to invite an international superstar like her. Zhang Ye said, Can't you play the emotional card? Qi Yihai said, She might not buy it. Zhang Ye blinked. What about the sentimental card? Qi Yihai thought about it. You're suggesting that we use her grandmother as a reason? Zhang Ye said, I'm not suggesting that. This is the job of the organizing committee. I am only offering some advice, that's all. I don't care about the other things, nor do I have power to do so. Qi Yihai couldn't come up with a reply. Lillian was British and around the age of 30. She was a famous singer and actress, as well as one of the top 2 international stars. Almost no one would not know who she was at the mention of her name. Even Zhang Ye, who was not from this world originally, had heard of her name on multiple occasions over the years, so it was obvious just how famous she was. Compared to someone like Zhang Ye who couldn't even make it out of Asia, her popularity was way higher than his. She was definitely a legend in the industry. Worth mentioning was the fact that Lillian's paternal grandmother was Han Chinese. Although Lillian had the standard British look, she had a quarter Chinese blood flowing in her. This was the reason why Zhang Ye chose to invite her. Although Lillian didn't seem like she came to China often, nor had she held any concerts here before, according to reliable sources, she knew how to speak Mandarin. It was rumored that she could speak up to 8 languages, so it was even rarer to have someone like her. Of course, no one really knew whether this rumor was true. It could just be the media cooking up news. The media these days said whatever they wanted. If you could say yes or baka, they would immediately claim that you were proficient in many different languages. They spoke a little more. Finally, Qi Yihai was left with no choice. All right, we'll try, but I can't guarantee anything. We can only try our best to invite her. Zhang Ye said. Thanks. Qi Yihai laughed. But I have a small favor to ask. What is it? Zhang Ye asked. Qi Yihai said. Can you write us another song to be used for the promotion of the Olympic Games? Zhang Ye was taken aback. Isn't there already one? The one that was performed together by the 6 celebrities. Qi Yihai said. Yes, the promotional song was released some time ago, but it didn't have that great an effect. Its propagation was so and not many people have heard it. We studied why it was like that and believe that it was down to the content of the song, so we hope that you can write us another one. This time, we want it to be better and more effective. We've contracted close to 100 influential celebrities in the country to perform this song together in a music video. Zhang Ye asked, when do you need it? By. Qi Yihai said. The sooner the better. Zhang Ye nodded. All right, I will get it to you by the afternoon. Qi Yihai was stunned. But it's already afternoon. I know, Zhang Ye said. Qi Yihai was very happy. All right, that's what we admire about Teacher Zhang the most. You're always so efficient. You've given us a great deal of help this time. So let me thank you on behalf of the organizing committee. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I'll be waiting for your good news too then. All right, Qi Yihai said. After hanging up, Zhang Ye got to work. A promotional song? Which song should he use? It looked like there was only that one. An hour later, the organizing committee for the Olympic Games received the musical score from Zhang Ye via fax. After the professional music team and officials of the organizing committee saw it, they all applauded and praised it. Almost immediately, it was decided that they would use this song. How awesome. Yeah, does he not need any inspiration to create a piece of music? He really can write any kind of song. Very soon, the organizing committee got started with the production work for the promotional song's music video. It was obvious that they couldn't get close to 100 celebrities into the recording studio to film the music video. That would be too chaotic and also impossible to schedule. After all, they were all big-name celebrities in the country and were very busy with work. Therefore, the music video was filmed in batches. Every person or group would record a short segment before it got edited together in post-production. This was a diplomatic mission, so it was specially handled and arranged. The celebrities were also very accommodating and got down to work without objections. Everyone was giving their best for the Olympic promotional work. And so, a music video that included scores of celebrities only took a day and a half to complete. All of it was done before the opening ceremony rehearsal. On TV, online, on the radio, they were all playing a song called Beijing Welcomes You One. Lyrics, Zhang Ye. Composer, Zhang Ye. Xiaodong. Greet another rising sun. The air a brand new, fun one. Li Xiaoxian. Changing air but constant interest. Tea's full for everyone. Amy. Our doors are always open. We're waiting to embrace you. Shu Han. A hug and we'll be close as glue. This place you'll come to love. Zhang Ye. Beijing welcomes you. We've got everything ready for you. Chen Guang. The flowing charm is full of spirit and energy. Fan Wenli. Beijing welcomes you. So let's share a breath under the sun. Zhang Xia. And write a new beginning on this land. There were the new generation singers. There were the heavenly kings and queens. There were the veteran singers. Gathering so many big names together to sing the same song was something that had never happened before. It was the Beijing Olympics that brought them together. The people who heard it all shouted in satisfaction. Great song. This is so good that I'm gonna die. This song is such a classic. Yeah, compared to that promotional song called Be Victorious, this is so much better. The feeling of the song is also good as it portrays our intent to welcome guests from all over the world. The lyrics and melody are by Zhang Ye. Awesome. I'm looking more and more forward to watching Zhang Ye's performance during the opening ceremony. I wonder what song he'll sing. I don't know. They're keeping it a secret. Yeah, the lockdown on the news this time is really strong. What's more, we don't even know if the song will be sung by Zhang Ye alone or as a duet with someone else. In any case, I'm anticipating it. On this day, Beijing welcomes you spread all across the country. Whether it was the lyrics, melody, or the array of stars singing, this song had reached an unprecedented high. Riding the wave of hype surrounding the Olympics, it immediately took the #1 spot across all the major music charts. It was simply unstoppable. In a short period of time, The music video had been watched 600 to 700 million times. Then, almost without any warning, a piece of news that would excite anyone was released. An announcement was made concurrently on news simulcast, Xinhua News, and the official website of the Olympic Games Organizing Committee. The international superstar, Lilian, has accepted the invitation of the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games. She will be arriving in Beijing a day before the opening ceremony and will be performing the theme song with Zhang Ye during the Olympic opening ceremony. Screams, astonishment, praise. The people were all getting excited. Ah, my God, Lilian, that Lilian. I'm a brain-dead fan of Lilian. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Lilian will be coming to Beijing. She'll be performing with Zhang Ye. How's that possible? The organizing committee is so awesome. Yeah, they're so great. Even Lilian has been invited. Lilian, my goddess. Hey. They're really upping the stakes this time. No one did not know Lilian. This news was too shocking and exciting to everyone. Lilian would be attending the Beijing Olympic opening ceremony. She was being so respectful. Compared to the people's enthusiasm, the local show business was kind of stunned. They were all aware of how famous Lilian was, but had never worked with her before. In the past, there were Chinese entertainment companies who had wanted to invite her to the mainland to hold a concert, but those invitations did not even get a response. Li Ku, one of the country's most famous directors, even invited Lilian to guest star in one of his movies. It was only a guest role that would take at most a day of filming and paid 40 million renminbi, but Lilian still rejected it. This was an international superstar, a person whose presence was revered by all. And now that she was coming to China, the first person she'd be working with turned out to be Zhang Ye. This made many of Zhang Ye's foes in the industry burn with hate. However, Zhang Ye, who was at the center of it all, remained quite calm. After all, he couldn't truly be said to be from this world. He had never heard Lilian's songs when he was young, nor watched her movies. He only caught up on those when he got here, so it was very difficult to grasp the admiration that people from the industry had gradually developed for her. That was why his feelings for her weren't that strong. But if he was going to work with Angelina Jolie from his previous world, he would probably be excited to no end. That was because he grew up watching her movies, and his admiration for her had gradually developed over a decade or two. Thus, Zhang Ye was very calm when Qi Hai called. It's settled, Qi Hai said. Zhang Ye smiled and said, all right, thank you for your hard work, President Qi. Qi Hai gave a bitter laugh. We spent a lot of effort this time, and specially flew a team over to Britain to speak to Lilian and her talent agency. The process was extremely difficult, so I won't talk too much about that. But the good thing is that we managed to invite her, although she can't take part in the opening ceremony rehearsal tomorrow due to a scheduling conflict. She can only arrive one day before the actual opening ceremony, so I hope there's enough time for you two to get things sorted out before. Then, Zhang Ye said, there'll be enough time. We're both used to performing live, so that won't be a problem for us. But of course, she'll have to learn the song first. Qi Hai said, that's for sure. We've already sent the song to them. Or rather, if it weren't for this song of yours, Lilian's team would probably not have agreed to it so readily. They were also very happy with it. Since she can't make it tomorrow, it won't be necessary for you to join in the rehearsal either. We'll just head straight into the opening ceremony performance. The stage has been set up. We're just going to wait for the performance now. I'm really starting to look forward to the opening theme song performance on the day of, so don't disappoint us. 1. Beijing welcomes you. https://u.be/kuw 2.0. Chapter 1162, Before the Opening Ceremony. Chapter 1162, Before the Opening Ceremony. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 10 days later. There was only a day left until the Olympic Games began. On the streets and alleys of Beijing, more and more foreigners could be seen walking around. They were all touring the Forbidden City, Summer Palace, and other tourist attractions. The foreign contingents had started arriving some time ago and checked into the Olympic Village. Under the constant bombardment by the media, the atmosphere surrounding the Olympics had reached its peak. There was practically no other news being reported other than the Olympics, like the latest updates on the athletes and the opening ceremony. It was likewise in the foreign media. The South Korean media. On Yoon, he suffers an injury in training and could miss the Beijing Olympics. The Japanese media. Famous swimmer Obata chosen as the contingent's flag bearer. The North Korean media. The motherland's contingent vows to surpass China and America in the gold medal tally for first place. The English media. Lillian to attend the Beijing Olympic opening ceremony. The Canadian media. The most beautiful woman in Britain, Lillian, will be performing the Olympic theme song. This was a day that belonged solely to the Olympics. The entire world had their eyes on Beijing. In the Olympic Village. At the main stadium of the Olympics. After many workers finished remodeling the performing stage, they added some final decorations and confirmed that everything was in place. On the enormous big screen, some unrelated visuals were displayed to test the camera angles and equipment. Judging from the tense atmosphere, they were in full preparation mode for the main event. But Zhang Ye was totally at ease. He sat in the audience and took a call. Son, get hold of a few more tickets. Didn't I already get them for you and Dad? It's not enough. Big sis Jo from the neighborhood came to me and asked if she could have one too. Heh, do you think I'm selling cabbages in the market? Even I can't get so many tickets for myself. Try to ask for a few more. Everyone would like to attend the opening ceremony. And there's your Annie Chun and Annie Lee too. All the neighbors came to ask me. So how can I not get the tickets for them? Oh, all right. I will try to ask for more. Oh, and get Lillian's autograph as well. I haven't even met her in person yet, and I'm not sure what time her flight will arrive either. Just ask for it. Okay, I understand. A little while later, he received a few more calls. Liao Ichi called. Teacher Zhang. AI, classmate Spinach. Can I ask you for a favor? Don't put it that way. Just tell me what you need. Can you give me an autograph from Teacher Lillian? Oh damn, you want one too? Yeah, I've liked her for many years. Sure, I'll ask for you when I get the chance. Thank you so much. Haha, let me buy you a meal someday. Just choose the place. Then Grandma Zhang Xia called, asking for the same thing. Grandma Zhang. Little Zhang, has Lillian arrived in Beijing yet? I don't think she's here yet. Can you get me an autograph? Whoa, you want one too? My granddaughter likes her very much, almost to the point of being fanatical. She asks me every day, so I really have no choice but to ask on her behalf. You're the one who can get closest to Lillian, so of course I have to ask you. Sure, I'll get one for you. Thank you, her. This was not the first time he was receiving these calls. Over the past 10 days, he had been taking countless calls from his friends on his cell phone or on the office line at his studio. Most of them were regarding the international superstar, Lillian. This led Zhang Ye to discover in shock that he had so many friends and their families who were Lillian's diehard fans. For example, Yao Jinsai's wife, Chun Guang's eldest niece, Amy, as well as his own 3 sisters. It could be seen just how charming Britain's most beautiful woman was. This made Zhang Ye look even more forward to working with her. He wanted to see just what kind of a person this legendary international superstar was. Executive Director Li Ku led a group of the staff past him. Zhang Ye greeted him and asked, Director Li, has she arrived yet? Li Ku looked at his watch. She should be here soon. Her flight arrived 2 hours ago, so she's probably already on the way. Zhang Ye nodded. All right, I'll go for a smoke then. Li Ku said in a speechless manner. This place doesn't allow smoking. I need to go handle some work, so I'll tell you when she's here. The duet that you two will be performing is the most important segment of the opening ceremony, so it must be perfected by today. We've readied a place for you two to rehearse. I'll be off now. Zhang Ye waved goodbye and got up to head out of the stadium. Outside, there were people working everywhere, as well as security personnel deployed. Together with a large number of volunteers, it wouldn't be nice if he lit a cigarette here. So he walked on. Some of the volunteers secretly came, looking for Zhang Ye to get his autograph. There were also some workers who quietly came over to take pictures with him. Other than times when Zhang Ye had urgent matters to attend to, he would rarely reject such requests. Once he satisfied everyone, he put on his sunglasses and found an empty corridor. He looked to the left, then to the right. There was no one around. Great, this place would do. Zhang Ye took a cigarette and a box of matches out. He struck a match and lit the cigarette before starting to smoke in satisfaction. This fellow had been constantly talking about how he wanted to quit smoking and drinking, but that was just pure talk. He had never, ever taken any action to do so. He had smuggled in the matches with much effort. The security checks when coming into the Olympic Village and Stadium did not allow any lighters to be brought in. They were very strict with the checks, even on those who were working here. Zhang Ye already knew all this as he had been here several times, so he just stuffed the matches inside the cigarette pack. After all, the security personnel would not really check him so thoroughly since he had status. That was the only reason why he managed to smuggle it in. Suddenly, he heard footsteps from behind. Zhang Ye quickly flicked the cigarette away and extinguished it under his feet. This was not something to be proud of at all in the first place. If Zhang Ye was exposed to have been smoking in the Olympic Stadium even though he knew it was against the rules, it would surely be sensationalized in the news. He was just about to leave when he realized that the click-clack of the high heels was beside him. "Hey!" A woman's voice sounded. Was she calling out to him? Zhang Ye turned his head as a reflex and was surprised. It was a very tall Caucasian woman whose auburn hair was very conspicuous. She didn't look very old, but was not young either. She had a pair of sunglasses on that were even more oversized than Zhang Ye's, so he couldn't really make out her exact age. A foreigner? Which country's athlete was she? Or could she be a foreign coach? Zhang Ye looked at her and stammered in his broken English. Why you are Cece calling me?" He pointed to himself. The ginger woman smiled and said, "Yes." Zhang Ye blinked and said, "How helping you?" Even his grammar was a mess. The redhead was taken aback. "What?" Zhang Ye was still throwing out what he was trying to express word by word. If a foreign athlete needed help, he couldn't just ignore it. But this fellow's English could only be described as atrocious. It was so broken that not even a Chinese citizen would be able to understand him, let alone a foreigner. While Zhang Ye was figuring out which words to use, the red-headed foreigner said something very surprising. She smiled and said in the Beijing dialect one, "I say, bro, your English isn't all that put together. I think it's better that you stick to using Mandarin. You must be a Chinese friend, right?" Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. The red-headed woman elegantly took out a cigarette and waved it at Zhang Ye. "It's nothing, actually. I just wanted to see if I could borrow a light since I saw you smoking. My lighter was nipped during the security checks." Dumbfounded, Zhang Ye threw his matches to her. The ginger woman caught it in midair. "Haha, thank you." After she lit her cigarette, she leaned back against the wall and started smoking. Then she threw the matchbox back to him. Zhang Ye caught it, but he was still in a state of shock. It was like he had seen a ghost. Can you imagine a Caucasian woman speaking the Beijing dialect fluently? Damn, your Pekingese is even better than mine. Nipped? You even know how to use that word? Was this woman some kind of god? Zhang Ye was shocked beyond belief. 1. The Beijing dialect, Pekingese, is very similar to Mandarin. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Beijing_dialect. Chapter 1163. Hello, fellow smoker. Chapter 1163. Hello, fellow smoker. Translator, leg editor, leg. In the corridor, she was smoking gracefully while holding a cigarette pack between her fingers. Zhang Ye glanced at the words on it, but did not know what brand it was. It was likely that this was a foreign brand for women, as the cigarettes looked very slim. Zhang Ye lit up another cigarette and said, "Did you grow up in Beijing?" The redhead turned to look at him. "No, but my Chinese teacher is from Beijing." "I see," Zhang Ye said in admiration. "You really learned it well." The red-headed woman laughed. "I guess. I do have some talent for languages." Zhang Ye gave her a thumbs up. Now she asked, "Are you an athlete?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "No, I'm not." "A volunteer?" she asked. Zhang Ye shook his head. "I'm not that either. I'm just nobody to be concerned about." She said, "Are you a local?" Zhang Ye said, "That's right." "I can't hear it," she said with a smile. Zhang Ye said in amusement, "If I didn't see you and just heard your voice, I would have thought that you were a local too." She smiled. The two of them began to chat, lulls here and there. Fellow smokers enjoyed one of the most intimate relationships in the world. Be it men or women, young or old. It was not a relationship that was separated by geographical boundaries. Once they came together, even without having to say a word, they would instantly know if the other person needed a cigarette or a light, with just a simple gesture to which the other person would unconditionally provide. After that, they would be thick as thieves and puff as they talked about everything under the sun. They finished smoking their cigarettes. The Caucasian woman shook the cigarette pack in her hand. "Do you want to try mine?" Zhang Ye did not stand on ceremony with her. "Sure, I'll have one." As he took one, he passed his cigarettes to her. "Have you tried this before?" "It's flu-cured tobacco." The Caucasian woman took a cigarette from him like it was the most natural thing in the world. I haven't. I'll give it a try. When I start work in a while, I won't have time for a cigarette break. I better have a few more while I still have the chance. You're right about that. Zhang Ye laughed. The two smokers were each more hardcore smokers than the other as they lit up another cigarette. But midway through their second cig, the fire alarm above them suddenly blared, perhaps due to the corridor being filled with too much smoke. Ring, 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 ring. It was followed by the distant shouting of employees and security guards. Huh? What's the matter? Where's the fire? What's happening? It's coming from Zone 2. Zhang Ye and the red-headed woman were caught off guard. They had not expected that the fire alarm would be so sensitive. When they heard distant footfalls sprinting over, the two of them instantly gave each other a look of understanding before turning and diving into a janitorial closet. Zhang Ye slammed the door shut. The redhead stubbed out her cigarette. They could hear footsteps outside the closet. The redhead put her finger to her lips. Shoo. Zhang Ye understood and nodded. He also did not wish to get caught red-handed, as this was not something to be proud of. They could hear sullen voices outside the door. Who was it? Who was smoking in here? Don't they know that smoking is not allowed in the stadium? How did they bring a lighter in? What was security doing? What if something serious happens as a result of their carelessness? Find the person. They definitely wouldn't have gotten too far. Aren't they trying to make trouble like this? Hearing the scolding outside, Zhang Ye was too embarrassed to make a sound. When the footfalls trailed off, the red-headed woman asked, "Are they gone?" Zhang Ye pressed his ear against the door and listened. "They're gone." The red-headed woman smiled and said, "We nearly got caught by them." Zhang Ye said, "The alarm went off with just a few cigarettes? How can this piece of crap be so alert? When did the alarms in this country become so sensitive? Next time, let's find a place with a window. This wouldn't have happened if the smoke dispersed outside." The redhead smiled at him. "I've got to run. Do you want to meet up for a smoke in a bit?" Zhang Ye said, "Yeah, but why don't I give you the matches?" The redhead said, "How could I possibly? Why don't we do it this way? Let's arrange to meet again at this place in 2 hours. I reckon I'll be busy until night. I sure won't be able to bear it if I don't smoke a few." Zhang Ye nodded. All right. After the fellow smokers set a time to meet, they departed and went their own ways. Zhang Ye pretended like nothing had happened as he strolled back to the stage. When he got back, someone came looking for him anxiously. It was Assistant Director Zhou from the opening ceremony program team. "Professor Zhang, where did you go?" Zhang Ye blinked and said, "I went to the bathroom just now." Assistant Director Zhou hurriedly said, "Let's go. They've already arrived." Who's arrived? Zhang Ye had totally forgotten. Teacher Lillian's team. Assistant Director Zhou pulled Zhang Ye along as they quickly walked toward the other end. "Her team arrived a long time ago, and everyone is waiting for you," Zhang Ye said evenly. "I've also waited for them for a long time, so why can't they wait a while for me?" "Director Zhou, we don't need to be in such a rush." Assistant Director Zhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're really great. I think you might be the only person in the world who's not taking things with Teacher Lillian seriously." He knew what Zhang Ye was like in that he was way too good at offending people, so he reminded him out of worry. "I'm telling you, Professor Zhang, this collaboration was only made possible because the various parties have all spent a great deal of effort on making it happen. It was not easy to get Teacher Lillian to come to Beijing. We don't care if you offend other people, but please don't ever offend our foreign guest." Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner, "Listen to what you're saying. Am I that kind of a person?" Assistant Director Zhou thought to himself, who else would be that kind of person if you were not? In an office. When they opened the door, the room was full of people. The Chinese side consisted of Executive Director Li Ku and the officials of the organizing committee. Meanwhile, the other side were all Caucasians and probably from Lillian's team. However, Lillian herself was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Ye came in. Director Li grumbled. "Did you go and smoke just now?" An organizing committee official said, "Professor Zhang, were you the one who caused the alarm to go off earlier?" Zhang Ye said in surprise, "Huh? What alarm? I don't know. I was just in the bathroom and didn't hear any alarms." "What happened?" The person from the organizing committee said skeptically, "It wasn't you?" Zhang Ye played dumb and said, "What about me?" "Oh, it's nothing then." The person from the organizing committee dismissed him with a wave. Li Ku said, "Let me introduce you. This is teacher Lillian's team. He was also meeting them for the first time, so he could only give a brief introduction. At this moment, the door opened again. A red-headed woman walked in. Immediately, a Caucasian woman from their side asked her something in English, probably about why she had been gone for so long. The redhead smiled and said in English, "It wasn't easy finding the bathroom." Then, the red-headed woman saw Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye saw her as well. When the two of them spotted each other, they were stunned. A person from the organizing committee smiled and pointed at Zhang Ye, speaking in English. "This is teacher Zhang Ye, who will be performing with teacher Lillian." Then he introduced her to Zhang Ye as well. "This is teacher Lillian. Would you like to get to know each other a little?" Zhang Ye took off his sunglasses with a blank expression. The redhead also took off her sunglasses. A jaw-dropping, stunning face that made everyone stare in astonishment was revealed. She had auburn hair, a tall figure, and big eyes with a color of European origins. Her skin was also frighteningly fair, although it was not the kind of delicate fair skin that Asians had, but the kind that was unique to Caucasians. Most worth mentioning was the view of her chest. There was once a study that compiled the statistics of countries with the biggest women's breast sizes around the world. Britain topped the list and was indeed worthy of its reputation, as could be seen here. This was the most beautiful woman in Britain. This was one of the top international superstars in the entertainment industry. It was her. It actually turned out to be her. Lillian stretched her hand out with a smile while she continued to look at him. Zhang Ye could not help but laugh as he stuck out his hand and shook her hand. A thought cropped up in their minds. "Hello, smoking buddy." Chapter 1164, Because I'm His Mother. Chapter 1164, Because I'm His Mother. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, on the day of the Olympic opening ceremony, there was wave after wave of excitement online, cheering young athletes on. Go for first place in the gold medal tally. Eagerly awaiting the opening ceremony. Lillian, my goddess. This is going to be Lillian's debut performance in China. There are only 2 more hours to go. I can't wait. Lillian. I love her so much. Hey, didn't we forget about Teacher Zhang? Why should we care about Teacher Zhang? Even if you don't follow that guy, he'll still stir up something big every now and then, and you can see him on the news every other day. But it's different for Lillian. This is her first time coming to China to perform. It's going to be a historic moment. That's true. I'm still looking forward to hearing Zhang Ye's new song. They kept it under wraps really well. No one knows what kind of song they'll be singing. Lillian seems to have just arrived in Beijing yesterday. I wonder if they can pair well together? I'm very worried about them. I'm also very worried. But what I'm worried about is that bad temper of Zhang Ye's. Hopefully, he won't end up fighting with Lillian's team. We all know that when Zhang Ye flies into a rage, he doesn't give a damn about anyone. Damn it, previous poster, don't jinx it. Now that you brought it up, I'm starting to get a little worried. At the venue of the Olympics, little did they know, Zhang Ye and Lillian were getting along splendidly. The two of them were in a lounge with a window that had access to the open air. As this place was in a very remote area of the Olympic venue, and everyone was busy with the ongoing events at the main arena, hardly anyone came over here. The lounge's window was open at the moment, and smoke was constantly dispersing out from inside. Zhang Ye had a cigarette in his mouth as he pointed at the music score and said, "Let's do it according to how we did it in yesterday's rehearsal." Lillian held a cigarette between her fingers and said, "All right, maybe I'll go an octave higher over here." "You're still going higher?" Zhang Ye said, "I guess that's fine, but I'm not going an octave higher. My next register up doesn't sound good, although I can still reach it if I want to." Lillian nodded and said, "Then it's settled. After our smoke, let's run through it once more." Zhang Ye said, "Okay." On the day of the opening ceremony, in all the years of the Olympics, probably the only ones who dared to smuggle in matches and secretly smoke at the stadium were Zhang Ye and Lillian. In the Olympic Village, as there was still plenty of time left for the athletes to proceed to the stadium where the opening ceremony was to be held, the athletes from the various countries stayed in their respective apartments to chat, train, or rest. At the Chinese table tennis team apartment, they're definitely ruining the theme song by letting Zhang Ye sing it. His singing is so terrible to listen to. I wonder why they let him sing a duet with Lillian. Just watch. If he ruins the song, it'll reflect so poorly on our Chinese people. At the Chinese gymnastics team apartment, why is everyone on the internet talking about the theme song that Zhang Ye and Lillian will be singing. Because Lillian is an international superstar. Actually, Zhang Ye isn't bad either. What do you mean he's not bad? He's totally a hooligan. Many of the athletes and coaches who were involved in the scolding battle with Zhang Ye were grumbling and complaining. The skit on Beijing television's Spring Festival Gala, Playing It Up, had caused many of those in the Chinese sports world to become Zhang Ye's enemies for life. They would not be satisfied if they did not criticize him some. The Central TV live coverage had already begun. There were a total of 3 people in the live coverage studio, and one of them was Zhang Ye. If Zhang Ye's popularity had not soared because of the Go war between humans and machines some days ago, she would not have had the opportunity to take part in this Olympic live coverage event. At most, she would have been assigned to conduct interviews on the ground rather than being placed within the live coverage studio as one of the hosts. The famous commentator, Zhao Ji, said, "We can see that every country's leader has entered the venue." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "According to the information we received, the Beijing Olympics has the highest participation of world leaders in all the years that the Olympics have been held. It is also going to have the highest number of countries around the world who are broadcasting the Olympics on television and giving the most coverage of events in the history of the Games. That is the beauty of sports and the charm of the Olympics." It was getting closer and closer to the opening ceremony. The stadium was filled with several tens of thousands of people, and nearly all seats were occupied. This was astonishing and pumped everyone up. It was the first time that China was hosting the Olympics. As a first-time host, they warmly welcomed every country's delegation to the country. With so much attention from the whole world focused on them for the first time, this was not something that they had experienced before. The Chinese were all hoping that this Olympics would go down in the annals of history. Zhao Ji said, "Today is a historic moment." Another commentator said, "Yeah, I'm already getting excited." Zhang Ye said, "Let's switch to a view of the grounds, where we will be interviewing the live audience." They switched over to the cameras on the ground. A Central TV reporter appeared on camera. He smiled and said, "Thank you to our hosts in the studio. I'm currently at the National Stadium, which is the main venue of the Olympics. Everyone can see that the seats are full. Over here, the majority of the audience are locals. But we also have some foreign friends who specially came from overseas to support their country's athletes. I will now interview some of them to understand what their expectations for this opening ceremony are." He turned around and walked into the audience. The cameraman followed. The live broadcast was being televised across the country. The Central TV reporter pointed his microphone at a foreign woman and said, "Hello." She was part of a group that consisted of other foreigners. When they saw the camera, they immediately waved and screamed madly at it. The reporter asked in English, "What do you look forward to most during the opening ceremony?" That foreign woman immediately yelled, "Lillian. Lillian, of course. She's my idol for life. I love her." The Central TV reporter found a Chinese young adult next. "Hello." The young adult faced the camera nervously. "Hello." The Central TV reporter asked, "The opening ceremony is about to begin. What do you wish to see most?" The young adult answered without any hesitation, "I only wish to see Lillian." The reporter asked, "Why?" The young adult gave a shy smile and said, "Because she is my goddess. I've listened to all of her songs and watched all the movies she acted in." The reporter laughed and said, "It looks like you are a diehard fan of hers. All right, thank you." After that, the Central TV reporter interviewed a few more people. "Lillian. Lillian, of course. I'm only here to see Lillian." As expected, everyone talked only about Lillian. The people watching the live broadcast on TV were amused. "I only want to see Lillian, no one else." "Did you expect that I would want to see Zhang Ye? We're already bored of him." "Huh? How can Teacher Zhang compare to our Lillian?" You can ask 100 people, and they'd all tell you that they're here to see Lillian as well. At the stadium, the Central TV reporter smiled into the camera and said, "It looks like this most beautiful woman from Britain is far too popular. I'll keep asking around to see if there's anyone with a different answer." He found an auntie to interview. The auntie was on her cell phone, her head down. The Central TV reporter walked up to her and said, "Hello, auntie." She was taken aback. The reporter asked, "Who do you most look forward to seeing during the opening ceremony?" The auntie answered, "Zhang Ye." That Central TV reporter was jarred by her answer. "Great, we finally have someone saying something different." So why are you looking forward to seeing Zhang Ye? Is it because you're looking forward to hearing his new song? The auntie said, nope. The reporter probed. Then is it because his duet partner is Lillian? The auntie said, nope. The reporter asked, dumbfounded. Then why are you looking forward to seeing him? The auntie looked at him as though he were a fool of some sort. Because I'm his mother. The reporter stumbled and nearly fainted. The audience watching the live coverage laughed hysterically. I can't take this anymore. Ha 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 ha. How funny is that? Can it be any funnier than this? This freaking answer is going to be such a classic line. I nearly pissed myself laughing. Ha ha ha. I'm in stitches. In the live coverage studio, Zhao Ji said in a stunned manner. Is she really Professor Zhang's mother? Yuan Yi stopped holding back her laughter. Yes, I saw Annie when I was attending university. After this many years, she still looks as young as ever. When the audience heard that, they laughed even harder. Just how coincidental could it get? In a stadium with several tens of thousands of people, the reporter had actually interviewed Zhang Ye's mother and even asked such a silly question. Chapter 1165. An Olympic theme song that astounds the world. Chapter 1165. An Olympic theme song that astounds the world. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his relatives nearly collapsed from laughter. His first uncle said, look. His second aunt said, Big Sis is on TV. His third uncle said, it's Central TV's live coverage of the opening ceremony. The interview segment was recorded and went viral on social media. Many of the common folk were amused every time they watched the GIF due to the reply. Because I'm his mother. This caused Zhang Ye's mother to become a meme just an hour before the Olympic opening ceremony was to commence. She enraptured everyone and nearly dampened the serious atmosphere surrounding the Olympics. They were indeed mother and son. Each was funnier than the other. The netizens were laughing so much they couldn't close their mouths. They were loving this. But this minor episode was not enough to distract from the main event. An hour later, the Olympic opening ceremony finally began. The entire world was watching it unfold on the live broadcast. The entire audience stood up. Everyone had their hands in the air. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the entire audience counted down with the sunset to welcome the arrival of the night sky, it was lit up by countless fireworks launched into the sky. This was not the Beijing Olympics that Zhang Ye was so familiar with back in his previous world, and was an entirely new opening ceremony over here. There were no fireworks that formed the footsteps walking in from a distance one, but a new choreography that consisted of golden stars exploding open in the night sky before extinguishing and then reigniting. The golden stars rose higher and higher. Every ignited firework exploded with a circumference larger than the one before it. The 3D effect was incredible and the visuals were stunning. Just this fireworks show at the start of the opening ceremony amazed the entire world's audience. The audience at the stadium had an even more intense experience. Just looking up into the sky, they could see dazzling, huge, golden stars exploding one after another over their heads. Now the music played. The Olympic theme song's melody floated through the stadium. A light flickered to life in the middle of the stadium that had just turned dark. The spectators were stunned to discover that there was a large model of the globe that wasn't there before. There were a myriad of colors on it, depicting the oceans, continents, and countries of the world. It looked exceptionally beautiful under the lighting and was even spinning slowly without pause. There were two shadowy figures standing on a stage atop the globe. When the light worked its way over to them, their faces were illuminated for everyone at the stadium, as well as all over the world, to see. Zhang Ye was standing on the left. Lillian was on the right. Piercing screams echoed throughout the stadium. In the audience, Zhang Ye's parents were staring fixedly at the stage. Zhang Ye's three sisters jumped up from their seats to wave and cheer. The hosts on Central TV's live broadcast stopped talking. All over the world, people who were watching TV also went silent. At center stage, Zhang Ye and Lillian stood atop the globe and looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Ye's hand was trembling a little, not because he was nervous, but because he was excited. He had never before been on such a big stage with so many people listening to him sing. All he could see around him were lights, cameras, and tens of thousands of shadowy figures. He could not see their faces, but he knew that the entire world was watching him at this moment. He also knew that many of them were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. However, the more it was this way, the better his state of mind became and the more fighting spirit he had. He lightly raised his microphone and shook everyone with his Mandarin singing. You and me, from one world. We are family. Travel, dream, 1,000 miles. Meeting in Beijing. He was singing in the tenor register. His range went very high. The live audience was startled. The home viewers were also dumbfounded. They had never heard Zhang Ye sing like this before. They really had not. Even Li Ku and his program team, who were in the wings, were stunned by the singing. Even during the rehearsals, they did not hear Zhang Ye sing it so well. Zhang Ye smiled as he raised his other hand in a welcoming gesture. Come together. Put your hand in mine. You and me, from one world. We are family. The stadium exploded. Shouts, applause, screams. All kinds of sounds were mixed together. Then, Lillian raised her microphone. When she sang in English, she pushed the atmosphere to its peak again. It gave countless people watching TV goosebumps. You and me, from one world. We are family. Travel, dream, 1,000 miles. Meeting in Beijing. Come together. Put your hand in mine. You and me, from one world. We are family. The two of them looked at each other. Then Lillian sang again. Simultaneously, Zhang Ye raised his microphone. You and me, from one world. We are family. They harmonized. Lillian had switched to singing in Mandarin. The foreign audience was stunned. The stadium audience went crazy. The two of them smiled as they sang. Travel, dream, 1,000 miles. Meeting in Beijing. Lillian sang in English, come together. Zhang Ye sang in Mandarin, put your hand in mine. They sang together in English. You and me. From one world. We are family. The atmosphere hit a fever pitch. Ah, this is so awesome. Lillian sang in Mandarin. Zhang Ye actually sang in English. It's so good I'm crying. They sang so well. With this song, they had astounded the entire world. The British netizens. How moving. That Chinese singer is really good. Was the song written by him? What's his name? The Japanese netizens. The lyrics were really well written. It's no wonder Lillian would accept the invitation to take part in the opening ceremony of the Beijing Olympics. This song is absolutely world-class. Zhang Ye, isn't that the Go player? The Thai netizens. How nice. I never expected there to be such a nice opening theme song. It's really quite nice. On Central TV's live broadcast, the famous commentator, Zhao Zihao, said, how wonderful. Teacher Zhang Ye and Teacher Lillian's duet has officially commenced the start of the Beijing Olympics. This is the first time on the International Olympic stage that China has been heard. This is the Beijing Olympics. We have arrived. Yu Yingyi also exclaimed, this is so amazing. There were only cheers from the Chinese netizens. Many of the overseas audiences and media were also full of praise. The song, the performance, their singing skill, the lyrics. It was all impeccable. With this, the athletes and coaches from the sports world who had a feud with Zhang Ye and were grumbling about him singing the Olympic theme song no longer uttered a word. It was at this moment that many people realized why the organizing committee had chosen Zhang Ye for the performance. They finally understood why the organizing committee had chosen to use Zhang Ye's song, You and Me, despite the opposition of those in the sports world. That was because the opening theme song could only be this. No other song could top this. Both Zhang Ye and Lillian had performed the opening theme song brilliantly. 1. https://u-e/lqchkyf 1 8?t=7m45s. Chapter 1166. Soaring in the Asian Popularity Rankings. Chapter 1166. Soaring in the Asian Popularity Rankings. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The opening theme song ended. The applause in the stadium was deafening. As there were still many performances lined up behind them for the opening ceremony, Zhang Ye and Lillian hurried off the stage. When they reached backstage, staff from the organizing committee and program team were already waiting there for them. BBA, 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 BBA. Someone led the applause for them. You sang wonderfully. Nothing else comes close to this song. It sounded much better than during rehearsal. Teacher Zhang, you're great. Teacher Lillian, thanks for coming here from so far. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank you for being here. You've both contributed a near-perfect opening theme song for the Beijing Olympics. Professor Zhang, Teacher Lillian, you did a great job. Actually, most of the organizing committee staff were here for Lillian. They had already received news that she would be flying away from Beijing tomorrow. As an international superstar, Lillian's schedule was packed to the brim, and she was already practically booked well into the next year. This was why they were very grateful to her for pushing back her work to specially fly to Beijing to sing in the Olympics. Lillian and the supervisor shook hands. It's my pleasure. The supervisor from the organizing committee said, I hope we can work together again in the future. Lillian smiled and said, sure. As there were still many events lined up and work left to be done, the staff members departed very quickly. The opening theme song, You and Me, was the most important segment and had kicked off the opening ceremony to a good start. Many of the organizing committee's people heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that the work left was just going to get easier from here. They knew that the Beijing Olympic opening ceremony would surely finish without a hiccup. They should be able to hold a satisfactory performance for the entire world to see. They could hear the music coming on in the stadium from backstage. There were still going to be performances by troops, an all-star combined singing segment, speeches to be given, the Parade of Nations 1, and so on and so forth. Zhang Ye smiled and said, shall we go to the front to watch the ceremony? Lillian shrugged. I'll be leaving on a flight tomorrow. This is my first time visiting China, so I would like to go visit some places. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Whoa, you're leaving this soon? She said, yeah, there's still a lot of work waiting for me. Zhang Ye said, but I haven't even managed to play host to you. Lillian said, why don't you recommend a few places that look pretty at night? What's the point of recommending? Zhang Ye said, I'll bring you around instead. It's not like you know anyone here. Lillian laughed. Sure, then I'll follow you around? Zhang Ye snapped his fingers and said, leave it to me. I'm really familiar with the place. Lillian said with some anticipation in her voice, all right, let me get changed first. I'll get changed as well, so I'll see you in a bit. I'm going to take you all over the 49 City too for your enjoyment. Zhang Ye didn't intend on going around in this stage costume of his either. An hour later, the opening ceremony was still ongoing, and there were still fireworks being launched. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye and Lillian had already gone to Gulu, Wangfujing, and Tiananmen Square 3 during this time. Zhang Ye had changed into a casual outfit of a t-shirt and shorts. In the dark of the night, and with his sunglasses on, there was almost no one who could recognize him. Lillian had also changed into her casual wear. She was in a long, white dress and wearing black, 8-centimeter stilettos. But even though it was just an ordinary long dress, it still looked absolutely stunning on her. With her figure that was even better than a model's, and matched with her flaming auburn hair and Caucasian appearance, everyone would definitely do a double take when they saw her. What a beautiful foreigner. Damn, it's a goddess. Ah, is that Lillian? What? Lillian. Heavens. What is she doing here? Is that Zhang Ye beside her? Teacher Zhang. My prince. There really were some people who managed to recognize them. 5 bodyguards and staffers on Lillian's team immediately came over to stop anyone from getting too close. Zhang Ye and Lillian had no choice but to hurry elsewhere. With such a famous international superstar beside him, there would be no way to move around after being spotted. Zhang Ye smiled and said, you're too famous in this country. Lillian gave him a look and said, I think you're the one who's more famous. Compared to you, what am I? Zhang Ye shrugged. Lillian chuckled. Is that so? Well, at the least, I've heard of you overseas. At this, Zhang Ye was stunned. Huh? You've heard of me? Lillian lit a cigarette and started smoking in the car. She laughed and said, yes. Curious, Zhang Ye asked. Where'd you hear about me? Lillian replied, my grandmother mentioned you once. She's from Beijing, and I learned my Mandarin from her. She has been paying attention to you all this time. Zhang Ye was flattered. Thank your grandma for me. Sure, I'll pass the message along when I get back. Lillian smiled. If you ever come to Britain, remember to phone me. I'll definitely take care of you. You're the first friend I made in China. Zhang Ye responded in kind. Okay. If you come to China again, I'll arrange everything for you. It was a little too rushed this time, so I couldn't really bring you anywhere fun. Lillian said, you must. That's right. Please help me sign a few autographs. Huh. I've been asked to request for some. So you're doing all this with a motive? Of course, I can't just take you around without getting something in return, can I? Ha ha, okay. It was getting very late. After getting the autographs and exchanging their numbers, the two fellow smokers cemented their friendship and parted ways. Neither of them knew when they would meet again. It could be soon, or it could be a long time from now, but they would definitely meet again. Zhang Ye was very confident of that. That was because he knew that he would definitely get to her level someday. He would surely step out from Asia and onto the international stage to stand at the top of the entertainment industry. This was what his goal and beliefs had always been. On the same night, the opening ceremony ended. The news gradually reported. On it, a perfect opening ceremony. An opening theme song that earned the praise of the world. Lillian and Zhang Ye dazzle and appear hand in hand. Hosts slip of tongue while commentating the different styles of each nation's delegation. Lillian and Zhang Ye spotted smoking at Gulu. Eyewitnesses say that Zhang Ye and Britain's most beautiful woman were seen at Wangfujing. The start of a friendship between Lillian and Zhang Ye. The netizens were commenting on things as always. Lillian's a smoker too? You didn't know? Lillian has always been a smoker. The photos are proof. Puffed. These two standing by the roadside and smoking make for the perfect picture. So teacher Zhang brought Britain's most beautiful woman out sightseeing? I'm so jealous. I guess Zhang Ye's popularity is going to grow again this time. It sure will. He has sung for the entire world. It looks like Zhang Ye has reaped the greatest benefit this time at the opening ceremony. He's really too lucky. If it weren't for the Olympic opening ceremony requiring a song change with only a few days to go, the theme song would never have become Zhang Ye's to sing. Then, all the more he wouldn't have had the chance to team up with Lillian for it. Midnight passed. The Chinese Celebrity Rankings Index was updated. The majority of the rankings did not change much. Yu Yingyi, who was one of the hosts for the opening ceremony, moved up several places in the rankings, while a few celebrities who were part of the all-star singing segment experienced a big boost to their popularity scores. Other than them, Zhang Ye was the one most worth mentioning. He was still in first place on the A-list rankings, but his surge in the popularity score had left the person in second place far in his wake. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a heavenly king of the S-list rankings. However, Zhang Ye's greatest popularity change was on the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index. The moment the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index was updated, a lot of people were completely dumbfounded. Zhang Ye, who had only been in the middle of the Asian C-list rankings, had gone on to be a forerunner on it within one night. He was not far from the Asian B-list rankings. What did this mean? It meant that with just one song at the Olympic opening ceremony, in just those 4 minutes required for the song to be performed, Zhang Ye's popularity score in the Asian region greatly soared. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/olympic_games_ceremony_sign parade_of_nations. 2. Beijing is also known as the Four-Ninth City. The imperial city had 4 gates: Tiananmen, Dianmen, Xianmen, and Donganmen. Meanwhile, the inner city of Beijing had 9 gates. They were Xingyangmen, Chongwenmen, Zhuanwenmen, Choyingmen, Fuqingmen, Dongzaimen, Zizimen, Andingmen, and Dishengmen. 3. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Beijing. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Wangfujing. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Tiananmen_square. Chapter 1167. The crowd goes ballistic. Chapter 1167. The crowd goes ballistic. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, it was the first day of the Olympic Games. The staff of Zhang Ye's studio were in a celebratory mood the moment they arrived at work. The studio was established with the core mission and aim of pushing Zhang Ye to a further and higher place in the industry. Everything was centered around Zhang Ye's popularity and image, which was why when Zhang Ye had been selected to sing the Olympic opening theme song after the studio had just been operating for a few days, and with his performance with Lillian being very successful, it helped him leave a good impression on the world's audience and get all-around praise from many people. With that, his popularity in China, as well as Asia, soared. This made the studio staff extremely excited and full of hope for the future. The business operations were also starting to get busy. The phone lines in the studio were ringing nonstop. Some of the calls were from television stations or reporters seeking interviews, and some were invitations to collaborate on all kinds of projects. A little after 9 in the morning, Zhang Ye arrived at work. Ha Chi-Chi and the others immediately gave him a status report. The tabulated data and information were given to Zhang Ye with very detailed statistics. This was the advantage of having a team. Director Zhang, your Weibo followers increased by 1 million overnight. You and Me was really successful. The live performance music video has already reached #1 on the top Chinese music chart, and the second-place song, Beijing Welcomes You, is also your song. Little Wang exclaimed, Mighty, mighty Director Zhang. Wu Yi laughed and said, Your ranking also went up in the Asian popularity charts. Zhang's was sad. Yes, a lot of the foreign media has mentioned Director Zhang's name in their reports as well. This is quite a historic breakthrough for us, even though it's unlikely that the foreigners will become your fan with just one song. But at least it's good that you've shown yourself on the world stage for a start. Zhang Ye had a look at the statistics and said with a laugh, Great work, everyone. Ha Chi-Chi smiled and said, Your reputation now is great. All the news reports about you at the moment are fairly positive, so I suggest that we build up your reputation during this period. We have to strike while the iron is hot in order to turn around that past negative image of yours. That will help the media and public change their impression of you. Zhang Ye blinked. Why do that? Zhang's replied. We analyzed earlier during a meeting that your next target would definitely be to reach the S-list rankings. Only by getting into the highest rankings domestically and becoming a heavenly king can you continue progressing further in the Asian and international scene. Therefore, our target for you is to first get to the top within China. According to past information, all of those who manage to get into the S-list and become heavenly kings and queens have one thing in common. That is, their reputation and public image are all fantastic without an exception. For example, Zhang Yuanqi and the other heavenly kings and queens. It applies to all of them. That was why we concluded that the prerequisite to reaching the S-list rankings was that, and exactly what you're lacking in, and also where you're unable to compare to against the heavenly kings and queens. We can work hard toward that target from now on, although it's unlikely that you'll reach that level anytime soon. But at least we can see whether you can go further with a better reputation and image. Having a team was just different. Zhang Ye nodded in agreement. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Ha Chi-Chi smiled and said, Then let's head in this direction with our PR campaigns. If there are any charity or public service events to attend, you'll have to accommodate them for us. Sure, just decide as you will. Zhang Ye did not have any objections. After confirming his direction for the short term, everyone started getting to work. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye made his rounds in the office before subsequently looking at his watch and leaving to drive off. His image? All right then, he would have to watch his public image a little more carefully during this period of time then. On the live broadcast of the Olympics, there was global coverage worldwide. The first day of events had already begun. The Chinese netizens were getting extremely excited. Everyone was looking forward to Team China's performance at the Beijing Olympics. During every previous Olympics, Central TV Sports Channel's viewership rating would outdo all the other programs by a large margin. During this period of time, everyone would only pay attention and have eyes for the Olympic Games. Further, it was even held in Beijing this year in their own backyard. As the hosts, everyone's enthusiasm was even greater than it had ever been. There were people who were camping at their televisions, and some who took time off from work to attend the events. On Weibo, looking forward to the first gold medal. Who will get the first gold? Come on, athletes. There are so many events with a gold medal up for grabs today. Haha, the fencing event has already started. The qualification round for shooting has started as well. I predict that we'll get at least 2 gold medals on the first day. There's a chance of getting 3 gold medals too. There are a lot of events that we're good at on this first day. The media was also busy doing a gold medal analysis for China. Shooting? Fencing? Or would it be some of the other events? A lot of those in the media had prepared their reports beforehand. All they were waiting for was for Team China to score their first gold medal on this first day of the events before publishing their news reports. At the live coverage studio of the Olympics, the shooting event was taking place. Commentator Zhao Ji said, Dear viewers and friends, We're about to begin with the women's 10-meter air rifle event 1. China's athletes, Qi Shui and Li Chun, placed first and third respectively in the earlier qualification round to qualify for the finals. In the next round of this competition, the first Beijing Olympic gold medalist will be crowned. Can the Chile duo take the first Olympic gold for Team China? Let's wait and see. A former Olympic champion, Zhang Ye, was also present in the live coverage studio. Zhang Ye said, "The competition is starting." Zhang Ye shouted, "It's the first shot, come on." Good one. Qi Shui has shot at 10.22. Oh, Li Chun has made a mistake on her first shot. She has only scored 9.2 points for her effort. But that's fine, there's still a chance. The second shot, the fifth shot, the eighth shot. After several more shots, the results were wilder than anyone's expectations. Li Chun was performing very badly today and was no longer in the running for a medal. Meanwhile, Qi Shui had fallen to third place after committing a very serious mistake on one of her shots. She was now 2.1 points away from the first place. Zhang Ye said, "Things aren't looking too good." Zhang Ye said, "Let's see how the last few shots go. The team has been too nervous." "You can do it, Qi Shui." All the wet whoosh. After the shot was taken, everyone gasped loudly. It was over. The gold medal was no longer possible. In the end, Qi Shui could only manage a bronze. Zhang Ye said, "What a pity." Zhang Ye sighed. "Hi." The pressure was too stressful. Watching TV, the home viewers were also crying out in pity. In the next few hours, the mood of the viewers and China's delegation could only be described as being down in the dumps. They lost the shooting gold medal. They lost the fencing gold medal. They also lost the swimming gold medal. First gold still not here. What is wrong with the Chinese team? Only hope of first-day gold rests on weightlifting. Go for it. Come on. This is our backyard we're talking about. Don't be too stressed. Just do your best. Our weightlifting team should be the favorites for gold, right? Yes, this event should not have any surprises. Come on, get the first gold already. Let's give everyone a boost to their spirits. According to the preliminary statistics, Central TV Sports Channel's Olympics coverage had already reached an astonishing 43% viewership. That was to say, for every 100 televisions in the country, close to half were tuned in to the live broadcast of the Olympics. The viewership ratings of the Olympics coverage in other countries around the world were very good as well and were maintained at a very high level everywhere. If they were to translate the ratings to individual viewership numbers, this would probably be the highest-rated Olympics meet in history. And because of that, all the more the Chinese viewers were looking for that gold medal to boost their morale. There was only weightlifting left. They had to win gold. At night, on the live broadcast, a commentator said, "We're going to bring you the live coverage of the men's 62 kilograms weightlifting event next. Li Jiaxi, the defending world champion who is representing China, will be taking on the other athletes very soon. In this event, the Chinese athlete has the absolute strength to win, but he still has to be very wary of the North Korean athlete, who is expected to be a strong rival." The competition venue was packed to bursting. There were a lot of Chinese flags in the stands, and wave after wave of cheers could be heard from the crowd. Zhang Ye was wearing his sunglasses as he arrived late for the event. He had quietly sneaked in through the staff entrance. His third sister waved. "Brother," his second sister exclaimed. "Aya, why have you only just arrived?" Zhang Ye laughed. "I was blocked at the entrance by reporters." "Has it started already?" "Soon," his eldest young sister said with a sunken expression. "This is the last chance to get a gold medal today. I hope nothing goes wrong." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's got this." His first uncle and aunt said, "Little Yi, get seated quickly." "All right." Zhang Ye sat down. He had actually been at the Olympic venue the entire day. He first brought his parents to watch shooting before taking Chun to catch fencing afterwards. In the end, there were no gold medals won in those events. Zhang Ye was also getting very anxious. Although the country's obsession with getting gold was somewhat extreme, this was still a competition after all, so who wouldn't wish to win a gold medal here? Zhang Ye shouted, "Come on." The people around him also started shouting, "You can do it. Go Li Jiaxi. Get our first gold medal. We're depending on you." The live broadcast cameras suddenly turned to face Zhang Ye. In the live coverage studio, both of the commentators were laughing. Her, They've given Zhang Ye a profile shot. We can see that teacher Zhang has also brought his family to watch the events. Oh, there's someone there wearing a hat. If I'm not wrong, that should be the singer, Han Fong. Director, he is here too? Look, he's nodding at Zhang Ye. Looks like our celebrities are also very concerned about the Olympics. It's starting. They're going to begin with the Snatch 3. The first one up is the South Korean athlete. The second to go will be the Australian athlete. After several people, it was finally the Chinese team's turn. Oh, it's Li Jiaxi's first lift, and he's already trying for 162 kilograms. Let's see how this goes. Come on, Li Jiaxi. You can do it. Good one, now lift it up. Great. The entire venue was cheering. Zhang Ye shouted, good showing. The three sisters were also shouting excitedly. Oh, the North Korean athlete upped the weight to 166 kilograms and has succeeded in lifting it as well. Li Jiaxi will also be attempting 166 kilograms this time, but the snatch is not what he's good at. Let's see how this one goes. Oh, he did it. He succeeded. The crowd erupted into applause again. The two commentators' startled and surprised reactions made the viewers watching the live coverage feel extremely jittery as well. When the snatch was completed, Li Jiaxi and the North Korean athlete tied on weight lifted and advanced into the clean and jerk tied for first place. Li Jiaxi's first clean and jerk ended unsuccessfully before he managed a 190 kilograms lift on his second attempt. Meanwhile, the North Korean athlete actually requested to lift a weight that seemed impossible for him on his third attempt, 190 kilograms. In all his previous competitions, he had never attempted such a weight. Zhang Ye's third sister cursed. I hope it drops and crushes his feet. Crush his feet, Zhang Ye said to her. Whoa, you're really ruthless. The third lift was also going to be the North Korean athlete's final lift. He only had this one chance to succeed. The North Korean athlete grappled with the bar and brought it up to his chest. The enormous weight was pressing against him so heavily that he was trembling. It was obvious that he was almost about to give way. But suddenly, the North Korean athlete exerted his strength and jerked the bar over his head. However, his hands were not steady and his legs kept wobbling about. After bracing for a moment, he dropped the bar onto the ground. The commentator said agitatedly, he didn't hold still. The former weightlifting champion said, we've won, we're the champion. But at this moment, the North Korean athlete suddenly jumped up excitedly and let out a howl on screen. He rushed off the stage to his coach, and they shared a hug. The commentator said in surprise, what happened? The former weightlifting champion said in disbelief, what? The referees gave a single red light and two white lights for the result. Did he succeed? The North Korean athlete managed the lift? If the North Korean athlete also succeeded in lifting 190 kilograms, then with their attempts being the same weight and his body weight being lighter than Li Jiaxi's, he would get the victory. The crowd at the venue was stunned. The Chinese team's coaches were also stunned. One of the coaches was so mad that he immediately went to appeal the result. However, the weightlifting event for this Olympics did not allow for appeals. The referees sent the Chinese coach back to where he came from. The commentator said, what an extremely odd call that was. The former weightlifting champion said, yeah, it's simply unbelievable. The commentator said, but Li Jiaxi still has a chance. If he can manage to lift 191 kilograms for his final attempt, he'll still be crowned as the champion. Go Li Jiaxi. Come on, Team China. All of the pressure was now on Li Jiaxi. The next second, Li Jiaxi took to the stage with the entire crowd cheering for him. Standing in front of the bar, Li Jiaxi roared to encourage himself. Then he squatted down and gripped the bar. He clenched his teeth and adjusted his breathing. Up. The commentator said, good one. Now bring it up. The former weightlifting champion shouted, come on. The commentator said loudly, bring it up. Bring it up. Li Jiaxi cleanly jerked and raised the barbell over his head. But as it was incredibly heavy, his legs slightly gave way under him. For a moment, he did not manage to stand still. After he adjusted his footing a little, he held the position. He trembled as he held the bar over him and stayed in that position for 2 seconds. The crowd went crazy. Zhang Ye said, he's won. His eldest younger sister's eyes were brimming with tears. He's won. We won. The director and singer in the stands also stood up and yelled. The commentator became even more excited. He's won. Li Jiaxi managed to withstand all that pressure and succeeded. He withstood. The commentator was suddenly stunned. What? Wait a moment. What's happening? The entire venue fell silent. The referees seemed like they were discussing something. Then the North Korean athlete and coaches jumped for joy and hugged as they cheered. The Chinese athlete, Li Jiaxi, stood there looking stunned. For his lift, 2 of the 3 referees gave a red light. It was a failed lift. This lift did not succeed. The referee team, consisting of an Australian, a South Korean, and a Canadian, had given a judgment that dumbfounded everyone. The North Korean athlete had won the gold medal. Li Jiaxi could only come in second. Third place went to an Australian athlete. This was also a breakthrough for Australia in weightlifting. The Chinese coaching team was enraged as they rushed up to the referees. The crowd was furious as they started yelling angrily. Motherfuckers, what the hell are they doing? What kind of judgment is this? Are you all playing dirty now? The Central TV commentator also exclaimed, What's going on here? Can anyone tell me what's going on? The former weightlifting champion said angrily, This has got to be an incorrect call. This doesn't make any sense at all. Let's see how their negotiation goes. The organizing committee's people have joined in the discussion as well. At the referees panel in the venue, the referees were whispering to each other. The Australian referee kept waving his hand. The South Korean referee also looked like he was saying something. Finally, the outcome was decided. The referees did not change their decision. The North Korea athlete roared and beat against his chest to show that he was the champion. Li Jiaxi could only walk off the stage silently. His eyes reddened as tears flowed down his face. The commentator said, A man does not cry easily. But at this moment, our Olympic hero is crying here in Beijing. We don't know what we can say anymore. The former Olympic champion said, This is too unreasonable. If the referees were being strict and insisted that Li Jiaxi's lift was against the rules, then that lift by the North Korean athlete would be a 100% against the rules too. It just doesn't make any sense to have different standards for different athletes. What's with that? What are the referees doing? The commentator sighed. The results have been decided. We must accept this outcome. But the former Olympic champion said, I can't accept this. If this was because of us not being good enough, then such a result would be fine. If we have been erratic in our performance today, we can also let that go. But tell me, what's with this? I really can't accept something like this. I believe that many others are feeling the same too. The live coverage was still being broadcast. There was still the medal ceremony to be held later on. Suddenly, Zhang Ye stood up and pointed at the referees, yelling, Idiots! This voice was so loud that it was deafening within the enclosed area of the arena. That famous television drama director, He Qidong, also stood up when he heard that. Idiots! The singer, Han Fong, scolded, Idiots! Zhang Ye's second sister, Idiots! His third sister, Idiots! More and more people started standing up. More and more of them pointed at the referees and scolded them in anger. At this moment, all the Chinese in the stands were enraged. The infamous Peking University scolding was now echoing in an Olympic setting. That Australian referee looked over to the stands, knowing that the crowd was scolding them. However, he just smiled and did not say anything. The South Korean referee also had an indifferent look, while the other referees also behaved like nothing had happened. After the competition ended, they even started chatting and laughing with one another. This behavior made the Chinese people even angrier. They clearly had something against the Chinese team. For a time, the scolding in the stands got even louder. Idiots! 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 When Zhang Ye's eldest younger sister saw Li Jiaxi crying, she nearly cried as well. This is so infuriating. I'm so pissed off. Isn't that as good as bullying? They can't do things like that. What kind of temper did Zhang Ye have? This fellow was someone who would blow up at the slightest provocation. He hated this sort of injustice the most in life. These foreign bastards. Not far away from him, director He Qidong said, They're doing this on purpose. This judgment call was simply too blatant. There was basically no way it could have been an incorrect judgment. Fuck their grandpas. How dare they act in this way? All right then. Zhang Ye turned around and stomped off. He simply said to his uncle and auntie, as well as his 3 sisters, I'm going outside for a bit. Where are you off to, brother? His 3 sisters were also quite taken aback by this. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ye had walked out of the competition venue. If it were a matter of skills, it would have been fine. If this Olympics were held in another country, then so be it. But this was Beijing. This was the Beijing Olympics. In our territory and on our doorsteps. Did you all think that I would fucking let you bully us? Fuck all of you. 1. https://ien.wikipedia.org/wiki/ISSF_10_meter_world_championships, women. 2. Every scoring ring is 5 millimeters wide and subdivided in 0.5 millimeters, is almost equal to 0.1719 MOA. Increments in 10 subrings. Like the other scoring rings, the maximum of 10.9 is derived from an additional set of 10 subrings within the center 10-point circle, increasing in 0.1 point value as the rings approach the center of the target. 3. https://wikipedia.org/wiki/snatch_weightlifting. 4. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/olympic_weightlifting #official_procedure. Chapter 1168. The referees get beaten up. Chapter 1168. The referees get beaten up. Translator, leg editor, leg. Meanwhile, some countries were celebrating their victories. Some countries were reflecting on their results. But the Chinese delegation and the common folk of the country were all enraged by the men's 62 kilograms weightlifting event. Even most of the media outlets in China were annoyed at the results. China's first day of events without gold medal. The Chinese delegation repeatedly misses out on gold. An incorrect call in weightlifting. Li Jiaxi painfully loses the gold medal. Team China's gold medal stolen by referees. A failed appeal. Did the refs go blind? The Australian referee had already made an incorrect call against a Chinese athlete 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it was Ding Lei. This time, it's Li Jiaxi. Just how has Team China offended this Australian referee? The weightlifting medal presentation had not even begun yet, but the news reports were already spreading everywhere. Central TV's live coverage had switched from the venue to broadcasting the live coverage studio. The scene of the audience scolding idiots in unison at the venue was really unsuitable to continue being shown on live television. The venue was very chaotic. The weightlifting team's head coach had already gone to the organizing committee's officials to lodge a complaint. This Olympics was organized by them. But to have the foreign referees so blatantly and deliberately make such misjudgments on the first day of the events, who could bear it? They were clearly smacking their faces. They were clearly smacking China's face. The first day events of the Olympics had ended. When the many coaches and athletes of the different sports for Team China heard about this incident, they all went to watch the replay of the weightlifting event. Then many of them started to step forward in anger. The table tennis team's main players posted on Weibo, Li Jiaxi deserved to be the champion. The badminton team's assistant head coach criticized sternly. Li Jiaxi did not lose because of himself or his opponent, but because of the referees. The men's weightlifting team's coach, strongly questioning this decision. And celebrities from all over spoke up too. Yao Jiansai's Weibo, this is goddamn match fixing. Hua Dongfang's Weibo, this corruption is too blatant, isn't it? Chen Guang's Weibo, what the hell is this? Famous director, Li Ku, this is the Beijing Olympics. Do you have any respect for us? Shouldn't they ban these types of referees? Grandma Zhang Xia, why couldn't they initiate an appeal against the decision? The Chinese athletes were all criticizing it. The celebrities were all criticizing it. The netizens were also criticizing it. Bastards. How can they be such bullies? Did they gang up on us? I'm so angry. That was such a shocking and maddening decision. 4 years ago, there were already issues raised about some of the referees deliberately targeting our Chinese team. At that time, the relevant organization penalized them for their actions. So why is it that a portion of those people can still appear in the Olympics ref pool? How can they blatantly cheat the Chinese team of its chances like this? Who gave them the authority to do something like that? Who allowed this to happen and condoned their actions that have seriously damaged the spirit of sportsmanship? Such referees should be banned for life. Fuck. This is really making me want to beat someone up now. Even an idiot can see that we were the ones who should have won. That last lift was a proper one. There was nothing wrong with it. Well scolded, Zhang Ye. They're really a bunch of idiots. I also saw Zhang Ye leading the scolding on the live broadcast. What's the use of scolding them? The gold medal has already been lost. This is too difficult to stomach. When Li Jiaxi cried on the live broadcast, my wife cried along. This is too depressing. My heart aches for him. This incorrect call was very controversial. Whether it was the Chinese delegation or the citizens, none of them were having it. Some foreign media outlets also gave a very objective assessment after watching the competition. A British media outlet reported, unable to understand the decision behind the men's 62 kilograms weightlifting event. It looked like the winner should have been the Chinese. In the Spanish media, a huge controversy in the weightlifting event. After viewing the slow-motion replays, the North Korean athlete's lift at the end clearly ran afoul of the rules. Meanwhile, the Chinese athlete's lift was thought to be a good one after analysis by several professionals. All of them said that there were no issues with it, and that it should not have been faulted. The Portuguese media. In the finals of the weightlifting event, the referees made a big mistake. However, the gold medal has already been awarded and won't be changed. The Russian media. After 4 years, the Chinese weightlifting team has again fallen victim to the same Australian referee in the finals of a different weight class. A lot of the foreign media also expressed their shock and disbelief at the matter. This sort of a clear-cut incorrect call could only be committed by an amateur referee. How could something like this happen in the Olympics? But the awards ceremony was already over. The gold medal winner could not be changed. That was this world's rules for the sport of weightlifting. Yet at this time, the Australian media continued adding fuel to fire. An Australian media outlet said openly, the Chinese audience is making a spectacle of themselves in the stadium by verbally abusing the referees. Such behavior makes us very worried about this year's Beijing Olympics. The outcome of the competition cannot be changed, and this is what it means to compete in a sporting event. The results are unpredictable, so why don't they try to accept it and learn from their mistakes? After the competition, an Australian reporter interviewed the Australian athlete who won the bronze medal. The athlete shook his head and expressed, "I'm very disappointed with the behavior of the Chinese today. They delayed the proceedings of the competition for so long just because they couldn't take a loss. I think we should be the ones protesting instead." That made a lot of people even more furious. On Weibo, there were wave after wave of criticism. They even want us to just accept it? Fuck your grandpa. The Australian ref deliberately made a bad call against us, and they're asking us to learn from our mistakes. Fuck your grandpa. Tui. What dog's hit is this? I'm so mad. I'm gonna blow my top. They're being way too arrogant. The incident blew up. But other than cursing and swearing, the athletes, coaches, and citizens could do nothing about it. They were all full of pent-up anger that could not be released anywhere. A similar scene had happened 4 years ago. At that time, after the gold medal was lost, the incident died down after some time. Could the same thing happen again at this year's Beijing Olympics? The referees would just be let off with a pointless warning and punishment before everything went back to how it was? Of course, this affair was not over yet. Even if everyone else agreed to it, Zhang Ye wouldn't. Night had fallen, but the lights were still shining brightly within the Olympic Stadium. Zhang Ye used his special staff pass that was issued to him for yesterday's opening ceremony to gain access to the place through the staff entrance. He strode into the area where the crowds were not allowed to enter. Even though the competition events for the day were over, this place was still restricted. Across from him at the exit of the stadiums, 5 referees were walking out. The leader of the group was that Australian referee who took charge of the weightlifting event earlier. Beside him were the other foreign referees involved in today's event. Hashtag $% and asterisk. $$ and asterisk. They were saying something, probably in English, but Zhang Ye could not understand them as they spoke very fast. Well, with that English of his, he probably would not understand even if they spoke slowly. The Australia referee was beaming. The South Korean referee had a calm look on his face. Beside them, there was a referee who looked a little worried. All of them wore different expressions and were heading out of the stadium toward Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye did not even look at them as he slowly strode in their direction, swinging his arms. He was even humming and singing the song, "Beijing Welcomes You." The atmosphere felt really normal. The workers and volunteers who were passing by did not sense anything peculiar either. It was the same for those weightlifting referees. The Australian referee suddenly took a look at his watch before saying something in English to the others. The five of them nodded and quickly picked up their pace. They probably had to rush off somewhere as there was still a lot of work to be done post-competition. But right as they were passing Zhang Ye, they were passing him but did not make it past him. Zhang Ye was still humming the tune when he suddenly stuck his leg out. The Australian referee, who was walking very quickly, didn't even have time to react and tripped. He lost his balance and felt like his body's weight was arrested as he fell forward. He yelled while flailing about, hoping to grab onto something. As a result, he grabbed onto the South Korean referee beside him and pulled him down as well. Then another referee, who was behind them, knocked into Zhang Ye's shoulder accidentally. He felt a very strong impact collide with his shoulder as he fell over with a horrified look and landed on top of the other two referees without warning. The Australian referee's face smashed against the ground. His nose instantly started bleeding. The South Korean referee fell over as well, and his arm snapped against the ground. He clutched it and shrieked in pain. The third referee fell onto his back. The fourth referee was knocked into a table next to him. After the fifth referee fell down, he even got crushed under two other referees who were clearly heavier than 80 kilograms. His eyes rolled back as he nearly fainted from the pain. 1 second. In just a mere second. As they passed each other, only Zhang Ye made it past them while the five referees cried out loudly as they found themselves sprawled out on the ground. None of them stood back up. It was too fast. It was really did happen in just the blink of an eye. It was so strange it was scary. When many of the volunteers and workers, as well as some of the other foreign referees and athletes around them, heard their screams, many of them either looked over to see what was going on or rushed over. Damn, what happened? Here, the weightlifting referees got beaten up. Several female volunteers screamed. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye's figure had drifted away. All that was left of the incident was a chaotic crowd that had gathered around the five weightlifting referees wailing in agony. Chapter 1169. The surveillance footage gets brought to light. Chapter 1169. The surveillance footage gets brought to light. Translator, leg editor, leg. It was extremely chaotic on site. The five referees were lying on the ground, all swollen and bruised. They were wailing and in so much pain they could not get back up on their feet. All of them had been stunned by the fall. Ah, fuck, my leg, help, help. The Australian referee was crying out for help. However, just as the volunteers and Chinese athletes around were about to instinctively help him up, they realized who he was and stopped in their tracks. Instead, they took out their cell phones to record the dumbfounded weightlifting referees. The refs got beaten up. They're the referees from the weightlifting event. Quick, come and see this. Record it. Damn, who did this? The security guards came running over as well. Some employees on the organizing committee also rushed over. What's going on? How did something like this happen? What went on over here? Hurry, help them up first. Where's the medical staff? Let them have a look. They're fine. They didn't suffer any fractures. More and more people gathered. Even some of the media arrived to take a look. Everyone who saw it could only feel a sense of shock and disbelief. This was an Olympic venue, a place with the highest security. How could something like this have happened? How could do it? Who could be so brazen? Who could be so bold? The media was dumbfounded. The organizing committee staff were dumbfounded. The local and foreign athletes were dumbfounded. Beating up referees at an Olympic venue? No one had come across something like this before. Back at home, his parents were cursing at the television. His father said, "Good thing we didn't go watch the weightlifting event tonight, else I'd have been so pissed off." His mother said, "Those foreigners are such bastards. How dare they pick on us in our backyard? Who gave them the guts to do that? Who gave them the authority?" The criticism on the internet was still going on. The entertainment industry was criticizing it. The Chinese media was criticizing it. The netizens were criticizing it. Is there no place to reason this out? These people should just die. Brothers, let's dox those fellas. Someone's already identified those five refs. Fuck, who wants to go with me to confront them? Fuck, let's go fucking beat them up. Yeah, we won't take this lying down. Count me in. I'll go as well. I've really been enraged today. Go? How are we going to go? That is a restricted area in the Olympic grounds. Can any of you even make it? Inside. So we're just going to do nothing about it then? Ever since the weightlifting event finished, the people cursed and scolded for a full hour. But all of a sudden, countless news reports appeared. It had come so suddenly all the netizens were caught unawares. Everyone was tongue-tied. 5 weightlifting referees assaulted. An unexpected incident in an Olympic stadium. Referees fall and injure themselves. Or perhaps it was caused by someone else. Police investigating. Could the surveillance footage shed a light on what really happened? Just what happened in the stadium. On Central TV Sports Channel. Oh, we have just received a piece of news. Beijing television. An incident has taken place in an Olympic stadium. Let's take a look at a video footage. A video recorded at the scene was shown. The 5 weightlifting referees who were earlier on television in all their swagger looked miserable in the video clip. Some of them were bleeding from the nose, and some of them had bumps on their heads as all of them laid on the ground crying out in pain. With this, it became very lively on Weibo. In an instant, the video clip was liked over 200,000 times. The netizens were so delighted they seemed to be welcoming the new year. Wow. Ha ha ha. This is too awesome. Serves them right. They fucking deserved it. What goes around comes around. Who does heaven forgive? What a release. This is such a goddamn release. I'm laughing. Like crazy. This feels so good. Damn. The referees got beaten up in an Olympic stadium? I thought that place was out of bounds to the regular people. Who beat them up then? Just what is going on here? Let me like this a million times first before I go check it out. Could it have been a volunteer who did it? Haha. All I want to say is, well done. Which hero did this? Let us prostrate in worship to that person. That was too goddamn brilliant. This is the greatest piece of news I've seen this year. Yao Jiankai liked the Weibo video. Haha. Zhang Xia gave it a like too. Zhang Yuanqi's manager also hit like. Hu Dongfang liked it. A heavenly king liked it. A certain heavenly queen posted a winking emoticon in response. The Beijing Times forwarded the post. The official Weibo of a Beijing district police station liked and forwarded it before immediately deleting all traces of both. The people did not have much qualms about their reactions to the incident, but the entertainment industry celebrities and officials had to be careful about what they did or said. That was because they were public figures and anything they said could be seen as wrong. But they were also using their own methods to express their attitudes regarding the incident. Zhang Ye's father was startled. The referees were beaten up? His mother yelled in approval. Well done. Well done. How truly satisfying. The incident made so many people feel very happy. Although there were also many experts and media putting on a show by stepping forward to criticize such actions, the general public was not bothered. Everyone was just intrigued by who could have done this, and if it was done by one of the volunteers or workers, or perhaps one of the Chinese athletes or coaches. The foreign media was also giving a lot of attention to this matter. Police investigating and checking surveillance footage. According to eyewitness accounts, no fighting in the stadium. Injured referees lodge complaint to organizing committee. Were they beaten up? Or was it just an accident? The truth shall be revealed soon. Later that night, at Zhang Ye's studio, Zhang Ye drove back here hastily. When he came in through the door, he saw that Ha Qiqi, Zhang Zhua, and the others were actually still in the office. They were all chattering and watching television. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Whoa, working overtime. Ha Qiqi quickly said, Director Zhang, why did you get back this late? Zhang's was said in a good mood. We just saw some news that made all of us so happy that we don't intend to go home yet. This wouldn't be included in the overtime pay, right? Zhang Ye said stingily. Why are you bringing up overtime pay, Director Zhang? You're too much of a penny pincher. Little Wang said joyfully. Have you watched the news yet? Something big has just happened. Those weightlifting referees got injured. Zhang Ye shrugged and said, Of course I. No. Wu Yi laughed heartily. They're currently investigating which hero did it. That was so cool. Little Wang said. I hope the surveillance cameras did not manage to record anything. Otherwise, that person might get into trouble. If it's an athlete from our country, they're likely to get banned from competing. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Don't worry, an athlete didn't do it. Ha Qiqi immediately said, Director Zhang, quickly go and give the Weibo post a like. We're currently working on gaining you a good public image, so you shouldn't miss out on latching onto an opportunity like this. Zhang Zhua nodded. That's right. You should say a few words on your Weibo, or at least post a status update. But Zhang Ye waved it off. No need. Why not? Hachichi was taken aback. Suddenly, the scene on Central TV's live broadcast changed. It was still showing a recap of today's Olympic Games events before it cut back to the studio. Then the host said, "We interrupt this broadcast to report that we have just received an important update on the injured referees. We have gotten our hands on footage that will reveal what happened at the scene." The video footage was shown on the broadcast. The country's citizens were jolted. Who did it? Quick, let's have a look. At present, the number of people watching and waiting in anticipation was uncountable. Hachichi, Zhang Ye, and the others also crowded around the television. Then, the figures of 5 referees appeared in the surveillance footage, the exact ones who had been injured in the incident. They could be seen walking in a hurry and were even chatting and joking with one another. The next second, a key figure appeared in frame. As the two sides approached each other, right as they were passing each other, what happened was not as described by the news involving a violent beating or a fight scene as imagined by everyone. It happened in a flash, just as they passed each other. The young man in the surveillance footage maliciously stretched out a leg to trip one of them. The next instant, the country's citizens were dumbfounded as they saw the 5 referees chaotically fall to the ground. The young man had his hand in his pockets and even sounded like he was humming a song. The surveillance footage then got a close-up shot of the young man, leading to everyone in the country reacting like they had their tails stepped on. Hachichi turned around in shock. Little Wang shrieked. Zhang Ye and Wu Yi also stared in shock at Zhang Ye, who was standing behind them. It was Director Zhang. The person in the footage was actually Director Zhang. Everyone in Zhang Ye's studio nearly fainted. Hachichi stood up by supporting herself with the table. "Director Zhang, it was you?" Zhang Ye was nearly in tears. "Director Zhang, didn't we already agree on generating a positive public image for you? We just talked about it this morning." Zhang Ye was also feeling a little embarrassed. "I was too impulsive," Hachichi said angrily. "No, you did it knowingly." Zhang Ye gave a hollow laugh. "You all should already know this temper of mine. I won't do it again." Everyone in the studio could only give each other looks and sigh. All right then, it looked like they would really have to get back to work and put in some overtime. They should have known better that it wouldn't be that easy being a part of Zhang Ye's management team. Everyone in Zhang Ye's studio smiled bitterly as they prepared to welcome the impending storm. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/doxing human_flesh_search_engine. Chapter 1170. The Leg of God. Chapter 1170. The Leg of God. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Zhang Ye's parents' house. His parents were watching the news in high spirits. It's been revealed. They're showing the surveillance footage. Doesn't this person's back look a little familiar? Damn, isn't that little Yi? His parents were stunned. In the Olympic Village, many of the athletes and coaches were watching the live broadcast as well. Beautiful. That was such a godly trip. Zhang Ye. Fuck, it's Zhang Ye. All over the country, scenes of people getting dumbfounded were playing out. When they saw that figure of a person and Zhang Ye's face, when they saw that malicious leg stick out, everyone wore a look of shock at first before it turned to one of amusement. Everyone realized that they were not surprised at all. The person who did it was Zhang Ye. That was perfectly within expectations for him. Zhang Ye had more than enough past cases when it came to such disreputable behavior. He had always been a person whom everyone hated and loved at the same time. Weibo exploded once again. But this time, the netizens were all one-sidedly giving their likes to Zhang Ye. What the heck? It's Teacher Zhang. It's Zhang Ye. This is cracking me up. I was wondering who had the balls to attack the referees in an Olympic stadium. Yeah, I was rather shocked to know that there was a hero who took things into their own hands. So it turned out to be Teacher Zhang. I'll give him a like. I'll give Teacher Zhang a year's worth of likes for that. I've watched the video 5 times. It's so awesome. That leg trip was simply perfect. Tripping 5 people over with a leg. Oh my god. How did Zhang Ye manage that? Who knows? That leg trip was just too godly, damn it. How shocking. This is the goddamn leg of God. The leg he stretched out in the video was too wicked and too precise. It was like he had used a computer to accurately work out the required force and execution angles as he lightly tripped one of them to send all 5 referees sprawling out onto the ground. It really dumbfounded countless viewers. Even many of the foreigners had been shocked by this video clip. If there was a tripping event in the Olympics, then this person would definitely deserve to be the champion. Have you ever seen anyone who could trip 5 people with just a light swipe of their leg? This leg was simply, yes, it was the leg of God. As Zhang Ye had played that amazing hand of God during the war between humans and machines against Peter Go, the audience got their inspiration from there and aptly gave a resounding name to this move, the leg of God. It was so awesome. It was quite the release. Teacher Zhang is so impressive. As expected of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, I just love that fiery temper of yours. Zhang Ye is so domineering. I've always scolded Zhang Ye in the past, but I must give him a like today. There's nothing to say. That leg trip was too good. Zhang Ye put his leg out and tripped them for our nation. He tripped them with such style. You can see how good he is just from that trip alone. Ha ha ha. I knew it must be him. Who else could do something like this other than Zhang Ye? No one else would have the guts besides him. This is what I call a real man. Just with that trip alone, I'll only be convinced by Zhang Ye in showbiz. Don't cause any more trouble. Why aren't you guys worried for Teacher Zhang? The police are investigating the affair. This is very serious, so Teacher Zhang better not get implicated somehow. Previous poster, stay calm. Haha, what are you so worried about? Zhang Ye has done so many things in the past that are even more extreme than this. But have you ever seen that fellow get into any trouble? He's still doing as well as ever. It's not like he's beaten anyone up. He only tripped one of them. What's the big deal? Teacher Zhang has been through a lot, so don't worry about him. He knows what he's doing. Do you take him for a pushover? But it'll still affect his image. Does he have an image to begin with? But if the foreigners start criticizing him, you're so funny, big sis. This is Zhang Ye we're talking about. When has Zhang Ye ever been afraid of anyone criticizing him? He's just like a rock in the privy, hard and stinky. All right, I'll stop worrying. There was a heated discussion on the internet. Though to be more accurate, everyone was delighted at the reveal. Meanwhile, the media reports could not possibly be so blass. Even if some of the Chinese reporters were applauding this action, they couldn't write that in their reports. The Chinese media, Zhang Ye appears in surveillance footage. The British media, the culprit is the singer of the Olympic opening theme song. The Australian media, shock, indignation, objection. The South Korean media, was the Chinese superstar retaliating? The Canadian media, unbelievable, a never-before-witnessed behavior. The Chinese people were not surprised as they all understood Zhang Ye very well, but the foreigners were very dumbfounded. No one could imagine that the Chinese celebrity who had represented Beijing to sing at the opening ceremony with Lillian would actually trip someone over like this. What the hell was that? What kind of a person was he? And what did he fucking sing in the opening theme song? You and me, from one world. / we are family. From one world, your sister. We are family, your sister. Why was what you sang and what you did an entirely different thing altogether? Now that they listened to the song again, it really made many of the foreign media and athletes unsure about how to react. When those injured weightlifting referees saw the video, they finally understood why they had been injured and how they had fallen down. They became so indignant they immediately lodged a complaint and protested to the higher-ups. They requested for the assailant to be seriously punished so that they could be given a fair answer. However, the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games did not show any indication of issue them with one, and only said that the matter had already been referred to the police. Sensing that the organizing committee was not proactive on the issue, the 5 referees became furious. But if they stopped to think for a bit, they were the ones who had deliberately done something as insulting as making an incorrect call in an event at the Beijing Olympics that caused the Chinese team to lose a gold medal, that had affected the Chinese athletes physically and psychologically. The citizens were also angered that this decision was not made in the spirit of sportsmanship. Now that something has happened to you all, you're demanding that the organizing committee give you a fair answer? You are demanding for an explanation to be given? Does that make any sense? Aren't you all expecting a little too much? Do you all think that the world revolves around you? Further, this issue had nothing to do with the organizing committee. Who was Zhang Ye? A coach? He wasn't. An athlete? He wasn't. He wasn't even a worker here. Zhang Ye was not under their jurisdiction at all. He wasn't an official of the Olympics and had only come to perform the Olympic opening theme song as a guest. So anything after that had nothing to do with them. If they really wanted to say anything, then he would at most be considered as a normal audience member. What authority could the organizing committee possibly have over him? So those referees could only pin their hopes on the police. A lot of people were also curious about how the police would handle this matter. In the studio, there was a knock on the door, and they saw 4 police officers standing outside. Little Wang's expression changed. "You all are." The old policeman who was in charge showed his credentials and said sternly, "Hello, we're from the Chaoyang District Police Station. Is Zhang Ye around? We would like to ask him some questions." Zhang Ye walked up to them. "I'm here." The old policeman nodded at him. "Hello. Regarding the incident that took place at one of the Olympic venues today, we have identified that you were involved after checking the surveillance footage. Is that correct?" Zhang Ye said, "It was me." Ha Chi-Chi immediately said, "Please talk to our lawyer about this. We won't be answering any questions for now." But Zhang Ye waved her off. "It's fine." Then he said to the police officers, "Ask away." The old policeman said, "Thank you for your cooperation." Zhang Ye smiled. "It's my duty." The old policeman asked another question. "At 8:10 p.m. tonight, did you go to Olympic venue number 3 because you lost your way? Or did you go there for other reasons?" Zhang Ye answered honestly, "I went there to look for the 5 referees, of course." "Director Zhang." Ha Chi-Chi tugged at him. The old policeman acknowledged him and turned to the policeman beside him who was recording the statement. "He lost his way." That young policeman nodded and recorded it. "Zhang Ye." The studio staff. The old policeman looked at him. "In the surveillance footage, you were seen sticking your leg out. Was it intentional or unintentional? Did you trip over something on the ground and lost your balance, thus making you stick your leg out to steady yourself?" Zhang Ye spoke the truth. "I definitely did it on purpose. I was there for them." "Okay." The old policeman turned to the younger policeman and said, "He tripped over something at the time, so he stuck out his leg as he tried to regain his balance." The young policeman recorded the statement. Zhang Ye. Ha Chi-Chi. Zhang's. 5 minutes later, the police were done with their questioning. They had recorded a statement that was completely different from what Zhang Ye answered. The old policeman said, "There wouldn't be any criminal liability for this issue. Those referees did not suffer any serious injuries. It was mostly just scraped skin and the like. The surveillance footage wasn't that clear either. At most, you'd be asked to cough up the medical expenses as compensation, but that wouldn't cost much anyway. All right, if there are any new developments to the case, we might come over again or ask you to come down to the police station to assist with the investigation. Since we're done questioning, that's all for today. We won't be disturbing you all any longer. We still have other matters waiting for us to handle when we get back." Ha Chi-Chi hurriedly said, "Let me see you all off." "There's no need," the old policeman said with a smile. Ha Chi-Chi whispered, "Thank you." The old policeman waved at her. "We're just doing our jobs. There's nothing to thank me for. We're off then." As Ha Chi-Chi was the head of external affairs in the studio, she walked the police officers downstairs and saw them off from there. Chapter 1171, International Buzz. Chapter 1171, International Buzz. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. In the studio, the calls came one after another. Everyone in the studio was busy handling the media reporters, while Zhang Ye took calls from his family and friends. The affair had blown up, and no one did not know about it. Zhang Ye held his cell phone to his ear. "Mom," his mother praised. "Son, that was a good beating you gave them." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Not bad, right? What's so good about that?" At the other end of the line, his father apparently snatched the phone for himself and said, "You are a member of the party. How can you go around beating up people again? And they're even Olympic referees." Zhang Ye gave a hollow laugh and said, "But I didn't beat them up." His mother snatched the phone back from his father and said, "Don't listen to your father's griping." When he heard that the referees were injured, he happily applauded it and cheered. He only got anxious after he saw that it was you in the surveillance video. "Ignore him, you did a great job. We can't get pushed around by them like this." Zhang Ye replied, "Got it. Will you be fine? What could possibly happen to me?" "Alrighty then." Then Ninglan called. Ninglan asked, "Did you really manhandle them?" Zhang Ye replied, "Let me make this clear. I did not use my hands on them. It's the same even if you used your legs." Cough, cough. "You've gotten into big trouble this time." "Huh. Being unafraid of trouble is in my nature. I really have to give it to you. Another call came in, this time from the songstress, Grandma Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia asked, "Don't you want to make it in the international scene?" Zhang Ye said, "I want to." "You want to? Then why are you still always getting into trouble?" "Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing." "Oh, you? I don't even know what to say about you anymore." Zhang Ye's friends called him out of concern as they were afraid he had gotten himself into deep trouble this time. But at the same time, they were really impressed by his courage to do something like this. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have done something that would land themselves in this kind of trouble, more so for a person of Zhang Ye's stature. What mattered most to those in the entertainment industry was their own reputation, especially those who wanted to advance in the international scene. This incident would definitely stain his reputation for the rest of his life and would not be forgotten by anyone. It was already very difficult for Zhang Ye to advance to the top of the domestic entertainment industry with his qualities, so it would be even harder to get to the top of the Asian rankings and advance in the international stage. And yet, he still created this big of a mess? Wasn't he just making things difficult for himself? Wasn't this as good as putting obstacles on his future career path? But how did Zhang Ye see it? He didn't care at all. He just went ahead and did it. Just by that alone, they had no choice but take their hats off to him. Before long, the findings of the police investigation were released. Chaoyang District Police Station. Through our investigation, the suspicious man who appeared in the surveillance footage taken at the Olympic venue was indeed Zhang Ye. The preliminary judgment of the police department is that Zhang Ye entered the Olympic venue to return the staff pass, as he did not have the opportunity to do so after the opening ceremony ended the day before. In there, he got tripped by an unidentified object on the ground just as he was walking past the 5 foreign weightlifting referees. After comparison with the surveillance footage, Zhang Ye does appear to have lost his balance at that moment and kick-started a domino effect, where the 5 foreign referees fell to the ground after one of them was tripped by him. And on it went. The findings of the investigation went over 300 words. But the conclusion was summarized in just a word: accident. When the findings of the investigation were made public, many of the local citizens greatly praised it, giving a like for the Chaoyang police. Ha ha ha. Well done. The police are serving the people. They know how to spot right from wrong. That's right. It was just an accident. This case was judged wonderfully. That's right, that's right. It had nothing to do with Teacher Zhang. They're exceedingly right. I know that with Teacher Zhang's character, he would definitely not injure the referees at the Olympics venue on purpose. Teacher Zhang would never do something like that. Correct, he's a triple faculty professor of Peking University and Media College. He's an out-and-out intellectual. That's right, that's right. Teacher Zhang is a teacher of the people and a member of the party. How could he possibly do such a thing? We can't malign a good person. The police have finally cleared Teacher Zhang's name. The injustice has been redressed. A teacher of the people would not beat people up. The truth finally comes out. Teacher Zhang was wronged. My tears are overflowing. I'm so happy for Teacher Zhang. The people were talking about how righteous the outcome of the investigation was. But in reality, all of them were laughing their asses off on the inside. The injustice was redressed. They were happy for him. A teacher of the people would not beat people up? Bull fucking shit. Everyone knew in their heart of hearts that even an idiot could see that this was done by Zhang Ye on purpose. He wouldn't do something like that. If he wouldn't do something like that, then who would? This was exactly the kind of thing he loved doing. But nobody spoke what they thought. Instead, all of them were protesting this injustice against Zhang Ye, feeling deeply indignant about the misunderstanding that other people had of him. Yao Jiansai's Weibo, Xiaodong's Weibo, Hua Dongfang's Weibo. When many of those in the entertainment industry saw this, they nearly fainted. That's enough. That's really enough. Can you all not be so funny? In all of China, who does not know what kind of person Zhang Ye is? However, some foreign reporters actually got fooled by the findings of the Chaoyang District Police Station's investigation. Several foreign media outlets started reporting about this news. The English media, all a misunderstanding. The Russian media, the findings of the police investigation show that this is not a criminal case. The Portuguese media, let's turn our focus back to the Olympic events. But more of the foreign media did not believe it, especially the Australian and South Korean media. They reacted to this news in a frenzy. The American media, which naturally sided with their allies, also joined in the commotion and criticized the investigations angrily. A misunderstanding? An accident? Who are you trying to bluff? Only an idiot would believe that. The referees who got beaten up were even angrier as they did not agree with the outcome of the investigation. The Australian media: hand over the assailant. He must be severely punished for his actions. The American media: the American delegation demands an explanation from the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games. The South Korean media: the assault on the South Korean referee cannot just go unpunished, requesting that the Interpol take over the investigation. When the Chinese netizens saw this, they rolled their eyes. What Interpol? Do you think this is a terrorist attack? The American delegation even wants us to give an explanation. Do you treat yourselves as Interpol? However, there were also some Chinese media outlets that joined in the fray. A small tabloid: the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games should give an explanation to the International Olympic Committee. An online media outlet: Zhang Ye has really gone too far. A Chinese expert: fighting violence with violence never works. It only serves to worsen the conflict. A scholar from the education field even resorted to scaremongering. If the case of the injured international referees does not get handled properly, China will suffer a loss of respect in the international arena. The Beijing Olympics will become a laughing stock. A lot of people were supporting Zhang Ye. A lot of people were also scolding him. Each side had their views and reasoning. On the first day of the Olympic Games, all of the domestic and foreign media outlets, along with the people, were in an uproar. All of this was because of Zhang Ye, because of what he had done. It was an unprecedented occurrence. Zhang Ye had successfully stolen the headlines from the Olympics. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/international_olympic_committee. Chapter 1172. A shocking statement from the Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games. Chapter 1172. A shocking statement from the Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games. Translator: Leg. Editor: Leg. At night, public opinion was divided. What kind of experts do they think they are? They're even criticizing teacher Zhang. When the gold medal was taken away from us due to that incorrect call, why didn't any of them step forward? Yeah, all they know is how to talk crap. But Zhang Ye still shouldn't have tripped those referees. Zhang Ye only knows how to bring down our country's image. Get lost. Never mind that the foreigners are criticizing him. Even our own countrymen are also scolding him now. A scolding battle began. Countless people were engaged in a fiery war of words. The lights in Zhang Ye's studio were all on as everyone worked overtime to handle the emergency PR. There was someone using the studio's official Weibo account to make clarifications, while others contacted local PR agencies that they were familiar with in an attempt to divert the public's attention. They were hoping that it could limit the amount of negative press brought upon Zhang Ye by this incident. At this moment, Zhang Ye received an important call from the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games. It was also the first time a leader of the organizing committee was contacting Zhang Ye regarding this incident. The person on the other end of the line was the vice president of the organizing committee, Qi Yihai. He sounded quite serious over the phone. Qi Yihai said, "Professor Zhang." Zhang Ye simply replied, "President Qi." Qi Yihai said, "Do you know how big of a mess you've created?" "I know," Zhang Ye said calmly. Qi Yihai sighed and said, "The phone lines here at organizing committee are blowing up with complaints as well as inquiries from the foreign media. Even the International Olympic Committee is questioning us." Zhang Ye said, "This is down to my personal conduct and has nothing to do with you all." Qi Yihai said, "How can it not have anything to do with us? Did you really think that you were just an audience member? Did you think that you were just representing yourself? You were invited by us to be the Olympic opening ceremony's main lead and represent China by singing on stage. Every action of yours represents China and the Olympic image. But you were really great, huh? Did you think of the consequences before you did that? Look at the public's opinion right now. The foreign media is scolding you, while the local experts, academics, and commentators have also criticized you. Even if it's not for anything else, shouldn't you at least think about your own reputation? Attacking referees on the first day of the Olympics? I've really never heard of something like that happening before." Zhang Ye spoke in a casual tone. "Are you done talking?" Qi Yihai said, "Yes, I'm done." "Then it's my turn to speak." Zhang Ye's voice turned cold. You've never heard of referees getting attacked before? I've also never heard of such blatant and malicious decisions being made against the Chinese on the first day of the Olympics. Qi Yihai was stumped. Zhang Ye said loudly. The gold medal that was supposed to be ours was lost because of a malicious call by the referees. And we weren't even allowed to appeal or change their decision due to the regulations. So you all shouldn't be asking me whether I thought about the consequences. You all should be asking whether those referees thought about it. Zhang Ye's voice alarmed everyone in the studio. Everyone looked over in shock as they listened to Zhang Ye talking to the official from the organizing committee. Qi Yihai said, "We could have communicated and resolved this matter with the relevant associations. You can't just beat up people and try to be a hero." "I'm not trying to be a hero, nor am I a hero," Zhang Ye said in seriousness while holding his cell phone to his ear. "Look at the other Olympics and look at the Olympics that we're organizing. I don't know where the problem lies, and I don't know why our countrymen are so disliked by other countries. But how many mistaken calls in the history of the Olympics were resolved? How many cases were given an explanation in the end? Negotiate? Protest? What's the use of that? I can't control the things that happened in the past, but do you think I can just pretend not to see what happened in front of my eyes? I can't do that," Qi Yihai said in a low and serious voice. "Your leg has helped the common folk to vent their anger, but what about you? Look at how many people are criticizing you." Ha Qiqi looked over. Zhang Zhuo and the others looked Zhang Ye in the eyes. They heard Zhang Ye bluntly speak. "I'm fine with that. I've always believed that the people need an occasional hero and that someone would have to step forward when there's a need. I can be the hero they need when one else is willing to do so. Even if being that hero does not make me look good or causes me to get criticized for a lifetime. I'm fine with that. I'll just accept it." When he heard that, Qi Yihai suddenly went quiet. He suddenly realized that he could not retort to that, and even felt quite impressed. "You'll just accept it?" He knew how much that sentence from Zhang Ye meant. Qi Yihai realized that they had acted like a clown regarding this matter. Consequences? Effects? Responsibility? Pressure from the public's opinion? They were being too overly cautious and had too many considerations. Faced with Zhang Ye's, "I'll just accept it," Qi Yihai could not say another word. After hanging up, Qi Yihai suddenly smiled. He wanted to assuage the anger of the people even if it meant that he would be criticized for a lifetime. So this was Zhang Ye. Seeing was truly believing. The next day, the second day of the Olympics. Early in the morning, Zhang Ye was already awake. Or rather, he did not sleep much at all. He went out early to buy breakfast for those who were still working overtime in the office. "Come, let's have breakfast." "Thank you, Director Zhang." "Good morning, Director Zhang. You guys go ahead and eat breakfast. I need to get something done." Everyone had traces of tiredness on their faces. Zhang Ye was touched by the sight, but also felt bad. Because of his stubbornness, he had brought trouble to the people around him many times. Sometimes, even though Zhang Ye felt that he had a clear conscience about the things he did, he would feel somewhat apologetic whenever he thought of his friends, relatives, and colleagues around him. The netizens were still arguing online. The foreign media was still denouncing Zhang Ye. Doubting voices were everywhere as all accusations got directed at Zhang Ye. But at this moment, something happened that the local media and people could not have imagined. A sudden announcement shocked the world. The Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games issued a statement. After a study of the regulations, the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games has decided to unilaterally overturn the rule of having no appeal process in the weightlifting event, only applicable to the Beijing Olympics. After the organizing committee and the relevant international referees associations held an emergency meeting, we have decided the Australian referee, Cooper, will be banned for life while the South Korean referee, Man Gyu, along with 4 other weightlifting referees, will be suspended for two years as punishment. Accepted the appeal by the Chinese delegation with regards to the men's 62 kilograms weightlifting event. After thorough communication and discussion, Li Jiaxi will be awarded the gold medal, with the North Korean athlete's medal changed to silver. The 3 rulings shocked the entire world. The Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games had made its move. This action stunned countless people. The netizens were all stunned. What? Holy shit. This is too assertive. This is too fucking assertive. Oh my god. Is this true? When have we ever been so assertive? They unilaterally changed the regulations? Li Jiaxi has been awarded the gold medal after the appeal went through. The gold medal has been returned to the rightful champion? Ah, is that for real? Holy shit. Holy shit. The Beijing Organizing Committee has handled this beautifully. What is happening here? How could our organizing committee have possibly done something like that? Can someone tell me this is really happening? Am I dreaming or what? Damn, I'm crying. Me too. Why can't I stop crying? Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games. You are absolutely the best. You are so awesome. Here's a like for you from the people across the country. Well done. I'm so excited that I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Zhang Ye. Thank you, Beijing Organizing Committee. You're all heroes. All of you. The Chinese weightlifting team was dumbfounded. Li Jiaxi was crying tears of joy. He immediately posted on Weibo to thank his motherland. Many of the Chinese athletes liked the post. Many of the coaches applauded and cheered. Many of the citizens were simply in disbelief. At Zhang Ye's studio, Ha Qiqi was stunned. This, Zhang Zuo exclaimed, "What's going on?" Zhang Ye was also stunned at what he was seeing. He did not expect this either. A call came in. It was from Qi Yihai. Zhang Ye hurriedly picked it up. "Hello, President Qi." Qi Yihai said smilingly. "Have you seen the statement?" "Yes, holy shit. What are you all trying to do?" Zhang Ye asked dumbfoundedly. Qi Yihai said, "What do you mean by what are we trying to do? You were the one who stirred this up first. After my call to you yesterday, I thought for a very long time. Then, I conveyed everything that you said to me word for word to the higher-ups in a meeting. You saying that even if you get criticized for a lifetime, you'd just accept it was enough to leave us unable to criticize you any further. Professor Zhang, we can also do what you were willing to do. Since you weren't afraid of getting criticized, then our organizing committee will not be afraid of getting criticized either. We're the organizing committee for the Beijing Olympics. So how can we allow our athletes to get bullied in an Olympics held in our own backyard, in our own country? You're right. Isn't it just about getting criticized? Isn't it just about being doubted by the world media? We're not afraid of that either. We also accept it. When the people need us, we can be that hero too." Zhang Ye chuckled. "Thank you." Qi Yihai shook his head and said, "No, we should be the ones thanking you. Anyway, both you and our organizing committee will now have to bear the blame for the rest of our lives. When people speak of the Beijing Olympics in the future, there will definitely be countless foreign media outlets calling this the darkest Olympic Games ever. Beating up referees? Unilaterally changing the regulations? Switching the medal results? I think we will probably be remembered and criticized by a lot of people for the rest of our lives. You better be mentally prepared for it." But Zhang Ye belly laughed. "You all are the ones who should be mentally prepared. I've already been scolded by enough people to last 3 lifetimes for the things that I did in the past few years, so what am I afraid of?" Qi Yihai was tickled. "That's true. A heavy debt would not burden you any further." Chapter 1173. The Sports World's Friendly Attitude Towards Zhang Ye. Chapter 1173. The Sports World's Friendly Attitude Towards Zhang Ye. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games had made an earth-shattering move. A public statement issued by them pushed the entire Beijing Olympics into the public's consciousness. Going by the regulations of this world, the Olympic organizer had the authority to make certain changes to the rules or mete out punishments as they deemed fit. But no one could have expected that they would really enforce it. Even the Americans in their role as the world police had never changed the rules in any of their Olympic events like this. Moreover, this change was even made to the advantage of China itself. This was what made it even more shocking for everyone. Zhang Yuanqi gave a like. Yao Jinkai gave a like. Zhang Xia gave a like too. There were only cheers throughout the country. Everyone was overjoyed with this decision. This should have been how it was. Yeah, it should have been this way at the beginning. Well changed and well punished. Ha ha ha, banned for life. Well done. Let's see who still dares to deliberately target us during our Olympics. This is such an important statement. I never expected that our country would do such a shocking thing. Even now, I can't believe this is happening. It happened. It really happened. Cheering? Jumping in joy. Just these words alone were unable to describe the current feelings of the Chinese people. After suppressing their pent-up anger for a day, they could finally vent it all. They were all flowing with happiness from head to toe. When they were faced with such incorrect calls and deliberate malicious decisions in the past, there was nothing they could do about it. Other than protesting, it was still only protesting. Then what? After that, everything would remain the same. The protests did not change anything. But this time, they were the organizers of the Olympics in Beijing. As the saying goes, every dog has its day. The wheel of fortune keeps on turning. Now that it was China's turn to hold the Olympics, the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games used a world-shocking public statement to inform everyone. This is our take on things. They could feel a sense of pride. But at the same time, the foreign media started criticizing the actions. The English media, what? What is happening? The American media, the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games has made a shocking and unacceptable decision. The South Korean media, strongly protesting the organizers for siding with their own people. The Japanese media, unbelievable. This is the darkest moment in the history of the Olympics. The Australian media, banned for life, changing the medal results. People across the world also reacted fiercely, especially those in Australia, South Korea, and several other countries. The Australians, shit cunts. The Chinese are too despicable. How can they handle things this way? Where's the sportsmanship? Where's the Olympic spirit? Unilaterally changing the regulations, an action like this is just too despicable. The South Koreans, they skipped over the referees and changed the gold medal winner? How could they suspend our weightlifting referee? I'm so mad about this. The Chinese decision has made us furious. It's a conspiracy. The Canadians, they're abusing their authority to benefit themselves. This decision has an even more negative impact than the referees getting beaten up. What are the Olympics organizers doing? I strongly object to this. This decision is a joke. The foreign media and citizens were scolding as well. There was no longer much attention given to the referees being injured in the Olympic venue. The focus of the public's opinion had turned to the statement issued by the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games. Everyone was now discussing and questioning the action it took. Many of the foreign Olympic delegations and athletes were having none of it as they protested to the International Olympic Committee. The athletes from the Australian delegation were the fiercest in leading the protest and even threatened to collectively withdraw from the Games. Perhaps due to pressure or some other motives, the International Olympic Committee also came forward to declare, regarding the organizers' unilateral decision, we hereby express our puzzledness and condemnation of their actions. When many of the country's delegations had this statement from the International Olympic Committee to back them up, their criticism became even louder. However, the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games ignored them and did not withdraw their statement. They even held the make-up medal ceremony for the men's 62 kilograms weightlifting event the next day before the Olympic events began. In the presence of the media reporters from every country, the Chinese athlete, Li Jiaxi, was awarded the gold medal. Faced with all kinds of pressure from the public's opinion, the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games still went about doing things their way. The officials from the organizing committee also clearly indicated to the media present that their decision would remain unchanged. Their decision was set in stone. Everyone was left helpless by the Beijing Organizing Committee's forceful stance. As they were not the organizers, it did not matter how much they protested or cursed. The final decision on this issue was still up to the organizer at the end. The Olympics would still continue. The competition would still go on. And the Australian delegation was definitely not going to back out from the Games either. That afternoon, Zhang Ye was humming the song, "Beijing Welcomes You," as he walked into the Olympic venue. He was here to return the work pass that he was given previously and to settle the issue of the accident involving the referees. The events held in the morning had already ended while the events scheduled for the afternoon had not begun yet. Some of the foreign athletes were warming up and practicing. When they saw Zhang Ye, many of them could recognize him. "Look, it's him. God damn it. I really want to teach him a lesson." A large, muscular Australian swimmer angrily at Zhang Ye. He looked like he wanted to charge at him, but was stopped by his teammates. A group of foreign referees were also glowering at Zhang Ye. It looked like they were trying to put on a show of force against Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye ignored them as he slowly walked over. The Australian and South Korean swim referees continued to stare at him. Zhang Ye glanced at them and was kind of irritated by their stares. When he walked past them, He suddenly stopped in his tracks and stretched out his leg. The foreign referees were given a huge scare as they jumped away in fright, as though they had gotten their tails stepped on. Everyone saw the video yesterday and had a deep impression of Zhang Ye's leg of God. When they saw him stretching out his leg again, they were just like birds getting startled by the mere twang of a bow one. One of the Australian swim referees even tripped over his own feet and fell to the floor. "What are you doing?" The referees all looked infuriated. However, Zhang Ye lowered his head and knelt down to adjust his shoelaces before getting up to walk away. Tying his shoelaces? The foreign referees nearly vomited blood. They knew that he did this on purpose and were furious. At the same time, they felt a little embarrassed. He was only tying his shoelaces and did not do anything to them. But they were so scared they nearly shat their pants, with one person even falling to the ground. Fuck. This person was too wicked. Many athletes and referees looked at Zhang Ye and gnashed their teeth in hatred. How could Lillian, the most beautiful woman in Britain, have performed on the same stage with such a hooligan? Not far away off in front of him, many Chinese athletes and coaches came face to face with him. When they saw Zhang Ye, they were a little stunned. Zhang Ye noticed them as well. Some of them were from the swim team. Some of them were from the diving team. Zhang Ye did not say anything and just walked over. He had been locked in a fierce struggle with the sports world during the scolding battle back then. As so many of the athletes and coaches were scolded by him at that time, the relationship between the two sides has always been poor. When Zhang Ye was appointed to perform in the Olympics opening ceremony, many of those from the sports world had protested against it. That was why Zhang Ye did not plan on greeting them. He just pretended not see them as he walked past. But even though he ignored them, they said something. A female swimmer smiled as she waved to him. "Professor Zhang." Zhang Ye was stunned and instinctively replied, "Hey." Beside her, a diving coach warmly nodded his head at him. "Good afternoon, Teacher Zhang." "Ah, good afternoon," Zhang Ye said dumbfounded. "Where are you heading?" "The police asked me to come and settle yesterday's matter." "Will you be all right?" I'll be fine." Along the way, as long as a Chinese athlete or coach encountered Zhang Ye, they would greet and acknowledge him. There were even some very enthusiastic athletes who came over to make small talk with him. Zhang Ye was really unprepared for this. It seemed like the domestic sports world had suddenly changed their attitude towards him overnight. Chapter 1174, Zhang Ye's Olympic Commentary. Chapter 1174, Zhang Ye's Olympic Commentary. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the fourth day of the Olympics, after 3 days of scolding by all the different parties, the issue began to subside. Zhang Ye, who was sleeping in late, finally woke up at 11 a.m. After he got up, he went straight out to the living room and saw his parents watching the Olympics on TV. "Dad, Mom, how many do we have?" "We just got another one today. And in total, 6 gold medals." "That's not much, is it?" "Yeah, the performance this year is just average. We threw away our chances in several of the events." "Hi, do you want to eat something?" "No, I'm going back to the studio to have a look." "Oh yes, the swimming finals will be happening in a few days. Get us a few extra tickets." I'll try." Noon. At Zhang Ye's studio, everyone was busy working. When Zhang Ye arrived, Zhang Zhua, smiling, came to him with several documents for him and discussed the work that had been done over the past few days. "Director Zhang, the issue of you tripping the referees has more or less been resolved. The police pretty much leaned toward our side and have already settled it for us. The suspended referees have also returned home and did not make any comments regarding the incident. We were lucky the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games issued that statement this time. That diverted away all of the heat on you and subsequently lightened the impact of the incident." Zhang Ye browsed through the documents. "Good." Zhang Zhua pointed at it and said, "This is your popularity score curve over the past few days. Your domestic popularity score has increased by quite a bit again. Although you're still in first place on the A-list rankings, your popularity score has been rising very quickly. This chart over here shows your Asian celebrity ranking, where you've also experienced an increase in your score. We've analyzed the main reason for this to be because of a large number of people around Asia who got to know about you through that incident. Regarding your international ranking, as they only publish data for celebrities who are at least an international C-lister, we can't find out more. But according to our analysis, it is definitely trending up as well. If your popularity in the country and Asia constantly keeps rising, there's no reason why there wouldn't be any changes in the international rankings. But for now, there's no indication of that. In summary, the situation for you now is pretty good overall. Not only did you not get burnt this time, you even increased your visibility on the international scene. I guess we can still consider that a blessing. The only issue is your reputation. I don't think we can really turn that around in the short term. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "All right, I got it." Little Wang also came over. "Director Zhang, these are invitations to collaborate on projects that we've received in the past few days." "Okay, let me have a look at them." Zhang Ye went through them. Having a team was really very efficient. There was always going to be someone around to help him deal with things like popularity analysis and project negotiations. This saved Zhang Ye a lot of worry and greatly improved his work productivity. Hachichi came down from upstairs. "What project would you like to take on next?" "I haven't thought of it yet." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "What do you guys suggest?" Hachichi and Zhang Ye gave each other a look. Hachichi said, "We had a discussion about this, actually. During these 2 weeks the Olympics are held. Anything we try to do will probably end up being insignificant. Nothing can take attention away from the Olympics, after all." Zhang Ye said, "Why don't we accept some advertisement campaigns related to the Olympics then? We can earn some money from that, and also rub off a little on the Olympics hype." Zhang Ye threw his hands up and said, "Have you guys been watching any TV lately? The ad campaigns have all gone to the athletes. Their contracts were probably negotiated several months in advance. So do you think that there will be anything left for me? After all, I'm not an athlete, so I'm not really going to have a chance. We should think of something else." Wu Yi said, "How about producing a new show? That's our rice bowl, after all." Zhang Ye asked, "What offers do we have?" Wu Yi said, "Only a few not-so-popular satellite channels approached us. But after we took a look at their proposals, we didn't find them to be too ideal." Little Wang giggled and said, "Director Zhang, how about releasing a new song? We can shoot a music video to try for the charts and help increase your popularity. I really like your songs. They're all so good. Produce a show? Shoot a music video? Hold a concert? Take on an acting project? Do an advertisement campaign?" Everyone was throwing out all kinds of ideas onto the table. But Zhang Ye still did not make a decision. He always had very high standards for the kind of work he would take, so there were more considerations he had to think about. An athlete had a limited sporting lifespan, and their peak when they were in their best physical and competitive state would only last a few years. This was the same for a celebrity too. He always believed that there was a time for everything. If he waited until he was older and missed the opportunity, he wouldn't be able to do those things again even if he wanted to. For example, when he did Ghost Blows Out the Light on radio in the past, the audience were all very receptive to it, and all of them only had praise for the program. But if Zhang Ye spent another 1 or 2 months doing nothing but telling supernatural ghost stories on radio nowadays, that would obviously not work out, and the audience would probably not look forward to it. Either, this was what it meant by a time and place for everything. So he always considered every job offer that he received very carefully, as he wanted to ensure that he would be able to provide as much variety to the audience as he could give. So what could he do during this Olympic period? Or should he wait until the Olympic Games were over to decide? While he was thinking about it, the doorbell suddenly rang. Little Wang went to answer the door. Teacher Yu?" The visitor was Zhang Ye's old classmate and a current host at Central TV Sports Channel, Yuingyi. "Hi." Yuingyi waved and smiled. The studio staff were also very friendly toward her. All of them knew that she was Director Zhang's good friend and classmate from his university days, so they wouldn't treat her like they would treat a client. Little Wang went to pour some tea for her. Zhang Ye beckoned for her to take a seat. "What brings you here today?" Yuingyi smiled and said, "I just came to visit my old classmate. Am I not welcome?" "How could that be? Since I have nothing much to do anyway, why don't we chat over a drink? Beer or Chardonnay? Merlot or whiskey? I have everything here," Zhang Ye said joyfully. Yuingyi rolled her eyes. "Who wants to day drink with you? I'm here for business. I still have commentary to do when I get back in the afternoon. It's the Olympics period. Do you really think that I'm that free?" Zhang Ye knew that she'd come with an agenda. "Tell me about it then. I'm listening." Little Wang brought the tea over. Yuingyi was not bothered that the tea was still hot. She brought the teacup up to her mouth and blew at it before drinking. After she put the teacup down, she looked at Zhang Ye. Didn't you say you have nothing much to do these days? Zhang Ye blinked. Yeah, why? Ye smiled. I have an offer. Do you want to accept it? Zhang Ye chuckled. Tell me about it first, and I'll consider it. Look at how careful you're being. Ye giggled. Would I try to harm you? It's definitely something good. Why don't you promise me first, and I'll tell you more about it? Zhang Ye curled his lips. I can't do that. Ye grumbled. If you don't promise me first, I won't tell you about it. Zhang Ye gestured to the outside of the reception room. Little Wang, please see our guest out. Ye got anxious. Yeah, are you really going to chase me out like this? All right, I'll tell you. Zhang Ye smiled, but did not say anything. Ye's next words stunned him. Ye looked at him. Do you want to become an Olympic commentator? Don't joke. Zhang Ye waved her off. What do you mean by joking? Ye said. It's true. Central TV Sports Channel has suddenly decided to recruit an outside host and commentator. Do you want to take the role? Zhang Ye was startled. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Ye gave him a look. Zhang Ye was quite happy. This sounds like an interesting job, but why did you guys decide to approach me? Ye said. Because you're really popular at the moment. Zhang Ye said. But my relationship with Central TV is not good. I don't care about that. This time, it's Central TV Sports Channel that's inviting you to join us. Whatever fight and disagreements you have with Central TV Department 1 and the station heads have nothing to do with us, right? When you were battling against Peter Go, our department was giving you the most positive of coverage and promoting you throughout the entire event. We don't have any enmity with you and also did not take part in the scolding battle against you with Department 1, right? Ye said. Zhang Ye shrugged. I don't remember that. Ye didn't know how to respond. Zhang Ye looked at her. Are your guys' viewership ratings doing badly? Ye became very embarrassed. How did you know? If the viewership rating goals had been met, how could the sports channel possibly risk inviting me to join as a host? You have to know, my reputation has never been good before, and it's even worse at Central TV. Zhang Ye understood the situation very clearly. Was it due to the gold medal tally being too low in recent days that led to the viewership ratings dropping? Ye gave a bitter laugh. Dropping? The viewership rating for our live coverage on the first day was over 40% and even reached a high of 50%. Later on, after the fuss that you kicked up, and with the statement issued by the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games, a lot of the subsidiary news had stolen away the attention from our coverage. Coupled with the decreased amount of gold medals and Team China performing below average, the viewership ratings plummeted. Do you know what the internal estimates for today's ratings are? The off-peak viewership rating went as low as 25%, and the peak estimate was only 37%. Zhang Ye said, that's not too bad then. A Bite of China and The Voice only managed how much in the nationwide viewership ratings? It's at most 10% of what you guys are getting. But this is the Olympics. Ye said angrily. It's even the Beijing Olympics, so how can you compare it with those reality shows? It would definitely be much higher rated than your shows. She then took out a contract. Ye pushed it to him. Have a look at the contract that we prepared for you. Zhang Ye said with a laugh. I'm too lazy to flip through all that. Just tell me, what do you guys expect from me? Ye said, nothing much. As long as you're willing to join us, everything can be discussed. What the station wants now is for our channel to increase the ratings. During the commentary, you can freely express yourself as you like as long as it's within certain limits. Just don't go beyond the boundaries. We're just about 10 days away from the closing ceremony. You'll be paired as my partner, and there might also be retired athletes or coaches joining us for the commentary segments. We'll be in charge of the show every day from 1 to 4 p.m. All the other time slots will be handled by the other commentary teams. We won't have to worry about those, so the actual working time isn't really that much on average. Zhang Ye asked, where will we be working from? Ye said, at the live coverage studio in the Olympic grounds. Zhang Ye asked, when do I start? Ye said, tomorrow. Zhang Ye nodded. Then he looked through the glass partition and clapped his hands. Little Wang came into the room and said, Director Zhang? Give me a pen, Zhang Ye said. Okay. Little Wang brought one over very quickly. Zhang Ye lowered his head and signed the contract. Then he pushed it back to Ye with a smile. Is that all? Ye took the contract. Aren't you at least going to read it? Zhang Ye said, I trust you well enough, don't I? All right, I get it. I better hurry back and let them know about this. Ye smiled happily and said, come over early tomorrow. I'll familiarize you. Zhang Ye said, feeling amused. Do I really need to be? When I started doing live broadcasts, you hadn't even joined Central TV. Whoa. Ye quipped, this young man talks really big. Let's see what you're capable of tomorrow then. After she left, Zhang Ye also came out of the reception room. Little Wang had obviously let everyone else know about the contract. Ha Chi quickly asked, Director Zhang, what's going on? What is that contract about? Zhang Zhe asked in a startled manner. Everyone crowded around him. Zhang Ye calmly explained, oh, Central TV Sports Channel has invited me to take part in their live coverage for the Olympics as a host and commentator. I'll be starting work tomorrow. Everyone screamed excitedly. Ha Chi said in surprise, what? Zhang Zhe said, such a good deal exists? This is great, this is great. Little Wang said joyfully. Zhang Ye also laughed. Yeah, so how can I not take this job, right? Earlier, he was thinking about what he wanted to do next. But there was no need to think anymore. During the Olympics, nothing would garner more attention than the Olympics itself. The live coverage of the Olympics on Central TV Sports Channel was a show that had the craziest viewership ratings compared to any other show. He had put in so much work for The Voice, and what was its nationwide viewership ratings? At most 2% or so. At most 2% or so. He had given so much effort for A Bite of China, and what was its nationwide viewership ratings? At most 3% or so. But for the live coverage of the Olympics, the nationwide viewership ratings would easily start off with at least 30% as the base ratings, and it could get even higher than that. This was not even comparable to what he had achieved so far, so he definitely had to take this job. Furthermore, he would treat it very seriously and put in the effort to make sure it worked. If he could do well here, it would probably help boost his domestic popularity rankings by a very great deal. Besides, as Zhang Ye had never done any sports commentary before, he really liked the idea of having a fresh challenge. Regarding this point, the citizens were also very receptive to it. It was as though everyone really enjoyed watching Zhang Ye cross over into all the various types of professions. Chapter 1175. Zhang Ye commentates the Olympics, Part 1 of 5. Chapter 1175. Zhang Ye commentates the Olympics, Part 1 of 5. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, it was the 5th day of the Olympics. Zhang Ye practically pulled an all-nighter by himself in the studio to research his new role for today. He had listened to commentary for an event from the last Olympics while his desk was littered with all kinds of information, such as the detailed schedules and rules of each event, the referees' judging criteria, the world records for the events, the athletes' best results, the likelihood of someone winning a medal, etc. Zhang Ye had spent the entire night going through the thick stack of information prepared for him by his staff. If one wanted to go on a live broadcast to commentate the Olympics, it wouldn't be possible without a foundation. Zhang Ye knew that he had to at least do some basic research to be ready for it. Since he accepted the job, he wouldn't go into it without making preparations. The phone rang. It was his mother. You didn't come home yesterday. Night, Zhang Ye said. I was kept busy at the office. His mother asked, why didn't you call then? Are you coming back later? Probably at night. I have some work to handle during the day, Zhang Ye said with a laugh. Oh, Mom, remember to watch the Olympics live coverage this afternoon at 1. Let Dad know too. His mother wondered, what for? Zhang Ye said, haha, you'll know after watching. In the morning, the official Weibo of Zhang Ye's studio also posted an announcement. At Zhang Ye Studio. Everyone, please remember to catch the live coverage of the Olympics this afternoon at 1 p.m. There will be a surprise in store. The netizens were also unsure of what this meant. The Olympics live coverage? What surprise? I don't understand. What do they mean? Are they doing a promotion for the Olympics? I heard that Central TV Sports Channel's viewership ratings these days have dropped a lot. Several key people at Central TV are panicking, and the hosts are also reminding everyone to pay more attention to the developments of the Olympic Games. After all, this is the first time our country is hosting it. It wouldn't look nice if the ratings are too low. That's because our performance this year isn't that good. Yeah, I didn't really pay much attention to it. I'm still watching. No matter how badly they're performing, I'll support our athletes. I wonder what Zhang Ye's studio is hinting with that announcement. Everyone felt rather confused. Just before noon. In the Olympic grounds, Zhang Ye arrived at Central TV's live coverage studio. The morning's events had ended, and there was a short break at noon. The staff were all eating box lunches, with some of them eating and reading their transcripts simultaneously as they prepared for the afternoon's events. "Ingy," Zhang Ye greeted. Yingyi lightly pushed aside her box lunch and looked up. "You're here? Have you eaten?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Not yet." Yingyi immediately called out, "Get Teacher Zhang some food too." A staff member quickly brought over a box lunch for him. "Thanks." Zhang Ye didn't say anything else and immediately pulled over a chair to sit down. Then he began eating with relish. When a lot of the people in the studio saw Zhang Ye, they gave him several more looks as it was their first time meeting a legendary figure like him. Yingyi also gave him a look. "You're such a big shot. Why are you still eating box lunches like the rest of us?" Zhang Ye was amused and waved around the box in his hands. "Why can't I eat this? The food provided here is already quite good. Back when I was filming on location for A Bite of China, we didn't even get something like this. We were always freeloading off of the locals, and those millet pancakes were so hard to chew that we couldn't even get them down our throats with water. Her. If you think that this box lunch is bad, you guys would probably have starved to death if you went along with us for those shoots." Yingyi laughed. "I always thought that you led a pampered life." "Oh, come on," Zhang Ye said with a laugh. "I've only been going through hardship all these years." At this time, the executives of the Central TV sports channel arrived. One of the executives said pleasantly and cheerfully, "Teacher Zhang, we're depending on you this time." Zhang Ye held the box lunch in his left hand and extended his right to shake hands with the executive. Then they had a simple exchange regarding the later work matters. The executive asked, "Has Little Yu briefed you yet? Are you familiar with the requirements of your role?" Zhang Ye replied, "More or less." Another executive said nervously, "Don't take it so lightly, Teacher Zhang. We're depending on you to help increase the viewership ratings. You've never done any sports hosting before, so you'll be lacking much of the foundation." He quickly took out a large stack of documents. "This is an overview of the events taking place this afternoon and the related information. There's a list of who the previous gold medalists were and what the best records for each event are. It's all written in here. Please take a look so that you won't get it wrong later." Zhang Ye took the documents from him and flipped through them. Then he returned them to him and said, "There's no need for these. I've already memorized all of the information and statistics related to the Olympics." Yingyi was taken aback. "How did you memorize it?" "I just did," Zhang Ye said. "In all the time that I've done hosting, I've never needed a script." The people around also looked at Zhang Ye in disbelief. Everyone in Central TV knew that Zhang Ye had never depended on using scripts before, but this was not exactly like the shows he'd done in the past. This was live coverage for the Olympics, and it involved a great amount of statistics that were just too detailed to be memorized. And then, there were a whole lot of foreign names involved. So who could possibly remember all of that information? Not even a professional sports commentator like Yingyi could do it. Yingyi asked in distrust, "Who is the world record holder for the women's hammer throw?" "Irina." "And the distance?" 81.05 meters. "Who had the best result in the men's pole vault this year?" "Robert, with a height of 6.1 meters. In the women's balance beam, who is ranked 11th in the world?" "Japanese athlete Toyama Yoko." Someone quickly went to check in disbelief. 11th? Who is it? Holy shit. It's really Toyama Yoko. Only silence could be heard. Then, Yingyi cried out, "You've really memorized everything?" Everyone looked at Zhang Ye like they had seen a ghost. Him memorizing the world record holders or the best results of the year was acceptable. That was because those disciplines were some of the most popular and anticipated events. But how the fuck did he remember so clearly who the world number 11 was in the balance beam? How could this memory of yours be so good? Zhang Ye simply shrugged and finished up the last bit of his lunch. "What did you think I was doing spending the entire night awake? I am a professional host, so don't doubt the foundations of my professionalism." Yingyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "But aren't you being way too professional like this? Does that mean that I'm just an amateur?" Everyone here was utterly convinced. The executive gave him a thumbs up. "Professor Zhang is indeed worthy of his reputation. He is indeed the smartest person to come along in a century. I've truly broadened my horizons today. We were still worried that you would be unfamiliar with doing live coverage for sports, but it seems like we were worried for nothing." You're truly such a great professional. Amazing. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Don't say that. I'm just performing my duty so that I can get paid. Since I've already accepted the role, I'll definitely want to do it well. Don't worry about it. If you guys have any suggestions, you can mention them to me as well. The executive nodded and said, We might have been covering the Olympics too traditionally, too old-fashioned, too outdated. The expectations of the audience these days are getting higher and higher, so the things they like are different from the past. We've analyzed that other than our country's delegation not performing to their potential, those factors are also part of the reason why the viewership ratings kept dropping. We've invited you this time as we also wish to make some changes and implement some new ideas to the commentary. Zhang Ye nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. By appointing Zhang Ye as an Olympic commentator, the Central TV Sports Channel was taking an enormous risk. They had discussed it for an entire day during their meeting before finally making this decision. This was a very bold attempt, but what would it lead to? Nobody knew. Chapter 1176. Zhang Ye commentates the Olympics, Part 2 of 5. Chapter 1176. Zhang Ye commentates the Olympics, Part 2 of 5. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At noon, everything was set up and ready in the live coverage studio. The professional athlete invited by the Central TV Sports Channel had arrived. It was the former table tennis Grand Slam winner Bao Han. She had been retired for many years. Sister Bao. Yuingyi nodded at her. Bao Han smiled and said, Teacher Yu. The two of them had commentated together many times and were very familiar with each other. But when Bao Han saw that there was another person sitting in the live coverage studio, she was taken aback for a moment. She clearly knew who he was because it was just impossible not to know him. In all of China, who did not know the famous Zhang Ye? But it was obvious that Bao Han had not expected Zhang Ye to be here today. The retired athletes who appeared on the show to provide commentary were usually only participating as guests. Sometimes it would be her, sometimes it would be other people, and there was also a chance that they would make a last-minute switch. This lineup was often not fixed, so she didn't know about the changes to the internal arrangements of Central TV Sports Channel's commentators and other affairs. It was also likely that Central TV Sports Channel had not informed her beforehand due to the awkwardness surrounding the situation. After all, the table tennis team was the cause of the battle between Zhang Ye and the sports world that had shocked the nation. Zhang Ye nodded at her. Yuingyi quickly said, The three of us will be teaming up for today's show. Bao Han acknowledged her and looked at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye looked back at her. Bao Han smiled and went forward with hand reached out. Hello, Professor Zhang. Hello. Zhang Ye stood up to shake her hand. There's still about half an hour before we go live. Shall we get to know each other a little first? That will help us work better later. Bao Han said, I already know you pretty well. Zhang Ye was surprised. Oh, are you? Yes, we have argued on Weibo before, Bao Han said with a smile. Zhang Ye said, Did we? Yuingyi was taking a sip of water and nearly choked. Cough, cough. Bao Han said helplessly. Yes, we did. When you declared war on the sports world during the new year, a few hundred of us responded and scolded you back. But as it was, none of us could outscold you. At all. That's why I said it's not our first time interacting. You don't even know how aggravated we were over that matter at the time. But we shouldn't bring that up again and just let bygones be bygones. Just for that leg of God that you played on the first day of the Olympics, we'll write off all the unpleasantness from before. That trip of the referee was such a release. You've scolded us once, but also taken the blame for us once. So that makes us even. Only now that she realized they were in the studio, so she asked, the cameras are not recording this, are they? The camera operator laughed and said, No. Bao Han wasn't good looking, but her temperament was rather interesting. Yuingyi was really afraid that the two would come to blows, but it looked like she had been worried for nothing. Then shall we go through the script together? Okay. The two women exchanged whispers with each other. Zhang Ye did not take part in the exchange since he did not have any lines. It was almost time. Zhang Ye's mother turned on the television. It's starting. His father said, What did our son mean by that? Who knows? He only said to watch the Olympic live coverage in the afternoon. That's all, his mother said. His father nodded. Then let's just watch it. At old Yao's house, Yao Mi shouted, It's starting, it's starting. Yao Jinkai asked, What's on in the afternoon? Ping pong. It's the women's quarterfinals match, Yao Mi said. Old Yao's Wife said, "Oh, that's not interesting. It's a guaranteed win. But we still have to watch it." Yao Mi said, "That's the result everyone is expecting as well. But if no one watches it, then how bad would the viewership ratings for the Beijing Olympics be?" Yao Jinkai said in amusement, "All right, let's watch." Zhang Ye's first uncle's house. The fall semester hadn't started yet, so the three sisters had gathered here. Wow, it's starting. Time to watch the Olympics. It's the table tennis event today. Meanwhile, a lot of others had also turned on their televisions. Some people were watching the live coverage on their cell phones in the subway. Some people had secretly launched their web browsers to watch the Olympics at work. But of course, there were also many others who did not really pay attention to today's events. They did not think that would be any surprises, and since it wasn't the finals yet, there was less attention given to it. The live coverage began. After the introductory music played, the cameras cut to the live coverage studio. Yu Yingyi appeared on screen. "Welcome, everyone, to the Olympics live coverage studio. I am Yu Yingyi, and the women's table tennis quarterfinals match will be starting in 5 minutes. The match will be between the current world number 2, China's Sun Linlin, and the current world number 13, Japan's Kaki Aoi." The opening commentary did not seem any different than before, but with the following introduction, all of the viewers watching TV burst into an uproar. Yu Yingyi smiled and said, "First, let us introduce today's guest that everyone should know, Bao Han." The camera cut to her. Bao Han waved. "Hello, everyone." Then Yu Yingyi said, "Next up, we have a new guest commentator who will be joining me to cover the Olympics live from today onwards, the famous host, Zhang Ye." The camera cut to him. Zhang Ye's smiling face appeared. "Hello to our viewers and friends." His mother pointed at the television dumbfounded. "Little Yi." His father was stunned. "It's Little Yi." His eldest younger sister exclaimed. "Ah." His third sister shouted, "It's brother." "Brother's on TV." Yao Jinkai said, "What?" Yao Mi got extremely excited. "Teacher Zhang has become an Olympic commentator?" Old Yao's wife sat down. "This will be interesting. I'll watch as well." Everyone on the internet went crazy as well. How could this be? Damn, did I see that wrong? How did Zhang Ye go and become a commentator? Well, he's already a host to begin with. But this is sports commentary we're talking about. He has no experience in this. Isn't he on very bad terms with the sports world? Why did they invite him onto the show? And he's even going to commentate on table tennis. This looks like it's going to be really interesting. Everyone, quickly come and watch. Zhang Ye is going to commentate for the Olympics. My God. Are you serious? Yeah, it's true. The live coverage is happening right now. No wonder Zhang Ye's studio sent out a Weibo post like that. Teacher Zhang has a new job. This is a huge job. How surprising. Damn, quickly go and watch. It's starting. We must watch it just because Zhang Ye's on it. The news spread from there like wildfire. The media was surprised. The netizens were surprised. Everyone was astonished, bewildered, confounded by Zhang Ye's appearance. A lot of people who weren't intending to watch the afternoon match were now turning on their televisions at the same time. This was the appeal that an A-list celebrity had. Without needing to say anything, just by showing themselves or having their names mentioned, it would be able to attract countless sets of eyeballs. This was one of the reasons why Central TV Sports Channel had taken the risk to invite Zhang Ye to commentate for them. An A-list celebrity like this always meant a high viewership rating. But of course, whether they could hold the viewers' interest and retain them by keeping them watching would have to depend on the ability of the commentator. The attention that the live coverage was getting soared. Everyone wanted to see how Zhang Ye's commentary would be different from others. In fact, even the staff of the Central TV Sports Channel wanted to know. The few executives and most of the staff, along with the camera operators, were all eagerly paying attention to the live coverage studio. The cameras cut to the competition venue. Yu Yingyi said, "All right, the match has started." Bao Han said, "Seems like Sun Linlin's form today will be pretty good." "Is that so?" Zhang Ye asked. Bao Han said, "Yes, she looks very excited for today's game, and her body is quite relaxed as well." Zhang Ye said, "Then let's wait and see." 1-0, 5-0, 7-1, 11-2. Sun Linlin used just 4 minutes to take the first game. It was too fast. It was too easy. Yu Yingyi said, "Great showing." Bao Han smiled and said, "Sun Linlin's form is in great shape." Zhang Ye said helplessly, This is my first time commentating, and I was prepared to do this for at least an hour. But why does it look like the match will be decided in 20 minutes? Yue smiled. There are practically no opponents who are a match for the Chinese table tennis team nowadays. But Zhang Ye said, they definitely still have opponents. Yue was startled. There are still opponents? Japan? South Korea? Baohan also gave Zhang Ye a look as she wondered what he was going to say. Zhang Ye looked at them curiously and said, isn't it quite obvious? The Chinese table tennis team only has one opponent, the ITTF2. From the minimum height of the ball toss, to the red and black sides of a racket, then changing the size of the ball, and the change from the 21-point to 11-point scoring system. All of those were introduced to make it more difficult for the Chinese team to win. But it doesn't seem like any of those changes were effective. I wonder what the ITTF will try to pull off next. Baohan laughed. Uffed. Yue was tickled pink as well. The home viewers. The only opponent they have is the ITTF? I'm cramping up from laughing. As a comedian, this guy is too professional. The second game began. Yue said, Sun Linlin will be serving. It's no good, she faulted. Baohan said, the quality of this service was not good. Kaki always scored a point with the return serve. However, Zhang Ye loudly applauded. Beautiful. Baohan was floored. Yue asked in surprise. Teacher Zhang, whose side are you on? Zhang Ye said, of course I'm with Team China. Then why are you applauding and calling it beautiful when the other team scored a point? Yue said in a speechless manner. Zhang Ye's reply left everyone speechless. It's exactly because of that I'm hoping for our Chinese team to drop a few more points. That would give the other countries' athletes the illusion that they have a chance of winning against us. Otherwise, if we keep playing like this, I'll be afraid that table tennis might get removed from future Olympics. The camera operator cramped up in laughter. Baohan laughed out loud on camera. The viewers were also roaring with laughter. I've got to give it to this fella. What a joker. Is it all right to commentate this way? Before long, the match was brought to an end. Sun Linlin was victorious and raised her racket in celebration. Baohan said, Linlin looks very happy with her performance. Zhang Ye added, yes, but she's actually not feeling happy about it. She's just acting like she is. Otherwise, that would make her opponent look really bad. Sun Linlin is an excellent athlete and knows how to be considerate to her opponent. I guess that's what you'd call Olympic spirit and good sportsmanship. Today, everyone should know of this athlete named Sun Linlin. This act of celebration with her racket in the air is really too touching. Baohan. Yue. She was truly happy about her performance, all right? When did she ever mean it the way you described? Touching? Your sister. Where the heck are you getting that idea from? 1. A Grand Slam is earned by a player who wins singles crowns at the Olympic Games, World Championships, and World Cup. 2. International Table Tennis Federation. Chapter 1177. Zhang Ye commentates the Olympics, Part 3 of 5. Chapter 1177. Zhang Ye commentates the Olympics, Part 3 of 5. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that afternoon, in the table tennis stadium, Sun Linlin was wiping off her sweat when her teammates and coaches surrounded her. A teammate said, good showing. Sun Linlin said confidently, I just played like I normally would. The women's team head coach laughed and said, Linlin, you're going viral. Sun Linlin said in a stunned manner, How can that be? You're really going viral. Her teammates also laughed loudly. But it's just the quarterfinals, not the finals. Sun Linlin was very confused. What did they mean by she was going viral? I've won the championship many times, but I've never gone viral all those times. Table tennis had always been a strong event for China, so winning first place was always expected. The people were so used to it that they didn't really care anymore. Check it out online. Go and watch the replay of your match. In the players' lounge, Sun Linlin nearly fainted after watching her own match on her teammate's cell phone. Her teammate said in amusement, how was it? The viewers were totally tickled by it. Sun Linlin said with a wry smile, who could have expected that Zhang Ye would go to the live coverage studio and poke fun at me? Her teammate burst into laughter. Zhang Ye's commentary was so cool. He stung the ITTF with his sarcastic remarks and praised us so much. About that playing it up skit he performed, I've decided that I'll forgive him. She snatched her cell phone from Sun Linlin. I'm going to watch this again. It's so funny. Several matches featuring the Chinese team's players ended. Although China did not really do well at the World Team Table Tennis Championships, especially the men's team, their dominance in the men's and women's singles was still quite obvious. They hardly needed any effort to win a match. In the live coverage studio, Ye smiled and said, "Well, we've come to the end of our commentary for today." Bao Han said, "Here's to next time, viewers and friends." Zhang Ye said calmly, "Goodbye." After they were done, other events scheduled for later would be handled by the other commentators. When the cameras stopped rolling, Ye splayed her upper body out on the table, laughing with her head buried in her hands. When Bao Han saw her laughing, she couldn't hold it in either and started laughing loudly as well. "Professor Zhang, your commentary was too far from routine. You made both me and teacher Yu laugh on the broadcast." Ye raised her head. "I did not laugh during the broadcast, all right? I held it in until the end before laughing. I really have to take my hat off to you. I've never heard anyone commentate a sports event like that." At this moment, several of the Central TV Sports Channel's executives came over. "Professor Zhang. Hey, Chief Wang. Well done. So, I may continue speaking like this in the future?" "Yes, just do it this way." Although there were some parts that might be a little controversial, the audience responded very well to it. "Is that so?" "Yes, you'll know when you check online." They had been in the studio all this while, and did not even go to the bathroom, so of course they wouldn't have checked out the online reviews. It wasn't even a matter of the audience responding well anymore. Other than a minority of the people calling it controversial, the entire country was praising it to the heavens. The netizens were all liking it. That was so fun to watch. The match was whatever, but the commentary was wonderful. Ha ha. I kept laughing as I watched. Zhang Ye is hilarious. I've never heard anyone commentate like that. Yeah, it really caught my attention. It was clearly going to be a predictable and boring match, but the coverage made it otherwise with Zhang Ye's commentary. That was amazing. I've got to give a like for this commentary. Having gotten used to those traditional commentaries, this one is a breath of fresh air. Zhang Ye is indeed Zhang Ye. Boring sports commentary can even be entertaining with him around. Central TV Sports Channel has really gotten the right person to do it. I was wondering what the point of getting Zhang Ye to commentate for the Olympics was at first. I always thought that there were only those few ways of presenting such events. But after I watched his commentary, I've realized that I was wrong. Among all the sports hosts and commentators in the country, Zhang Ye's commentary unique to him. Will Zhang Ye be a permanent guest commentator for the Olympics? Damn, I must definitely watch it every day then. Yeah, it'll be much more interesting with him commentating. Buffed. The sarcasm about the ITTF was totally on point. Ninglan's Weibo. Ha 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 ha. This is the first time I've laughed through an entire table tennis match. Xiaodong. In genuflection of teacher. Zhang. Li Xiaoxian. Teacher Zhang's commentary was really awesome. The table tennis national player, Sun Linlin, also posted on Weibo. At Zhang Ye, Professor Zhang. My celebrations after winning the match were a genuine reflection of my mood. It wasn't an act. The netizens were all laughing. Ha! Sun Linlin is almost in tears. Don't explain anymore. Linlin, just ignore that fellow. He was doing it on purpose. Of course, there were also some voices that disagreed. However, most of those were flooded over by the people. It's not good at all. What would the foreigners think if they saw? They'd be scolding us again. Previous poster, you're an idiot. Who cares what the foreigners say? Yeah, this is our domestic live coverage commentary, so of course their opinions would lean towards to the local audience. They definitely would have to side with our people and team. What do you think the other foreign countries are saying in their commentaries? An Australian friend of mine told me that their Australian commentators were all making sarcastic remarks about the Chinese team. Zhang Ye was already pretty mild about it. Did he said anything that crossed the line? I agree. There was literally no fault with Zhang Ye's commentary today. The Chinese media also joined in the fun. New commentator for Olympics. Zhang Ye's debut in sports commentary. A fresh style of hosting that leaves all citizens wanting for more. Following the Olympics. A different kind of commentator. Zhang Ye uses practical actions again to prove that he is the most irreplaceable host in the country. Stringing witty lines together, Zhang Ye transforms into a comedian. A lot of people were laughing at the headlines. They even described him as having transformed into a comedian. This fellow was already a comedian to begin with. All in all, Zhang Ye's debut commentary for the Olympics received praise from everywhere. Even Yu Yingyi and Sun Linlin managed to rub off his fame a little and increase their popularity score and fame by quite a bit. In this world, the sports commentary scene had been stuck in the past for too long. It had always lacked the excitement and emotional ups and downs, preferring to stick to the same tried and tested methods of presentation. Whenever the audience caught game coverage, they were only interested in watching the match itself. It didn't matter who the commentator was, so that had already lost its meaning. But this time, Central TV Sports Channel made a bold attempt to change that, and it had really caught the eyes of everyone. As everyone watched the match, they could also thoroughly enjoy the wit and humor of the commentator. This clearly increased the watchability of the match. On the same day, the viewership ratings came out. When they received the viewership ratings table, wave after wave of cheers and screams rang out from Central TV Sports Channel's office area. It really felt like they were celebrating the Chinese New Year. The viewership ratings had blown up, especially for the afternoon session of the Olympic live coverage, which had received the highest viewership rating. The data showed that the viewership rating for that time slot had reached an astonishing 44.3%. Remember, the previous day's viewership rating for the Olympics had already dropped to around 30% or so. With just one day's worth of commentary by Zhang Ye, it had pulled many viewers back in front of their televisions. This result and statistic was something that not even the Central TV Sports Channel's executives had expected. This was a result that had practically dumbfounded everyone. And this was only the beginning. Could it get any higher? Could they break another record again? They were looking forward to it, and the audience was looking forward to hearing Zhang Ye's commentary again the next day. Chapter 1178. Zhang Ye commentates the Olympics, Part 4 of 5. Chapter 1178. Zhang Ye commentates the Olympics, Part 4 of 5. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, noon. The Chinese delegation had won 13 gold medals so far. In the finals of the various events held yesterday night and this morning, the Chinese athletes had performed astonishingly well. Several of the gold medals were expected while a few had come as surprises. The dominance of the Olympic host was finally starting to show. The good results that suddenly started coming over the past 2 days also stirred up the excitement of the people around the country. Their passion and interest in following the Olympics were now becoming stronger and stronger. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his grandmother said loudly, "Hurry up and switch on the television." His grandfather said in annoyance, "It hasn't even started yet. It will soon, so just switch it on first. We don't want to miss anything," his grandmother said anxiously. His mother laughed as she went over to turn the television on and switch it to the Central TV Sports Channel. His 3 sisters also gathered around. "Meng Meng, don't squeeze in here. I want to sit in front." "Aya, you little rascal. It's time for brother's commentary. I've been waiting a whole day for this. Where are the melon seeds? I want to munch on them as I watch." It was the weekend today and a rare get-together for the family, but everyone was only interested in watching the Olympics. At Old Yao's house, Yami got a bunch of her schoolmates from Peking University's Chinese department to gather at her place. It's about to begin. "Mimi, where's your dad? I want to get his autograph. He went out for a commercial appearance." "Why would you want his autograph? Let's watch Teacher Zhang's commentary." "Did you guys watch his commentary yesterday?" "Ha ha ha ha, it was really funny." I did. How could we have not watched it?" Teacher Zhang is really awesome." "True, he's our teacher after all. I wonder how." Teacher Zhang will commentate today. All over the country, similar scenes were playing out. Countless Chinese citizens were waiting in full anticipation for today's events. First, because the events held were the more popular ones, and second, because of Zhang Ye's interesting commentary. The live broadcast began. The Olympic live coverage started. It was the finals of the men's 10-meter platform diving. Yu Yingyi smiled and said, "Hello, everyone. The competition will be starting soon. Let us first introduce today's guest commentator, my old classmate, Zhang Ye. We also have with us former world champion, Liang, who is on the Chinese diving team." Zhang Ye said, "Hello, everyone." Liang spoke with some stiffness in his voice. "Hello, viewers and friends." Yu Yingyi said, "In today's competition, a highlight we'll be looking forward to seeing is whether Chen Xing can defend his title. If Chun Xing can win the gold medal, he would achieve the triple crown in this event at the Olympics. Zhang Ye said rationally. Actually, everyone has always been too focused on the gold medals. Back when the interest in the Olympics fell, it was due to a lack of gold medal performances by our athletes. However, I feel that it shouldn't be that way. Every one of the athletes present has put in a lot of sweat, blood, and tears to get here. Every medal, every result, every wonderful moment should deserve our applause as well. This is what makes sports so beautiful in the first place. Liang immediately followed with, "That's right. I feel that Professor Zhang's words were well said." The event began. The athletes from the various countries gradually arrived to compete for the gold medal in this event. The Australian athlete committed a huge mistake the moment he came up. After the run-up, he didn't manage to push off the platform properly, which led to him not having enough time to execute his movements. It ended up with him belly flopping. Splush. The sound of a loud splash. The water sprayed upwards. Ewing said, "Oh, the Australian athlete has made a mistake." Liang frowned and said, "That shouldn't have happened. It's very rare to make such a rookie mistake in the finals of an event. The Australian athlete does not look like he's in a good form today." The American athlete was the next to go. Incredibly, he also screwed up his dive. At the moment of entry into the water, he got careless and sent the water splashing 2 meters high. After the American athlete got out of the pool, he shook his head with a very dark expression. Liang said, "What's going on today? Everyone seems like they aren't in form." Ewing also said in surprise, "This is a really rare occurrence that we're witnessing." Liang said, "It's Chun Xing's turn. His first dive will be a standard dive." Ewing said, "Good one. That was a perfect dive. That was really good." Liang said, "Chun Xing should be in first place now. His score wouldn't be bad." Zhang Ye did not interrupt throughout the proceedings. His hosting and commentary style wasn't to just stick in a word or two every now and then. He preferred not to speak unnecessarily. But if he did, he would make sure it was good enough to amaze. The scores were given. Ewing was stunned. "What? Why is it so low?" Liang was also surprised. "What's going on? That score is too low. It's definitely not a score that Chun Xing should get for a dive like that. What's with the judges?" "Oh, 3 of the judges have given him a low score. After dropping 2 of the scores given, one of the low scores were used to calculate the final score. That's why Chun Xing's score is low for his first dive. If this is the case, that would mean Chun Xing is only in 3rd place after the first dive? That's pretty unbelievable." They did not know which country those judges were from, but it was obvious that they were trying to lower the Chinese athlete's score. The netizens started cursing. "What the heck? Again? What the hell are they doing? Those idiots. Are they blind? It's so obvious that it should be a higher score. Why isn't Teacher Zhang saying anything?" Ewing seemingly knew what the netizens were thinking. She turned her head to ask, "Professor Zhang, what do you see of this?" Zhang Ye pondered for a moment before saying, "I'm very touched." "Touched? You're feeling touched again? You were touched by the table tennis players' celebrations yesterday too. You're not actually feeling that emotional. Tell me just what there is to feel touched about." Liang said dumbfounded. "How are you touched?" The home viewers pricked up their ears and concentrated on listening. Zhang Ye sighed emotionally. "These Olympics have really touched me. I am not touched by those athletes who have tried so hard but failed to win a medal. Instead, I am touched because those judges and referees who are blind in both eyes are determined to carry out their duties." Ewing held her laughter in. "Uft." Liang nearly burst out laughing. The viewers were all startled for a moment before laughing uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha. Blind in both eyes. Oh, fucking hell, this fellow is too sarcastic. Savage. Ha ha ha. I'm so tickled. If we're talking about who has the sharpest mouth in the world, I will have to fucking give it to Zhang Ye. He doesn't even have to use any vulgarities when it comes to scolding people." Following that, Zhang Ye began a series of face-smacking antics. This fellow had now gotten into the groove of being a commentator. He was getting better and better at it. Several of the foreign athletes committed mistakes again. Meanwhile, the Chinese athlete maintained his high standard and performed a perfect execution again for his second dive. This time, the judges finally give a high score as 2 of the lower scores got dropped. The 3rd dive, the 4th dive, Chun Xing was leading all the way. There was no longer any suspense for the results. For every mistake that the foreign athletes committed, Zhang Ye let out a loud cheer. Zhang Ye said, "Watching our Chinese athlete dive is really boring. He doesn't even make a splash when he enters the water. But look at the Australian, South Korean, and American athletes. Every time they go into the water, they're always making waves. This is just like wild pigs crossing the river. It's so fun to watch." The netizens. Making waves. Wild pigs crossing the river. Ha 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 ha. Let me laugh at this for 10 minutes, please. This guy is too vengeful. I just fucking love this eccentric style of commentary. On this day, Zhang Ye once again brought out the various jokes regarding the Olympics from his previous world. Chapter 1179. Zhang Ye commentates the Olympics, Part 5 of 5. Chapter 1179. Zhang Ye commentates the Olympics, Part 5 of 5. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The 7th day of the Olympics. It was finals of the team table tennis match. 11-4. 11-3. 11-7. Yu Yingyi called out, "Great one. We're now leading 1-0 in sets played." Baohan was here today as the guest again. As long as we can continue playing with this momentum, there shouldn't be any problems. Yu Yingyi said, "Our national players are still as dependable as always. Their play is so beautiful." Zhang Ye said, "There are now many foreigners who have demonized our way of playing table tennis. Oh, look, the cameras have cut to a pair of foreigners who seem to be father and son. What do you think they're whispering about?" Yu Yingyi instinctively replied, "What?" Zhang Ye said, "That kid must definitely be asking, 'Dad, what kind of sport is table tennis?'" To which his father would probably pat him on the head and say, "Silly kid, table tennis isn't a sport. It's a form of Chinese sorcery." Yu Yingyi. "Baohan," Zhang Ye said, "we always talk about how we can't find 11 players who can play soccer out of 1.3 billion Chinese people. We're really too harsh on them for that. Look at how it is overseas. Out of 6 billion people, they can't even find 4 people who can play table tennis." Yu Yingyi held in her laughter. Uft. Baohan laughed and said, "That's because our training system is pretty much perfected. All of our current national players were trained from a very young age. Every step they took to get here has been extremely arduous for them. They've been pushed beyond the type of training that normal people are able to handle. That's why they're standing at the top and have the last laugh." The match was over. The final score was 3-0 for an easy win. Yu Yingyi said, "It's over. Congratulations to Team China. You've all done well." Baohan looked visibly excited. "It's time for the press conference and the medal presentation ceremony." Yu Yingyi smiled and said, "Congratulations to Team China for standing up to the pressure to once again stand at the summit. We're really happy for them. They should finally be able to get some time off to relax for a bit after this competition." But Zhang Ye said, "They won't be able to." Yu Yingyi said, Zhang Ye replied, "There's still an even more difficult competition that's coming up after this." Baohan was taken aback. "There isn't anything else. We're already done with the singles and team events." "Yeah," Yu Yingyi said, "we've made a clean sweep of the medals at the Olympic table tennis events. What more difficult competition are you talking about?" Zhang Ye looked at them and said, "After they get back, they still have to fight for the national championship to determine who's the number one." Yu Yingyi. Baohan. National champion. So did he mean that the Olympics were just a warm-up match? However, Zhang Ye's words made sense as well. This left Yu Yingyi and Baohan unable to refute him. The 8th day of the Olympics. At the archery arena, Yu Yingyi said, "What's going on?" "South Korea has called for an appeal." The guest commentator, a former female archer, said, "A reshoot." Yu Yingyi said, "They've misfired yet another arrow." The former female archer said, "What? They're appealing again." Zhang Ye said, "At the archery arena of this year's Olympics, a new event called Appeal has been created. The South Koreans have an absolute chance of becoming the champion." Yu Yingyi held back her laughter. "Oh God, the Chinese team has won. We won. We're the champions. Unbelievable. The men's archery team has created Olympic history." The team captain, Wu Yun, looks very emotional right now. Oh, he took off his top and undershirt too. He's letting out a roar. The South Korean team is protesting. They've gone to appeal again? Oh, they're complaining about our Chinese team's shirt removal gesture. Yu Yingyi and the former archer were speaking one after the other. Zhang Ye bluntly said, "What's wrong with removing his shirt to celebrate? Can't he get excited?" What's there to fuss over? If you guys had won, you'd have taken off your pants. Taking off their pants? Yu Yingyi was floored. On the 9th day of the Olympics, it was the men's 10,000 run. It has started. There's an interesting piece of trivia about this race. We can see that 3 of the runners on the Canadian team look exactly the same. That's because they're triplets. Zhang Ye said. Then we're in danger. Why? Zhang Ye said. If the 3 of them ran a portion of the race each, we'd definitely have no hope of winning. Yu Yingyi couldn't think of a good reply. The 10th day of the Olympics. In the stadium of the swimming finals. Yu Yingyi said, the cameras are now showing the rest areas. Our Chinese swimmer, Sun Qi, is currently warming up. Zhang Ye said. Why is he holding a thing that looks like a wheel? Oh, Sun Qi is going to wreak havoc in the seas. Wreak havoc in the seas. Do you think he is Neza? Yu Yingyi said, Professor Zhang, that's just a warm-up apparatus. Zhang Ye said, the cameras are now showing the inside of the stadium. Look at that person sitting there with a staff pass hanging around his neck. Yu Yingyi asked, who is that? The other commentator said, that's a lifeguard. Zhang Ye said, he looks so lonely sitting there with his chin resting on his hand. I bet he's thinking about his life. What's the reason for my existence? Yu Yingyi held in her laughter. Uft. The race began. Go for it. This is so intense. Come on, Team China. We've won. It's a gold medal. A gold medal. Sun Qi, you did well. Nicely done. Yu Yingyi and the other commentator got so excited they looked like they were going to jump up from their seats. 10 minutes later, the national anthem played. Soon, the medal presentation ceremony was over. Sun Qi looked very excited as he bit his gold medal. Suddenly, he got off the podium and jogged toward another zone to hug his coach and teammates. Then, on the large screen display, he apparently took something from his teammate. It wasn't clear what it was, but it looked like a small box or something similar. After that, he strode forward, taking long strides. Yu Yingyi was startled. What is Sun Qi doing? The swimming commentator said, over there is. The next second, everyone understood what was going on. They saw Sun Qi walking up to a woman and excitedly putting his gold medal around her neck. Then, he got on his knees and took out a little box that opened to reveal a diamond ring. Yu Yingyi smiled and said, he's proposing. She was the women's swim team's Li Xiaoxiao. In the previous Olympics, she was a bronze medalist in a 400-meter swim. Sun Qi and Li Xiaoxiao's relationship was no secret. Everyone knew that they were together, but no one had expected that Sun Qi would propose to his girlfriend after winning the gold medal. He was even doing this in an Olympic stadium and in the focus of many live broadcast cameras. Li Xiaoxiao covered her mouth in surprise and started tearing up. Yu Yingyi was feeling very happy for them. This is such a heartwarming scene. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Li Xiaoxiao has said yes. Sun Qi is putting the ring on for her. That's great. I wish them all the best. Yu Yingyi said. Zhang Ye suddenly said, their union has resolved yet another universal question for humanity. Huh? Yu Yingyi was taken aback. What universal question? Zhang Ye said. If his mother and fiancé fall into the sea at the same time, who would he choose to save first? Yu Yingyi laughed on the broadcast. The staff and camera operators in the studio also laughed out loud. When the TV viewers heard that, they laughed until they doubled over. Over the past few days of the Olympics, everyone had been laughed senseless due to Zhang Ye's commentary. A clearly intense competition that was supposed to stoke up the excitement of the people was constantly taken down another path with those random comments by Zhang Ye. This is unbearable. Ha ha ha. I can't take this anymore. I really have to take my hat off to that mouth of Teacher Zhang's. He's such a jokester. I'm so entertained. This commentary is really on a godly level. I really like Teacher Zhang so much. The Olympics are coming to an end, and I'm starting to feel reluctant to see Zhang Ye go. Will they invite Zhang Ye to commentate for other sports and competitions in the future? If Zhang Ye is the commentator, I'll goddamn watch it even if it's for a Chinese soccer match. Right, me too. How awesome. This fellow is always hogging the limelight wherever he goes. He now has another qualification as a sports commentator on his resume. The viewership ratings for the Olympics live coverage was constantly hitting new highs. 44%, 48%, 51%. Finally, it even reached 54.3%. Other than the efforts put in by the Chinese Olympic delegation, Zhang Ye would absolutely be able to claim credit for setting such a mythical and legendary viewership rating. He had played the biggest role in making this happen. The domestic media was full of praise. The Chinese delegation has amassed 25 gold medals. Zhang Ye's commentary wins the unanimous approval of the people. Zhang Ye has added a different flavor to the Olympic Games. A national comedian is born. An official of the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games expresses, for the next Olympics, I hope to see Zhang Ye take the role of a commentator again. The Olympic live coverage sets a historical record in viewership. Zhang Ye's domestic popularity score soars yet again. Chapter 1180. Zhang Ye's first music video single? Chapter 1180. Zhang Ye's first music video single? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Several days later, the Olympics successfully came to an end. Zhang Ye was also finished with his commentator role after completing his job successfully. On the way back, he was even stopped by several people a few times. The first one was at a traffic junction. The moment he got there, he was stopped by a female traffic cop. The female traffic cop kept looking at him. "Teacher Zhang," Zhang Ye said rather nervously. "Officer, did I violate any traffic rules?" The female traffic cop said, "Please show me your driving license." "Here." Zhang Ye quickly took it out and added, "I didn't drink any alcohol." The female traffic cop held him there for a long time as she spoke to him. Zhang Ye kept trying to explain, "I really didn't run the red light. If you don't believe me, you can check the traffic cameras. I really didn't do anything wrong." The female traffic cop was starting to feel a little embarrassed. "I know that. I just recognized your car from a distance and was hoping to get an autograph from you." To someone who managed the traffic as part of their work, Zhang Ye's license plate and car model was clearly not a secret. Zhang Ye was both floored and amused. "Hi, you should have just said so. You gave me such a fright." Then he happily signed an autograph for her without hesitation. The female traffic cop was delighted. After Zhang Ye left, she started bragging about it over the police radio. "I got an autograph from Zhang Ye." Where?" "At the junction of Zixin Road." "Going where?" "South." As a result, Zhang Ye was soon stopped again at the third junction as he went by another female traffic cop who had sped over quickly on her motorbike. Was it another traffic violation? Zhang Ye panicked a little as he frantically pulled to the side. The female traffic cop got off her motorbike and knocked excitedly on the BMW's window. Zhang Ye rolled down the car window. The female traffic cop said, "Teacher Zhang, can I have an autograph?" Zhang Ye was speechless. This was the scariest way of asking him for an autograph that Zhang Ye had ever come across. Finally, he was stopped when he arrived at Old Rao's neighborhood. Before Zhang Ye became famous, he had lived here for some time. Later, his work studio was established here. Many of the neighbors here knew him well. "Ah, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye is back. Little Zhang, are you done with being a commentator? We watched all of the events that you commentated. Yeah, it was so damn funny. You got even more famous." The commentary for the closing ceremony was really good too. Zhang Ye gave them a fist and palm salute and said with a smile, "It was all thanks to everyone's support." Everyone had something to say. "Of course we'd support you. Who else would we support if not you? You're the most well-known person to come from our neighborhood. Yeah, you were born as one of us, so you'll die as one of, that doesn't sound right." With that, everyone laughed happily. Upstairs, Rao was not home today and had probably brought Chinchin out somewhere. Yang Shu wasn't in either and had probably gone off somewhere to distribute pamphlets to spread the name of Taiji Fist. Thus, Zhang Ye made his way back to the studio where he received a chart depicting the growth of his popularity score, both domestically and overseas during the Olympics period. He nodded approvingly as he went through the statistics. Zhang's was said, "This is for the domestic market." Zhang Ye said, "Okay." Zhang's was said, "These are the statistics for Asia." Zhang Ye said, It's quite good." Ha Chi said, "And an indication chart of how well your reputation is right now. All of the statistics have shown a positive growth." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "All right. Thanks for all the hard work in the past few days." Ha Chi smiled and said, "We didn't do much. All of it was mainly down to your good performance as a commentator." Zhang's was said, "Right. The viewers really approve of it. Even the media and officials have acknowledged your breakthrough contribution to the commentary field. With your social relations in the industry, To have so many people publicly acknowledging it is a very strong affirmation of your work. Anyway, this role of yours as an Olympic commentator has brought a large increase to your popularity. Although you're still quite a distance away from reaching the domestic S-list rankings, the difference is no longer as great as before. Zhang Ye said in satisfaction. Let's take it slowly then. We should always learn to walk before we run. His goal was definitely to aim for a spot on the Chinese S-list celebrity rankings this year. However, Zhang Ye did not expect that he could surmount this obstacle by just relying on the Olympic commentary that he did. That would be wishful thinking on his part. An Olympic theme song. An Olympic promotional song. An Olympic commentary role. The few jobs he took turned out to be quite good as the results he gained from them were rather impactful. He was quite satisfied with the way things were. As for the remainder of his journey, he would have to take it step by step. Hachichi asked, "What plans do you have next? What do you guys suggest?" Zhang Ye sought their opinions. Everyone chipped in with their ideas. Take an acting project? Produce a television show? Film a commercial? Release a new song? It was all the same old things. Zhang Ye thought for a moment, and then said, "Why don't we release a single first? A music video single?" Little Wang clapped her hands in agreement. Yes, you've never filmed a music video or released a single before. Zhang Ye was now more keen to try out activities that he had never done before. Doing something different often helped him increase his popularity much faster, and he had benefited from doing it many times in the past. Like for commercials, he had filmed or produced too many of those. If he were to continue doing the same thing, the results it would bring would definitely not be as good as before. This applied to other activities as well. For example, acting in a movie. If you acted well as a daughter-in-law in 1, 2, or 3 films, you would probably be more popular than anyone else for such a role, and no one would be able to play it better than you. But then, you'd be typecast soon after, and your popularity would eventually plateau. This was not what Zhang Ye wanted. What he needed to have was a well-rounded development that could bring him to greater heights. So it was more important for him to keep pushing out new activities that would bring greater novelty and surprise to the audience. If that happened, his popularity would rise faster. But there weren't any big projects to take on at the moment. And as a singer, he had not even released an album or music video single of his own, so that really did feel rather unacceptable. Since he would have to release one sooner or later, why not do it now? Hachichi asked, "What do you need us to do? Which publisher should we work with?" Wu Yi asked. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Let's talk about that later. Having worked hard for so many days, let's all take a few days break and get some good rest. This will also be a good time for me to think about the music video single, but there's no rush for now." Zhang's was said in amusement. "Aren't you able to compose a song as and when you want? Do you even need to think about it?" Zhang Ye said helplessly. "This will be my first single, so I definitely have to plan carefully and not be too casual about it. Let me give it some thought." To other celebrities, all they probably wanted was a good song for themselves. They would only need to find a good production team or invite some celebrities to make a guest appearance in their music videos, and then with some packaging and publicity, get their single ready for release and make an attempt on the ranking charts. But Zhang Ye's aim was clearly higher than that. He did not lack any good songs. What he lacked was a medium to project a feeling across to the audience. Besides, a song and a music video were two entirely different concepts. A music video would require the visuals to match the song. This was even more difficult than producing just the song. Whenever he did something, Zhang Ye's character would always dictate that he do it to the best of his abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't do it at all. At the very least, he would have to be satisfied with his efforts. What song should he choose? How should he sing it? Who would they invite? All of these had to be planned properly. Zhang Ye swept his hand out. "All right then, everyone. Go ahead on your few days of break." "Okay, we'll wait for your news then. Are you serious about giving us a few days break?" "Thank you, Director Zhang. I'll stay here and put in overtime then. We cannot leave the office unmanned." "All right, old Wu. Thanks for the hard work." "Yeah, I'm just doing my part for everyone." Although the studio was recently established, everyone had been old colleagues for many years. All of them had weathered the storm and fought on the same side. So the esprit de corps in the office was very good, and everyone behaved like they were friends. Zhang Ye walked to the bar and poured himself a glass of wine as he gave some thought to the music video. At this moment, Dong Shanshan called. Zhang Ye picked the phone up with a smile and affected Hello, Teacher Shanshan. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Dong Shanshan laughed and said, Are you done with your work? Zhang Ye said, Yeah, now that the Olympics have ended, I have nothing left to do. What's the matter? I'm at my studio. Do you want to call Ying Yi and the others over for a drink? Dong Shanshan said, Why would you want to drink so early in the morning? I'm calling to check whether you'll be free the day after tomorrow. Yes, why? Zhang Yi asked. Dong Shanshan smiled. School will be reopening soon. Many of our classmates talked about wanting to go back to campus to visit the teachers and have a look at the place where we fought our battles and lived our lives. Zhang Yi immediately said, I agree with them. It'll be good to do that. Dong Shanshan said, We've graduated for several years, but have not been back before this because we were too embarrassed that we hadn't found our success yet. But everyone has been working hard for the past 2 years and have more or less gained some achievements by now. So we came up with the idea of having this class reunion and hopefully gather the people from our class. Can you contact everyone? I can only try, although most of them have already been notified. All right, I definitely don't have any problems attending the reunion. Then it's settled. I'll go and contact the rest now. Sure, I'm starting to miss everyone too. After hanging up, Zhang Ye gulped down the entire glass of wine. Going back to his alma mater? Reuniting with his old classmates? Suddenly, he was quite looking forward to it. Chapter 1181. Zhang Ye gets into another fight. Chapter 1181. Zhang Ye gets into another fight. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Saturday. Morning. Dong Shanshan purposely called Zhang Ye to remind him. Dong Shanshan said, It's time to leave your house. Zhang Ye replied, I know. It's the class reunion, right? I was just afraid that you would forget about it. All right then. I'll be right there. See you at the old teaching area, the place where we used to attend classes. Got it. After hanging up, Zhang Ye brushed his teeth and washed his face. Then he got changed. His mother said, You're wearing that. Zhang Ye laughed and said, What do you expect me to wear? I've already found something for you. His mother took out a suit. Zhang Ye sighed. I'm only going there to visit my teachers and old classmates. It's not like I'm taking part in the school reopening ceremony, so why would I wear something that grand? Whatever, I'm leaving. At 9 in the morning, at the main entrance of Media College. It was not the first day of school, yet as official classes would begin a few days later. But there were quite a number of students starting to return back to school from their hometowns. Students with their luggage could be seen all around. They would break out into chatter and jokes whenever they bumped into fellow classmates along the way. Where did you go for the summer holidays? I went on an overseas trip. What about you? I stayed at home and watched the Olympics. I watched it too. Why did they cordon off the main entrance with security tape? Are we not allowed to enter? There's a film crew shooting, so we have to wait. What are they filming? I think it's a movie. I saw Ning Lan just now. Wow, where is she? Where is she? We can't go in through the main entrance. Let's take the rear entrance. Many of the students were stopped at the main entrance. They waited there for some time and were joined by more and more students who had just returned to school. All of them stood there glassy-eyed as they waited to be allowed back into the school. There was hardly anyone who would choose to go by the rear entrance as Media College had a pretty large campus. The main entrance and rear entrance were basically at opposite ends of the school, so getting there would take at least 25 minutes. Further, most of the students were lugging around large and small bags filled with their belongings. On the opposite side of the road, Yu Yingyi was walking over with a young man. All of a sudden, a car pulled up beside them. The car window came down to reveal Zhang Ye in a pair of sunglasses. Old Wang. Yu Yingyi looked over and said to Old Wang, See, speak of the devil. Zhang Ye. Old Wang pointed at him and laughed loudly. Zhang Ye got out of the car and said, Where have you been for the past 2 years? Old Wang smiled and said, Just getting by and supporting my family. Old Wang was also classmates with Zhang Ye and the others. Back then, his older looks earned him the nickname of Old Wang among their classmates. After calling him that for so many years, Zhang Ye had forgotten his real name. Another person headed toward them. Yo, who's this we have here? A rather pretty woman walked over gracefully. Yu Yingyi said in surprise, Io, Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian waved at them. Yingyi, Zhang Ye, Old Wang, long time no see. Old Wang had wooed Xiaoqian back when they were still attending university. When he saw her, his eyes immediately lit up. Xiaoqian, you totally disappeared after our graduation. What have you been busy with? But Yu Yingyi, who had been in contact with her, said, "What does she have to be busy with? She's leading the Taiwan life now." After graduation, she worked as a broadcast host for half a year before marrying into a rich family. "What rich family?" Xiaoqian said helplessly. "Don't talk nonsense, all right? I'm now a full-time housewife taking care of my children every day. It's driving me crazy. See, when I heard that there will be a class reunion, I agreed to it immediately." Then she gave Zhang Ye a long look before saying, "Nice, you've become handsome." Zhang Ye chuckled and said, "But of course." Old Wang belly laughed. "He's far more than just handsome. Our boss Zhang is flourishing now that he's gained a place in the Asian scene." Xiaoqian was overcome by emotion. "Yeah, who'd have thought that the fellow who was last in our class would turn the entire entertainment industry upside down in these past 2 years? Honestly, if you had asked me who would be able to make it amongst those of us in our class, I would have thought that it would be Shan Shan, Wang He, or maybe even you, old Wang. But as for Zhang Ye, I wouldn't have freaking believed it at all." She went over and pinched his arm and touched his face. "Just what steroids are you on?" Having not met up in several years, everyone was teasing each other the moment they met again. Suddenly, a barrage of scolding voices came from the school entrance. Zhang Yi looked over. Xiaoqian and old Wang also looked over. "What's the matter?" "They're doing some filming over there," Yu Yingyi said. There were 2 students over there who seemed to have taken some pictures with their phones. As a result, a staff member from the film crew went over and pointed at them while berating, "What are you all doing? Can't you see what's written on the sign? No photography." One of the female students meekly said, "We didn't take any pictures." "Hand over your phones," the film crew staff member said with a dark look. A middle-aged woman from the film crew added, "Don't stand around here watching. Look away, we're filming right now." It looked like the cameras had stopped rolling over there. Ninglan was seated in the break area. The director and several of the main cast members looked like they were discussing their script. When a few of the students saw that, they grabbed their luggage and prepared to enter the school gate. The same person from the film crew immediately pointed at them and gave them a hard look. "What are you all doing?" "We're filming, can't you tell? All of you wait there." "Who allowed you to come in?" A student said. "But didn't the cameras stop rolling?" "Who told you that? Are you the director?" The film crew staff member was speaking very rudely. Another student pointed at the school and said, "But the director and actors are resting. We've been waiting here for an hour." A person from the film crew who looked to be the assistant director came over at this time. He shouted, "Go around to the rear entrance and stop crowding around here watching. Use the rear entrance." "But our dorms are right in the front." "The rear entrance is too far away. You've stopped filming, so why can't we go in?" "How can you be so rude? We're just trying to return to school. Is there anything wrong with that?" "Yeah, we've been waiting for an hour too." The students were all muttering now. Some of the parents who had sent their children back to school also started pointing at them. The assistant director said loudly, "I'll repeat this again. We're filming right now. No unauthorized personnel will be allowed in. Don't you know how to follow the rules? It's not like there's only one entrance to the school." The students and their parents were very unhappy about this. At this moment, Zhang Ye and his classmates walked over. From within the crowd, Zhang Ye's voice resounded. "Just go in this way. Let's see who tries to stop us." Yu Yingyi was startled. Xiaoqian hurriedly tried to pull him back, but was unsuccessful in doing so. The media college students were all startled and turned around to have a look. The students' parents also looked over in shock. The film crew's assistant director and staff member were angered. "Who's that? Who's so audacious?" They immediately looked around to see who shouted. Then they were stunned. A distance away, Ning Lan, who was seated under a sunshade, narrowed her eyes. The male lead of the film, a B-list celebrity named Zhang Ye, frowned. "Why are they arguing over there?" The female supporting actress looked over to the school gate. Whose voice was that? It sounds so aggressive. How dare someone try to trespass into the filming location? Who do they think they are? Ning Lan blinked. "I have an ominous feeling about this." Zhang Wei was taken aback. "Sister Ning, what's the matter?" Ning Lan said helplessly. "That voice, why does it sound so familiar?" 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/tai_tai. Chapter 1182. The Two Extremes of the Entertainment Industry. Chapter 1182. The Two Extremes of the Entertainment Industry. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. At the main entrance of Media College, many of the students were surprised. Zhang Ye, it's Professor Zhang. Our senior is here. Senior. Hi, senior. Many of the students were referring to him affectionately as their senior. Zhang Ye could be considered the most famous figure to have graduated from Media College. Many of the teachers would often bring him up during their lessons as an example to motivate everyone. But of course, there were also times when they used him as an example of how not to behave. That assistant director came up to him. Teacher Zhang, what's the meaning of this? Zhang Ye nudged his chin out in defiance. And what's the meaning of you blocking everyone from entering? We're in the middle of filming a movie, the assistant director justified. Zhang Ye said, if you want to film, do it to the side. Why are you blocking the entrance? The assistant director pointed to the other side and said, this scene will include a shot using this as the background, so we cannot have anyone standing around here. What if the scene gets messed up? Zhang Ye said loudly. I don't care about that. You find a way to handle it yourselves. The assistant director was enraged. How can you be so unreasonable? Zhang Ye pointed at the students and said, the students have just returned to school with their luggage and are standing at the school gates waiting to enter, yet you people are here stopping them from going in. So who are the ones being unreasonable here? The assistant director said furiously, we're filming here and have already informed the school. Another person from the film crew came up saying, we're not finished filming the scene yet, so we can't have anyone standing around over here. Zhang Ye said, what's the big deal with your filming? This is Media College, a place for students to attend classes. Don't come here and disrupt the students' daily lives. You can film all you want, but how can you block the entrance and not allow the students of the school to enter? Do you think your film crew is that big a deal? You're even trampling on the people who rightfully belong here. The students also started shouting, right, what's the big deal about your shoot? Coming up to us with that arrogant tone of yours. Are you people trying to bully us? We're just trying to return to school. Is there anything wrong with that? They even wanted to take away the students' phones just now. Humph, stop acting all smug. That assistant director said, if you all have anything that you're unhappy with, get the school authorities to talk to me. Zhang Ye said, I am the school authority. Zhang Ye, associate professor of the School of Broadcast Hosting at Media College. The assistant director choked on his words, but firmly got out. Professor Zhang, this is a movie funded by Taichi Films. We're on a tight schedule and tight on time. Taichi Films, the largest film and television company in the country. Just this name alone was enough to cause anyone in the entire entertainment industry to cower. And yet, Zhang Ye pulled away the cordoning tape that the film crew had put up. I don't fucking care whose movie this is. Then he said to the students, just go in through here. The students and their parents rowdily entered. Oh, let's go. We can finally go in. Two of the film crew's staff were infuriated. They went over and tried to prevent the students from entering. At this moment, the leg of God appeared again. When Zhang Ye's outstretched leg came out, the two staff members immediately staggered and fell flat onto the ground. Little Zhou, how can you hit them? The film crew staff were having none of it. Over 20 people ran over. But Zhang Ye did not look bothered. He pointed at the gate and yelled, keep coming in. Let me see who dares to block anyone from doing so. The school authorities had been alerted as well. Quite a number of teachers came rushing over to the entrance. What's this? Professor Zhang, what's going on here? Why is there fighting? From their rest area, the film's main cast finally came over. Ninglan shouted, all of you stop. A person from the film crew said, Sister Ning, he's pushing it too far. How can we continue filming? The assistant director said angrily. Ninglan looked at Zhang Ye speechlessly. The two of them were very familiar with each other and also on very good terms in private. Zhang, give me some face, will you? We should be done after 2 more scenes. It won't take more than 10 minutes. I'll speak to the students afterwards and apologize for inconveniencing them, all right? But Zhang Ye said, not even for a minute. Now's the peak period for students returning to school. What's the meaning of blocking the way into the school like this? Sister Ning, it's not that I'm not giving you face. But just based on those people's attitudes, I will not budge for anyone. He pointed at the assistant director and said, do you guys want to leave by yourselves, or would you rather that I show you all out? Did you wake up on the wrong side of bed? Yes. Why are you shouting at me? Several of the media college teachers who learned about the situation complained as well. They're blocking the way just because of their filming? They even yelled at the students. And so, the teachers did not feel that Zhang Ye had done anything wrong this time. A parent said, "Those people were really threatening just now." Another parent harumphed, "They have no manners at all." The accusations were getting louder and louder as the film crew started coming under pressure. Finally, their director said, "Let's go." "Director, we're stopping the shoot already?" The film crew staff were all asking questions. The director said with a sunken expression, "How can we continue filming with things like this?" Giving in to the pressure, the film crew finally packed up and left. The pressure from the students and school authorities was only secondary. The main cause was actually Zhang Ye. He was known to be a really stubborn and difficult person to deal with. He did not even give any face to Ning Lan. When Zhang Ye flared up, he really did not care about who was on the other side. When the film crew left, the students broke out into cheers. "We can finally go in. Thank you, Senior. Senior, thanks. You were really fearsome. Your voice is so domineering." The students had endless admiration for him. This was really a case of seeing is believing. They'd only heard stories of Zhang Ye doing amazing things. But when they finally witnessed Zhang Ye getting mad in person, the feeling they got was totally different from hearing those stories. Professor Zhang's domineering image was so satisfying to see. Taichi Films, a famous director. Ning Lan as the lead actress. All of those names were quite famous. Not just anyone would dare to step forward to speak up for the students like this. Old Wang was dumbfounded. Xiaoqian didn't know how to react. She turned to ask Yu Yingyi, "Is he always like that?" "He's always like this," Yu Yingyi said helplessly. "It's not like you've never read about his news these past few years. He's always getting into fights with people. Today's situation is one of the better ones since they didn't actually come to blows." Xiaoqian said, "I guess I now understand why people are so easily offended by him. I just wonder why he can do so well in the entertainment circle with that temper of his." Yu Yingyi gave a wry smile. "I wish I knew too." Zhang Ye had just come back to the group after handling the problem. He answered the question with the most pretentious of statements. "Because of justice." Old Wang rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on. DDD. DDD." The notifications from his chat app kept sounding. Zhang Ye took out his cell phone and had a look. There were a lot of notifications from the Goof Group chat, in which Ning Lan was chiding Zhang Ye. "Ning Lan, this fellow is driving me to my grave. Ning Lan, disloyal friend. How can he turn on me just like that? Ning Lan, at Zhang Ye. Show yourself." Hu Dongfang sent a smiley face. "What's with the two of you?" Xiaodong blinked. "What's the matter, Sister Ning?" Fan Wenli, "Pass the popcorn." "Amy, I'm just gonna sit here and watch." Ning Lan sent a flood of messages describing Zhang Ye's crimes in detail. Finally, Zhang Ye appeared. He sent a silly and adorable sticker of a kitten repeatedly blinking its eyes. Ning Lan was somewhat amused, even in her anger. "You dare show yourself? And act cute." Zhang Ye sent another similar sticker. Ning Lan replied with an enraged emote. Zhang Ye sent an innocent-looking cat sticker. Ning Lan replied with a gif of someone getting beaten up. The two of them started resorting to arguing with these stickers. It amused the other celebrities in the chat group when they realized that the argument between these two wasn't going to go out of hand after all. For those who did not understand them, they might have thought that these two had really fallen out. But anyone who knew better would know that the two of them would never fall out over a small matter like this. After all, it was Zhang Ye who went by himself to rescue Ning Lan when her film crew was surrounded by a group of martial artists and stopped from leaving. However, Zhang Ye would definitely have offended all of the others in the film crew. Hi, since this was not the first time it had happened, everyone had gotten used to it. In the entertainment industry, there were two extremes. The first extreme was Zhang Yuanqi's friends. She had the greatest network of friends in the entertainment circle. The other extreme was Zhang Ye's foes. He also had the greatest number of enemies in the entertainment circle. These two extremes would probably not be surpassed by anyone within the next 10 years. Chapter 1183, A Song Called to Youth. Chapter 1183, A Song Called to Youth. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the school. In a garden near the old teaching area. When Zhang Ye, Yu Yingyi, and the others arrived, they saw many familiar faces around. Zhang Ye could recognize some of them immediately, but was unable to recognize most of the others. A few years was not that long to speak of, but neither was it a short time. However, that was more than enough to change a person on the inside and the outside. Zhang Ye greeted them from afar. Fellas. Zhang Io, here comes our big star. You is here too. Xiaoqian. Ah, old Wang. I've missed all of you so much. Haha, he Kuei. Whoa, Wang He, didn't you go back to your hometown? I came back long ago. I'm back to hosting again. Didn't you offend someone in the past? Zhang Ye found someone to help me resolve that issue. Good, that's really great. Old Zhou, how did you put on so much weight? Hee, the pressures of life did me in. You're under so much stress and still eating that much? I nearly couldn't recognize you. Since Wang He, Ma Shufei, He Kuei, Yu Yingyi, Dong Shanshan, and Zhang Ye had often been attending parties held at Dong Shanshan's villa, there was nothing much to catch up on between them. As for the remaining old classmates they had lost contact with for many years and not seen for a long time, they were naturally more excited to see each other again. Everyone hugged one another the moment they met. Some of them put their arms around one another's shoulders and started chatting, while others who had misunderstandings in the past laughed when they saw each other as they thought back to those petty grudges they held when they were still in school. Zhang Ye was also very excited. After hugging one person, he hugged another. Luer, you're looking as spirited as ever. Lu Tai laughed heartily. I'm not as spirited as you are. I've been reading a lot about you in the newspapers, getting into fights with people. Why are you still so hot-headed like when we were still in university? I abhor evil, can't help it. Zhang Ye laughed. Ma Shufei asked. Oh yeah, what just happened at the main entrance? Yeah, it sounded like there was a disturbance over there. Wang He asked, was there a fight? He Kuei said, I heard it too. Wasn't a film crew doing a shoot over there? Are there fight scenes in a youthful campus? Why didn't I hear about them? At this moment, Dong Shanshan walked over from afar. Wow, goddess, the school bell is here. Shanshan. During their school days, Dong Shanshan was one of the leading figures of the school. It was the same even after their graduation. Seeing how the guys were all rushing up to welcome her, Yu Yingyi and Xiaoqian jokingly scolded. Bunch of rascals, all dazed at the sight of a beauty. Lu Tai asked, are they still filming at the main entrance? Dong Shanshan was wearing an especially eye-catching dress today. She laughed and said, how could they still be filming? The film crew has been chased away by someone scolding. Wang He was startled. Huh? Why's that? Dong Shanshan said. I think it was because they were blocking the main entrance. He Kuei said in surprise. Damn, who would dare to chase them away? Ninglan is part of that film crew, and they're headed by a big-name director too. Ma Shufei said dumbfounded. Who's crazy enough to chase them away with their scolding? Dong Shanshan gestured with her chin, then laughed and said, who else do you all think has the balls to do so? Yu Yingyi and Xiaoqian covered their mouths and laughed non-stop while looking at Zhang Ye. It was only then that everyone realized. Holy fuck, Zhang, you scolded them away? Did you have gunpowder for breakfast before coming over? Dude, ha 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 ha, awesome. If I knew that something like this had happened, I would have gone to take a look. I missed the show. I've already experienced for myself Zhang's temper. He's still as domineering as before. Zhang Ye smiled and said, oh, come on, stop bringing that up. I've been offending more and more people lately. I don't even know what might happen to me in the future. Lu Tai said, they even dared to block people from entering through the main entrance, so I don't think you were wrong in scolding them away. AI, the students these days are really too meek. If we had been stopped from entering during our time, us bros would fought against them. Ma Shufei cut him off. Stop boasting, will ya? Lu Tai said, how am I boasting? When the people from the Education Commission sat in and observed our classes in our second year, they kept criticizing our class advisor for no good reason. Who was it that took water balloons from the dorms and pelted them? Wang He said, holy shit, that was you? Dong Shanshan laughed and said, oh, that unresolved case from all those years ago. Lu Tai coughed. Well, about that, I only filled the balloons up with water. Then who threw it at them? Everyone was getting curious. This event caused such a sensation at the time. Lu Tai pointed his chin to the person next to him. That would definitely have to be someone as stupidly brave as Zhang Ye. Who would dare to do that other than him? Zhang Ye gave a dry laugh. Well, we were young and impulsive. Xiaoqian rolled her eyes. You again? Yu Yingyi laughed loudly. We've finally cracked the case. You're lucky no one found out at the time. Otherwise, you two would probably not have graduated. The group started chatting and reminiscing. The cool breeze felt good, and the ground was sprinkled with fallen leaves. Back then, we were really happy. The gossip of whoever got together with whoever was enough to keep us entertained for an entire day. This path feels really familiar. How can it be unfamiliar? The last time we saw each other after taking our graduation photos and before going our separate ways was right on this path. I remember clearly that it was the evening and the sun was almost setting. The sunset that day was an especially beautiful one too. Yeah, I'll never forget that day either. What a pity that not all of us are here. We've only managed to gather this many of us. Many of them fell silent. Zhang Ye asked, "Where's Li Lian?" Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment. "She's divorced and uncontactable." Ma Shufei asked, "What about Orange?" Old Wang paused for a brief moment before saying, "Orange was arrested for embezzling public funds. It was a pretty large amount, so I doubt he'll be released anytime soon. When I went to visit him at the beginning of the year, half his hair had gone gray." He stopped talking. Zhang Yi said in surprise, "How can that be?" Old Wang said, "Shit happens." Dong Shanshan said, "Is anyone in contact with little Qiu?" No one spoke. Yuan Yi looked at Lu Tai. "Didn't you attend high school with Sister Qiu? You two should still be in contact, right?" Lu Tai pondered for a second. "She won't let me tell anyone." "Just what is it?" Dong Shanshan probed. Lu Tai finally said, "Little Qiu, she was in an accident several years ago that broke both her legs. Her husband is pretty good to her and has been taking care of her for the past 2 years." Xiaoqian covered her mouth as her eyes reddened. "How can that be?" Dong Shanshan said dumbfoundedly, "Little Qiu and I learned dancing together. She's always fond of moving around and would drag me to the field to practice our foundations. We even promised each other that we would perform together in the future on the largest stage in the country." Lu Tai said, "She can't dance anymore." Zhang Yi bent over and picked up a leaf from the ground. He brought it to his mouth and started blowing on it a few times. But he didn't create any music with it. "Sister Qiu taught me how to play music with a leaf and wanted me to play something while she danced to it. But I was really stupid at the time and couldn't do it even after practicing for a long time." Xiaoqian wiped away her tears. There was silence. Suddenly, some giggles coming from around them. A group of teenage boys and girls appeared with a number of musical instruments and placed them at the bottom of the stairs. "Let's keep moving our stuff. I'm so looking forward to commencement." "Me too, The teens went back upstairs. Zhang Yi clutched the leaf and somehow walked over. He placed the leaf he couldn't play onto the stone table and looked at it for a short while. Then he turned around and sat down on the steps. He took one of the acoustic guitars the teens had just put down and suddenly started strumming. Dong Shanshan looked over. Lu Tai looked over. Their 20-odd-old classmates also looked at him. Zhang Yi closed his eyes and a song drifted out. "Perhaps we won't see it again. That golden sky where we bid farewell. Some people are destined to never meet again. Those once green and young faces." I pick up a windmill palm's frond and place it on the natural slate rock. "In memory of the youth that has passed by and the innocent promises of which we talked." Yuan Yi's hands trembled. She could not control herself all of a sudden and went over to pick up a violin from a case lying on the floor while holding back her tears. Then she started playing it gently. Wang Yi also went over and grabbed the wind chimes. Xiaoqian sniffed. "The wind now sings. Singing a song of the places it's been to. In the darkness, a flower blossoms for you. The moment you turn around, a smile beautiful as the sunset's crown. It once blossomed in the spring of our youth." The clumsy playing of the wind chimes. The out-of-tune violin playing. The teens came running back downstairs when they heard the music. Who touched our instruments? Those are meant for our performance tomorrow." But when they came downstairs in anger, they were stunned by what they saw. Or rather, they were in shock. Dong Shanshan, wearing a red dress, was moving around in the wind. Stepping around, she held her dress with one hand and broke into a dance. Zhang Ye's voice was full of sorrow. "Perhaps we won't see it again. That golden sky where we bid farewell. Some people are destined to never meet again. Those once green and young faces." I pick up a windmill palm's frond and place it on natural slate rock. "In memory of the youth that has passed by and the innocent promises of which we talked." The red dress was swirling. Dong Shanshan danced faster and faster. This sorrowful beauty deeply moved the teens. The wind now sings, singing a song of the places it's been to. In the darkness, a flower blossoms for you. The moment you turn around, a smile beautiful as the sunset's crown. It once blossomed in the spring of our youth. Dong Shanshan was crying as she danced. She could feel herself becoming one with the song. Mm, mm. The youth that has passed. The innocent promises that we made. Yu Yingyi was crying. Xiaoqian was crying. The song, To Youth 1, had left them sobbing uncontrollably. 1. To Youth. https://youtube.be/w8scvyfn1bu. Chapter 1184. Shooting the music video together. Chapter 1184. Shooting the music video together. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The song came to an end, but the melody still seemed to be reverberating through the air. Dong. Shanshan stopped dancing. What's this song called? Zhang Ye said. To Youth. Dong Shanshan nodded. That's a good title. This was a song of Han Hong's, and it was written and composed by Lung Wanwan. Back in Zhang Ye's previous world, this song was very popular and sung by a lot of people. However, perhaps due to a lack of promotion, this song didn't manage to become a classic. However, Zhang Ye still liked it very much. To him, the song To Youth could be considered one of his few favorite songs from his previous world. And carried by today's emotions, he finally brought this song to this world. The teens nearby were all visibly moved and finally came back to their senses. Ah, Zhang Ye, Dong Shanshan, Yu Yingyi, they got recognized. It was only then that Zhang Ye and the others realized there were others around. Zhang Ye smiled as he returned the guitar to them. Sorry about that. I was just borrowing your instrument for a bit. Yu Yingyi also returned the violin to them and said gently, Thank you. One of the girls waved it off. Alumni, you don't have to stand on ceremony. One of the boys said in admiration. Just use them as you please, it's fine. Alum, how do you sing so well? Yeah, I was crying listening to it. Alumna Shanshan, you danced really well. This is unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. The sophomores were talking excitedly. Zhang Ye said, It's all credit to Shanshan's dancing and Yingyi playing the strings so well. Yu Yingyi, who was still immersed in the sadness of the song, was a little annoyed by Zhang Ye's words. What do you mean playing the strings? It's called a violin, all right? But I have to say that I'm no professional. I only learned it for 2 years in school. I'm just an amateur, so it was lucky that I didn't ruin the song. But Zhang Ye said, You really played great. Yu Yingyi sighed. I just went with the flow. A girl admired. All of you were amazing. After the students moved everything away, Wang He sighed. This song is basically about us. I really fucking miss our buddies we might never see again. Lu Tai said, Thanks, Zhang. You even wrote all of us a song for remembrance. Dong Shanshan said, How I wish little Chiu could hear this as well. Zhang Yi suddenly said, She will. Xiaoqian asked, Are you going to release this song? Zhang Yi said, Of course. Not only am I going to release it, I even want to shoot a music video for it. I've been thinking of releasing a music video for a new single for the past 2 days, but I couldn't come up with anything at all. But I've decided now. Ma Shufei said, That's great. Old Wang said, You must release this. Xiaoqian said, We'll be waiting to listen to the official version. However, Zhang Yi said, There won't be an official version. Wang Yi was taken aback. But why? The way we had sang today is more or less the official version, Zhang Yi said with a laugh. So I will need everyone's help. Let's do this together and release that music video. Xiaoqian asked, You want us to be in it? Zhang Yi said, Yes. Shanshan will dance, and he will play the strings. Wang He will chip in with the chimes, and everyone else will have their parts as well. All of us must be in it. Xiaoqian said, Are you sure we'll be able to do this? Yu Yingyi found it both funny and embarrassing. With my amateur playing, embarrassing myself in front of our classmates is okay. But now, you want me to play the violin in your music video too? Aren't you afraid of getting scolded by others? Zhang Yi smiled and said, It's exactly our group that I want in the music video. If I invited a group of professionals, the song wouldn't be about our youth anymore, would it? It's exactly because this is our school, and we're at this place with our group that it's going to work. I'll go back and get the team ready. Then we can shoot the music video here tomorrow. What do you guys say? Hell, what do you think? Come on then, let's do it. Would we be afraid of you? What's there to be scared of? With your reputation, We might even be able to have some of your fame rub off on us and get recognized in public. Yeah, let's make use of your reputation to gain some fame. Everyone agreed instantly. Dong Shanshan said, then let me go and improve on the dance a little. Zhang Ye quickly said, no, you mustn't. Just dance like you did today. But I was just randomly dancing. I didn't even know how I danced. Dong Shanshan said, I just went by feel. Zhang Ye said, then just dance according to your feelings when we do the shoot. Honestly, your dance really stunned me. If the music video does not have your dancing in it, it would definitely be much less interesting. Dong Shanshan's dance was what led Zhang Ye to make the decision to shoot a music video for this song. Back in his previous world, To Youth did not have an accompanying music video, and the song was also not famous enough that everyone knew about it. This was the reason why Zhang Ye wanted to give it a try. He wanted to know if this image that shook him would also gain the recognition of the people and possibly allow this song to discover a different light in this world. Xiaoqian agreed, that's right. Yu Yingyi also praised, Shanshan, you don't know how beautiful you looked just now. Dong Shanshan threw up her hands. All right, since you guys don't mind it, I won't either. It's not my first time working with Zhang Ye anyway. Yu Yingyi quipped, yes, you two are thicker than thieves. Xiaoqian giggled and said, Zhang Ye even wrote that MS, Dong's song. Was that for me? Dong Shanshan laughed. Wang He said, who else would it be for? Yu Yingyi harumphed. Others might not know your birthday, but would we not know? It was the actual day of your birthday when that King of Masked Singers episode was recorded. Zhang Ye even added the phrase, happy birthday to the end of MS, Dong. So who else could he have written it for other than you? AI, Zhang Ye, when are you going to write a Ms. You? We're such old classmates, so you better not practice favoritism, all right? You can't just write a song for Shanshan and not for us. Xiaoqian added, I want one too. Ma Shufei said, and me. Zhang Ye said, whoa, please spare me. Dong Shanshan helped him smooth things over. All right, boss Zhang. How are we going to split the profits? Ma Shufei asked, yeah, how? He Kuei joked, haha, you'd have to pay us an appearance fee. Zhang Ye did not hesitate at all. We'll do it however you guys want to. Boss Zhang is really generous. Lu Tai gave him a thumbs up. But we're just joking with you. We're doing this together. There's no need bring up the issue of money. Xiaoqian said, I don't need it either. Everyone was now saying there was no need for it. Dong Shanshan spoke. I have a suggestion. Excluding repaying the production and publicity budget, whatever the music video earns, let's donate all the proceedings to little Chiu to get her legs treated. Zhang Ye smacked his thigh and exclaimed, yeah, that's settled then. Wang Yi gave 2 thumbs ups. That's a good suggestion. We didn't know about it before, but since we know now, we must do our part for her. I don't have much money, but I do have strength. Well said. Count me in. Let's all chip in a part of our strength to help Sister Chiu stand on her feet again. Zhang Ye, seemingly wanting to take it all on, said, leave this to me. We'll let Lu Tai bring all the money that the music video earns to little Chiu. If she can't get it treated in China, she can always go overseas. If she still can't get it treated overseas, then she can get prostheses. There are disabled athletes who have lost both their limbs taking part in the Special Olympics 100-meter race. All of those athletes can run faster than us, so I don't believe that little Chiu won't be able to stand up. I don't have many friends, but it shouldn't be a problem to get a recommendation to a foreign specialist hospital for treatment. Leave this to me. That's right. Yeah, let's do it. For little Chiu. For Sister Chiu. In an instant, everyone was full of fighting spirit. For a common goal, these young adults had gathered together again and were shouting catchphrases of what they wanted. This was very nostalgic, and every one of them harbored an inexpressible emotion within their hearts. Chapter 1185, A Smashing Release. Chapter 1185, A Smashing Release. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Several days later, a promotional poster was put out. A red dress made up the bulk of the poster's composition and color. The music video of Zhang Ye's first single to get a smashing release today. Countdown 1 hour. The netizens kept posting on the Weibo of Zhang Ye's studio. Hurry up. The publicity has been going on for days already. Why hasn't it been released yet? It's Zhang Ye's first single. I can't wait. Judging by the poster, it already looks like it'll be awesome. Just wait a little longer. It's coming soon. Damn, there are this many people waiting for it to be released. But of course, teacher Zhang has never released a single in such a grand manner before, and it's even a music video. Before this, The King Sent Me to Patrol the Mountains was recorded on the radio program. Then, Beijing Welcomes You was performed with an all-star lineup, while You and Me was a duet with Lillian that was edited out from the Olympics opening ceremony performance. All those can't be considered actual music videos, so now that we're finally getting a proper one, of course I have to support it. I will sacrifice everything else and wait for its release. Just based on Zhang Ye's reputation, I'll watch it. Regardless, I'm also looking forward to it. I heard that he shot the music video with his classmates. Li Xiaoxian is also releasing her single today. I'm talking about Sunset Glow from King of Masked Singers. Spring Gardens Li Xiaoxian is going solo. Surely not, right? She's only releasing a single. Even their group leader, Xiaodong, has done it before. Check this out. What happened? Li Xiaoxian's release date for her single has changed. Are you sure? The date was set in stone a month ago. Yeah, wasn't it scheduled for today? The netizens suddenly discovered that the reason given for Li Xiaoxian's change in her release schedule was that they had encountered some technical difficulties at the publishing stage. That was why they had to change the release date to next week. Then, a young C-list singer's agent also delayed their new album's release date. It wasn't delayed by long, just 2 days, and the reason given was that their publicity department had gotten the dates mixed up. A music industry insider posted on Weibo, "Are they trying to avoid Zhang Ye?" Another industry insider posted with a laugh, "Looks like no one is willing to fight it out with Zhang Ye during the same promotional period." None of the industry insiders and netizens believe the reasons given for the delays. Bullshit, what mix-up of dates? They announced it 2 weeks ago, and it's suddenly a mix-up now. If they're avoiding Zhang Ye, just say so. Is it that difficult to admit? Haha, just look at teacher Zhang's relations with others. This single that he's releasing has really come too suddenly. It's not only us. Even a lot of the music industry insiders were caught by surprise. Well, they don't really have a choice but to avoid it. Yeah, surely they wouldn't want to go head-to-head with Zhang Ye, right? Well, I reckon that even Chen Guang would do the same. Do you guys think Zhang Ye will sweep the charts this time? That's almost definite, isn't it? During King of Masked Singers, which songs of his didn't make it into the charts? But it's different this time. It's going to be a music video, so we'll have to see the artistic value and how well it matches with the song. Zhang Ye may be good at writing and singing songs, but making a music video. The scheduled time for release was nearing. Counting down. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. 1 minute. Zhang Ye's fans went on to the exclusive online video hosting site releasing the music video for To Youth. More came from the industry itself to check it out. Almost everyone involved with music had come to have a look for themselves what Zhang Ye's music video single would look like. They were incredibly curious about it. The music video was released. A mellow scene appeared on screen. A gentle autumn breeze blew past. The leaves on the trees were rustling. A hand appeared on screen grasping a fluttering tree leaf. Then, the hand brought the leaf up towards the mouth, and the person started blowing on it. But there was no sound. It was Zhang Ye's face. The camera zoomed out, and a lot of people started walking towards the screen from a distance. They finally gathered at the center of the shot. A lot of viewers were taken aback. It was a school campus? This was Media College? Zhang Ye's alma mater? At a house somewhere. Qiu Yumei was languishing in bed. There was no spirit in her eyes. Her husband asked, "Want some more?" Qiu Yumei replied, "I'm not eating any more. Do you want some water?" "I'm not thirsty." Her husband said nothing as he covered her with a blanket. He turned around and sat down in front of the computer to put on some music for her to listen to. To his surprise, he saw Zhang Ye's music video. He reflexively clicked on it. Little Qiu Yumei did not open her eyes. Huh. He pointed at the computer in excitement and said, "It's your classmates, Zhang Ye, Lu Tai, and everyone else." The song played. Perhaps we won't see it again. That golden sky where we bid farewell. Some people are destined to never meet again. Those once green and young faces. Qiu Yumei suddenly opened her eyes. She was stunned. Zhang Shanshan, Ingi, Taizi, Old Wang. You guys. At a work site, a young man wearing a hard hat was covered in mud. He said loudly, "Let's seize the time we have left. There are only a few days left, so let's hurry to meet the deadline. I'll request bonuses for all of us once we're done. However, There were a few workers who were still watching something on their phones a ways away. They were very focused on whatever it was. What's this? On their cell phones during work hours? The young man strode up to them. Just as he was about to say something, he was startled. I pick up a windmill palm's frond and place it on natural slate rock, in memory of the youth that has passed by and the innocent promises of which we talked. It was Zhang Ye, Shanshan, Wang He. The young man was dumbfounded. In a street, at the entrance of a grocery store, the crowd of people had stopped in their tracks and were all pointing at a woman holding a basket in her hand. That woman looked a little old, like she was in her 30s, but she was not actually that old. There was still a hint of beauty hidden beneath her gaunt and pale face. The wind now sings, singing a song of the places it's been to. In the darkness, a flower blossoms for you. The basket in the woman's hands dropped to the ground. She held the cell phone playing the music video and held her head in her hands as she squatted down and started crying. The moment you turn around, a smile beautiful as the sunset's crown. It once blossomed in the spring of our youth. The music video ended. Several lines appeared at the end of it. To the youth that we will someday no longer possess. To the old friends we once stood side by side with. Where are all of you now? Are you doing fine? The music video was pretty short, but it felt quite long. Countless people finished watching it with a sense of shock. The totally unprofessional sound of the violin, the totally wrong way of playing the chimes, the sorrowful voice, the long dress fluttering from the dancing. Every image was just too shocking to them. Zhang Xia posted on Weibo with a sigh. How wonderful. Li Xiaoxin's Weibo. This is what art is. An industry insider. Dong Shanshan's dance was the sublimation of the entire song and music video. That red dress was simply stunning. A big shot of the entertainment circle. The person playing the violin is that host from the Central TV sports channel, right? It sounds so amateurish and she probably didn't learn the instrument for long. But why am I so touched? Perhaps this is what youth means. Perhaps being youthful means that one will never be perfect. It's a really stunning music video. The reviews from the industry were very good. The comments from the netizens were even better. This is really awesome. I cried listening to it. Me too. I can't calm down. Zhang Ye, you're marvelous. Dong Shanshan, you're marvelous. Yu Yingyi and everyone else, you're all marvelous. If only I was born a few years earlier. It would have been nice if I were in the same class as Zhang Ye, Dong Shanshan, and the others. I'd really like to know what their story was. This song is to die for. I cry every time I listen to it. My classmates, where did they all go? I'm starting to miss my classmates too. Chapter 1186, Earning Rave Reviews. Chapter 1186, Earning Rave Reviews. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Goof Group. Several big names of the music industry were discussing the music video for To Youth. Fan Wenli. This music video will definitely succeed and do very well. Chen Guang. Zhang Er's undoubtedly good at what he does. But Amy said, this time, Shanshan helped him a lot. Without Shanshan's tearful dance, this music video wouldn't have gotten as much attention as it did. Just look at the reactions on the internet. The comments blew up and everyone is saying how captivated they were by Dong Shanshan's dance. I watched it 5 times and felt shocked every single time. Fan Wenli said, in the past, everyone always referred to Dong Shanshan as just a vase. They always said that she could only depend on her figure and looks to make it in the industry. But this music video has shut many of them up. Dong Shanshan will definitely be a big name in the future as well. Xiaodong said with a laugh. Luckily I got Xiaoxian to delay the release of her single. Li Xiaoxian was a little annoyed at that. I was hoping that I could compete against Teacher Zhang. Amy sent a sulking emote. Oh, come on. How could you compete against him? It's Zhang Ye's song. Anyone who goes head-to-head against it would just die. There's no one who could go against him and win, unless it's Sister Zhang. Suddenly, Zhang Ye appeared. Zhang Ye. At everyone. Wow, the star himself is finally here. What's with the at everyone? You're getting arrogant, aren't ya? Zhang the music video was really good. Congratulations. After Zhang Ye thanked them, he said, does anyone here know a good orthopedic institution overseas? What's the matter? An overseas hospital? A hot-blooded youth like you asking about this. Did the sun rise from the west today? Zhang Ye said, I'm asking for a friend. She got in an accident 2 years ago and can't stand anymore. When they read this, No one made any more jokes. No, I don't know any. I do know a medical practitioner overseas, but they don't specialize in orthopedics. Does anyone know someone? Help link Zhang Ye up if you do. At this moment, Zhang Yuanqi appeared. Zhang Yuanqi, send me some information about your friend's general condition. Zhang Yi was taken aback, then immediately said, all right, thanks. Soon after, she said, I've spoken to my assistant. Get your friend to contact her, and she'll help arrange everything for you. This is her number, 136XXXXXXXX. Zhang Yi, much thanks. Zhang Yuanqi, it's nothing. In the studio, a group of people were looking very happy. Director Zhang, it was a great success. It's on fire. Our first attempt at a music video, and it's already sweeping the charts. Just look at it. These are a few of the biggest Billboard charts in the country. Haha, is there anyone else? I want to know if there's anyone who wants to challenge us. This is only our first music video single, and its performance is already defying all common sense. How can it not? I was crying after teacher Shan finished dancing in the video. Just look at Weibo. That dance has gone viral. So many people are saying they want to learn it as well. Zhang Yi chuckled. Who are they going to learn it from? That dance will look different every time Shan performs it. She's expressing her emotions through dance. Zhang's was said, that's why it's so touching. Zhang Yi asked, how much has it earned? Zhang's was said, based on the current calculations, around 1.2 million renminbi. Actually, it's not much money at all. The music video was released for free, and the only way it could earn money was through copyright fees and hosting fees from the platforms. There's also a few cents earned each time the song is sung in karaoke, but that amount of money will only be recouped much later on. He thought that Zhang Yu was only concerned with making money from the music video, so he said, if you're thinking about raising the profitability of the studio, this won't earn you more than you could earn by appearing in a commercial. A music video is just for getting your name out there. I know that. Zhang Yi naturally knew that this was so. The business model of the entertainment industry had changed long ago. Releasing an album to earn money? Holding a concert to sell tickets? Such ways of earning money were things of the past. The model now was to release things for free. You'd still have to cut an album and hold concerts, but those were not done because it would earn you money. They were only a tool to get more popular and gain a reputation. When your fame went up, you'd automatically be worth much more. Afterwards, you could take on projects like commercial appearances, advertisements, movies, TV dramas, variety shows. They would all bring much greater profits since your name was already out there. Zhang Yi thought about it for a bit, then said, about that, if anyone asks, just tell them that the music video earned 2 million renminbi. Hachichi was taken aback. But we didn't earn that much from it. I know, but do it anyway, Zhang Yi instructed. Okay, understood. Everyone knew Zhang Yi must have a reason for doing so. Then Zhang Yi went to check his bank account. Together with the money earned from the music video, he wouldn't have a problem raising 2 million renminbi. Since he didn't do commercial appearances, he didn't really have that much money either. But gathering a few million yuan was definitely not an issue. And so he got his assistant, Little Wang, to register a debit card and checking account in which he deposited 2 million renminbi. Then he called Dong Shan. Shan. Yes, the money is in. Okay. That same night, at Qiu Yumei's house, the doorbell rang. AI, coming. Little Qiu's husband went to get the door. When he saw who was outside, he immediately welcomed the person in after a moment of shock. Taizi, you're here? Is Sister Qiu home? Yes, she's in. Lu Tai was alone. From the living room, Qiu Yumei's voice drifted out. Taizi, come in quickly. Lu Tai entered the room with a smile. Sister Qiu, how are you feeling? I haven't visited you in quite a while. Qiu Yumei said excitedly. You guys appeared in Zhang's music video. I saw everyone. It's good, it's really good. Everyone's still the same. Shan is still as beautiful as ever. Ingi has now become a sports host. Everything is going really well for everyone. Lu Tai said, everyone misses you. They all wanted to come and visit you. Little Qiu fell silent, then said bitterly, I'm like this, so how can I face the others? Did you tell them about me? That mouth of yours. I won't tell you anything anymore. Lu Tai said, even if I didn't tell them, they would have found out sooner or later. Little Qiu repeatedly said, you mustn't bring them here. I won't see any of them. Lu Tai said, I know, I didn't ask them to come. Little Chiu heaved a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to face everyone. By the way, this is the money we earned from the music video. Lu Tai smiled and took out a debit card and placed it on the table. There's 2 million renminbi in it. Her husband was stunned. 2 million renminbi? Chiu Yume immediately said, "What's the meaning of this?" Lu Tai said solemnly, "It was not my idea alone. Every one of us wanted to do this for you. Although we're saying that this money was earned through the music video, it was Zhang Ye who made the biggest contribution. We were just doing our best to support him, not for anything else, but just for you to be able to stand on your 2 feet again." Then he took out a piece of paper. "Keep his telephone number safe and contact her today. Zhang Ye found someone and has already contacted the best hospital in America. He already made some inquiries and found out from them that your kind of injuries are pretty difficult to recover from. But there's still a way to treat it, as they have done something similar before. The only issue was that the previous case had dragged on for too long, so it affected the treatment." He looked at Chiu Yume's husband and said, "So go over there and have a look. If there's anything that you two need later, contact us again." Her husband said emotionally, "How can we accept this?" Lu Tai pushed the number into his hand. "If you need manpower, come to me. All I have is strength with no place to use it. If you need money, go to Zhang Ye. He's so poor that all he has left is money. So don't drag this on. We're all doing this so that little Chiu can get treated. If there's anything you want to protest, do it after you've recovered." Chiu Yume bit her bottom lip and said, "I can still stand." "Definitely," Lu Tai said without hesitation. All of a sudden, Chiu Yume looked at the window. "Did they come?" Lu Tai smiled and said, "No, it's only me." Zhang Ye said he doesn't want to see you now. He wants to see that bubbly and active you from back then, not the whiny you who keeps staying in bed. Those were his exact words, not mine. So take it up with him if you're offended. Ha ha. Chiu Yume also laughed. "Is he still as hot-tempered as before?" "Yes," Lu Tai said, amused. "He's still as short-tempered as ever." Chiu Yume went silent for a moment. Then she sat up from her bed and smiled. "Go back and tell Zhang Ye this. If I were to suddenly stand up in front of him someday, he better not have the living daylights scared out of him." Her husband said in a stunned manner, "Little Chiu." Chiu Yume said determinedly, "Make the call. I'm going to get my legs treated." Her husband wept with joy. I'll make the call immediately. Thanks to my old classmates, we can go and have a taste of American food." Chiu Yume's eyes shined with a glimmer of hope, and she looked much more spirited. Lu Tai felt very happy. The exultant Sister Chiu from those years ago looked like she was back again. Chapter 1187. An Invitation to the Welcoming Ceremony. Chapter 1187. An Invitation to the Welcoming Ceremony. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Downstairs, below Little Chiu's house, a group of people were whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, Old Wang, and Old Zhou stood a little further away to smoke. At this moment, footsteps came from the apartment corridor. Lu Tai appeared after coming down from upstairs. "How was it?" Xiaoqian quickly asked. Lu Tai hushed them. "Let's talk when we get out of the neighborhood." Dong Shanshan said anxiously, "Did Little Chiu agree? Will she go and get her legs treated?" Wang He asked him in concern. Once they were out of the neighborhood, Lu Tai smiled and said, "She finally accepted the money after much persuasion. Sister Chiu's husband is already contacting Zhang Ye's friend. I can tell that Sister Chiu's attitude this time is different. She really wants to get her legs treated so that she can spryly stand up in front of us." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "We're all waiting for her." Ma Shufei slapped his thigh. "That's great." He Kuei said excitedly, "We were afraid that she wouldn't agree to it and refuse to accept our money. Since Sister Chiu accepted it, everything can be discussed." Yu Yingyi asked, "Zhang Ye, is the hospital you recommended good?" Zhang Yi said, "It was recommended by Zhang Yuanxi, so it shouldn't be a problem." Recently, their group of classmates had been gathering every day to discuss this matter. They genuinely cared about Chiu Yume, so they were very happy about how this had turned out. Hope filled their hearts. Would she be able to stand again soon under her own strength? Dong Shanshan gestured with her hand and said, "Come, let's head to my house. I'll treat everyone." "All right, is the school bell going to cook?" "Me? Cook? I'm only afraid that you guys wouldn't eat my cooking. Haha, I won't mind even if I'm poisoned to death. I'm so happy today. Let's drink too." "Oh, come on, we better not drink." Why not, Shan? The last time Zhang Ye, Yi, and the others came over to my house, we drank too much. As a result, Zhang and I nearly caused a delay at the Spring Festival Gala's rehearsal the next day. Everyone at Beijing TV was waiting just for the two of us. Ha ha ha. There was such a shameful incident. Tell us about it along the way. Several cars started driving off and headed toward Dong Shanshan's villa at Yizhuang. On the way, Zhang Ye received a call. It was from their former class advisor at Media College, Su Hongyan. He quickly answered, "Yo, Teacher Su." Su Hongyan said happily, "I saw your music video. It was really good." Zhang Ye said to his classmates in the car, "Haha, Teacher Su just praised us." Yu Yingyi giggled as she stretched her neck and said, "Teacher Su, did I play the violin well?" "Yes, it was good." Su Hongyan said, "Are you all together?" Zhang Ye switched the call to speakerphone. "Everyone is here. We're holding a party right now." Su Hongyan said, "Heh, how convenient. College is reopening tomorrow, and I have something urgent that I need to ask of you all. For tomorrow night's welcoming ceremony for the new students, the school has plans to make it even grander and livelier this year. They wanted me to contact you to come up with a program for us, and the rest of the kids from our class that year can also join in on the fun. It'll be fine if you guys just perform a song or something. Just do as you guys think will be suitable for the ceremony." Zhang Ye exclaimed, "It's only a day away. Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Su Hongyan said, "You wrote to youth on the spot. Don't you think I know well enough? Isn't one day more than enough for you? Little Zhang, I'm telling you, you better not decline this. You're an associate professor at our media college, but now, you haven't even given a day's worth of lessons or participated in any of the school's activities. Surely you can't do things this way, right? You would have to prepare a lesson and perform a song for the school. Otherwise, if we bring up the fact that you composed that poem for Peking University, there would be no end to it." Zhang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "All right, you just want us to come up with a program, right? We'll come up with something then. That's the right way." Su Hongyan laughed and said, "You have to prepare the lesson well and impart some of your experiences to this year's incoming students." Zhang Yi said, "Sure." Yu Yingyi stretched her neck and said, "We guarantee that we'll do a good job." Xiaoqian giggled and said, "Teacher Su, just you wait and see." Su Hongyan said in satisfaction, "All right, I'll be waiting to see what you guys come up with." The car was parked. They arrived at the villa. Upon getting out from the car, Zhang Yi said, "Our class advisor has instructed that as the alumni representatives, all of us are to perform a song together at the welcoming ceremony tomorrow. What do you guys say to that?" "Sure. Since Teacher Su has spoken, we definitely have to do it. But my singing is terrible." "No worries. Zhang Yu will be the lead singer anyway. I know how to play the drums a little. I've taken some bass lessons, but I'm not good at it. If you need piano accompaniment, look to me. This sis didn't take 7 years of lessons for nothing when I was young." The students who could pass the Media College entrance exam were mostly multi-talented. Although they could not be compared to professionals, they had an assorted range of skills to some degree. Zhang Yi said, "All right then, I'll compose the song so we can quickly rehearse." Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "Then I'll go and borrow some instruments." "Can you get those?" Zhang Yi asked. "Where are you going to borrow them from?" Dong Shanshan pointed at the surrounding villas. "Two of my neighbors are music teachers and have instruments at home." Wang He volunteered. "I'll help you carry them over. School bell, just leave the menial work to us." "And me too. Wow, you're all so thoughtful." Everyone laughed. It looked like they had been brought back to the times when they were still students. Dong Shanshan stood out from the rest as a group of male classmates was surrounding her. Meanwhile, Yu Yingyi, Xiaoqian, and other girls provided the comic relief with their impromptu remarks and gestures. Zhang Yi started writing the song. What should he use? What should they sing for the students this time? All of a sudden, Wang He, who just came back from carrying the instruments, received a call. Then he grew excited. "Dehui, you rascal." Then he switched the call to speakerphone and shouted to the others, "Come over quickly. Dehui has contacted us." Zhang Yi was very happy. Everyone came over and tried to get a word in. Wang He said, "You rascal, where did you disappear to?" Yu Yingyi said, "You even changed your phone number. Did you die?" Xiaoqian said, "You're really too heartless." Old Wang said, "Yeah, no one could get in contact with you at all." At the other end of the line, Dehui laughed and said, Are the brothers all there? I was working in Beijing all this while but haven't been doing well, so I was too embarrassed to face you. Zhang Ye asked. Where are you working? At a construction site. Zhang Ye laughed and said, You're moving bricks? Hui answered, Bah, I would have to be able to move them first to do that. I'm a supervisor at the work site, so you can consider me a junior manager of sorts. Yu Yingyi exclaimed, Can the jump in your profession be any larger than this? Zhang Ye said, Hui, get over here quickly. We're going to perform a group song at our alma mater's welcoming ceremony tomorrow. You're the cultural backbone of our class, and we're just missing you. Hui replied, All right, I'll head over right away. Lu Tai shouted, Hurry up, bastard. Everyone here misses you a lot. Hui sounded like he was suppressing his excitement. All right, half an hour later, another classmate who had lost contact with them finally managed to get in touch again. You guys are awesome. Too awesome. I saw the music video you guys shot. I was so fucking touched that I cried all over the place. Where are you guys? I miss all of you. What? There's going to be a performance? Me? I'll go? Of course I'll go. Send me the address. They thought they would not see each other again after all this time. But many of their long-lost classmates reached out to each other again because of the To Youth music video. Zhang Ye and the others were all very excited. Everyone was back. Their old friends were all back. Chapter 1188, Starting a Gang Fight, First Half. Chapter 1188, Starting a Gang Fight, First Half. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Throughout the night, it got rather boisterous at Dong Shanshan's villa. Hui, have a taste of my kick. Damn, enough of that crap already. We have to start rehearsing the song. You deserve it for disappearing for so long. Haha, old Joe. You're talking like you didn't disappear off to somewhere yourself. Hey, can you guys be a little more focused? Rehearse the song properly, or Boss Zhang will bug us later. His songs are all classics, so we better not spoil it on our watch. Otherwise, he'll definitely cry his heart out. I don't care whether he cries or not. He put his smelly socks under my pillow when we were still in uni. That son of a gun. I've yet to take revenge on him after our graduation. Even though that guy's now an A-list celebrity, this bro isn't afraid of him. I'll expose this incident to the media later and shame him in public. Don't, bro. I'm a teacher now, and that wouldn't look good on me, man. Ha ha ha. Keep it down. The neighbors have already complained to me 3 times. There were sounds of them fooling around, playing instruments and rehearsing their song. With more than 20 of them gathered together, the entire villa was extremely noisy. After fooling around and rehearsing for an entire night, everyone decided to stay over at Dong Shanshan's place. The girls took 2 of the bedrooms while the guys squeezed into another bedroom. Some of them even slept on the sofa or went into the guest bedroom to rest for the night. As they had some drinks earlier, they just laid down and fell asleep in the most disorganized of ways. The next day, it was the day of the commencement. When everyone woke up, it was afternoon. Hey, wake up. Look at the time. We better not delay today's important matters. We need to reach the gala venue before 6 p.m. Are we going to practice more? We've practiced quite a lot, so it shouldn't be a problem. Let's have something to eat before we leave for the welcoming ceremony. Everyone got up and went to wash up, but as there were so many of them, they had to take turns and line up. Dong Shanshan ordered takeouts for everyone while Yu Yingyi, Xiao Qian, and the other girls tidied up the rooms. Zhang Ye was the busiest of them all. This group of laypeople were free to mess around and do as they wish, but Zhang Ye could not do so. Adopting an attitude of rigorous teaching, he picked out a few of those who did not sing well last night.